In the 126th year of the new calendar of the Great Xia Kingdom in Pingshan County of Jianzhou Prefecture, in a blue brick tiled house in Panshan Village outside the county seat, Lu Shaolin gazed through the window at the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Despair filled his eyes, yet within it flickered a trace of unwillingness. In his former life, he had been an undercover detective in another world. When his identity was exposed and escape became impossible, he chose to perish together with the criminals. After awakening, he found that he had crossed over into this land called Great Xia, a realm reminiscent of the ancient dynasties of his previous world. Tragically, the youth whose body he had seized was already at death's door. After the boy died, Lu Shaolin took over this body and at the same time inherited fragments of the youth's memories. The youth shared his name, was 16 years old, and had lost his mother in childhood. 3 days ago, while hunting in the mountains with his father Lu Zhong, they were attacked by a zombie. Lu Zhong fought with his life on the line, using himself as bait to shield Lu Shaolin and allow him to escape with his life. Unfortunately, Lu Shaolin had also been clawed by the zombie corpse qi invading his body. He endured for 3 days before breathing his last the previous night, at which point Lu Shaolin's soul crossed over and took possession. Yet, even having transmigrated into this body, he still felt an eerie chill in his bones, weakness to the extreme, unable even to get out of bed. The villagers, fearing that malevolent spirits might cling to him, did not even dare step across his family's threshold. What kind of damned world is this? He muttered inwardly, that monsters and demons truly exist. And am I really going to starve to death right after coming back to life? Lu Shaolin murmured to himself, then his gaze suddenly hardened. He tried to force his body upright, only to drop back onto the bed with a dull thud, utterly unable to rise. Damn it, this is a hellish beginning, he thought. Just as Lu Shaolin was about to resign himself to fate, a clamor of voices drifted in from beyond the front gate. Old sir, is it here? Someone called. A deep resonant voice rang out. Yes, my lord, this is the place. Village head oldly replied respectfully. Knock on the door, the officer ordered. My lord, this old one truly dares not set foot inside the courtyard. I deeply fear being entangled by evil, Qi oldly stammered. Forget it. Zhonglong, you go. Yes, chief. At once a series of knocks sounded on the door. Lu Shaolin's eyes lit up sharply. Someone had come. Someone coming was a good sign. At the very least, there was still a chance someone might save him. Please, come in. Lu Shaolin cried out with all his strength, his voice hoarse and low, uncertain if those outside could hear. My lord. Zhonglong's puzzled voice sounded. There is someone inside, just extremely weak. Go straight in, the deep voice instructed. Yes. No sooner had the words fallen than the door was shoved open with a bang. Lu Shaolin saw 3 burly men in dark martial uniforms, long blades at their waists, stride into the courtyard. The leader moved with the bearing of a dragon and a tiger, his eyes bright and piercing, his face square and resolute, a beard covering his jaw, his presence extraordinary. The only pity was the scar on his face, running from the corner of his left brow down to his right cheek, lending him an extra air of ferocity. The scar-faced man swept his gaze around the courtyard and with a single glance through the window locked onto Lu Shaolin lying in the bedroom. The sharp light in his eyes made Lu Shaolin's heart jolt involuntarily. He's in the bedchamber, the scar-faced man said in a low voice, taking the lead toward the house. Outside the door, Village head oldly craned his neck from the steps, secretly peeking inside. When the 3 entered the bedroom, Lu Shaolin suppressed his excitement, keeping his expression calm as he looked at the scar-faced man and rasped, my lord, please save my life. I will repay you generously in the future. Oh. The scar-faced man frowned slightly and stepped to the bedside, lifting the quilt with a reach of his hand. A faint stench of blood and rot wafted out. Seeing the darkened claw marks on Lu Shaolin's chest, he shook his head and said, corpse qi has entered your body and reached your organs. Your life will not last much longer. Before Lu Shaolin could respond, the man drew a porcelain bottle from his chest. This yang fire pill can expel the corpse qi in your body, but your internal organs are already damaged. At most it can keep you alive for 3 months. Chief, that pill. Zhonglong began, heart aching. I know what I'm doing, the scar-faced man, his tone deep, cut him. He then turned back to Lu Shaolin. Naturally, the pill cannot be given to you for nothing. We are guards of the Jinmasi. You must lead me to the place where you were attacked by the demon. Are you willing? My lord, I am willing. Lu Shaolin answered at once. This was his only chance at survival. Even if it only granted him 3 more months, as long as he was alive, he could seek other ways later. The scar-faced man nodded, pulled out the stopper, poured out a fiery red pill, and pushed it into Lu Shaolin's mouth. Lu Shaolin tried his utmost to gather saliva to swallow it, but the pill was pungent and spicy and his mouth was parched. The scar-faced man lifted the half bowl of water at the bedside and poured it into Lu Shaolin's mouth. Lu Shaolin hurriedly swallowed the water together with the pill. Before long, a wave of heat spread through his entire body. The chill that had pervaded him slowly gave way to warmth and some strength returned to his limbs. Zhao Hugo asked the village head for some food, then gruel will do, the scar-faced man ordered in a low voice. Yes, chief. The other burly man cupped his fists crisply and strode out of the courtyard. After a short while, Zhao returned with a coarse porcelain bowl in his hands. By the time he arrived, the plain rice porridge in the bowl had cooled to a warm temperature perfect for eating. Lu Shaolin braced himself with both arms pushed against the bed to sit up, took the warm bowl with a word of thanks and began gulping it down in great mouthfuls. With a bowl of hot porridge in his stomach, Lu Shaolin felt his strength return a little more. He lifted the quilt, groped with his feet for the floor, and climbed down from the bed. He staggered slightly but managed to stand firm. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. I will repay you with my life in the future. May I ask my lord's name? Lu Shaolin cupped his fists toward the scar-faced man as he spoke. Our chief is a minor flag officer of the Jinma Si Zhou Yong. Zhao Hu blurted out carelessly from the side. You talk too much, Zhou Yong snapped, glaring at him. Between you and me, this is merely a transaction, Zhou Yong said, waving a hand at Lu Shaolin. I give you the pill, you take me to the place of the demonic attack. Then we are even. My lord may see it as only a transaction, but to me it is a life-saving grace. I will never dare forget, Lu Shaolin replied, cupping his fists once more. In his previous life, he had always drawn a clear line between gratitude and vengeance. It was simply his nature. Since you have recovered, let us depart, Zhou Yong said, unwilling to dwell on the topic. All right, my lord, please allow me to change into a clean set of clothes first, Lu Shaolin replied. Very well. We will wait for you in the courtyard. Zhou Yong nodded, then turned and walked out, Zhonglong and Zhao Hu following close behind. Once they had left, Lu Shaolin took a fresh set of clothes from the wardrobe and changed out of what he was wearing. He walked over to the bronze mirror to study his current appearance. Sword-like brows and starry eyes, a handsome, well-defined face. Only his extreme pallor lent him a faintly delicate, androgynous air. Not bad-looking, Lu Shaolin murmured with a slight smile. After tidying his appearance a little, he walked toward the courtyard. As he stepped out, Zhou Yong glanced at him once, then said quietly, let's set off. Lu Shaolin nodded and took the lead, walking outside. Though his steps were still somewhat unsteady, his pace remained fairly stable. Village head Oldley was no longer outside the house. The place where he and his father Lu Zhang had gone hunting was in the hills of Panshan, just outside the village, a considerable distance away. After walking for more than half an hour, the four of them finally reached their destination. Sir, this is the spot, Lu Shaolin said in a low voice as he scanned his surroundings. At that moment, the four of them stood on a small clearing within the forest. The grass in the clearing still bore traces of blood. Zhou Yong looked around and said, Zhonglong, Zhao, you two stay here to protect him while I scout the perimeter. Yes, chief. The two responded in unison with clenched fists. Zhou Yong unsheathed his waist knife and stepped into the woods, following the trail of blood. Lu Shaolin and the remaining two stayed behind while Zhonglong and Zhao Hu held their waist knives at the ready. After about half an hour, several loud crashes echoed from deep within the forest before all fell silent. Lu Shaolin glanced at his companions. Noticing their silence, he refrained from further inquiry. Soon faint footsteps emerged from the forest. Instantly Zhonglong and Zhao Hu drew their waist knives, bending their knees slightly as they warily stared in the direction of the sound. Lu Shaolin's attention was caught by the subtle redness on the blades of their waist knives, which bore flame-like patterns and a trace of golden light along the edge. As the footsteps drew nearer, Zhou Yong emerged from the bushes. In his right hand he carried a bizarre blue-faced creature with protruding fangs, and in his left hand he held a black iron spear. The creature had a deep gaping hole in its right eye reaching deep into its skull. Chief called out Zhonglong and Zhao Hu. Nodding, Zhou Yong threw the creature onto the grass and handed the iron spear to Lu Shaolin. This should be your father's, but I did not find his corpse, he remarked. Thank you, sir, for avenging my father. Lu Shaolin said as he took the spear, his expression conflicted. Though he now inhabited the body of a youth and remembered fragments of his past, he was far from a child, making it difficult for him to succumb to sorrow. It is merely my duty. There is no need for thanks, Zhou Yong replied, shaking his head. Then he turned to Zhonglong and Zhao Hu, saying, this matter is settled. Take the corpse outside the forest to be burned, and then return to the government office. Yes, chief. The two responded in unison as they moved toward the corpse. Out of curiosity, Lu Shaolin also followed, intending to lend a hand. Once a detective in his past life, his courage still remained. As his hand touched the cold, hard body, a vague voice echoed in his mind system, activated source point 2. Just as Lu Shaolin was puzzled, he heard Zhonglong's voice whisper, kid, your body is too weak. You lack strength, so you... all right, brother Zhang. Lu Shaolin nodded and moved aside. Was it merely a hallucination born of his... Let's go. Before he could ponder further, Zhou Yong commanded. Lu Shaolin could only nod and follow in their footsteps. The four, accompanied by a corpse, made their way out of the forest. Lu Shaolin hastened his pace to catch up with Zhou Yong and asked, sir, is there any remedy for this internal injury? Zhou Yong glanced at Lu Shaolin in mild surprise. Even though an ordinary youth might have been thrown into disarray, he still managed to consider self-preservation. Your wound is not ordinary. Only two methods can save you. One is a healing elixir that costs a king's ransom, and the other is even more arduous, attaining the Lianzong realm in martial cultivation, which will allow you to fully recover. Turning his gaze forward, Zhou Yong added with a trace of reluctance, I offer you this pill because you are young and in the prime of life. I cannot help but pity you. Yet neither method was within the reach of a mere youth, especially the latter, reaching the Lianzong realm within 3 months was unheard. Even the commander of the Zhenma division had taken a whole year to reach the Lianzong realm, and he was already recognized as, with his father dead, 3 months might at least allow the youth to settle both his father's and his own affairs. Hearing this, Lu Shaolin pursed his lips and said respectfully, thank you for informing me, sir. Slowing his pace, he fell in line behind the other three. The thought of a healing elixir costing a fortune or achieving the Lianzong realm in 3 months was firmly etched into his mind. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Zhou Yong and the other two selected a patch of yellow clay ground where they threw the corpse, doused it with fire oil, and silently watched it turn to ashes. Meanwhile, at the home of Oldley in village Zheng, a stout woman squinted as she asked, did the head of the Zhenma division really say so? That the Liu family youth can live for another 3 months. Yes, madam. Old Li affirmed with a nod. His first wife was deceased, and the woman by his side was his second wife. When they married, the whole village envied him, saying that his wife was ample and gentle, a perfect homemaker. He brimmed with self-satisfaction, though ironically his wife turned out to be a shrew whom he could hardly best in a fight. I can't wait 3 months. I finalized the marriage negotiations for my niece yesterday. Once a decent house is available, the bride will come over immediately. I thought the Liu family was destined to perish, but if they survive 3 more months, you need not worry. I'll have my nephew handle it, the woman remarked with even narrower eyes. As the last fragment of bone turned to ash, the four resumed their journey toward the village. At the village entrance, 3 black-maned horses were tethered to an old tree, nibbling on scattered tufts of grass. Earlier they had not exited the village through the main gate, but had taken a smaller path. Youth, we bid you farewell. Take care of yourself. Zhou Yong untied the horses and mounted one, turning away. Take care, kid. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu echoed in unison as they also mounted their horses. With a resounding command, the 3 galloped off. Clutching his black iron spear, Liu Shaolin watched the trio until they vanished from sight. After gripping his spear a little tighter, he turned and headed toward his home. Back at home, he propped the black iron spear against the wall, stepped into the courtyard, and gazed upward as he pondered ways to stay alive. Without money for medicine and lacking martial talent to cultivate, did fate condemn him to death? Wait, he did possess martial skills. In his memories, his father from his previous life had taught him a few spear techniques called the 3 absolute spear, a name that resonated impressively, though it was nothing more than a rustic peasant style. It was purely a method of combat that emphasized the technique of power application rather than cultivation methods. Lacking any internal training, it could not advance his cultivation level. His recollections of martial realms also recalled his father's casual talk. First came refining the skin, then the tendons, followed by the organs. Beyond that he knew little. He had heard that even the strongest in the county only reached the Lianzong realm. Suddenly Liu Shaolin recalled the strange sensation he experienced upon touching the corpse. Thinking modifier. No response. Goldfinger. Still nothing. System. No sooner had the words left his lips than a transparent panel appeared before him, displaying several lines of information. Name: Liu Shaolin. Source: point 2. Martial realm: none. Martial skills: 3 absolute spear, proficient Bajiquan, minor accomplishment. Amazed by the existence of a system, Liu Shaolin clenched his fists. In his past life he had sacrificed himself for justice. Surely fate would grant him a way to survive. The 3 absolute spear was something he had learned in his past life, while Bajiquan was already familiar to him. As an undercover detective before, he had honed his skills ruthlessly, which is why he practiced Bajiquan diligently. Examining the system panel closely, he noticed that both martial skills displayed a plus sign next to them, indicating that their realms could be advanced by consuming source points. And previously, the method of obtaining source points was by slaying demons and touching their corpses. Indeed, that was the key to earning more. Gazing at the system interface, Liu Shaolin pondered carefully before selecting the 3 perfection spear. He was now but a youth with no means of livelihood. Hunting, as his predecessor had done, was the only way to sustain himself, and thus enhancing the 3 perfection spear was both logical and imperative. With a mere thought, the plus sign beside 3 perfection spear blurred momentarily, then stilled, the word proficiency within the parentheses shifting to minor mastery. A torrent of memories related to the 3 perfection spear flooded Liu Shaolin's mind. Upon absorbing them, dizziness overwhelmed him, his stomach clenched violently, and gnawing hunger pierced his gut. Realizing his body had exhausted its reserves, Liu Shaolin staggered into the kitchen beside the courtyard and tore down a cured hare hanging from the rafters, devouring it raw. He simply had no time to cook. He feared collapsing from starvation at any moment. Fortunately, his predecessor's father had been a renowned hunter in the village, leaving ample stored provisions. Otherwise, Liu Shaolin might have become the first system-blessed transmigrator to starve immediately upon arrival. Only after finishing the entire wild hare did Liu Shaolin begin to feel relief. The dizziness receded and his head cleared. Yet his mouth remained thick with a briny metallic tang, prompting him to rush to the courtyard well and gulp down a ladleful of icy water. Having drained the ladle, he tossed it into the wooden bucket and exhaled deeply. Then, stepping into the main hall, he seated himself on a chair and summoned the system interface once more. The system panel now displayed 7 origin points, a reduction of 0.3. Thus elevating the 3 perfection spear from proficiency to minor mastery had cost precisely 0.3 origin points. The plus sign beside the technique still gleamed, proof that further advancement remained possible. Yet Liu Shaolin dared not click again. His constitution was already frail, another enhancement might push him past the brink. He must first recuperate for several days and prepare abundant provisions before attempting another upgrade. Glancing outside, he noted the sun hung near its zenith, lunchtime, but having just devoured a hare, he decided instead to nap, rising only when hunger returned. With that, Liu Shaolin secured the courtyard gate and entered his bedroom, where he set up a simple sentry device behind the door, a single oil lamp. A habit forged during his previous life as an undercover operative, caution truly steered one safely across millennia. Then, lying upon the bed, he slipped swiftly into slumber. An hour later, Liu Shaolin opened his eyes and stretched languidly. Something felt amiss, his clothes seemed tighter. He raised his hand, observing thick calluses across his palms and sensing a dramatic surge in grip strength. A sharp light flared in Lu Shaolin's eyes. Was this the system's true power? Not only bestowing vast martial knowledge instantaneously, but also physically remolding the body, as though years of rigorous training had been condensed into moments. Rising from bed, he approached the bronze mirror. His complexion had improved markedly, no longer pallid, but flushed with vitality. Indeed, his garments were constricting, especially around his arms where tautness pressed sharply against his skin. His gaze fell upon the black iron spear standing by the bed. Grasping it, he lifted it with effortless ease. The weight felt markedly lighter. Just as he prepared to test it in the courtyard, his stomach growled in protest. With a wry smile, he set the spear aside and headed to the kitchen to cook. He simmered a pot of hare meat and steamed half a jean of rice. When ready, he ate straight in the kitchen, devouring every morsel before stepping into the courtyard for a leisurely postprandial stroll. Half an hour later, Lu Shaolin retrieved the black iron spear and began practicing in the courtyard. The three-perfection spear comprised only 3 techniques: falling star, severing water, and piercing void. Their names resonated with grandeur, but to Lu Shaolin they amounted to little more than downward cleaves, horizontal sweeps, and direct thrusts. What elevated them was their sophisticated force generation methodology, enabling the practitioner to channel over half the body's vital energy into the spear itself. With a sharp whoosh, the spear carved a black afterimage through the air as Lu Shaolin brought it down in a thunderous full-force cleave. At the very instant the tip neared the ground, he pivoted, spinning the spear in a fluid arc, eliciting a deep resonant hump as it swept horizontally across the space. At the sweep's apex, he retracted the spear, sharply lunged forward into a bow stance, and shot it forth with a piercing shoe, a seamless lightning whiff sequence completed in under 2 seconds. Eager for more, Lu Shaolin seized the spear and resumed practice. Only after nearly half an hour, when a dull ache throbbed deep within his lungs and viscera, did he cease, standing breathless yet steady. Was this visceral damage? Could his endurance truly falter so quickly, even with the three-perfection spear refined to minor mastery? At that moment, clamor rose beyond the courtyard walls, villagers returning from their fields. Lu Shaolin made no move to go out, not only because none of the villagers had visited his predecessor during his illness, but also because he himself felt no bond whatsoever with this village. After a brief rest, he carried the spear back indoors. For the next 3 days, his routine consisted solely of eating, sleeping, and occasional spear drills to preserve muscle memory and tactile familiarity. On the 4th morning, Lu Shaolin cooked all available meat, serving it in large bowls upon the wooden table. First, he filled his belly until it bulged. Only then did he focus his will upon the plus sign beside three-perfection spear. Another deluge of technique-specific memories surged into his consciousness, followed instantly by profound physical depletion and ravenous hunger. He devoured an entire bowl of wild chicken stew, including broth, and consumed 5 full bowls of rice. Only once satiety returned did he glance again at the system interface. The origin points now read 1. 3, a further reduction of 0. 4, and the three-perfection spear had advanced from minor mastery to major mastery. Sensing the immense leap in destructive power, Lu Shaolin's lips curved faintly upward. This intoxicating ascent of strength was utterly mesmerizing. His body had fully recovered, and now surpassed its former vigor. It was time to step beyond the threshold. First, the matter of his predecessor's father Lu Zhang, though his remains were lost, a symbolic tomb must be erected. Second, martial cultivation. Now that he possessed the system, acquiring high-tier martial arts would allow him to elevate them directly, bypassing years of arduous practice. His goal was swift attainment of the visceral refinement realm. As for demons and monsters, he would seek them later. For now, he resolved to journey to Pingshan County Town, home to martial academies, and also where he would procure a coffin for Lu Zhang. Lu Shaolin cleared the table, then entered Lu Zhang's chamber to search thoroughly. Whether enrolling in a martial academy or purchasing a coffin coin was indispensable. From memory, he recalled that Lu Zhang over the years had invested most of his income from mountain goods into constructing this tile brick residence, yet some savings surely remained. After nearly half an hour of searching, he finally uncovered a small black chest beneath the bed containing 2 taels of silver and over 20 copper coins. Weighing the meager silver in his palm, Lu Shaolin estimated its value against local prices. It would suffice for a coffin, but fell woefully short of covering tuition at a martial academy. No matter, he would first inquire at the academy. Tucking the coins into his robe, he lifted the black iron spear, locked the courtyard gate, and strode resolutely toward Pingshan County Town, 10 li away. At this moment, villagers were gradually heading out to work. Upon seeing Lu Shaolin, they recoiled as if they had seen a... Lu Shaolin paid no mind, shouldering his iron spear, and walked towards the village entrance. The Great Xia dynasty was peaceful and prosperous, and aside from the occasional monster disturbances, there were no bandits in Pingshan County. After walking for about an hour along the 10-mile journey, Lu Shaolin arrived at the bustling city gate of Pingshan County, where many people were also carrying weapons like him. Due to the frequent occurrences of strange incidents involving monsters, the Great Xia dynasty was quite liberal. Apart from armor and powerful crossbows, there were no restrictions on other weapons among the populace. However, it was prohibited to use weapons within the city. Violators would be dealt with on the spot by the patrolling city guards. Lu Shaolin tightened his grip on the spear as curiosity, leading him towards the city gate. The guards merely glanced at him before returning their focus. With his experience, they could tell at a glance that he was just a country boy come to town for some excitement. As Lu Shaolin entered the county town, various shouts filled the air. Steamed buns, delicious steamed buns. Dumplings. Thin-skinned, generous, filling dumplings. Candied hawthorn sweet and tasty too for a coin. Wontons. The aromas of diverse foods flooded his nostrils, and Lu Shaolin, who already had a big appetite, suddenly felt hungry and stepped towards the dumpling shop. Young man, how many dumplings would you like? Our dumplings are famous far and wide a specialty of Pingshan. The boss cheerfully greeted him. I'll take 5. Lu Shaolin swallowed hard, eyeing the fist-sized dumplings. Alright. The boss beamed as he quickly wrapped 5 dumplings in oil paper and handed them to Lu Shaolin. 5 coins, young man. Here you go. Lu Shaolin counted out 5 copper coins and handed them over. With the dumplings in hand, Lu Shaolin began to eat, devouring one in 2 or 3 bites. By the time he exited the street, all 5 dumplings were gone. He patted his belly and turned to another street. In his memory, he had come to the county town a few times with his father, and he had heard about the layout from him. The coffin shop was on another street. Upon arriving at a somewhat desolate street, Lu Shaolin spotted the coffin shop at the end. Approaching the door, he saw the attendant dozing in a chair. This industry, after all, was different from others. One could not shout to attract customers outside the shop. Entering the shop, Lu Shaolin woke the attendant, and after some haggling, he ordered a pine coffin, paying 2 taels of silver for home delivery. After agreeing to come back at noon to take the donkey cart to Panshan village, he also inquired about the martial arts schools, and learned that there were 2 in the county, the Si-Hai Martial Arts School and the Pingshan Martial Arts School. Once he clarified the locations, Lu Shaolin headed towards the nearest Pingshan Martial Arts School. After walking for a tea's worth of time, he found the Pingshan Martial Arts School. A large sign hung above the entrance, easily recognizable. Various shouts could be heard from within, likely the sounds of apprentices practicing. Lu Shaolin adjusted his coarse cloth clothing and walked into the school. Just as he entered, a rough voice from the side called out, "Hey kid, are you here to learn martial arts?" Lu Shaolin turned to look. A burly man about 1.8 meters tall was staring at him. The man had a light yellow complexion, thick brows, and large eyes, and he appeared to be around 25 years old. Indeed. May I ask who you are? Lu Shaolin cupped his hands and smiled. Who am I? I am the senior brother of the martial arts school. Are you here to learn martial arts? What are you talking about, senior brother? The man replied impatiently. How much is the tuition? Lu Shaolin asked with a smile, not taking offense. The tuition is 10 taels a month. So expensive. Lu Shaolin was momentarily stunned and continued to ask, what techniques do you teach? What level can one reach? The rock-solid technique, which can reach full mastery in muscle refining. Is it an external technique? You think you can learn internal techniques? Aside from the court and major families or sects, where else can you find any internal techniques? The man glared. Alright, thank you for the information, senior brother. I'll come back once I have enough silver. Lu Shaolin cupped his hands again and turned to leave. Hey! You better hurry, the spots for apprentices are quite limited. The man called out again. Alright. Responding to the man, Lu Shaolin headed towards the Si-Hai Martial Arts School. At the Si-Hai Martial Arts School, he learned after some inquiries that it was the same 10 taels a month, teaching the external technique, golden body technique, also reaching only muscle refining. Not to mention the expensive tuition, just the fact that one could only reach the muscle refining level did not meet his criteria. He needed to reach the organ refining stage to repair his damaged organs and survive. Looking up at the sky, Lu Shaolin decided to first have the coffin delivered before anything else. Where there's a will, there's a way. Returning to the coffin shop, Lu Shaolin saw that the attendant had already loaded the pine coffin onto the donkey cart. Seeing Lu Shaolin return, the attendant asked in surprise, "Young man, you're back so soon." "It's not even noon yet. Just inquiring, so I came back quickly. Can we leave now?" Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. "Of course. Just wait a moment, I'll inform the manager." The attendant nodded and walked into the shop. In a short while, the attendant came out and said, "It's ready. Young man, you can sit beside me, we're leaving now." He covered the coffin with black cloth and took a seat at the cart where there was room for one more person. Lu Shaolin stepped up and sat beside him. Once Lu Shaolin was settled, the attendant cracked the whip and the big blue donkey began to trot towards the city gate. Before long, the donkey cart exited the county town, slowly making its way towards Panshan village. "Young man, you seem troubled. Is it because the tuition at the martial arts school is too expensive?" The attendant, noticing Lu Shaolin's silence, asked. "That's part of it. The martial arts techniques aren't satisfactory either." Lu Shaolin nodded. "Actually, if you're brave and not afraid of death, you could consider joining a gang." The attendant glanced at Lu Shaolin's black iron spear. "A gang? Please tell me more." Lu Shaolin was intrigued. He was on the brink of death. What was there to fear? "Joining a gang allows you to learn martial arts for free, and you also receive a monthly stipend. You just need to be bold and not afraid to fight, but you must follow the rules of the gang, no violations." In Pingshan County, there are 2 major gangs, the Blackwater Gang and the Little Knife Society. "I've heard that the leaders of these 2 gangs are both great masters, said to be experts in organ refining. I don't know much, but I've heard they're quite formidable," the attendant explained with a smile. "Oh." A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Shaolin's eyes as he quickly asked, "How does one join these 2 gangs?" "Every spring the 2 major gangs recruit members. It's already autumn now, so you can wait until next year to go," the attendant cracked. "Damn me." Lu Shaolin cursed inwardly. Just as he saw a glimmer of hope for organ refining techniques, it turns out they weren't recruiting now. He had some experience with joining gangs. After all, in his past life, he was an undercover agent, and now he possessed a mastery of spear techniques. Surely he could make a name for himself, but it seemed he had to seek other methods for now. "Many thanks for the information. Lu Shaolin smiled and said to the attendant. The young sir is too kind. Judging by your build, you're certain to join the guild successfully next year and secure an excellent start in life. The attendant waved his hands, repeatedly flattering him. Lu Shaolin's physique was indeed impressive, over 170 centimeters tall, and after mastering the 3 perfection spear, the contours of his muscles had become even more pronounced. Were it not for his youthful face, no one would ever guess he was under 20. May your auspicious words come true. Lu Shaolin clasped his hands in a courteous bow and laughed. He then fell into deep thought. Beyond the guilds lay only the imperial court, and though the court offered inner cultivation manuals, becoming an official remained extraordinarily difficult in any world. Who could resist the allure of a secure lifelong position? With neither influence nor connections, the court was out of reach. His only path forward was to join a guild. For half an hour the cart swayed gently beneath the warm autumn sun, its gentle heat seeping into his skin. Lu Shaolin felt his eyelids growing heavier. Just as he considered closing them for a brief rest, the great blue donkey suddenly let out a shrill, agonized howl and halted mid-stride. A wolf. The attendant pointed ahead in terror. Lu Shaolin's drowsiness vanished instantly. He fixed his gaze on a gray wolf the size of a calf standing 50 paces away. The wolf bore fresh wounds across its body and stared unblinkingly at the donkey, clearly sizing it up as prey. The donkey brayed and tried to turn and flee, yet burdened by the heavy cart it stood no chance against the wolf's speed. A little sir, what do we do? The attendant stammered, utterly paralyzed with fear. What else? Stir-fry it cold. You drive the cart back to Li, I'll deal with this beast myself, then catch up with you later. Lu Shaolin grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth, leapt down from the cart, and strode deliberately toward the wolf. The attendant frantically whipped the donkey, urging it to flee faster. In memory, Lu Zhang had hunted wolves before, but none so large as this. Back then, Lu Zhang's spear mastery had only reached the minor accomplishment stage. Now Lu Shaolin's fully realized technique would finally be put to the test. Judging by its size and battle-worn scars, this might well be a defeated alpha wolf, though why it had strayed from the mountains into these plains remained a mystery. His long spear angled downward to his lower right. Lu Shaolin advanced unhurriedly toward the wolf. The wolf watched him approach, then glanced sideways at the slowly retreating donkey, and with a sudden lateral leap attempted to circle around him to pursue its intended prey. Its primal instinct warned it this human was dangerous. Seeing the wolf dart aside to bypass him, Lu Shaolin swiftly sidestepped, blocking its path once again. Man and beast locked into a tense, silent standoff. Lu Shaolin stood with one foot forward and one back, knees slightly bent, his spear still angled downward to his right. The wolf fixed its bloodthirsty gaze upon him, baring sharp fangs in a snarl. Then, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it launched itself through the air, straight at Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin's eyes narrowed, his arms exploded with force, whoosh. And he brought the spear down in a devastating strike named Falling Star. Truly worthy of its former rank, the wolf twisted its waist midair and evaded the blow, landing lightly to Lu Shaolin's right, then began circling him slowly. Lu Shaolin pivoted smoothly, always keeping his front squarely facing the wolf. After 2 full circles, he lunged forward with explosive speed, severing water. His spear swept horizontally across the space. The wolf dropped low onto all fours and sprang backward, narrowly avoiding the sweep, yet while still airborne, Lu Shaolin instantly altered his technique. He retracted the spear and surged forward in a mighty stride, piercing void. A heartbeat later, the spear pierced the wolf's throat and crimson blood gushed instantly along the shaft. Thud! The wolf crashed to the ground, gasping raggedly, its breath growing fainter by the second. Pfft! Lu Shaolin yanked the spear free. Wolf blood erupted in a hot spray. The wolf's eyes dimmed, flickered once, convulsed, and then lay utterly still. Huh! Lu Shaolin exhaled slowly. Though he had faced death before, in his past life, this was his first true confrontation with a wild beast. It appeared simple, but in truth it demanded immense focus and physical endurance. He crouched and touched the carcass, but no system alert sounded. Slightly disappointed, he realized only demons or monstrous beings could grant source points. He twirled the spear twice to fling off the blood, then turned and hurried back toward the cart. It took him a full lead to catch up. To cover that distance so quickly in such a short time, truly impressive. Young sir, are you unharmed? The attendant cried out in shock upon seeing him. Then his expression shifted to terror as he peered anxiously behind Lu Shaolin. Don't bother looking, Lu Shaolin smiled faintly. The beast is slain. Slain by you, young sir. That enormous grey wolf. You're truly extraordinary. Absolutely magnificent. The attendant stood agape, awestruck. I'm a hunter by trade, and I wield a weapon perfectly suited to my hand. Nothing extraordinary about it. Lu Shaolin waved dismissively and sat beside the attendant. Let's go back home. Right away. Sit tight, young sir. Giddy up. The attendant, exhilarated, cracked his whip, and the great blue donkey wheeled about and resumed its journey. Soon the cart arrived beside the wolf's corpse. The attendant leapt down and circled the carcass, murmuring in amazement. Though he lived in the county town and had heard countless tales of demons and spirits, he had never laid eyes on one himself. Nor had he ever seen a wolf of such size. Young sir, let me help you load it onto the cart. He volunteered eagerly. Lu Shaolin smiled. Together they hoisted the 100-gene carcass onto the cart. Young sir, with skills like yours, you'll undoubtedly stand head and shoulders above all others when the guild recruits next year. The attendant declared, raising his thumb high. Let's press on. Lu Shaolin nodded, reminding him. Understood. The attendant scrambled back onto the cart, and Lu Shaolin stepped up beside him. The cart continued onward toward Panchon village. Young sir, may I ask your name? I'm Li Kai, the attendant. Lu Shaolin. A fine name, henceforth I'll call you young Master Lu. Whatever suits you. They chatted companionably as the cart rolled on. Another half-hour passed before they finally reached the village entrance. It was already noon. Families either ate their midday meal or seized the chance to rest. The cart glided steadily toward Lu Shaolin's home. Just beyond the upcoming fork in the road lay his courtyard. Well, if it isn't little Miss Li. Haven't seen you in ages. You've grown quite lush, haven't you? Look at that rump. Come here, let big brother spoil you a little. No sooner had they reached the fork than a brazen voice rang out. Lu Shaolin looked ahead and saw two men lounging at his front. One was gaunt-faced and monkey-like, tall and lanky. The other had a broad, meaty face and a powerfully built frame. A moment's recollection confirmed them Li Sanbao and Wu Cheng, the village's notorious ruffians. Wu Cheng was the nephew of the village magistrate's wife, having arrived in Panchon village 3 years prior, spending his days idling away. Li Sanbao meanwhile lived alone and did nothing at all. The two had formed a disreputable alliance, spending their time harassing young women or stealing chickens and dogs. Wu Cheng had trained in martial arts, and ordinary villagers dared not confront him. Out of deference to the magistrate, and fearing his relentless harassment, most simply chose to look the other way. Yet these two had never dared trouble Lu Shaolin's household. After all, Lu Zhang was a seasoned hunter, far more formidable than Wu Cheng. Thus an uneasy truce had held. Thump. The harassed young woman, little Miss Li, clutched her wooden basin and slammed her courtyard gate shut in panic. Ha 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 ha. The two men roared with self-satisfied laughter. The appearance of the donkey cart made the two stop laughing heartily. Wu Cheng pulled out a dagger from behind and played with it in his hand, sneering as he watched the approaching donkey cart. Li Kai clearly noticed that these two were looking for trouble. As soon as the donkey cart stopped, he deliberately said loudly, "Brother Lu, where is the vicious wolf you killed?" While speaking, he jumped down from the donkey cart and went to tug at the wolf's corpse. Wu Cheng was instantly attracted by the wolf's body, which was the size of a small calf, slowly sheathing his dagger, not looking at Lu Shaolin, and turned to leave. Li Sanbao hurriedly followed him. Lu Shaolin was puzzled. He had no conflict with these two ruffians, so why were they looking for trouble with him? Did they think that with Lu Zhang gone they could bully a young boy? Shaking his head and chuckling, he jumped down from the donkey cart, opened the yard gate, and together with Li Kai lifted the wolf's corpse into the yard. "Brother Lu, those two are here to make trouble for you, right?" Li Kai asked. "I suppose so. It's nothing, just a couple of clowns," Lu Shaolin replied with a shake of his head and a smile. He truly did not take the two ruffians seriously. His strength was now greater than Lu Zhang's, so how could he possibly fear them? As long as Brother Lu is aware, that's enough, Li Kai nodded. "May I ask who in Brother Lu's family has passed away? Why is there no mourning hall?" Li Kai looked inside the house, puzzled. "My father, we couldn't find the body, so we are keeping it simple," Lu Shaolin replied. "By the way, can you transport the coffin to the foot of the mountain for me?" "I'll go get a shovel," Lu Shaolin added while going inside to... When he came out with the tools, Li Kai was already seated in the cart waiting. Lu Shaolin didn't say much, placing the tools in the cart, locking the yard gate, and stepping up into the cart to sit beside Li Kai. Li Kai shook the reins and the donkey cart headed toward the village outskirts. After a while they reached the foot of the mountain. Lu Shaolin chose a flat spot, and Li Kai willingly helped, and the two began to dig. They were both strong men, and in just half an hour they had dug a sufficiently large pit. Lu Shaolin then returned home, took an old set of clothes belonging to Lu Zhang, and brought back some offerings. After placing the clothes in the coffin and closing it, the two worked together to lower the coffin into the pit. Fortunately, the pine coffin was not too heavy, otherwise the two might not have been able to lift it. "It's getting late, I've delayed you for so long. I'll handle the rest, thank you, brotherly," Lu Shaolin said, cupping his hand. "Brother Lu, that's unnecessary. I, Li Kai, admire your skills and am willing to help, so no need for thanks." Li Kai shook his head. "Thanks are still warranted. Brother Li should return early to avoid being scolded by the shopkeeper," Lu Shaolin said in a deep... "You're right. I'll take my leave now, I've been out too long, and I'll surely face some reprimand if I return late. Remember to come find me when you have time, brother Lu." Li Kai laughed. "Absolutely," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Li Kai climbed onto the donkey cart, cupped his hands towards Lu Shaolin, cracked the whip, and drove the donkey cart toward the county town. Lu Shaolin began to wield the shovel, shoveling soil. In no time a mound was formed. No monument was erected. According to local customs, a monument could only be established after 3 years. Lu Shaolin arranged the offerings in front of the grave and respectfully bowed 3 times. Since he had crossed over into the body of a young boy, he naturally had to take on the responsibilities that came with it. Moreover, Lu Zhang was a good father, one willing to sacrifice his life for his child. After bowing, Lu Shaolin stood up and carefully etched the location of the grave into his mind to avoid forgetting it over time. He then took his tools and headed back to the village. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lu Shaolin rushed to the kitchen to cook. In half a day, he ate 5 buns as his stomach was truly unbearable with hunger. After steaming the rice, Lu Shaolin came out holding a sharp knife. He intended to skin and butcher the gray wolf. Having already consumed all the meat at home, his body required substantial nutrition, so it was perfect to use the meat of this gray wolf. Approaching the wolf's corpse, Lu Shaolin used his powerful arms to hang the body on an iron hook on the osmanthus tree. This was the old spot for processing game at home. Recalling the skinning technique from his memories, Lu Shaolin swung the sharp knife and got to work. After a little more than half an hour, a complete wolf pelt was skinned off by Lu Shaolin. He hung the pelt aside and used the knife to remove one of the hind legs, carrying it into the kitchen. Before long, the smell of meat wafted from the kitchen. A pot of stewed wolf meat and a bowl of rice were placed on the wooden table. Once seated, Lu Shaolin dug in. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Shaolin divided and marinated the wolf meat, hanging it in the kitchen. As for the wolf pelt, he planned to sell it in the county town the next morning, as he had very few copper coins left. On the other side, at the village chief's home, Wu Cheng was talking to a woman in the hall saying, "Aunt, that Lu family kid killed a vicious wolf the size of a calf. I estimate he is not my opponent. You truly are worthless, unable to defeat a mere boy. Other than teasing women, what else can you do?" The woman spat out the sunflower seed shell in her mouth and scolded fiercely. "Indeed, it's not that I'm useless. That Lu family kid probably has been hiding his skills." Wu Cheng defended himself with grief. "Enough. My son Jianer will return from the county town in a few days. I will have him go with you to resolve this matter and drive that Lu family kid away," the woman said impatiently. "Is my cousin coming back in a few days? That's great. I heard he has reached the refining skin stage in the Blackwater gang, so dealing with that Lu family kid will be a piece of cake." Wu Cheng laughed. "Of course. My son is intelligent and has already become a small leader in the gang. Once this matter is settled, I will have Jianer bring you into the gang to keep you from idling around all day," the woman said proudly. "Thank you, Aunt. I will definitely follow my cousin and listen to his orders," Wu Cheng said, overjoyed. "As long as you understand." The woman nodded. The next morning, Lu Shaolin stewed another pot of wolf meat. After a hearty meal, he took up his long spear, grabbed the wolf pelt, and set off for the county town. After about an hour, he arrived at the city gate. The city guards at the gate were the same ones as yesterday, and after glancing at the wolf pelt in Lu Shaolin's hand, they withdrew their gaze. Indeed, he was a young hunter. Based on his memories, Lu Shaolin skillfully made his way to a fur shop. The sign read Chio's Fur Shop. This shop was a familiar place for him, as the furs Lu Zhang had hunted were all sold here. The shopkeeper was also. Lu Shaolin entered the shop holding the wolf pelt, and the attendant at the door quickly greeted him. "Isn't this brother Lu? Did you come alone?" "Yes, is the shopkeeper in?" Lu Shaolin nodded with a smile. "The shopkeeper is inside, I'll call him." The attendant turned and walked into the inner room. A moment later, an elderly man with a round hat and a goatee walked out. "Shopkeeper Chio," Lu Shaolin said with a smile. Shopkeeper Chio is fair in his dealings and never undercuts prices, which is why Lu Zhang always chose this store. "Lu kid, it's been a while since we last met. You've grown a lot. Why have you come alone?" Shopkeeper Chio asked with a smile, as he usually saw the father and son together. "My father passed away a few days ago," Lu Shaolin said calmly. "What? Your father Lu Zhang has passed away?" Shopkeeper Chio exclaimed. "Yes," Lu Shaolin nodded. "Alas. It's tough for you, kid," Shopkeeper Chio said with a sigh, his gaze toward Lu Shaolin softening considerably. As for the reason for Lu Zhang's death, he knew without asking. As a hunter who spent most of his years in the mountains, most died in the wilderness. "Shopkeeper Chio, please take a look at this wolf skin and give me a price," Lu Shaolin said as he handed over the wolf skin. "All right, let me see," Shopkeeper Chio replied, taking the wolf skin. "This wolf skin is quite large and the fur is thick. I'll offer you 8 silver coins," Shopkeeper Chio quoted. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Lu Shaolin cupped his hands in thanks. Based on past experience, this wolf skin had some damage and was actually worth only 5 silver coins. Shopkeeper Chio had clearly given more money. "No need to thank me, Lu kid. Now that you're alone, hunting in the mountains can be dangerous. Would you like to work as an attendant in my fur?" "Thank you for your kindness, but I am used to life in the mountains," Lu Shaolin politely declined, knowing he had to find a way to survive and couldn't stay at the fur shop. "Very well. Just make sure to stay safe. If you have any furs, bring them to me and I won't let you suffer losses." Shopkeeper Chio nodded. He looked at Lu Shaolin with a hint of admiration. "Attendant, bring 8 silver coins." Shopkeeper Chio turned to the attendant. The attendant quickly fetched 8 silver coins from the cash drawer. "Here you go, Lu kid. If you have any difficulties, come find me. I was also an old acquaintance of your father." Shopkeeper Chio handed the silver to Lu Shaolin and said softly, "Thank you, shopkeeper." Lu Shaolin reached out to take the silver. "Get back early and be careful on the way." Shopkeeper Chio smiled. Lu Shaolin nodded, tucked the silver into his pocket, and stepped out of the fur shop. Alas, what a pitiful yet stubborn child. Shopkeeper Chio sighed as he watched Lu Shaolin's back. After leaving the fur shop, Lu Shaolin headed straight to the coffin shop. He needed to find Li Kai to ask about the activities of the Blackwater gang and the Little Knife Society and see if there was a chance to infiltrate the gang. After a while, Lu Shaolin arrived at the coffin shop's entrance. At this moment, Li Kai was cleaning with a cloth, occasionally glancing outside. When he saw Lu Shaolin, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he tossed aside the cloth and rushed out. "Lu Gear, just came to see you, brother Li, and to inquire about something," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. "Come in and sit. The shopkeeper hasn't woken up yet. Come in and have a seat." Li Kai pulled Lu Shaolin into the shop. "I'll go get you some tea," he said, and ran to pour tea. "Here, it's not the best tea, but make do with it." Li Kai placed the teacup on the table. "It's fine as long as it quenches my thirst," Lu Shaolin said dismissively. After saying that, he picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go, having walked quite a distance and feeling quite thirsty. "What did you want to ask, Lu Good?" Li Kai sat down across the table. "Where are the main activity areas of the Blackwater gang and the Little Knife Society?" Lu Shaolin asked straightforwardly. The Blackwater gang mainly operates at the Blackwater dock, which is their territory. Inside the city, they run an inn and a transport business. The Little Knife Society manages gambling houses, brothels, and taverns with their main activity area located in the county town. Li Kai thought for a moment before saying, "Got it." Lu Shaolin nodded. "If you want to find a member of the Blackwater gang, just go to the Blackwater dock. The Little Knife Society only comes out at night," Li Kai continued. He had already guessed that Lu Shaolin wanted to join the gang in advance. "Thank you, Brother Li, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head to the Blackwater dock first," Lu Shaolin said as he stood and cupped his hands. "Take care, Lu Gut." Li Kai saw Lu Shaolin to the door. Lu Shaolin waved his hand and walked straight to the city gate. The dock was naturally outside the city. After carrying a long spear for about half an hour, he arrived at the Blackwater dock. The dock was bustling with activity, full of people and carts. Merchants, haggled, laborers were sweating profusely, and it was quite noisy. Lu Shaolin scanned the area and walked toward a tea stall on the outskirts. Inside, many laborers were sitting wiping their sweat with yellowed towels while drinking hot tea. Upon entering the tea stall, an elderly man with gray hair loudly greeted him. "Young man, do you want some tea? 1 coin for a pot, free refills, you can sit and rest even if you don't drink." "Yes, old man, I'll have a pot." Lu Shaolin replied with a smile, finding an empty table to sit down. "All right. Just sit for a while, young man," the old man said cheerfully. After a short while, the old man came back with a brown teapot and a black ceramic bowl. He filled the bowl to the brim and placed the teapot on the table, saying, "Take your time, young man." "Thank you, old man, here's your tea money." Lu Shaolin pulled out a coin and handed it over. "Thank you for your patronage, young man." The old man smiled as he accepted it. "Zhang Bo, refill this." A laborer at the far left shouted loudly. "All right," the old man responded loudly, smiling at Lu Shaolin before turning to refill the water. The laborers each drank several pots of tea, and upon seeing a new boat dock, they began to leave one after another. The entire tea stall quickly became much quieter. Lu Shaolin slowly savored the tea. Although it was coarse tea, it was truly pure and unpolluted, which was rare in his past life. Seeing that the old man had some free time, Lu Shaolin smiled and called out, "Old man, I'd like to ask you about something." "What do you want to inquire about, young man?" "Feel free to ask." The old man came over and said with a hearty laugh. "Do you know how to find the members of the Blackwater gang?" Lu Shaolin asked directly. "What do you want with the Blackwater gang?" The old man's expression instantly became cautious. "No need to be nervous, old man. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to join the gang before spring arrives, so I came to gather some information," Lu Shaolin replied softly. "I see." The old man sighed in relief, a smile returning to his face. "Yes," Lu Shaolin nodded. "If you follow this road for about a mile, you will see a water stronghold. That is the headquarters of the Blackwater gang," the old man said, pointing to a road on the left. "Thank you, old man." Lu Shaolin downed the tea and stood up to express his thanks, turning to leave. "Good luck, young," the old man called out from behind. Lu Shaolin turned to the old man and gave a slight bow before heading towards the headquarters of the Heishui gang. After a short while, he came across a water stronghold standing a third of the way down the river with a wooden path connecting the shore to the stronghold. The entire stronghold was made of wood, and at the entrance by the shore stood 4 burly men clad in matching black warrior uniforms, their long knives hanging at their waists, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Without pausing, Lu Shaolin walked towards the entrance. "Hey kid, this is the headquarters of the Heishui gang. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching," a leading man warned Lu Shaolin. "Brother, I just want to ask if there are any other ways to join the Heishui gang ahead of next spring." Lu Shaolin clasped his hands and smiled as he asked. "No more options. Kid, hurry up and leave this place." The man waved his hand, urging him to go. "No more options. Kid, hurry up and leave this place." The man waved his hand, urging him to go. "All right. Thank you for the information." Lu Shaolin clasped his hands again and turned to leave. Since the Heishui gang was not an option, he decided to check out the Shaodao Society. As he passed a tea house, the old man inquired whether he had joined a gang, to which Lu Shaolin shook his head, bid farewell to the old man, and continued towards the county town. Looking at the sky, it was nearly noon. No wonder he felt a bit hungry. Lu Shaolin quickened his pace. In this vast world, eating was the most important. Upon arriving in the county town, Lu Shaolin found a roadside stall and devoured 3 large bowls of braised noodles in one go, leaving the stall owner astonished. The braised noodles were quite substantial, primarily meant for those doing physical labor. Generally, a strong man would be full after 1 large bowl, but this young lad, despite his sturdy build, consumed 3 large bowls, which was truly impressive. "Boss, time to settle the bill." Lu Shaolin patted his slightly bulging belly and called out with satisfaction. "Coming right up." "Young man, you've eaten 3 large bowls, that's 15 coins altogether," the stall owner replied with a smile. "Here you go." Lu Shaolin pulled out some copper coins and handed them over. "Thank you, young man," the owner said with a grin as he accepted the coins. Standing up and patting his belly, Lu Shaolin strolled leisurely down the street. Feeling too lazy to go home, he planned to find an inn to rest for a while before heading to the Shaodao Society's territory at night. After wandering around, he spotted an inn. Lifu in Lu Shaolin read the sign aloud and stepped inside. The lobby was furnished with several tables and chairs, with a few occupied by guests, while a server was cleaning the tables. Upon seeing Lu Shaolin enter, the server put down the cloth he was using and approached him. "Sir, are you here for a meal or a room?" "For a room," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. A dormitory is 10 coins, a standard room is 30, and a premium room is 50. Which type would you like to stay in? The server asked Lu Shaolin directly. A standard room will do. Lu Shaolin felt his pocket, realizing his funds were limited. Alright, boss, one standard room. The server called out to the counter, then turned back with an inviting gesture, saying to Lu Shaolin, please follow me to pay. And Lu Shaolin nodded and followed the server to the counter to pay. Sir, please follow me, your room is on the second floor. The server led Lu Shaolin upstairs. After climbing to the second floor, the server brought Lu Shaolin to his room. Upon entering, the room was extremely simple, furnished with 2 chairs, a table, and behind a screen were a bathtub and a bed. Would you like to take a bath, sir? The server inquired. No need, I'll decide after I return tonight. Lu Shaolin shook his head. Alright, if you need anything just tug on this rope, and it'll come right over. The server pointed to a hemp rope by the door. Thank you, Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Then please rest well, sir, I have to get back to work. You go ahead. The server exited the room and gently closed the door. Lu Shaolin locked the door, walked to the bed, and leaned his long spear against the side before lying down. Lying down feels comfortable. Lu Shaolin stretched and closed his eyes. Before long, a soft snoring sound emerged, indicating he had fallen asleep. It wasn't until dinner time that Lu Shaolin opened his eyes, stood up straight, rubbed his cheeks, and picked up his long spear as he... Upon arriving downstairs, the lobby was bustling with activity, with nearly all the tables filled and the sounds of conversation and drinking echoing around. Sir, would you like to dine in the inn? Seeing Lu Shaolin come down, the innkeeper asked with a smile. No thank you. Lu Shaolin shook his head and walked. By this time, the sky had darkened and store lanterns were lit, creating a vibrant night market atmosphere. Lu Shaolin headed towards the most bustling street in the county town, Chunhua Street. Chunhua Street was lined with brothels and gambling houses. According to Lu Shaolin's past life, this street was the entertainment district of Pingshan County. Arriving at Chunhua Street, it was indeed lively and brightly lit. Lu Shaolin first found a small stall to solve his dinner problem, then got up and headed further into the street. Looking at the flamboyant women on the second floor, Lu Shaolin felt a strange expression come over him, not for any other reason, but because all these women were curvaceous, some even extremely so. Recalling memories from his previous life, Lu Shaolin understood. The aesthetic standards for women in the Great Xia dynasty resembled those of a certain dynasty from Lu Shaolin's past life, valuing plumpness as beauty. During the founding period of the Great Xia dynasty, there was a strong emphasis on childbirth, and women who bore many children could even receive commendations from the authorities. Perhaps influenced by the subtle policies of the dynasty, the common folk preferred robust and plump women, as being plump represented good health conducive to bearing offspring. The higher-ups preferred women who were slightly plump with curves, in short, they should not be too thin. Returning his gaze, Lu Shaolin headed towards the largest brothel. Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by an old man with a grin. Hey there, young man, you look quite young. Here a girl costs at least 2 taels of silver. Have you brought enough money? I'm here to find someone from the Shaodao Society, Lu Shaolin replied. Looking for someone from our gang. May I ask what business you have with us? The old man paused for a moment, still smiling, as he asked. To join your gang. Lu Shaolin said directly. If young man wants to join our gang, you can wait until next spring. We are not accepting new members at the moment. However, if you have enough silver, exceptions can be made. The old man said, his eyes glinting as he leaned closer and spoke in a low voice. Oh, how much silver is needed? Lu Shaolin quickly inquired. My cousin is a small leader in the gang and can recommend you to join. The recommendation fee is only 20 taels of silver. The old man's smile grew even wider. This much silver. Might the sum be reduced? Young sir, countless others wish to join the gang. After all, members receive martial training and a monthly stipend. This price is already fair. Let me gather the silver first. Lu Shaolin gave a wry smile. Very well, young sir. Once you've secured the silver, seek me here. I am always at this spot. The brothel keeper's grin remained unchanged. Lu Shaolin nodded, then turned and walked away. There was no need to visit other brothels. The terms would surely be the same. As for raising 20 taels of silver, Lu Shaolin sighed bitterly once more. He would have to try his hand at hunting. That brothel keeper clearly lacked reliability, yet he had no other recourse. If he gained entry into the gang, he would pay the full 20 taels, but if the man accepted the silver and still failed to deliver, he would pay with his life. A flash of cold ruthlessness flickered in Lu Shaolin's eyes as he gripped his spear tightly and strode out of Chunhua Street. Returning to the inn, only 4 or 5 tables in the main hall remained occupied by guests drinking and reveling. Welcome back, honored guest. The innkeeper greeted Lu Shaolin warmly upon spotting him. Yes, please have your attendant bring hot water up to my room. I wish to bathe, Lu Shaolin replied with a nod and a faint smile. Certainly, I'll send it up shortly. Thank you. Lu Shaolin offered a slight bow and ascended the stairs. Entering his room, he leaned his spear against the edge of the bed before lying down to rest. Soon a knock sounded at the door. The attendant carried in the hot water. After a thorough, deeply soothing bath, Lu Shaolin drifted peacefully into slumber. At dawn the next day, Lu Shaolin returned to Pingshan village. He steamed a pot of rice and stewed a basin of wolf. Having eaten until his belly swelled, he picked up his spear, ready to head into the mountains to hunt, when with a thunderous crash the courtyard gate was kicked wide open. A robust man clad in black, over 1.70 meters tall, and gripping a long saber strode in, flanked by Wu Cheng and Li Sanbao. Both Wu Cheng and Li Sanbao wore daggers at their waists. So you're that Lu family boy Lu Shaolin whose father is dead and who himself won't live 3 more months. The burly man sneered as he eyed Lu Shaolin. HM. Are you Li Jian? Lu Shaolin paused, recalling the man's identity. Li Jian, the magistrate's son. Dare you call me Li Jian? Li Jian's face darkened instantly as he glared coldly at Lu Shaolin. This boy knows no manners. You must address me as Master Li, your cousin. Wu Cheng chimed in, barking support. With a sharp clink, a piece of broken silver landed at Lu Shaolin's feet. Two Tails, consider it neighborly kindness. Don't accuse me of bullying you. I'll overlook your earlier insolence. Pack your things now and vacate this house immediately. After all, you've only months left to live. Your property will serve perfectly as my cousin's wedding venue. Li Jian spoke with arrogant condescension as though bestowing charity. Heh. Lu Shaolin let out a chilling laugh. So that's why you two ruffians loitered before my gate last time. You coveted my home. Boy, don't spurn the wine and force the punishment. If you refuse to leave, I'll cripple you on the spot. Li Jian's eyes flared with menace. None of you will walk out of this courtyard today. Lu Shaolin's gaze hardened with lethal intent, his voice icy. Frog at the bottom of a well. I'll break you. Li Jian roared in fury, drawing his saber and slashing toward Lu Shaolin's chest. With a ringing clang, Lu Shaolin raised his spear to block, but recoiled 3 staggering steps from the impact. Immense strength. Lu Shaolin frowned. Li Jian's raw power exceeded that of an ordinary man by at least 100 gene. I thought you might possess 3 heads and 6 arms, yet this is all you muster. How dare you swagger so? Li Jian laughed scornfully and struck again. Lu Shaolin leapt backward, evading the blow. Li Jian pressed relentlessly, delivering successive slashes, all narrowly avoided. In that moment, Lu Shaolin discerned the truth. Li Jian possessed only brute strength. His swordsmanship was crude, not even approaching rudimentary proficiency. So long as he avoided direct clashes, victory was assured. Seizing the initiative, Lu Shaolin shifted from defense to offense. Muscles coiling, he lunged forward with a lightning-fast kumpa thrust aimed straight at Li Jian's chest. Li Jian frantically deflected the spear with his saber, a light clang rang out, and scrambled backward. Lu Shaolin surged forward without pause, launching another kumpa. An inch longer means an inch stronger. He intended to dominate Li Jian with reach alone. Li Jian panicked, utterly unprepared for Lu Shaolin's masterful spear technique, and barely managed to parry again. Yet plainly his blade lagged behind Lu Shaolin's spear. Lu Shaolin advanced relentlessly, striking once more with kumpa, but this time not at the chest, but at the thigh. Damn it, why aren't you two helping? Li Jian collapsed, blood gushing from his thigh as he screamed in agony. In an instant the tide had turned. Damn it, why aren't you two helping? Li Jian collapsed, blood gushing from his thigh as he screamed in agony. In an instant the tide had turned. Wu Cheng and Li Sanbao stared at Lu Shaolin, his aura seething with murderous intent, their faces drained of color, legs trembling uncontrollably. Ordinarily, they merely bullied villagers, brandishing daggers for show, never having faced true life-or-death combat. I told you, I said none of you would leave this courtyard. Lu Shaolin's visage radiated grim ferocity. Lu family boy. Don't you fear the law? Wu Cheng stammered, sweat pouring from his brow. The law. The Xia code states plainly, should armed intruders enter a household without permission, the master may strike them down, without penalty. Lu Shaolin spoke coldly, thanks to his late tutor's meticulous instruction on this very statute. Hearing those words, Wu Cheng's soul fled his body as he whirled and fled. Lu Shaolin lunged forward in a single stride, whoosh, and drove his spear clean through Wu Cheng's left chest. With a wet shuck, he withdrew the blood-slicked spear, ignoring Wu Cheng as he crumpled, breathing shallowly, his life ebbing fast. Then Lu Shaolin pivoted midair and brought his spear down in a devastating overhead slash, crushing Li Sanbao's skull. A heavy thud echoed as Li Sanbao slammed onto the ground. His skull caved inward, blood streaming across his face, beyond saving. Clutching his thigh, Li Jian watched Lu Shaolin, ruthless, unblinking, unhesitating in slaughter, and terror flooded his eyes. He did not wish to die. Lu Shaolin turned, eyes burning crimson, spear angled low as he advanced slowly toward Li Jian. Lu, young master. No, Lord Lu. Lord Lu, spare my life. I belong to the Heishui gang, kill me and the gang will never let it rest. Lord Lu. Li Jian scrabbled backward, desperately, voice cracking with sobs. Lu Shaolin paused slightly, unaware that the very gang he'd sought to join now lay wounded at his feet. Li Jian, sprawled on the ground, sensed Lu Shaolin's hesitation, and beneath his terror a venomous hatred flickered. If I survive this, I'll summon the gang's top masters to slay this Lu family brat. Do you truly believe I'd spare you? Cut the weeds, but leave the roots, spring wind revives them. That lesson I know well. Lu Shaolin shook his head, closed the distance in swift strides, and drove his spear through Li Jian's throat. G-Ch, you, G-Ch. Blood welled at Li Jian's lips as he fixed Lu Shaolin with a final unblinking stare, then his head lolled sideways, eyes wide open in death. Looking at Li Jian, who was still staring at him, Lu Shaolin pulled out his long spear with a pew sound, exhaling a sigh of relief. The intense battle just now had left his lungs feeling faintly pained. Walking into the house with the long spear, Lu Shaolin sat down on a chair and grabbed the teapot on the table, drinking it all in. Thinking about the situations he would need to face later, Lu Shaolin summoned the system panel. Looking at the plus sign behind the 3 absolute spears, he concentrated his thoughts, and the 3 absolute spears advanced from great completion to perfection. The source points on the panel decreased by 0. 5. Changing to 0. 8. A flood of memories surged into his mind, and he felt subtle changes in his body. Lu Shaolin rushed to the kitchen and began to tear into the cured meat. After finishing, he rested for a moment before getting up and returning to the courtyard. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had killed 3 people, and even though he was a seasoned undercover operative in his past life, he felt a sense of agitation. While considering how to handle the aftermath, a head poked through the courtyard door. Jianer, it's done. Just as he began to speak, his voice abruptly stopped. Lu Shaolin looked up to see Li Jian's father Li Ping standing there. Li Ping gazed at the bloody corpses in the courtyard, fainting on the spot. When he looked up and saw Lu Shaolin staring coldly at him, he let out a wail, scrambling to his feet while shouting, "Murderer! The Lu family's boy has killed my son!" In the blink of an eye, the outside erupted into chaos. Lu Shaolin paid no heed to the commotion and calmly moved a chair to sit by the door, his long spear standing beside him. Half an hour later, the sound of hooves approached and stopped at the Lu family's entrance. "Sir, the murderer is inside. My poor son." Li Ping's cries echoed. Lu Shaolin remained unmoved, calmly watching the courtyard door. After the noise subsided, 4 constables entered the courtyard with knives and clubs, while 2 others blocked the courtyard gate. The lead constable, in his 30s and wearing a black and red robe, frowned slightly at the scene inside. Seeing Lu Shaolin sitting steadily at the front, his expression unchanged, he was even more surprised. What boldness! Upon the arrival of the constables, Lu Shaolin stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Sir, these 3 were killed by you." The lead constable inquired. "They were killed by me. These 3 broke into my home armed and intended to kill me, but I turned the tables on them. According to the law, those who break into a home armed can be killed by the homeowner without guilt. I hope sir will judge wisely." Lu Shaolin replied, neither servile nor arrogant. Investigate. The lead constable instructed those behind him. Yes. 2 of them responded with cupped fists, beginning to examine the surrounding traces and collect evidence. After the inspection, 1 person whispered to the lead constable, who nodded in response. "Based on the existing traces, it is indeed true that these 3 broke into your home, but you still need to accompany us for a trip to the county magistrate for judgment," the lead constable said sternly to Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin frowned thought for a moment, and then cupped his hands, saying as it should be. He then picked up his spear and walked forward. "No need to carry weapons," the lead constable called out loudly, already gripping the hilt of his knife. The 3 behind him also tightened their weapons. "Hey!" Lu Shaolin smiled, twisting his wrist as the long spear rotated, the tip pointing downward. Then, with a single-arm, powerful thrust, he plunged the spearhead into the ground with a pu sound. Releasing his grip, the long spear stood firmly in place. He walked up to the lead constable with empty hands, while 1 person behind him removed a chain from his waist, trying to step forward to restrain Lu Shaolin. The lead constable waved his hand, saying, "No need, he has not been convicted yet. Let's go. My surname is Sun, and I serve as the head constable. Just follow behind me." Head Constable Sun said to Lu Shaolin. "All right, thank you, Constable." Lu Shaolin expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. Sun then turned and walked towards the courtyard gate, with Lu Shaolin following behind. The other 3 constables surrounded him in the middle. As they exited the courtyard, the villagers all gathered around. Looking at Lu Shaolin in the midst of the constables, many villagers showed expressions of sympathy. The Lu family's boy killed those who deserved it, especially those 2 rascals. Only Li Zheng and the tearful woman beside him wore expressions of resentment, wishing they could devour him whole. Lu Shaolin smiled calmly, remaining unperturbed, merely following Head Constable Sun forward. Head Constable Sun signaled 1 person to ride ahead to report, leaving another to guard the courtyard gate. The 4 of them walked with Lu Shaolin towards the county city. An hour later, the 5 arrived at the county office. After reporting, Head Constable Sun brought Lu Shaolin into the hall. Lu Shaolin looked up, but the county magistrate was absent. Only a mustached clerk stood to one side. "Are you Lu Shaolin from the Lu family in Panchon village?" the clerk asked. "Yes, my lord." Lu Shaolin replied with a cupped fist. "No need to call me my lord, just call me Clerk Qian." The clerk waved his hand. "Clerk Qian." Lu Shaolin cupped his hands again. "Your case is quite simple and the evidence is conclusive, so there's nothing much to investigate. The county magistrate is also busy with important matters. You just need to sign here and you can leave." Clerk Qian approached with a piece of paper, handing it to Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin took the paper and glanced at it. It was a confirmation of the events, and seeing no issues, he decisively signed it. "Kid, you're so calm after committing murder. You have quite the nerve," Clerk Qian said while taking the paper with a smile. "You're overpraising me. It's merely self-preservation. May I ask, clerk, does the office still need manpower?" Lu Shaolin shook his head and asked. "Ha ha ha, you kid. The office is not that easy to get into. Go on, go on." The clerk laughed, waving his hand. I take my leave," Lu Shaolin said, feeling a bit awkward, and left with a cupped fist. As he walked out of the county office, Lu Shaolin felt somewhat dazed, finding it hard to believe. He originally thought he would be detained for at least 2 days. His worst-case scenario was being forced to confess, and he was fully prepared to risk his life. He didn't expect it to be over so quickly. It seemed that the county office of the Great Xia was quite clean and efficient. It's just a pity he couldn't use this opportunity to enter the office. Indeed, the iron rice bowl is not so easily attained. With the matter resolved, Lu Shaolin felt immensely relieved, but suddenly his stomach growled. Having reached the perfection of the 3 absolute spears, the food he had previously eaten was already exhausted, and it was time to replenish his nutrition. Lu Shaolin quickly walked towards a roadside stall selling lamb meat and pita. Arriving at the stall, he ordered 3 bowls of lamb meat and pita, finishing them all in one breath. Then he ordered 2 more bowls, this time slowing down to savor them. After sitting for a while, Lu Shaolin got up to settle the bill and headed home. He took his time on the road, taking an hour and a half to finally return home. By this time, the villagers who had gathered had dispersed, and the remaining constables had also left. Perhaps the constables had announced Lu Shaolin's innocence. Pushing open the slightly ajar courtyard door, he found the corpses had vanished with only bloodstains remaining. The long spear remained firmly embedded in the ground, unwavering. Lu Shaolin stepped forward, reached out with his right hand, grasped the long spear, and pulled it out. He twirled it in his hand and leaned it against the wall. He then walked to the well, filled 7 or 8 buckets of water, and washed away the bloodstains in the courtyard. After washing away the bloodstains, Lu Shaolin walked to the front of the courtyard, his brows slightly furrowed. The door bolt had been kicked off. After a moment of thought, Lu Shaolin entered the kitchen, selected a sturdy firewood stick, and returned to the courtyard. He picked up the axe on the ground in the courtyard and measured it against the firewood, then brought the axe down with 2 swift strikes. With a crack, the firewood was instantly transformed into a door bolt. He inserted the firewood into the front of the courtyard, and it fit perfectly. After completing the door bolt, Lu Shaolin stepped back into the house. With nothing else to do, he decided to head to the outskirts of the forest for some hunting. Thinking of this, Lu Shaolin took down the soft bow that hung on the wall, slung the long spear over his shoulder, and headed towards the winding mountain path. The soft bow was made for Lu Shaolin by Lu Zhang. Originally, the family had a hard bow, but it had disappeared along with Lu Zhang's corpse, leaving only the soft bow. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Lu Shaolin did not dare to venture deep, fearing another encounter with zombies. Although his own strength had greatly improved, he was still no match for the few individuals from the previous demon suppression division. Lu Shaolin held the bow and searched for traces of prey around the forest's edge. Inside the village at Li Ping's house. Is the government just letting that little brat from the Lu family return? Mrs. Li Ping, Wu Li cried out. The government said it was Jenner who led a group to trespass. Li Ping replied, expressionlessly muttering to himself. What use is the village chief? Wu Li cursed. I am useless. I am useless. The village chief is just someone to notify the government, not a constable. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have gone to provoke that brat from the Lu family. It's your fault my son is dead. Li Ping suddenly stood up, flipping the table over as he roared, You. My poor son. Mother can't. Wu Li was frightened by Li Ping's outburst and began to wail again. Shut up. Jenner is still with the Blackwater gang. I will go find the manager of the Blackwater gang to avenge Jenner and kill that brat from the Lu family. Li Ping shouted loudly. After speaking, he ignored Wu Li and turned to leave. At the edge of the forest, Lu Shaolin shook his head while holding 2 wild chickens. After a busy day, he had managed to hunt these 2 wild chickens. He had encountered rabbits, but the soft bow lacked power and speed, and he failed to hit any. Seeing that the sky was already dimming, Lu Shaolin took the wild chickens and headed back to the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he happened upon a few villagers returning home. Lu Shaogir went hunting. The young man from the Lu family is back. Lu. The villagers greeted Lu Shaolin warmly. Lu Shaolin was taken aback for a moment, then understood that it was likely due to him having killed those 2 rascals. He smiled and responded to each of them. Returning home, Lu Shaolin cleaned the 2 wild chickens, used one for soup, and hung the other in the kitchen. After a satisfying meal, he practiced with the long spear for a while, feeling the power of his perfected spear technique. After practicing, he washed up and entered his bedroom, feeling quite tired today. In the morning, he had gone to the government office to kill someone. In the afternoon, he went up the mountain to hunt wild chickens. After a day of hard work. As for whether the Blackwater gang would eventually GN, Lu Shaolin couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He would deal with whatever came his way. Placing the oil lamp behind the door, Lu Shaolin lay down on the bed. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard in the Pingshan County town, Manager Yu today, Li Jian's father came claiming his son was killed and asking us to kill the villain. A burly man in black clasped his hands and said to a middle-aged man in brocade inside the courtyard. The middle-aged man had a strong build and eyebrows like knives. Li Jian, the little leader from the dock. Yushan asked in puzzlement. Yes. The man in black nodded. The government didn't take anyone. No. Then this matter is a bit suspicious. You send someone to investigate tomorrow and clarify the situation first, Yushan instructed. Understood. The man in black responded respectfully. The next morning, Lu Shaolin stretched lazily and got up, sitting silently on the edge of the bed. This was the 5th day. He had only 85 days left. He must quickly gather 20 taels of silver to see if he could enter the Little Knife Society. It was time for a risk. There were no large prey on the outskirts of the forest. He needed to venture deeper. After contemplating, Lu Shaolin went to the well, washed up, and then entered the kitchen to cook. He actually didn't like cooking, but there was no choice. If he didn't cook, he would go hungry, and there was no one else to do it. It was still stewed meat, mainly because it's convenient. He could just toss the cut pieces into the pot. After finishing his meal, Lu Shaolin didn't take the soft bow. He wanted to hunt something big, as only big game was valuable. Holding the long spear, he headed straight into the forest. This time he proceeded cautiously into the depths, carefully observing the surroundings for signs of large prey. After wandering for the whole morning, Lu Shaolin found nothing. Seeing that it was already noon and realizing he hadn't brought any provisions, he decided to walk back out of the forest. Upon returning home, he had lunch, rested for a while, and then headed back to the forest to hunt. This time he took the soft bow, thinking he had to bring something back. In Pingshan County town, it was still the same small courtyard. Manager Yui found out that Li Jian wanted to seize someone else's house and broke in with weapons only to be killed by the homeowner. The man in black said to Yushan, who was enjoying tea, "Oh, no wonder the government didn't take anyone. Li Jian deserved to die. Although we of the Blackwater Gang are a gang, we also value righteousness. We wouldn't do something like seizing someone else's house, so we don't need to pay attention to that Li Jian's father anymore." Indeed. Li Jian must have reached the early stage of skin refinement. Is there anyone in that small mountain village who could kill him? Yushan asked curiously. I specifically inquired about this. The homeowner is a hunter who died recently at the hands of a monster, leaving behind a youth. It is said that the youth was also injured by the monster and wouldn't survive for 3 months. Li Jian and the others were killed by this youth. The man in black replied, "Killed by a youth. And he killed 3. Was the youth possessed by a monster? Impossible. The elders from the Demon Suppression Division have been there. If he were possessed, they would have slain him. Then this youth is quite capable and brave. Here's what you do. Send someone to ask if this youth is willing to join our gang. If he is, well, offer him Li Jian's former position as the little leader. Have you ever seen someone who can't live for 3 months still manage to kill 3 people, one of whom is in the skin refinement stage? Have you ever seen someone who can't live for 3 months still manage to kill 3 people, one of whom is in the skin refinement stage? It must be a rumor spread by the villagers out of fear of the monster." Yushan berated. "Yes, I'll take care of it right away." The man in black hurriedly replied with a clasped fist. "Go ahead." Yushan waved his hand. Lu Shaolin wandered in the forest for another afternoon, and this time made a discovery. He found a nest of wild boar. However, by the time he made the discovery, it was already getting late, so he made a mark and began to head back. The night forest was not a place to linger, let alone in the forest. Even in the village, no one dared to come out at night. When Lu Shaolin hurried back to his home, he saw 3 men in black sitting at his doorstep. Furrowing his brow, he threw the 2 wild chickens and 1 roe deer he was carrying in his left hand onto the ground with a loud thud. The Avengers have arrived. Lu Shaolin's eyes glinted with killing intent as he stepped forward with his gun. The 3 men in black also noticed him, and one round-faced man cupped his hands and asked loudly, "Are you the young Master Lu of the Lu family?" "I am me." Lu Shaolin nodded, the killing intent in his eyes dissipating as their attitude did not seem like that of someone seeking revenge. "Young Master Lu, we are from the Blackwater Gang. Our leader has heard of your achievements and appreciates them very much, sending us to inquire if you would like to join our gang. If you join, you'll be appointed as the leader immediately," the round-faced man respectfully said. "Really?" Lu Shaolin's eyes widened in surprise. This was indeed a twist of fate. "I am willing to join your—" "That's wonderful. Young Master, just come to the Blackwater Wharf tomorrow morning, and I will take you to meet the leader who will personally welcome you into the gang. By the way, my name is Wang An. When you arrive at the wharf, just ask around, and you'll find me," the round-faced man Wang An said with a smile. "All right, thank you very much, Brother Wang." Lu Shaolin cupped his hands in gratitude. "It's getting late, and we must return to the county, so we will take our leave now. Don't forget to come to Blackwater Wharf tomorrow morning." "Definitely," Lu Shaolin affirmed with certainty. "That's great. Farewell, young master." Wang An smiled and turned to leave quickly toward the village entrance, with the other 2 following closely behind. Lu Shaolin grinned, turned around, picked up the prey he had thrown on the ground, and walked into the courtyard. When one is met with joyous occasions, their spirit is lifted. Having joined the gang, the martial arts techniques were now within reach. He quickly cleaned the 3 pieces of game and chose 1 wild chicken to stew. After the meal was ready, Lu Shaolin heartily feasted. After wandering around the mountain all afternoon, he was already feeling hungry. After eating, he strolled in the courtyard to digest, then practiced with the spear for a while before washing up and resting. He had to wake up early the next morning to ensure he was in top spirits. At the break of dawn, Lu Shaolin opened his eyes. He took out a black warrior's outfit from the wardrobe and put it on. This was his only warrior's outfit. Although it was made of coarse cloth, it looked more presentable than his other clothes. Due to his change in physique, the warrior's outfit was a bit tight, perfectly showcasing his muscular contours. Lu Shaolin nodded in satisfaction, grabbed his spear, and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After finishing breakfast, he picked up the long spear and headed straight for the Blackwater Wharf. An hour later, Lu Shaolin arrived at the wharf. He thought there wouldn't be many people at the wharf this early, but to his surprise there were quite a few, mostly laborers waiting for work. Lu Shaolin glanced at the tea shop, which was not yet open, and approached a middle-aged man closest to him. "Sorry to bother you, do you know Wang An?" Lu Shaolin asked while cupping his fists. "Wang An? You mean the Wang from the Blackwater Gang?" The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then asked Lu Shaolin in return. "Yes. He is indeed a member of the Blackwater Gang." Lu Shaolin nodded. "Follow the wharf of the boat with 3 wave patterns carved on its side belongs to the Blackwater Gang. Wang An is usually on that boat." The man pointed toward the river. "Thank you for the information." Lu Shaolin cupped his hands and walked toward the wharf. Upon reaching the wharf, he scanned left and right, searching for the boat with 3 wave patterns. Finally, he found a black boat in the middle with 3 wave patterns carved on its side. It was not easily noticeable at first glance. Lu Shaolin walked toward the black boat where a man in black stood at the bow. Upon closer inspection, he recognized him as one of the men who had come to his house yesterday. The man also saw Lu Shaolin and shouted into the cabin, and Wang An came out. "You're here quite early, young master. The manager hasn't arrived yet. Why don't you come aboard and rest for a while?" "Alright then, I'll take you up on that." Lu Shaolin smiled in response, leaping onto the boat. "Please come in." Wang An gestured invitingly toward the cabin. Lu Shaolin nodded and bent down to enter the cabin. Inside the cabin was quite spacious, with a tea table set up adorned with several plates of snacks and a teapot with cups. "Please have a seat, young master." Wang An pointed to a chair. Lu Shaolin smiled and sat down. The two of them sat together sipping tea and chatting while waiting for the manager's arrival. Through their conversation, Lu Shaolin learned that Wang An was also a small leader at the early stage of skin refinement. He also found out that the gang would distribute the skin refinement portion of the martial arts technique Bison Strength to the members. Martial arts techniques are divided into 4 levels based on their power: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Bison Strength is a yellow-level external refining technique which can be perfected to the complete stage of muscle refinement, and only by perfecting Bison Strength can one obtain the manuals for the muscle refinement portion. With Lu Shaolin's subtle inquiries, he also learned that the gang leader was named He Zhonglong at the mid-stage of organ refinement and practiced the technique Iron Lock across the river decision, which is the only technique in the gang that can be cultivated to the organ refinement stage. However, this technique is not publicly transmitted. It can only be taught if one makes a significant contribution to the gang. After chatting for about an hour, a black-clad man guarding outside peeked in and said, "Manager, you has arrived." Wang An immediately stood up to greet him. Lu Shaolin also stood up and followed him. The two of them reached the bow of the boat and saw a robust man in a brocade robe standing on the shore, followed by a large man in black. "Manager, you." Wang An cupped his hands and called out. Lu Shaolin also cupped his hands in greeting. "You must be the young master of the Lu family. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth." "That is indeed me. Thank you for your guidance, manager," Lu Shaolin replied earnestly. "No need for thanks, I'm just recruiting talent for the gang." Yushan shook his head. "It's getting late, let's head to the headquarters now to process your joining." "Alright, manager." Lu Shaolin nodded, turned back to the cabin to fetch his long spear, and leapt ashore. "Wang An, we're leaving now," Yushan said to Wang An as he turned to leave toward the water stronghold. "Brother Wang, let's catch up another." Lu Shaolin cupped his hands in farewell and followed behind Yushan and the large man in black. The three of them walked for a tea-drinking time before reaching the entrance of the water stronghold. Yushan nodded to the 4 big men guarding the entrance and led the two of them into the water stronghold. The headquarters water stronghold has 3 levels. The first level includes the hall and the offices of the Internal Affairs Hall, External Affairs Hall, and Law Enforcement Hall. The second level is where the Martial Arts Pavilion and the residences of various hall masters and vice hall masters are located. The third level is where the gang leader and his family reside, Yushan explained to Lu Shaolin as they walked. The old man looked at Yushan and asked, "Old you, what brings you here today?" "Oh, is it the young man behind you?" Wu. The old man glanced at Lu Shaolin. "Yes. Since he is brought by you, he must be exceptional." Wu nodded. "Young man, come here." After saying this, he turned to Lu Shaolin and asked name. Lu Shaolin. Address. Panshan Village. Age. 16. After filling in the information in the register, Wu took out a red wooden token from another drawer and handed it to Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin took it and looked at it. At the front of the token was engraved with the words He Shui, and the back had headman with patterns covering both sides and a serial number at the bottom. As a small headman, your monthly salary is 3 taels. You can come to collect it next month. With the token, you can go to the back warehouse to receive 2 sets of clothes and a waist knife. You can also use the token to go to the 2nd floor of the Martial Arts Pavilion to collect skill manuals. For all He Shui gang properties, showing the token will grant you discounts. Keep the token safe. If lost, you must report it. That's all. Did you remember, young man? Wu asked after a long string of instructions. Remembered. Lu Shaolin nodded. All right, old you, the matter is settled. Would you like to have a few cups of tea with me? Wu then looked at Yushan. That sounds good. Yushan nodded and turned to Lu Shaolin, saying, go collect your items and after that find Wang An to assign you personnel and familiarize yourself with the dock. Understood. Lu Shaolin cupped his fists and holding the token eagerly walked out of the Internal Affairs Hall, heading straight for the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the Martial Arts Pavilion was located in the middle. Lu Shaolin looked at the plaque and quickly walked in. Upon entering, he saw an old man with white hair sitting at the door sporting a lewd expression. In front of him was a wooden table where he was reading a book while pouring liquor from a gourd into his mouth. Lu Shaolin approached and took a glance. The book depicted some lewd drawings that were quite eye-watering. Noticing someone approaching, the white-haired old man casually closed the book and looked at Lu Shaolin. New here? Yes, sir, Lu Shaolin replied respectfully. Hand me your token. The old man took out a registration book from the drawer. Lu Shaolin handed over the token. After registering the number on the token, the old man tossed it back to Lu Shaolin. Go on in. Inside there hung the martial arts true meaning diagram of the mighty bull strength, which one must imprint in their mind, then choose a set of martial arts techniques, including palm techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, etc. Once selected, come out and I will give you the refining portion of the mighty bull strength manual. The old man waved his hand. Lu Shaolin nodded and walked into the martial arts pavilion. As soon as he entered, he was captivated by a painting of a mighty bull hanging on the front wall. The bull in the painting was vividly depicted, its muscles bulging, each muscle seemingly containing boundless strength, drawing one into its depths. After a while, Lu Shaolin finally withdrew his gaze. He had firmly etched the true meaning diagram in his mind. Turning to look inside, he saw 3 large bookshelves. Lu Shaolin walked to the 3rd bookshelf, pulled out a few manuals, and found them to be subpar martial arts techniques. He moved to the 2nd bookshelf, but still found nothing of worth. Finally, at the 1st bookshelf, he spotted some techniques of acceptable quality. Fire, poison, palm, death, door, blade, floating rain, sword, frenzied demon staff technique, etc. There were only a few acceptable grade techniques, all of them yellow grade, while the others were still subpar. Lu Shaolin searched carefully, finding that most of the acceptable techniques were blade and sword techniques, yet not a single spear technique. He felt that using a long spear was quite suitable for him, as he had become accustomed to it and did not want to change weapons. After some thought, Lu Shaolin focused on the frenzied demon staff technique. Since they are both long weapons, there should be some commonality. At worst, he could use the spear as a staff. He pulled out the frenzied demon staff technique and looked it over. It contained 13 staff techniques and appeared quite formidable. I'll choose this one. Lu Shaolin took the manual and walked out. Young man, have you made your selection? The old man gulped down some liquor and asked. Yes, I've decided on the frenzied demon staff technique. Lu Shaolin placed the manual on the table. There are no spear techniques inside, but this frenzied demon staff technique isn't bad. The old man glanced at the long spear in Lu Shaolin's hand and chuckled. He then registered the frenzied demon staff technique and took out the refining portion of the mighty bull strength manual along with a sealed black clay jar, handing them over. This jar contains the medicinal oil for practicing the mighty bull strength. Apply it all over your body. It will last for 3 uses, and once you get the hang of it, you won't need it anymore, the old man explained. Got it. Lu Shaolin reached out to take the manual and the medicinal oil. Remember to return the manual in 3 days. You can return home after you recognize your subordinate and come back early tomorrow morning. Wang An chuckled. By the way, did the old man from the martial arts pavilion recommend his Mong Xiang skill to you? Wang An asked. How does Brother Wang know? Lu Shaolin asked in confusion. That old man recommends it to every newcomer, but the Mong Nyo skill is already highly adaptable, so very few cannot grasp it, making his sales quite rare. Wang An laughed heartily. So the skill is indeed real. Lu Shaolin's eyes lit up as he asked. Of course it's real. Could it be that you want to cultivate 2 skills at the same time? Is that not possible? It's not that it's impossible, but there will be conflicts between the skills, and the second skill will be extremely difficult to grasp. It's not worth the effort. Rather than wasting time, it's better to specialize in one. Will there be conflicts between internal and external skills? What I mean is naturally between external skills and external skills. Cultivating both internal and external skills has no conflict, but it's very difficult for us to acquire internal skills. If the skill I cultivate can only reach the muscle refinement stage, once I reach the perfection of that stage, will I no longer be able? External skills can be directly switched to other skills that can reach the Zong refinement stage. With the foundation laid by the previous skill, breaking through to the previous skill's realm will be very quick. Why aren't the skills graded by their cultivation limits then? I heard that many years ago they were graded by limits, but then a martial arts genius emerged. He had a low realm, but his skills were extremely powerful, allowing him to fight beyond his level with ease, so the grading was changed to be based on skill power. I don't know the specifics, Wang An explained. I've learned a lot. Lu Shaolin cupped his fists in thanks. You're still young, and who knows, you may have the opportunity to gain internal skills in the future, achieving both internal and external cultivation. Wang An continued to smile. I'll borrow Brother Wang's good words. Lu Shaolin replied. Brother Wang, Brother Lu, Ma San, and Li Si have arrived. A man outside the cabin poked his head in. Brother Lu. Lu Shaolin was taken aback by this address. It's just a title to distinguish us leaders. You can let them call you something else. Wang An laughed heartily. Let them in, eh? After laughing, he spoke to the man. Yes. The man cupped his fists in response and withdrew. Then the boat gently rocked as 2 men in black entered. Subordinates Ma San and Li Si. We greet the 2 leaders. They said in unison while cupping their fists. Ma San had a long face and a strong build. Li Si had a round face, a lot of flesh, and a big belly. Wang An nodded. This is your direct leader, Lu Shaolin. Brother Lu. The 2 cupped their fists again. Nice to meet you. Lu Shaolin awkwardly smiled as the title, Brother Lu, reminded him of a deer head like the kind hung on a wall. All right, you've met the young man, so I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you're eager to return and cultivate your skills. Wang An stood up and said. Indeed. Lu Shaolin stood up and smiled. Then he bid farewell to Wang An and walked with Ma San and Li Si towards the dock. Brother Lu, since you joined today, we'd like to invite you for a celebratory meal. We hope you'll honor us with your presence. Li Si stepped forward and said respectfully. You 2 can just call me leader from now on. I really can't get used to Brother Lu. As for the meal, I'll treat you tomorrow. I have urgent matters today. Lu Shaolin said. All right, leader. Then we'll treat you tomorrow. Li Si insisted on treating. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll head home first. You 2 can disperse. Lu Shaolin paused and said. All right, take care, leader. Ma San and Li Si cupped their fists. See you tomorrow. Lu Shaolin nodded and quickly headed towards Panchon village. Back home, Lu Shaolin placed his clothes and medicinal oil on the table and took out the Mongyo skill to read. After reading, he understood the method of cultivating external skills. External skills involve cultivating strength, strengthening muscles, bones, and skin, from the outside to the inside. The muscle refinement stage enhances the warrior's defense and energy, and those who reach the perfection of the muscle refinement stage have their bodies feel as if clad in a layer of leather armor, significantly increasing their ability to withstand blows. To enter the Mongyo skill, one must cover their entire body in medicinal oil, visualize the essence of martial arts in their mind, and strike themselves vigorously with a coarse hemp rope until the oil is completely absorbed. This ends one session of cultivation. Those with martial arts aptitude can generally enter the stage after 3 attempts. Once entered, they no longer need medicinal oil, and by persistently striking themselves, they can cultivate their strength according to the special postures in the skill. The Mongyo skill has 3 layers. Each time one completes a layer, they gain 100 pounds of strength. The increase in strength varies with physical constitution, and the increase naturally makes the strikes more intense. Typically, reaching the 3rd layer means perfection in the muscle refinement stage. The time to reach the perfection of the muscle refinement stage varies according to one's aptitude. Lu Shaolin frowned. This is just self-torture. It's still the kind that requires long-term persistence. With a system, there's no need to be so foolish. System. Lu Shaolin concentrated. A system panel appeared before him named Lu Shaolin Source Point 0. 8 Martial Arts Realm None Skills Mongyo, not yet entered Martial Techniques Sanju Spear Perfection Ba Ji Fist. Looking at the panel, Lu Shaolin was somewhat dumbfounded. Of the plus sign behind Mongyo was gray, and trying to click it there was no plus sign after Sanju Spear, possibly indicating that reaching perfection was the limit. The only skill he could click on was Ba Ji Fist, but it was of no use to him at this moment. Could it be that Ba Ji Fist can be upgraded, but Mongyo cannot because of insufficient source points? Lu Shaolin thought to himself. He then took out the Fingma staff technique to read, and after understanding it thoroughly, he summoned the system panel again. On the panel, a new entry appeared in the martial techniques section: Fingma staff technique, not yet entered, and the plus sign was also gray. It seems it really is due to insufficient source points. Lu Shaolin's expression darkened, and now that he had insufficient source points, does it really mean he has to hit himself? Finally, with a determined gaze, he found a thick hemp rope and rushed into the bedroom with the medicinal oil. Before long, muffled groans could be heard from the bedroom. Half an hour later, Lu Shaolin, bare-chested and gritting his teeth, walked out of the bedroom. His upper body was a deep crimson, his other body parts were likely similar. After drinking all the tea on the table in one go, Lu Shaolin slowly walked into the kitchen preparing to cook. After lunch, Lu Shaolin summoned the system panel again. Glancing at it, the Mongyo skill was still in the not yet entered state. It seems his martial arts aptitude is not strong. He couldn't practice today. The skill description stated that too much is as bad as not enough. Practicing too hard not only renders it ineffective, but can also harm the body. With that in mind, Lu Shaolin directly headed to the bedroom for an afternoon nap. After sleeping for 2 hours, Lu Shaolin practiced the Fingma staff technique. After struggling with awkward postures for half a day, he checked the panel, and it still wasn't entered. He simply lost the will to practice and decided to ask the people in the gang tomorrow where there might be strange monsters. As the local tyrant of Pingshan County, he should have access to the latest news, and he would see if he could fish for some source points. He dove into the kitchen to prepare dinner, once again making stewed meat. After finishing dinner, he took a stroll in the yard before returning to the bedroom to rest. The next morning, Lu Shaolin opened his eyes, looked at his bare upper body, and saw that his skin color had returned to normal. The effect of the medicinal oil is quite strong. After changing into the warrior outfit issued by the gang, Lu Shaolin drew his waist knife to take a look. The blade gleamed brightly. It was a good knife. After breakfast, Lu Shaolin fastened a long saber at his waist, gripped a spear in his hand, and strode straight for the wharf. At the entrance, Ma San and Li Si were waiting for him. "Boss," the 2 men called, clasping their fists in salute when they saw Lu Shaolin. "Good morning." Lu Shaolin nodded in return. The 2 then fell in behind him. The laborers and merchants along the way all gave them a wide berth, as some watched with obsequious smiles. How did these visiting traders know we belong to the Heishui gang? Lu Shaolin turned and asked. It was natural that the locals could recognize them, but how had the outsiders noticed? "Boss, there is a mark on the collars of our garments." Li Si stepped forward and answered. Lu Shaolin looked down and indeed saw 3 subtle ripple-like marks on his collar, hardly noticeable unless one paid attention. "Where do we go now?" Lu Shaolin asked. It was his first day on duty, and he did not yet know what to do. "In the morning you do the patrols, boss. In the afternoon, boss, she will take over. You can look around as you please. If you grow tired, we can find a place or rest aboard a pleasure boat," Li Si replied. "Then let's just stroll about," Lu Shaolin agreed. The 3 men began to loiter around the wharf. "By the way, where are those 20 brothers who are based here long-term?" Lu Shaolin asked as they walked. "They're in that wooden house," Li Si said, pointing to a cabin near the trees by the wharf. Lu Shaolin followed his finger and saw a 2-story wooden building standing at the edge of the woods. He nodded and continued to amble about. The 3 walked a circuit and arrived at a small tea shop. The elderly shopkeeper clearly recognized Lu Shaolin and the emblem on his warrior's attire. He greeted them cautiously. "Sirs, please sit. I'll bring you tea at once." "No need to be so formal, old sir. Have you forgotten me?" Lu Shaolin smiled. "Of course I haven't forgotten, young master. I just didn't expect you to join the gang so quickly. Seeing that Lu Shaolin bore himself without airs, the old man relaxed and smiled. Old Zhang, my boss, did more than join the gang, he became a leader straight away. Li Si called out loudly. The moment I saw this young master I knew he had ability, a dragon among men. Old Zhang hurried to flatter them. Enough, old sir. First bring us a pot of tea, you need not fuss over us. Lu Shaolin waved and smiled. He disliked such insincere flattery. Very good. Old Zhang nodded repeatedly, went to the counter and brought over a teapot. Li Si took it, poured a cup for Lu Shaolin, then filled his own and Ma San's cups. Lu Shaolin lifted his cup, watching the wharf as he sipped. His gaze was caught by the figure of a young woman. She looked to be about 20 with sun-kissed skin and an oval face. She wore coarse gray cloth, simple blouse and trousers, her figure tall with a slim waist and an appealing silhouette. Her jet black hair was tied into a long ponytail down her back. But it was not merely her looks that drew his attention, she was working as a laborer hauling cargo. Though the work taxed her, she clenched her teeth and persevered. Beside her, a little girl of 8 trailed along, occasionally dabbing the woman's brow with a handkerchief. Li Si, does that woman also do labor at the wharf? Lu Shaolin asked Li Si. He had noticed that Ma San was taciturn, a closed-off man who kept a stern face. Li Si, by contrast, was smooth and a woman. Let me see. Li Si turned to take a look. Ma San glanced over as well. She is indeed a woman, though there's not much flesh on her. Li Si clicked his tongue. Too thin, Ma San muttered coldly. Lu Shaolin shook his head with a smile. He truly did not understand the tastes of these people. To his eyes, the girl was unmistakably beautiful both in face and form. Old Zhang, what's the story with that woman? Li Si called to the old man. Old Zhang hurried over, craned his neck to look, and said, You mean Miss Dong? She's the only woman on the whole wharf now. Tell us. Li Si urged. Old Zhang sighed. Her father was a hopeless gambler. He used to work on the wharf, but 2 days ago went to gamble. He not only lost the house, he left a pile of debts. Despairing, he threw himself into the river and drowned. He left 2 daughters. Yesterday their house was seized, so the elder brought her little sister to the wharf to work as day laborers. Day work pays daily, and some uncles here know them and take care of them a bit, Old Zhang said with a heavy breath. I see. The girl is remarkably resilient. Lu Shaolin nodded. Miss Dong is sensible. She didn't let her little sister suffer after that. She shoulders everything herself. Old Zhang continued, She's just too thin. If she were stronger, she'd find a husband and need not work so hard. Li Si regretted it with a shake of his head. Lu Shaolin withdrew his gaze and lowered his voice to ask Li Si and Ma San, Do you know anywhere about strange demonic occurrences? The 2 men visibly paused at the question. Yes. The reason our gang survives is because the Yamen relies on us to handle these problems. The Heishui gang's Weisher Hall is responsible for this stretch of the Heishui River and the riverside fishing village. Li Si glanced about and spoke softly. Weisher Hall specifically handles those things. Lu Shaolin asked, puzzled. Yes. The reason our gang survives is because the Yamen relies on us to handle these problems. The Heishui gang's Weisher Hall is responsible for this stretch of the Heishui River and the riverside fishing villages. The Shaodao Guild covers the surrounding countryside. If we cannot resolve something, we report to the Yamen, and the Zhenma Bureau will dispatch officers to deal with it, Li Si explained. Hearing Li Si, Lu Shaolin's memory stirred. After escaping from the mountains in his previous life, he recalled that some men in gray had once come to his home to ask questions, likely members of the Shaodao Guild. What kinds of strange demonic phenomena do we usually encounter? Lu Shaolin continued. They are divided into yellow calamities and black calamities. Yellow calamities are generally river demons and fiends. Black calamities are things like jiangshi and vengeful spirits. If Weisher Hall's brothers meet a yellow calamity, it's manageable, but black calamities are troublesome and always cause casualties, Li Si went on. Do such incidents happen often? Lu Shaolin frowned. Not constantly, but they occur from time to time, particularly river demons. There are usually several cases each month, Li Si said, shaking his head. They talked for an hour and Lu Shaolin learned many inside facts. For example, black calamity corpses are classified walking corpses, reanimated corpses, copper-armored corpses, iron-armored corpses, silver-armored corpses, gold-armored corpses. There are even said to be corpse kings. Vengeful spirits are ranked as white deer, black deer, red deer, shadow deer, fierce deer, and death deer. Moreover, black calamities are generally far stronger than mundane fighters of the same rank. A combatant at the Lianzong realm who encounters a copper-armored corpse is almost certain to perish. Only special weapons and coordinated teamwork offer a chance. By comparison, river demons are relatively insignificant. The strongest river demon is comparable to a martial artist at the muscle refinement stage, while most of them are equivalent to the skin refinement stage, and there is no need for special weapons to deal with them. In a normal unknown situation, a formidable martial artist can easily kill a river demon. As for the spirit creatures, they are mostly just fish or crabs that have gained intelligence. Lu Shaolin also inquired about the habits and weaknesses of the river demons. He planned to take action against one, and with his perfected marksmanship, it should not be difficult. River demons prefer blood as food and possess low intelligence. They mostly come out at night, and some even sneak into riverside villages to steal livestock, attacking humans when encountered. Their weaknesses are their eyes and mouths, while the rest of their bodies are covered in scales. A martial artist at the peak of skin refinement can break their scales with sheer strength, while those below that level can only inflict superficial wounds that are not fatal. Originally, he thought about heading directly to the Foreign Affairs Hall, but having just taken office to switch jobs would be unreasonable in front of the manager Yushan. Moreover, he heard from Li Si that the leader of the Foreign Affairs Hall must at least be at the peak of skin refinement, so he planned to wait until he reached that level before visiting, aiming to at least become a leader. Their conversation lasted until noon, and Li Si and Ma San invited Lu Shaolin to the county town for a meal. Unable to refuse them, Lu Shaolin agreed. Li Si called for a carriage, and the three of them got inside. With a crack of the whip, the carriage headed toward the county town. Upon arriving, they found a tavern and began to eat and drink. Lu Shaolin did not drink alcohol, although Li Si said that a little wouldn't matter, he still politely declined. Despite not drinking, Lu Shaolin's appetite shocked the other two as he finished a plate of food in just a few bites. When it came time to settle the bill, Li Si reluctantly took out the money, realizing that the meal exceeded his budget. After leaving the tavern, the three called for another carriage to return to the dock. In the afternoon, it was the turn of Master Shi to inspect, so Lu Shaolin headed toward the pleasure boat. Upon reaching the shore, a black-clad man with triangular eyes looked at Lu Shaolin and said in a sarcastic tone, "You must be Master Lu. My boss said he is feeling unwell today and needs to rest, so please take over his inspection." Lu Shaolin's expression instantly turned cold. A bullying newcomers was common in any world. Behind him, Li Si's eyes widened in anger, while Ma San clenched his fists ready to confront the man. Lu Shaolin raised his hand to stop Ma San and smiled. "Since Master Shi is unwell, as a colleague, I should pay him a visit." Without waiting for the triangular-eyed man to report, he jumped onto the pleasure boat. "You!" The triangular-eyed man glared angrily just as a voice came from inside the cabin. "Ahem. Let Master Lu in." Lu Shaolin ignored the man and bent down to enter the cabin. Inside there was a tea table. "Let Master Lu in." Lu Shaolin ignored the man and bent down to enter the cabin. Inside there was a tea table. "I felt a bit under the weather yesterday, and as such I ask you to take over the inspection." Shi Jiang did not stand up, speaking with a forced smile. "No problem." Lu Shaolin remained composed. "I won't ask you to sit to avoid passing on your cold. Please go ahead with the inspection." Shi Jiang lowered his head, continuing to brew tea. Lu Shaolin silently sneered and turned to leave. Upon reaching the bow of the boat, he jumped onto the shore and said to Ma San and Li Si, "Let's go." Ma San and Li Si exchanged glances, then followed Lu Shaolin. Behind them, the triangular-eyed man laughed triumphantly. "Boss, are we just leaving like this?" Ma San, unable to contain himself, asked with a grim face. "We'll settle this account later." Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Such matters cannot be confronted directly, or he would gain a reputation for being unapproachable within the organization. "Are you unwilling to help someone who is sick? No one will think you are justified if you complain." "What level is that Shi?" "Mid-skin refinement." Li Si replied. "At mid-skin refinement, he has 200 more pounds of strength than me, and in the cramped space of the cabin, I cannot fully utilize my long spear, making him uncertain as an opponent." Lu Shaolin nodded and continued walking. The three returned to the tea house, drinking tea and chatting for the entire afternoon. When the time was up, Lu Shaolin returned home. After finishing dinner, he went to his room to practice the bull strength technique. Half an hour later, Lu Shaolin emerged with a joyful expression. At that moment, the system panel before him showed that he had officially entered the bull strength technique. After washing up, Lu Shaolin went straight to bed to rest, as he would be hunting the river demon the next day. Early the next morning, Lu Shaolin took his soft bow and went up the mountain. After spending an hour on the mountain, he returned with 3 wild chickens. After putting a coil of rope and 2 wild chickens into a sack, Lu Shaolin had breakfast and headed straight to the county town. Upon arrival, he found a shop selling fishing gear and bought a sturdy fishing net, spending 3 coins. Looking at the remaining 4 coins, Lu Shaolin smiled wryly. A single coin can thwart even a hero. After stuffing the fishing net into the sack, Lu Shaolin went to buy a jar of kerosene. Not far from this shallow area was a fishing village. At the shallow area was sandy with dense weeds near the riverbank. The Blackwater River is named so because its waters are extremely deep, and looking down one can only see a pitch-black void. After walking along the riverbank for half an hour, Lu Shaolin finally found a suitable shallow area. Not far from this shallow area was a fishing village. At the shallow area was sandy with dense weeds near the riverbank. After choosing the spot, Lu Shaolin dug a hole in the sand deep enough to cover himself when crouching. He then waited for nightfall, as he planned to hunt the river demon here. 3 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Shaolin took out a meat pie from the oil paper and finished it, then retrieved the wild chicken fishing net and rope from the sack. Looking up at the sky, the moonlight was excellent tonight, allowing Lu Shaolin to see clearly. Ahead, the surface of the Blackwater River shimmered. Seeing that the time was nearly right, Lu Shaolin tied a rope around the neck of a wild chicken, drew his waist knife, and walked to the riverbank while holding the chicken. With a swift cut, he eviscerated the wild chicken and tossed it into the shallow water by the riverbank. Blood slowly mixed into the river, and Lu Shaolin returned to the sandy pit, holding the rope in his left hand and the spear in his right, crouching on the ground as he quietly observed the river surface. After a tea's worth of time passed, there was still no movement. Lu Shaolin remained calm and continued to wait. Suddenly, a bald head emerged from the river. With green pupils, sharp teeth, a thin nose, and a face covered in scales, Lu Shaolin's pupils contracted. A river demon. The river demon swam towards the shore, then stood up, bending down to wade through the water, step by step approaching the wild chicken. At this moment, Lu Shaolin finally saw the full appearance of the river demon. The river demon was covered in slime, its scales a dark green with sharp claws on its hands and feet and white webbing between its fingers. The river demon before me stood about 1.6 meters tall, not particularly strong, and when compared to myself it seemed rather frail. It bore a striking resemblance to the Kappa from the island stories of Lu Shaolin's past life. The river demon approached the wild chicken and was about to snatch it when Lu Shaolin yanked the rope, pulling the wild chicken to the shore. The river demon was taken aback, stepping onto the shore and extending its claws, attempting to grab the wild chicken again. Lu Shaolin pulled the rope once more, causing the wild chicken to slip away from the river demon's grasp. Furious, the river demon let out a roar and chased after the wild chicken again. Lu Shaolin pulled the rope 2 more times, bringing the wild chicken to about 3 meters in front of the pit. Then, he set down his spear and picked up a fishing net. Just as the river demon reached out to grab the wild chicken, Lu Shaolin stood up and threw the fishing net, which landed perfectly on the river demon's head and snaring it. The river demon, trapped in the fishing net, let out a loud roar and extended its claws, trying to tear the net apart. At this moment, Lu Shaolin had already picked up his spear and leaped forward, exerting immense power with his arms. He unleashed a breaking the void attack, and with a swoosh the spear pierced into the river demon's roaring mouth. The river demon's green eyes widened as it stared at Lu Shaolin, green blood flowing from its mouth. It let out a couple of hisses before collapsing onto the sandy ground. As Lu Shaolin withdrew his spear, blood splattered everywhere. The might of the perfected spear was manifest at that moment, piercing with remarkable precision despite the dim light. Not wasting any time, Lu Shaolin quickly reached out to touch the river demon's sharp claws. A voice echoed in his mind: source point acquired 1. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Shaolin let out a sigh of relief. He feared that killing the river demon would not yield any source points, which would have made his efforts in vain. After resting for a bit, Lu Shaolin tossed the river demon's body into the pit, picked up another wild chicken, and proceeded to gut it by the river, preparing to fish for the river demon again. With nothing else to do, Lu Shaolin summoned the system panel name Lu Shaolin. Source points 1. Martial arts realm none. Techniques: bull strength, entry-level martial skills 3, absolute spears, perfected 8, extremes, fist, minor success, frenzied demon staff technique, not started. On the panel, the plus sign next to bull strength and frenzied demon staff technique was already displayed in white, indicating that it could be clicked. However, Lu Shaolin had no intention of clicking it right now. He could certainly level up bull strength, but doing so would undoubtedly incur significant costs. This wasn't at home, and there was no food to replenish his energy. He could wait until he got home to click. With that thought, Lu Shaolin put away the system panel and continued to gaze at the river's surface. This time the waiting was longer, and it took quite a while before anything stirred on the river. 2 river demons poked their heads out of the water. Lu Shaolin furrowed his brows, not expecting to attract 2 of them. Both river demons dashed toward the wild chicken, even pushing each other in the process. Just as they were about to grab the wild chicken, Lu Shaolin employed the same trick again, pulling the rope. He lured both river demons to about 3 meters in front of the pit, then Lu Shaolin sprang up, casting the fishing net to ensnare them. Taking advantage of their struggle, Lu Shaolin charged forward in an instant. He swept his spear with a horizontal strike. With 2 thuds, he knocked both river demons to the ground. Then with explosive power, he thrust the spear forward, piercing through the right river demon's eye, the spear tip embedding deep within its skull. At that moment, the left river demon had already torn through the fishing net and was struggling to stand, its claws reaching for Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin thrust his spear again, hitting the river demon in the chest. As expected, the defense of the river demon's scales was formidable, and the spear tip only penetrated an inch before stopping. In pain, the river demon let out a roar, swatting the spear head away with a claw and charging at Lu Shaolin. Using the force of the river demon's strike, Lu Shaolin spun around, sweeping his spear across the river demon's legs, knocking it down once more. In pain, the river demon let out a roar, swatting the spear head away with a claw and charging at Lu Shaolin. Using the force of the river demon's strike, Lu Shaolin spun around, sweeping his spear across the Lu Shaolin wasted no time and quickly touched the bodies of the 2 river demons, acquiring 2 source points. He glanced at the panel, which displayed 3. With 3 source points, Lu Shaolin smiled in satisfaction. However, when he looked down at the fishing net that had a large hole in it, his smile vanished instantly. This fishing net was an essential tool for killing the river demons, and now it was torn. A single fishing net costs 3 taels of silver. It should still be usable with some repairs. Lu Shaolin stuffed the rope and the fishing net into a sack, then kicked the 2 river demon corpses into the sand pit, using both hands to bury them. After burying the bodies, Lu Shaolin picked up the sack and headed straight for the nearby fishing village. He didn't dare stay out overnight for fear of encountering some formidable evil spirit and losing his life. Within a short while, he arrived at the fishing village. All the doors of the houses were tightly shut, and the village was eerily quiet. Lu Shaolin glanced around and chose a house on the left. With a sprint, he kicked off the wall and flipped into the courtyard. Looking up, he saw a cow shed in the yard, where a large water buffalo peeked curiously at him before lowering its head to continue sleeping. Lu Shaolin walked toward the cowshed and noticed it was piled high with hay. Entering the shed, he found a spot inside and lay down on the haystack, closing his eyes. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lu Shaolin opened his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while the homeowners were still asleep, he climbed over the courtyard wall and made his way toward the county town. By the time he reached the county town, the sky was already bright and the city gates had been opened. He found a lamb meat noodle shop and immediately ordered 3 bowls. After resting for a bit, he summoned the system panel. Looking at the plus sign behind Bull Strength, he focused his mind, and the plus sign blurred as Bull Strength upgraded from entry level to the first layer. After resting for a bit, he summoned the system panel. Looking at the plus sign behind Bull Strength, he focused his mind, and the plus sign blurred as Bull Strength upgraded from entry level to the first layer. One source point was consumed. At this moment, the panel displayed name Lu Shaolin source points 2. Martial Arts Realm Early Scan Refining Techniques. Techniques: Bull Strength First Layer Martial Skills 3 Absolute Spears, Perfected 8 Extremes Fist Minor Success Frenzied Demon Staff Technique Not Started. Finally, his martial arts realm was no longer none. Unlike martial skills, there was no influx of memories into his mind from the technique upgrade, but Lu Shaolin felt his body beginning to change. His muscles were growing. As his muscles expanded, Lu Shaolin's strength also increased. The food he had just consumed was rapidly being digested, and even though he had felt full before, he was now once again feeling hunger. Lu Shaolin opened his mouth and asked the waiter for another 5 bowls of lamb meat noodles. The waiter stared wide-eyed, confirming several times before allowing the kitchen to start preparing. Seeing that the plus sign behind Bull Strength on the system panel was still white, Lu Shaolin decided to go for it again without hesitation and clicked it once more. Please hurry. The waiter looked at Lu Shaolin's expression and quickly nodded, rushing towards the kitchen. When he returned, the tray was already filled with 5 bowls of lamb palma. The waiter swiftly placed the 5 bowls of lamb palma on the table one by one. Lu Shaolin picked up a bowl and began to eat heartily, finishing it in a few quick bites. His stomach rapidly digested the food, providing nourishment to his entire body. After consuming 5 bowls of lamb palma, his stomach finally stopped hurting, but he still felt a bit hungry. Lu Shaolin waved to the waiter, asking for 2 more bowls. The waiter was astonished. He had been secretly observing Lu Shaolin, and seeing him finish 5 bowls left him dumbfounded. He never expected that Lu Shaolin would want 2 more bowls. The other customers around also looked at Lu Shaolin with expressions of disbelief. All right, sir. The waiter stammered, turning and rushing back to the kitchen. 2 more bowls of lamb palma were brought out, and the restaurant's customers all paused their chopsticks, staring at Lu Shaolin, eager to see if he could finish them. Lu Shaolin completely ignored the gazes of others and continued eating. After finishing the 2 bowls, he rubbed his stomach and stood up, but as he did, he felt something was off. The warrior outfit he was given was supposed to be loose, but now it felt quite tight. Calling the waiter to settle the bill, Lu Shaolin exited the small shop and headed straight for the Blackwater River dock. Upon arriving at the dock and looking by the river, the once loose warrior outfit now fit like a second skin. His chest muscles, triceps, biceps, and forearms were all visible beneath the warrior outfit. His arms had thickened significantly, at least 1.5 times bigger than before. His thighs had also grown much stronger, with clear muscle contours visible through his pants. His once somewhat delicate face had become rugged, making him look more like a young man in his 20s rather than a teenager. Lu Shaolin touched his cheek, smiling in satisfaction. This rugged facial structure was quite pleasing to his aesthetic. Clenching his fists, Lu Shaolin felt he could take down a bull. This was merely an illusion created by the rapid increase of strength. Adjusting his clothing, Lu Shaolin walked onto the dock, heading towards the resting black boat. That morning he was to rest on the boat while she made rounds, rotating shifts each day, with everyone having one morning, and upon reaching the boat, Ma San and Li Si were already there chatting at the bow. Seeing Lu Shaolin, they clasped their hands and greeted boss. Yet their eyes held a hint of confusion. Do you know where I can find stone locks? Lu Shaolin nodded and asked, directly ignoring their puzzled expressions. There's one in the small courtyard of the gang members' base. Li Si replied. Alright, you two stay here, I'll go take a look, Lu Shaolin instructed, turning towards the riverside base building. Ma San, has the boss become much stronger? Li Si quietly asked, watching Lu Shaolin's retreating figure. The boss must have reached the refining skin stage. But this change is too drastic. Li Si said in disbelief. Your talent is poor, so naturally you wouldn't understand what exceptional talent means, Ma San sneered. My talent is poor. Aren't you just like me, Ma San? Li Si glared back. Lu Shaolin quickly arrived at the base building and indeed saw many stone locks at the entrance, each inscribed with their weights. Lu Shaolin walked directly to a stone lock marked with 300 pounds. Grabbing it with both hands, he effortlessly lifted it over his head. Isn't it said that in the mid-refining skin stage one gains 200 pounds of strength? Why is this so easy for me? Lu Shaolin pondered in confusion, then he tossed the stone lock aside and approached the 400-pound lock. This time he exerted some effort to lift the stone lock. It seemed his strength was over 400 pounds, meaning each breakthrough in the refining skin stage added 150 pounds of strength, significantly higher than the usual 100 pounds. The reason might be that he had relied on the system to break through, which ensured a perfect advancement. Those who relied on their own strength to break through would inevitably have flaws. Without the system's perfection, his added strength reached 150 pounds. Having gauged his precise strength at over 400 pounds, Lu Shaolin returned to the dock. Upon reaching the boat, Ma San and Li Si were arguing, looking like they were about to fight. What's going on? Lu Shaolin, it's nothing, we were just exchanging some banter. Sorry to trouble you, boss. Li Si laughed heartily. No problem. By the way, I'm feeling unwell today. When she comes by at noon, let him take my rounds, I'll just rest. Lu Shaolin said nonchalantly as he walked into the cabin, leaving Ma San and Li Si exchanging glances. He sat down on a chair in the cabin and summoned the system panel. The source points on the panel changed from 2.8 to 0.8, indicating that it cost 2 source points to advance from the early to mid-refining skin stage. From this it could be deduced that advancing to perfection would require at least 3 source points. 3 source points weren't too difficult. At worst, he could continue fishing for river demons tonight. The main problem now was that he didn't have much silver left. The 10 bowls of lamb palma had cost him 1 whole silver coin, and now he had less than 2 coins left. Indeed, the wealthy are skilled in martial arts. Practicing martial arts and eating alone is not something an ordinary family can afford. Lu Shaolin pondered how to make money while sipping tea. As noon approached, Li Si walked in holding a roasted chicken, smiling. "Boss, it's time for lunch. This is a roasted chicken I just bought for you. Care to try? I'm indeed a bit hungry, thank you." Lu Shaolin rubbed his stomach and accepted the roasted chicken. He placed the chicken on the tea table, reached into his pocket, and tossed a silver coin to Li Si. Li Si hurriedly caught it, saying, "Boss, no need for silver. This is my tribute to you. Take it. No one's silver comes from the sky." Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Seeing Lu Shaolin's firm stance, Li Si accepted the silver, clasped his hands, and exited the cabin. Lu Shaolin tore off a chicken leg and began to eat leisurely. Just as he was gnawing, Li Si's voice came from outside. "Head Shi, my boss is feeling unwell today. Could you trouble yourself to Without hearing a response from Shi Jiang, the boat suddenly lurched and a figure burst into the cabin. Lu Shaolin looked up to see Shi Jiang with a grim face. "Brother Lu, didn't you say you were unwell? How come your appetite is still so good?" Shi Jiang coldly remarked, staring at Lu Shaolin, who was gnawing on a chicken leg. "It's precisely because I'm unwell that I need to supplement my strength. Care to join me?" Lu Shaolin pulled the chicken leg from his mouth and offered it to Shi Jiang. Seeing that Shi Jiang's previously ashen face turned green with anger, he shouted, "You brat, you're going too far." As he spoke, he reached for the long knife at his waist. Bang! With a loud thump, Lu Shaolin slammed his hand on the coffee table, stood up, grabbed the long spear, and sneered, "What? Are you planning to violate the gang rules, Shi? Attacking your own brother? You?" Shi Jiang pointed at Lu Shaolin, his eyes bulging with rage. "It seems you really want to spar, Shi. How about we make it interesting? 20 taels of silver, what do you say?" Lu Shaolin stroked the silver pieces in his chest pocket. "Good," Shi Jiang said, fiercely, turning to walk out of the cabin. "The silver is coming right up." Lu Shaolin muttered to himself and followed. It was noon, and there were few people at the dock, most having gone to eat. The two stood ready in an open space. 4 subordinates stood to the side. "Boss, are we really going to fight?" Li Si asked, his expression serious. Since she wants to spar, I'll naturally oblige, especially since there's a reward." "Boss, you." Li Si hesitated to speak. "Don't worry," Lu Shaolin waved his hand, signaling him to step aside. 4 subordinates stood to the side. "Boss, are we really going to fight?" Li Si asked, his expression serious. Since she wants to spar, I'll naturally oblige, especially. Shi Jiang let out a roar, unsheathing his long knife and slashing at Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin pivoted his waist, sweeping the long spear horizontally in front of him. The knife was shorter than the spear, forcing Shi Jiang to retract and retreat, quickly dodging the sweeping attack. Lu Shaolin, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, lunged forward, raising the long spear overhead. In an instant it struck down towards Shi Jiang's head. Seeing he could not dodge, Shi Jiang raised both hands with the knife blocking upward. A thunderous clash echoed. Shi Jiang was knocked back 3 steps. Lu Shaolin pressed the attack, striking again. Having lost his balance, Shi Jiang had no choice but to block with the knife. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Shaolin struck down 3 consecutive times with overwhelming force. After the 3rd strike, Shi Jiang's arms trembled, his palms shattered, blood flowing freely. The long knife in his hands now bore 4 gashes. Lu Shaolin's long spear suddenly thrust forward, stopping at Shi Jiang's chest. As he smiled faintly, "Shi, I concede." Shi Jiang's face turned pale as he glanced at the long knife in his hand, throwing it to the ground and turning to leave. "Shi, don't forget the silver and eat more meat to regain your strength," Lu Shaolin called out to his retreating figure. Shi Jiang stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and left in a disheveled state with the help of his subordinates. "Boss, you're quite skilled," Li Si shouted, his excitement evident. "Refreshing." Ma San also laughed. "Ha ha, it's just that you're a bit stronger." "It's not just a bit, you completely suppressed Shi Jiang," Li Si marveled. Previously, he had planned to warn the boss not to spar with Shi Jiang, fearing he might not be a match. He never expected the boss to win so decisively. Must be born with great strength. Tomorrow at noon, I'll treat and we'll have a good meal. Lu Shaolin raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Ma San and Li Si replied in unison, all smiles. Lu Shaolin then entered the cabin to drink tea and rest. About half an hour later, Li Si walked in with 2 pieces of silver in hand. "Boss, Shi Jiang sent someone to deliver the silver." Lu Shaolin said, reaching out to take it. Li Si cupped his hands and took his leave. The 2 pieces of silver, each weighing 10 taels, totaled 20 taels. Lu Shaolin tucked the silver into his clothes, crossed his hands behind his head, leaned back, and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already dinner time. Lu Shaolin picked up a burlap sack and walked out of the cabin with the long spear. Looking up, he noticed the dock was much less crowded. "Boss, you're awake," Li Si said softly. Almost time to wrap up, right?" Lu Shaolin asked. "We'll be done soon and no more boats have arrived," Li Si replied. "Then I'll head back first to see you at the corner of Chunhua Street tomorrow at noon." Lu Shaolin stepped onto the dock and waved. Take care, boss. Li Si and Ma San said together. Lu Shaolin walked briskly towards Panchon village. In less than an hour, he arrived at his doorstep. He took out his keys, unlocked the copper lock, and stepped inside. He first went to the well and drew a bucket of water washing up. He then entered the kitchen to start cooking. He took a wild chicken for stew and picked up the long spear to practice the frantic stick technique. As his strength increased, the 15-pound black iron spear felt weightless in his hands. The sound of the spear cutting through the air was incessant. After practicing for half a day, he still couldn't grasp the technique. The book said mastering this technique requires understanding the frantic aspect, without madness one cannot attain enlightenment. Seeing he couldn't comprehend it, he decided to rely on the system. Lu Shaolin leaned the long spear against the wall and returned to the kitchen. Having taken care of dinner, he began bathing by the well. As he removed his clothes, his muscular physique revealed itself. Lu Shaolin was surprised his physique was comparable to that of a bodybuilder from his past life, resembling a protagonist from an anime. With strong APAC abs and bat-like lat muscles, he struck a few poses for self-admiration before pouring water over himself from the bucket. After washing up, he entered the bedroom to sleep. In ancient times, when night fell, there were no entertainment activities, so one could only sleep or make babies. In the early morning hours, a shadow stealthily crept into Lu Shaolin's courtyard. Slowly approaching the door, they pulled out a dagger from their waist and began to move the door latch. After a while, the latch was moved and the shadow gently pushed the door open, slipping inside. They crept to Lu Shaolin's bedroom door, pulling out a sharp axe with their right hand while slowly pushing the bedroom door with their left. Crash. The oil lamp behind the door fell to the ground. Lu Shaolin instantly opened his eyes, reaching for the long spear resting by his bed. Seeing they had been discovered, the shadow suddenly pushed the door open and lunged at Lu Shaolin, swinging the axe towards his head. As Lu Shaolin grasped the long spear, he saw a shadow lunging at him. His body instinctively reacted, and he thrust the spear out swiftly, striking the shadow in the throat. A warm liquid splattered across his face. He then swung his arm, using the spear to flip the shadow onto the ground. Lu Shaolin quickly rolled over and stood up. The shadow on the ground writhed, making ha-ha sounds, twitching a few times before becoming still. Lu Shaolin withdrew the long spear, kicked the shadow a few times to confirm it was dead, then picked up the oil lamp and quickly lit it. As the light illuminated the area, he recognized the shadow's face. It was Li Ping from the village. He had come seeking revenge for his son. He hadn't intended to involve the two old and weak women, yet they came knocking at his door. Lu Shaolin's face was covered in blood, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glanced at the sky, which was already beginning to brighten. At this point, if he killed Li Ping's wife, the officials would easily deduce it was him. It would be a loss for no gain. He decided to let some time pass before allowing them to reunite underground. Ignoring the corpse of Li Ping in the bedroom, Lu Shaolin walked to the well in the courtyard, washing the blood from his face. At this time, the sky was already bright and villagers gradually headed to the fields to work. Lu Shaolin asked a villager to report to the yamen while he returned home, sitting silently on a chair and sipping tea. After waiting for an hour and a half, the sound of horse hooves could finally be heard outside. It was still Captain Sun from last time, accompanied by 3 constables wielding knives and clubs. Captain Sun. Lu Shaolin greeted with a fist salute. What happened this time? Captain Sun asked, frowning. In the early hours, a thief broke into my house, attempted to kill me, and was stabbed to death by me with a single shot. That's concise, Lu Shaolin replied. Where is the corpse? Captain Sun scanned the courtyard. In my bedroom, Lu Shaolin answered. You two go check it out and be sure to collect evidence. Captain Sun instructed the constables behind him. Yes. The 2 constables responded and entered the house. Then Captain Sun looked at Lu Shaolin and asked, have you joined the Heishui gang? Yes, I've only been in for a few days, Lu Shaolin nodded. As the head of a county, Captain Sun was naturally well aware of the gangs within the county. Then you are one of our own and my name is Sun Chung. Captain Sun said. Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin replied. I see you've changed a lot. Have you entered the refining skin stage? Sun Chung assessed Lu Shaolin from head to toe. I just entered the refining skin stage in the past 2 days. Lu Shaolin smiled. At your age, if you continue to advance vigorously, there's a possibility you could reach the innate stage in the future. Sun Qing looked at him with longing. Innate? Lu Shaolin asked in confusion. You don't know. After refining internal organs comes refining bones and refining marrow, and then it's the innate stage. It's called the innate master stage, he continued. External martial artists enter the innate stage, transforming their strength into chi, while internal martial artists transform their internal power into true energy. Those who enter the innate stage extend their lifespan by 50 years. It's a pity that those who can enter are few and far between, Sun Chung lamented. Why is that? Lu Shaolin inquired. In martial arts cultivation, each level is harder than the last. Only before the age of 40 can one enter the innate stage. After 40, bodily functions decline, making it impossible to enter the innate stage. Sun Chung shook his head and sighed. May I ask what your current cultivation is, Captain? Lu Shaolin curiously asked. I'm at the peak of refining tendons, but I still can't enter the refining internal organ stage. ITLL require painstaking effort. Sun Chung replied. While they were talking, the 2 constables walked out of the house. Boss, we've investigated. It was indeed a thief who broke in intending to stab, but was killed by the young brother in self-defense. Who was the thief? Sun Chung asked. It seems to be Li Ping, the village head of Panchon village, one constable thought for a moment before responding. Was this for revenge? Sun Chung smiled and shook his head. Bring the body out and let his family claim it. Young brother Lu, you should come with me to the county yamen. Yes. The two constables entered the bedroom again. Lu Shaolin nodded in agreement to go to the county yamen. When the corpse was brought out of the courtyard, the constables asked the villagers to call Li Ping's family to claim the body. A villager living next to Li Ping said that Li Ping's wife had returned to her family and left a few days ago after a big fight. Sun Chung frowned and ordered someone to take the body to the coroner's office at the county yamen. Lu Shaolin frowned as well upon hearing that Li Ping's wife had returned to her family. Then he set off with Sun Qing towards the county town. Upon arriving at the county yamen, it was still the case being handled by Master Qian. Lu Shaolin was puzzled. Did the county magistrate never handle any matters? After taking the document handed to him by Master Qian, he signed and returned it. You seem confused. Are you wondering why the magistrate never goes to court? Just a bit curious, Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. You've joined the Heishui gang, so it's not a secret. Our magistrate is over 60 years old and prefers to avoid trouble, enjoying a peaceful old age, Master Qian explained. Lu Shaolin suddenly understood, so that's how it is. You should hurry and leave. I still have to go back to my tea. Young man, take care, he jokingly scolded. Goodbye. Lu Shaolin respectfully cupped his fists in farewell. Exiting the county yamen, Lu Shaolin headed straight for the intersection of Chunhua Street, having been busy with this matter all morning, and it was now approaching noon. Arriving at the intersection of Chunhua Street, he indeed saw Ma San and Li Si sitting under an old tree chatting. The two chatted while occasionally glancing towards the intersection. When they saw Lu Shaolin's figure appear, they quickly got up and walked towards him. Boss? The two cupped their fists and called out. How long have you been here? Lu Shaolin asked with a smile. Not long ago, we were just idle, so we came early to avoid you not finding us later, Li Si chuckled. Then let's go. Lu Shaolin took the lead and walked into Chunhua Street. It was not evening yet, so the brothels were not open for business, but there were plenty of upscale restaurants on Chunhua Street. As Lu Shaolin walked, he spotted a 3-story restaurant with the words Xiangmenlu written in brilliant gold on the signboard. Let's go with this one. Lu Shaolin turned and said, As you wish, boss. Ma San and Li Si nodded. The three entered the restaurant and immediately a waiter came to greet them. After ordering 7 or 8 dishes and 2 pots of fine wine, the three began to eat and drink. Lu Shaolin still abstained from alcohol as he needed to keep clear-headed for fishing for river demons in the afternoon. They spent a full hour on the meal, and by the time they finished, Li Si was clearly a bit drunk. In contrast, Ma San's eyes remained clear, indicating he had a good tolerance for alcohol. Boss will take Li Si back, Ma San said solemnly after they exited the restaurant. That's fine, we'll see each other again tomorrow. Lu Shaolin nodded as he still needed to prepare for fishing for river demons. Tonight he aimed to catch something big. Now at the mid-stage of refining skin, his strength rivaled that of the perfected refining skin stage, so capturing ordinary river demons should be a piece of cake. The 10 live chickens and rope cost 3 coins of silver. Adding the expenses from earlier, 20 taels of silver had already been spent, leaving 18 taels. After placing the live chickens into a large burlap sack, Lu Shaolin carried the sack on his back and held his spear in hand, heading off to buy food. He bought 10 large buns from a bun shop at the city gate and made his way straight to the shallow area where he had fished for river demons last time. Upon arriving at the shallow area, Lu Shaolin looked at the large pit in the sandy ground, frowning. What was going on? What strange occurrence had dragged away the 3 corpses of river demons from here? Or had they been eaten? Lu Shaolin cautiously scanned the surroundings, dropped the heavy burlap sack from his shoulder, and began to investigate the nearby traces. Lu Shaolin silently heightened his vigilance towards the dense forest behind him. Due to the rush of his earlier departure, he had not brought a fishing net. However, he did not mind much as his strength had significantly improved. He dug the sand pit a bit deeper and waited patiently for nightfall. An hour later, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Shaolin took a live chicken out of the sack, tied it with a rope, and grabbing it by the neck, carried it to the riverbank. With a swift slice, blood gushed forth, dripping into the river. After tossing the carcass into the water, Lu Shaolin squatted in the sand pit holding the rope. Shortly thereafter, a river demon poked its head out and rushed towards the riverbank. Lu Shaolin employed the same trick again, luring the river demon to 3 meters in front of the pit. Then he jumped out, thrusting his spear fiercely, piercing through the demon's chest. Stepping forward, he kicked it over, pulling out the spear in one motion. Fearing that the river demon might not die, Lu Shaolin charged again, stabbing downwards with his spear, penetrating the demon's eye socket. He touched the demon's sharp claws, obtaining a source point. Kicking the river demon's corpse to the back of the sand pit, Lu Shaolin began to fish for more river demons. As each live chicken was killed, he also eliminated 1 river demon after another. After the 9th live chicken was thrown into the river, he waited for half an hour, but saw no river demon surface. Lu Shaolin smacked his lips, wondering if he had fished all the demons in this area. After waiting another half hour and confirming that no river demons would surface, Lu Shaolin reluctantly packed up the rope. After some thought, he tossed the rope into the pit and buried it. As for the 8 river demon corpses, Lu Shaolin directly threw them all into the Blackwater River. Although he did not know what beast would drag the corpses away, he could not leave them behind. Then Lu Shaolin picked up his spear and ran toward a nearby small fishing village. It was still the same family from last time and the same cowshed where Lu Shaolin greeted the big water buffalo. However, it was already very late and the big water buffalo merely opened its eyes slightly. Lying down on a pile of hay, Lu Shaolin called forth the system panel. The displayed information was name Lu Shaolin source points 8. Martial arts realm midstage skin refinement. Technique Meng Nyo Jin second layer. Martial skills 3 absolute spears perfection 8 extremes fist minor achievement frenzied demon staff technique not initiated. Looking at the 8 source points displayed on the system panel, Lu Shaolin's lips curled up slightly filled with joy. This truly represented strength. He could enter the realm of perfection in skin refinement after a hearty meal in the county. Closing his eyes, Lu Shaolin began to rest. It wasn't long before the sky brightened. Lu Shaolin turned over and climbed over the courtyard wall heading towards the county. Still the same lamb soup bread shop. When Lu Shaolin entered, the clerk clearly recognized him and hurried over. Lu Shaolin directly found a corner to sit down. Although he did not care about the gaze of others being watched, still felt uncomfortable. After asking the clerk to bring 5 bowls of lamb soup bread, Lu Shaolin waited quietly. Soon 5 bowls of lamb soup bread were placed on the table. Lu Shaolin summoned the system panel. Looking at the plus sign behind Meng Nyo Jin, he focused his mind and clicked on. The plus sign became blurry and the second layer behind Meng Nyo Jin changed to the third layer, while the additional plus sign turned gray and became unclickable. The source points also changed to 5. 8. The martial arts realm changed to perfection in skin refinement. A hunger sensation suddenly surged in his stomach and Lu Shaolin grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat. After consuming 5 bowls of lamb soup bread with the help of the system, they quickly transformed into nourishment for his entire body. Still feeling insufficient, Lu Shaolin ordered another 5 bowls. The clerk did not say a word and hurried to the kitchen, bringing another 5 bowls to the table. Lu Shaolin started eating again. After 3 more bowls, his stomach finally felt better. Looking up, Lu Shaolin gazed at the gray plus sign behind Meng Nyo Jin on the panel, lost in thought. According to the rules, 5 source points should be enough to upgrade to the early stage of muscle refinement, but it currently displayed as unclickable, meaning he lacked the subsequent techniques. The system cannot automatically deduce subsequent techniques. Lu Shaolin then looked at the frenzied demon staff technique on the system panel and clicked the plus sign behind it. The not initiated behind frenzied demon staff technique changed to initiated. A flood of memories about the frenzied demon staff technique surged into his mind and his stomach again felt a hunger pang. After finishing the last 2 bowls of lamb soup bread, Lu Shaolin looked at the panel again. His source points had decreased to 4. 8. He clicked the plus sign behind the staff technique again, changing from initiated to proficient. Memories flooded his mind once more and his stomach felt hungry again. Lu Shaolin waved to the clerk asking for 3 more bowls of lamb soup bread. Meanwhile, the plus sign behind frenzied demon staff technique on the system panel turned gray, becoming unclickable for further upgrades. The source points decreased again, changing to 2. 8. The change from not initiated to initiated costs 1 point, from initiated to proficient costs 2 points, therefore from proficient to minor achievement should cost 3 points. The reason frenzied demon staff technique couldn't be upgraded was due to insufficient source points. Eating like this is too exhausting. I need to think of something more nourishing to substitute. Rubbing his belly, he once again glanced at the panel. The specific information changed to name Lu Shaolin source points 2. Eight. Martial arts realm perfection in skin refinement. Technique Meng Nyo Jin third layer. Martial skills 3 absolute spears perfection 8 extremes fist minor achievement frenzied demon staff technique proficient. After sitting for a while, Lu Shaolin stood up intending to pay the bill. Just as he reached out, there was a tearing sound and his warrior outfit ripped open under his armpit. Lu Shaolin tried to feel it and another tearing sound followed, creating a large hole under the other arm. Lu Shaolin's face was filled with black lines. The clerk heard the noise and walked over. Upon seeing the shredded muscles under Lu Shaolin's torn clothing, he could not help but swallow hard. Do you need assistance, sir? Lu Shaolin threw 5 taels of silver over. All right, sir, please follow me. The clerk. Lu Shaolin threw 5 taels of silver over. All right, sir, please follow me. The clerk nodded eagerly, leading Lu Shaolin towards the kitchen. In a private room within the kitchen, the clerk turned to leave to find clothing, while Lu Shaolin began to assess his physique. If he was fit before now, his physique resembled that of a fitness champion, very much like the main character from the previous life's Fist of the North Star. He seemed to have grown taller, estimating to be around 1.8 meters now. After waiting for a while, the clerk brought in a robe. Sir, this is the largest clothing I could find. Would you like to try it on? Lu Shaolin took the clothing and put it on. It was still a bit tight, but at least he could move. Hey, raise the remaining silver. The clerk handed over the silver, which was a little over 4 taels. Lu Shaolin took 4 taels and directly tipped the. As the clerk repeatedly thanked him, Lu Shaolin walked out of the shop. Draped in a Taoist robe, Lu Shaolin headed directly to the tailor shop. After all, he couldn't wear a Taoist robe to the dock. As he arrived at the tailor shop, a woman around 30 greeted him. Are you here to buy clothes, sir? She asked, observing Lu Shaolin's extraordinarily sturdy physique. Are you the shopkeeper? Lu Shaolin inquired. The woman nodded slightly, and he found it strange. Usually shopkeepers were men, yet this woman was quite charming and not overly voluptuous, more on the plump side. But women in the Great Xia rarely showed their faces, perhaps because this shop served many female customers, hence a female shopkeeper. Find me a few sets of clothes that I can wear. Lu Shaolin stated directly. Of course, sir. Let me take your measurements first, the woman replied, nodding as she took out a soft measuring tape. Lu Shaolin spread his arms wide, allowing the woman to measure him. Once the measurements were taken, her face flushed with a hint of excitement as she said, Sir, your physique is truly impressive. Seeing the woman's flustered expression, Lu Shaolin quickly said, Is there suitable clothing? If not, don't waste my time. Hee, sir, why the hurry? I'll go look for you right away, the woman replied, playfully giving him a sidelong glance. Before long she returned with a Taoist robe in hand. This robe looked about 80% new, with a color of dark blue that appeared quite appealing. Sir, this Taoist robe is the only one that barely fits your size, the woman said, shaking the robe a little. Don't you have any warrior outfits? Lu Shaolin frowned, thinking to himself that he couldn't really wear a Taoist robe to the dock. We don't have any. In my time running this shop, I've never encountered someone with such a strong physique as yours. If you want other clothes, you'll have to custom order them. The woman glanced over Lu Shaolin's body again and said sweetly, Then make me 2 sets. How much silver will that be? When can I pick them up today? If you're willing to pay extra, I can have the seamstress rush the work and they'll be ready this afternoon, the woman quickly. How much? Lu Shaolin reached for his chest. Each set of clothes costs 2 silver coins with a rush fee of 1 silver coin, totaling 5 silver coins. The woman calculated silently. What about this Taoist robe you have on? Lu Shaolin glanced at the gray robe he was wearing and then back at the one in her hands. The Taoist robe will be half price, 51, the woman said with a smile. Good. Lu Shaolin pulled out a tael of silver and tossed it over. The woman caught it and handed the Taoist robe to him. You can change into the clothes in the back, she pointed inside. Lu Shaolin nodded and picked up the Taoist robe, walking into the back. After taking off his warrior outfit, Lu Shaolin pressed his skin, which was extremely tough yet elastic. Beneath his skin seemed to be a layer of membrane, as if he was wearing a piece of leather armor. With his skin refining perfected, his defense had greatly increased, resembling being clad in leather armor. It indeed seemed so. After putting on the Taoist robe, Lu Shaolin looked in the bronze mirror and thought it looked quite good. This Taoist robe was of a short style, the hem not long, allowing for free movement. Stepping into the outer room, the woman's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Sir, you look truly gallant in this Taoist robe. Lu Shaolin smirked. Others wore Taoist robes with an ethereal air while he appeared gallant. Make the clothes a bit looser, I'll come pick them up this afternoon. Lu Shaolin instructed and then left the tailor shop, heading towards the dock. Upon reaching the dock entrance, Ma San and Li Si were still waiting for him. Boss, both men called out in unison. Let's go. It's our turn for patrol today, right? Lu Shaolin asked as he walked. Yes, boss, Li Si replied. Why are you wearing a Taoist robe today, boss? He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I accidentally damaged my clothes this morning, so I just bought something to wear at the tailor shop. Lu Shaolin casually made up an excuse. The three patrolled the dock but found nothing unusual, so they went to a tea shop to chat over tea. Old Zhang busied himself pouring tea and water for them. As they chatted, a commotion suddenly erupted at the dock. They saw 3 men in gray forcibly dragging an 80-year-old girl, behind whom followed a crying woman. The commotion at the dock immediately caught the attention of Lu Shaolin and his companions. Aren't those the 2 sisters from the Dong family? Li Si with a good memory spoke up. Who are those men in gray? Lu Shaolin asked. They are from the Little Knife Society, Ma San replied. At that moment, the eldest daughter of the Dong family had her hair in disarray, tears streaming down her face as she clung to a man with a rough face, pleading, Second master, please give us more time. We will surely pay back the silver my father owes. Please don't take my little sister away. Pay back? How can you repay? Just the 2 of you moving goods at the dock. You can't even pay the interest. I'm doing this for your own good. If you use your sister to settle the debt, you can find a good family. Why take along a burden? The rough-faced man sneered, then kicked the woman in the chest, sending her crashing to the ground. The surrounding laborers dared not voice their anger, but a few who recognized the woman stepped forward to help her up. After standing, the woman lunged toward her sister, trying to snatch her back. The rough-faced man showed no mercy and kicked the woman down again. Don't push your luck, my patience is limited. Your sister will not suffer, and those wealthy gentlemen will take good care of her, the rough-faced man said with a lewd smile. The woman cried out and charged at her sister once more. The rough-faced man quickly stepped forward, slapped the woman down to the ground, squatted down, grabbed her hair, and gave her 2 slaps, growling, You filthy woman, do you really think my words are just hot air? After saying that, he slapped her twice more. The woman's cheeks visibly swelled. The little girl struggled desperately in the grip of another man, screaming for her sister. Boss? Ma San looked at Lu Shaolin, his face filled with anger. Go. This is after all our territory of the Blackwater gang. Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Upon hearing his words, Ma San leaped up and dashed toward the rough-faced man. Aren't you going? Lu Shaolin asked Li Si. Boss, dealing with a drunkard like Ma Er is more than enough. Don't be fooled by his grumpy face. He's a classic case of a cold exterior but a warm heart. Li Si chuckled, looking as if he were watching a show. Ma San rushed to Ma Er's side, grabbing the hand that held onto the Dong family woman with his left hand and twisting it painfully until Ma Er let go. With a mighty swing of his right arm, he slapped Ma Er down to the ground. Ma Er fell, covering his face and angrily pointing at Ma San. Ma San, it's only natural to pay back debts. Are you trying to meddle? Get lost. Ma San cursed. Seeing he was no match for Ma San and being on his territory, Ma Er scrambled to his feet and decided to take the little girl away. Leave the girl, Ma San said coldly. Fine, fine. Ma San, just wait. Ma Er said, resentfully waving his hand to let his two subordinates release the little girl, leaving with a face full of hatred toward the county town. The little girl, now released, burst into tears and rushed to her elder sister. The two embraced tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Ma San hastily waved his hands pointing toward the tea house, then led the sisters in that direction. Upon bringing them before Lu Shaolin at the tea house, Ma San said, "It was our chief who ordered me to save you. Thank him not." Instantly the sisters dropped to their knees. Through choked sobs, the elder sister murmured, "We owe you our lives, young man." "There is no need for thanks," Lu Shaolin replied softly as he rose. "This dock is Blackwater gang territory. We would never permit the Shao Dao Society to act so brazenly here." Noting the elder sister's disheveled hair and the younger one's grimy face, Lu Shaolin turned to the elderly Zhang beside him and asked, "Elder Zhang, might you have clean water?" "Let the sisters freshen up first." Yes, yes, of course." Elder Zhang hurriedly replied. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Elder Zhang." The elder sister bowed again, then followed Zhang behind the tea house. Once they had washed and combed their hair, though their cheeks remained swollen, the elder sister knelt once more before Lu Shaolin and said, "Young master, your grace is beyond measure a Dong Jia, will remember it till her dying breath. Yet I remain burdened by debt. I vow to repay you in my next life with grass woven into rings and a swallow's beak held in gratitude." "No such vow is necessary. Tell me, what are your plans now?" Lu Shaolin asked. "What plans could we possibly have? Merely to survive day by day." Dong Jia offered a sorrowful, fleeting smile before replying. Then bowing deeply once more, she took her sister's hand and resumed walking toward the wharf, evidently still intending to haul cargo. "What a fine young woman this Dong family girl is," Li Si mused aloud. And then Lu Shaolin nodded. The three then resumed their conversation. An hour later, the sharp clatter of hooves echoed across the dock. 3 men clad in grey robes galloped in on horseback, the last among them unmistakably the same Ma Lauer from earlier. At their head rode a burly, broad-shouldered man with a thick bushy beard and a round, ruddy face. A heavy-backed ring-pommel sword hung across his back and his ox-like eyes bulged wide with menace. "That's Lu Dao Lu Bao. What's he doing here?" Li Si exclaimed in surprise. "Is he famous?" Lu Shaolin asked. "One of the Shao Dao Society's overseers, ruthless, domineering, and a peak skin cultivator," Li Si said gravely. "Chief, we're no match for him. Please take cover while I fetch reinforcements from the outpost lodge." "Ma San, go alert overseer you." Li Si's voice was low and urgent. Too late, Lu Shaolin replied with a faint smile. The trio had already charged straight toward the tea house. Lu Bao, leading the charge, showed no sign of slowing. Instead, he drew his great sword and spurred forward. Lu Shaolin seized his long spear and dashed 2 strides out of the tea house, straight toward the oncoming rider. Lu Bao, startled atop his mount, kicked his horse's flanks and accelerated. "Chief, watch out!" Ma San and Li Si cried in unison. Lu Shaolin's eyes blazed crimson. He had already entered the frenzied staff technique's berserk state. In this frenzied state, both strength and speed surged. As Lu Shaolin understood it, his body flooded with adrenaline, a primal heightened arousal. At the very instant the horse was about to strike him, Lu Shaolin sidestepped sharply to its left. Raising his spear high, he brought it down in a thunderous overhead smash onto the horse's skull. The yellow-on-brown steed's skull shattered instantly, brains splattered outward, and with a deafening thud it collapsed sideways in a billowing cloud of dust. Just before impact, Lu Bao leapt clear, avoiding being crushed beneath his mount. Staring at the dead horse, Lu Bao paled. His gaze darted between the corpse and Lu Shaolin, shocked, wary, uncertain. Lu Shaolin met his stare, coldly poised to strike, when suddenly Lu Bao raised his fists in salute. "Hold. May I ask, brother, what is your rank within the Blackwater gang?" "I am Lu Bao. I am no overseer, merely a squad leader," Lu Shaolin replied coolly. Staring at the dead horse, Lu Bao paled. His gaze darted between the corpse and Lu Shaolin, shocked, wary, uncertain. Lu Shaolin dismissed the question and countered. "A misunderstanding, surely a misunderstanding." Lu Bao quickly interjected. "Mazi, what's going on? Is there some miscommunication?" He barked the question over his shoulder at Ma Lauer, still mounted behind him. Ma Lauer scrambled down from his horse. Under Lu Bao's fierce glare and glancing nervously at Ma San standing just behind Lu Shaolin, he stammered, "Yais, it truly was a misunderstanding. Forgive the embarrassment, my subordinate acted recklessly. I shall punish him severely upon our return. Still, since we've disturbed you, let us cancel the Dong family's debt entirely." "Agreed." Lu Bao turned with a practiced, affable smile. Lu Shaolin studied him closely. This man possessed keen perception and knew when to yield or advance. No wonder he'd earned the name Lu Dao. "Agreed," Lu Shaolin said, simply nodding. "Then I'll take my leave. Another time I'll treat you to wine." With a courteous bow, Lu Bao swung himself onto Ma Lauer's horse, wheeled about, and galloped off the dock. His 2 subordinates followed hard on his heels. Ma Lauer in particular seemed desperate to sprout 4 legs and flee faster. As the 3 vanished, the dock erupted in a roar of astonishment. Crowds gathered whispering in awe, every gaze fixed on Lu Shaolin with undisguised admiration. Look at that horse. Crushed skull one blow. Truly formidable. Our chief is invincible. Li Si beamed as he strode forward, grinning as if he himself had felled the beast and routed Lu Bao. Enough, dismissed the crowd. Have someone remove the carcass. Lu Shaolin smiled faintly. Right away, perfect. We'll serve the meat to the brothers at the outpost. Li Si chuckled and hurried off toward the wooden outpost lodge. Ma San, silent as ever, moved quietly into the throng and calmly dispersed the merchants and laborers. Lu Shaolin returned to the tea house and resumed his seat, sipping tea. When Ma San came back, the Dong sisters followed close behind and knelt before Lu Shaolin once more. You saved us once before, young master, and now you've shielded us from the Shao Dao Society's grasp. I know my appearance is plain unworthy of your notice, but your kindness towers higher than mountains. If you do not disdain us, we beg to enter your household, not as mistresses, but as humble servants bound to you in lifelong devotion. Dong Jia lifted her gaze as she spoke. Lu Shaolin hesitated. Chief, why not accept them? They can cook and wash clothes. And truly lingering at the dock is no future for them, Ma San murmured near his ear, unusually speaking at length. At the words, wash clothes and cook, Lu Shaolin's eyes lit up. He didn't need a cook. Stewing meat every day was hardly sustainable. Can you cook? He asked directly. Yes, I can cook, wash, and clean, all without fault, Dong Jia replied eagerly. Excellent. You needn't serve as slaves, I'll hire you to cook and keep house. I'll provide food and lodging. How does that sound? Lu Shaolin continued. Thank you, young master, for taking us in. Dong Jia bowed deeply. Very well, rise now. Rest here at the tea house until this afternoon, then accompany me home. Young master, our belongings remain at the inn. May I go retrieve them? Dong Jia stood and asked. Ma San, accompany them to the inn, Lu Shaolin instructed. Yes, chief. Ma San saluted firmly. No need, I can go alone, Dong Jia demurred, embarrassed. Ma San will go with you, to avoid any encounter with the Shao Dao Society. Lu Shaolin waved dismissively. Seeing Lu Shaolin's insistence, Dong Jia could only nod in agreement. Ma San directly called for a carriage, taking the two sisters towards the county town. Lu Shaolin continued to sit in the tea shop sipping tea. After sitting for a while, Li Si arrived, pushing a cart accompanied by a group of men from the Blackwater gang. Everyone worked together to lift the horse's corpse onto the cart. Li Si waved his hand, instructing the other men to take the corpse away while he sat down beside Lu Shaolin. The two waited for Ma San to return while enjoying their tea. Just before noon, Ma San returned to the dock with the two sisters, bringing along plenty of food. The five of them started eating in the tea shop. The little girl was eating with her mouth full of grease, clearly having not had meat in a long time. After finishing, Lu Shaolin took the group to the pleasure boat. Upon arriving at the boat, Shi Jiang had already cleared a spot, seemingly wanting to avoid an encounter with Lu Shaolin to prevent any awkwardness. Once inside the cabin, Lu Shaolin let the sisters sit freely. Elder sister Dong Jia was still a bit reserved, while younger sister Dong Linger, being younger, climbed onto a chair to sit down. By the way, do you have any money for the inn? Lu Shaolin asked in confusion. No. Young master, it was sister who helped in the inn's kitchen at night, and the innkeeper gave us a small room to stay in. Dong Linger replied. I see now. Lu Shaolin nodded. Suddenly remembering that he should return the martial arts manual today, he realized he hadn't gone home last night. After some thought, he called Ma San in and handed him his key, asking him to run to Pan Mountain Village to retrieve the martial arts manual. Ma San took the key and left while Lu Shaolin entertained the little girl in the cabin. After an hour, Ma San returned. Lu Shaolin took the manual, let the sisters rest in the cabin, and went to the water village to return the manual. Walking along the dirt road for a while, he arrived at the water village. The 4 guards at the entrance heightened their vigilance upon seeing a tall and robust Taoist approaching. The leading man shouted, "This is the headquarters of the Blackwater gang. No idle people are allowed to approach." Lu Shaolin took out his identity token and tossed it over. The man caught it, examined it closely, and threw it back to Lu Shaolin, saying irritably, "Brother, why are you wearing a Taoist robe for no reason? Why not wear the gang's clothes?" The clothes issued by the gang were damaged, so am temporarily wearing this Taoist robe. Lu Shaolin explained with a smile. After saying that, he headed toward the water village. Climbing to the 2nd floor, he arrived at the martial arts pavilion. There he saw an old man with white hair sleeping on the table, a wine gourd tipped over on the surface. Lu Shaolin walked over and knocked on the table, waking the old man from his stupor. "What is it?" The old man asked, a strong smell of alcohol wafting toward him. Returning the manual, Lu Shaolin said, "Just put it on the table." The old man replied, displeased, then closed his. "May I ask if I can view the man bull strength training manual?" Lu Shaolin asked hopefully. You do seem to have reached the pinnacle of muscle training. This is the manual for tendon training. Take it, don't delay me for my afternoon nap. Oh, and let me record your token." The old man pulled out a manual from the drawer and tossed it to Lu Shaolin impatiently. Lu Shaolin took the manual and handed over the token. The old man swiftly wrote something in the registry, though it was unclear what he was writing or whether he could read it himself. Once he finished recording, he tossed the token back to Lu Shaolin and lay back down on the table. Lu Shaolin rubbed his nose and exited the martial arts pavilion with the manual. Originally wanting to check the mighty bear technique, he reconsidered after seeing the old man's demeanor. If he disturbed him further, the old man might get angry, so he decided to come back another time. Leaving the water village, Lu Shaolin did not delay and headed straight back to the pleasure boat. Sitting on a chair inside the pleasure boat, Lu Shaolin took out the man-bull strength training manual and began to read it. After studying for a long while, he roughly understood the contents of the tendon training manual. The tendon training manual was divided into 3 layers. The first layer focused on strengthening the 2 major tendons in the arms, the second layer on the 2 major tendons in the legs, and the third layer on 1 major tendon in the spine. The primary purpose of the tendon training manual is to enhance a martial artist's agility and explosive power. Once all 5 major tendons are fully trained, the bota's strength will converge into one powerful force. Coupled with martial skills, one could unleash a force equivalent to 1,000 pounds with a single strike. Lu Shaolin looked at the training poses in the tendon training manual, feeling overwhelmed. These poses seemed to be several times more difficult than the yoga he practiced in his past life. He couldn't help but doubt whether the human body could actually perform these movements. "Young master, is this a martial arts manual?" Dong Linger asked, curiously staring at the manual. "Yes," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. After finishing, he picked up the tea that Dong Jia had poured and drank it all. Peeking outside the cabin, he saw that it was nearly time to finish work. "Let's go. We are heading home," Lu Shaolin called out to the cabin. Then he turned to Ma San and Li Si at the bow, saying, "In leaving now." "Okay, boss. Actually, you could have gone back earlier. If the other leaders were resting in the afternoon, they would have already left," Li Si replied with a smile. The 2 sisters emerged with 2 bundles. Lu Shaolin waved his hand, taking the 2 of them up to the dock. Since they had the little girl Linger with them, Lu Shaolin called for a carriage. The 3 of them got into the carriage, and with a crack of the whip, the carriage headed towards Pan Mountain Village. In half an hour, they arrived at Lu Shaolin's doorstep. The little girl couldn't contain her excitement and jumped out of the carriage first, looking around. Lu Shaolin paid the fare, took out the key, and opened the courtyard gate, leading the 3 inside. Lu Shaolin brought the 2 of them to Lu Zhong's room, saying, "You can stay in this room. This was my parents' room before, but they have both passed away, so it has been left empty. The room is a bit messy, please tidy it up." "Thank you, young master. This is much better than the place we stayed before." Dong Jia observed the room. "Yes, this room is much larger than that small compartment, and the bed is really big." Dong Linger nodded repeatedly. "Then you tidy up and I'll go check the kitchen." Lu Shaolin turned to leave. "How can I let the young master cook?" "Linger and I can handle it." Dong Jia placed the bundle on the bed and without further ado dragged Dong Linger into the kitchen. Lu Shaolin shook his head with a smile and sat down in the living room. Having someone cook is quite nice, all one has to do is wait to eat. Lu Shaolin recalled that he had yet to pick up the clothes he made at the tailor shop. There were too many matters to attend to today, and he had forgotten. After sitting for about half an hour, the food was ready. Dong Linger brought a plate of vegetables to the table in the living room. She then turned back to the kitchen and brought out another plate of vegetables. Dong Jia came out carrying a large bowl of stew. The 2 of them ran back and forth, and only after all the dishes were served did they stand aside. Dong Linger stared eagerly at the dishes on the table, drooling, yet she remained standing still. "Come sit down and eat," Lu Shaolin said with a smile. "You eat first, young master. Well, eat after you finish," Dong Jia said softly. "There are no such rules as sit down and eat." Lu Shaolin waved his hand. "Young master, without rules nothing can be accomplished," Dong Jia insisted. "You are not servants, come sit down and eat." Lu Shaolin pretended to be stern. Seeing his expression, Dong Jia had no choice but to sit down. Dong Linger also sat down. "All right, let's eat," Lu Shaolin said with a smile, picking up his chopsticks and To be fair, Dong Jia's cooking was quite good, no less than that of the chefs in the tavern. Having seen Lu Shaolin's appetite at noon, she made a considerable amount of rice, enough for him to eat his fill. After the meal, the distance between the 3 of them lessened significantly, and they were no longer so formal. Watching the sisters clean the table, Lu Shaolin went out for a stroll in the courtyard. After the sisters finished cleaning the table and tidying up the kitchen, they went into the room to pack their bags. Lu Shaolin picked up a long spear and practiced the mad stick technique. As for the postures and the muscle refining chapter, Lu Shaolin didn't even think about it. He decided to rely on the system. Having a system is truly impressive. A night passed without incident. The next morning, while Lu Shaolin was still in a foggy sleep, noises came from the courtyard. Could it be a thief? Lu Shaolin instantly woke up, grabbed the long spear by the bedside, and walked into the courtyard. Upon looking, he saw Dong Jia washing clothes, which included a few small garments and a belly band. Young master, Dong Jia discreetly placed a few small garments at the bottom of the wooden basin and greeted softly. Good morning. Lu Shaolin touched his nose and asked, Linger hasn't gotten up yet. She hasn't woken up yet because she hasn't slept so soundly in a long time, Dong Jia explained. Is there something you need, young master? Dong Jia stood up to explain. It's nothing, just asking, Lu Shaolin replied. What about your clothes? They can be washed together. I haven't changed my clothes. I'll wait until today to change them. Lu Shaolin waved his hand and turned to enter the bedroom, planning to catch some more sleep. Previously, he had bathed directly in the courtyard, but now that 2 women were in the house, it was not appropriate to do so. So Lu Shaolin went to sleep directly without bathing yesterday. Half an hour later, Dong Linger got up and the courtyard was filled with her chattering voice. Lu Shaolin then got out of bed and went to the courtyard. Young master, you're up. Dong Linger sweetly called out upon seeing him. Lu Shaolin smiled and nodded, leaning the long spear against the wall and going to the well to wash up. After washing up, Dong Jia came out from the kitchen. Young master, breakfast is ready, she said in a soft voice. Let's eat then. After finishing, I'll head to the county town to pick up my clothes, Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. The sisters then brought breakfast to the table in the living room. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns and chicken soup, delicious and fragrant. Lu Shaolin picked up a bun and devoured it, occasionally sipping the chicken soup. He didn't even know that there was flour at home, nor did he know where Dong Jia found it. After finishing breakfast, Lu Shaolin took the long spear and headed towards the county town. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he encountered villagers who were working in the fields. He casually inquired and learned that Li Ping's wife had not yet returned. Soon he briskly walked and reached the county town gate in less than an hour. Upon entering the county town, he headed straight for the tailor shop. When he arrived at the shop, the charming female shopkeeper was lazily sitting at the counter combing her hair. Seeing Lu Shaolin, her eyes lit up and she stood up with a playful smile. The guest has arrived. Lu Shaolin nodded lightly. I kept the shop open until dark yesterday waiting for you to arrive, the shopkeeper said with a hint of resentment. I had something come up unexpectedly yesterday, Lu Shaolin explained. Here are the clothes, would you like to try them on in the inner room? The shopkeeper handed over a yellow bundle. No need, I have matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Lu Shaolin took the bundle and turned to leave. The shopkeeper stomped her foot and shot a glare at his departing figure. Lu Shaolin left the county town carrying the bundle and headed towards Pan Mountain Village. Walking back and forth really wasted time. He needed to buy a horse or donkey for transportation. Upon returning to the village, Lu Shaolin walked to the front door and knocked. Who is it? A clear voice rang out, unmistakably belonging to Dong Linger. It's me, Lu Shaolin replied. Young master is back. Dong Linger shouted as she rushed over to open the courtyard door. Lu Shaolin smiled and patted her head as he stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering, he saw that the courtyard floor was spotless. Entering the room, he found the floor and various furniture to be equally clean without a speck of dust. Hee, young master, isn't it clean? This is all thanks to me and my sister, the 80-year-old Dong Linger said, eager. Very clean of you, and your sister did a great job. Lu Shaolin praised. Hearing his words, Dong Linger's big eyes curved into crescent moons. Young master is back, you must be hungry, right? Lunch will be ready soon, Dong Jia said as she walked out from the kitchen upon hearing the noise. I'm all right, Lu Shaolin said with a smile. By the way, doesn't your family have any fields? Dong Jia suddenly asked. Yes, but I'm too lazy to farm, so I left them there, Lu Shaolin replied. Naturally, his family had fields, but as a modern person transmigrated here, he had no idea how to farm, so he just left them there without even checking on them. What a waste. Even if you don't grow grains, you could grow vegetables, that would reduce household expenses, Dong Jia said with a look of regret. That wouldn't be necessary. Besides, I don't know how to grow vegetables, Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Linger and I can do it, we can grow vegetables. If you agree, we'll take care of the fields to prevent them from going to waste, Dong Jia said, excitedly waving the spatula in her hand. Let's skip the farming, it's quite tiring. If you feel it's a pity, just grow vegetables, Lu Shaolin thought for a moment and said, then after lunch take us to check on the fields. Otherwise, if too much time passes, they might be taken by others, Dong Jia. Alright. Lu Shaolin nodded in agreement, realizing he underestimated the value ancient people placed on land. After lunch, Lu Shaolin took them to the fields at the edge of the village. 3 acres of fine paddy fields passed down from his ancestors. Looking at the 3 acres of land, Dong Jia was filled with joy. After inspecting the fields, the 3 returned home. Along the way, the sisters discussed what vegetables to plant and how to divert water from the plots. Lu Shaolin decided to hunt river demons again that night. Turning to the still debating sisters, he said, I have matters to attend to tonight, I won't be staying at home. Lock all doors and windows securely, I'll return by tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing his words, elder sister Dong Jia nodded. Dong Linger spoke up, young master, please take great care of Lu Shaolin gently patted Dong Linger's head and smiled. I'm leaving now, do take care of yourselves as well. He added a final reminder. You may rest easy, young master, we'll secure every door and window. Please watch your own safety closely. Dong Jia replied softly. Nodding once, Lu Shaolin hoisted his long spear and slung his waist saber over his shoulder before stepping out the door toward the county seat. As before, he purchased 10 live chickens and several meat pies in town, then made his way back to the shallow bank. The shallow bank showed no sign of disturbance. Lu Shaolin unearthed his rope and continued downstream. This stretch had grown barren of river demons. The previous attempt had yielded nothing, forcing him to seek fresh ground. After walking roughly 2 li downstream, he found another suitable shallow bank. Nearby, as before, lay a small Drawing his waist saber, he selected an optimal spot and began digging a pit. Once finished, he sat upon the sandy ground, pulled out a meat pie, and waited quietly for nightfall. When darkness fell, Lu Shaolin resumed his river demon hunting using the same method. Half the night passed, and the sand was strewn with river demon corpses. The live chickens he'd bought were now entirely spent. His system interface displayed 8 origin points. With swift, precise thrusts of his spear, he impaled all 10 river demon corpses and hurled them into the Blackwater River. Having finished tidying up, he strode straight toward the fishing village. Upon entering, he was just about to scale a courtyard wall when a shrill, anguished cry erupted from a house to his left. In an instant, the entire village erupted into chaos, barking dogs, shouting voices, footsteps pounding on packed earth. Lu Shaolin coiled his thigh muscles and charged leftward. He burst through the gate of a courtyard left wide open, and there sprawled across the inner yard lay a man's corpse, while a river demon crouched atop it feeding. 2 paces ahead of the body knelt a woman weeping uncontrollably. The river demon ate with ravenous delight, utterly indifferent to the grieving woman standing barely an arm's length away. 2 paces ahead of the body knelt a woman weeping uncontrollably. The river demon ate with ravenous delight, his eyes locked onto the demon still feasting upon the corpse. In one explosive lunge, fury blazing in his heart, he drove his spear straight through the creature's skull. The blade entered through the back of the skull and burst forth from the eye socket. With a wet thunk he wrenched it free, spraying blood and grey matter across the sand. The demon collapsed lifelessly atop the corpse, its viridian ichor mingling with crimson human blood. Lu Shaolin tossed the demon's carcass aside. The woman instantly rushed forward, collapsing upon her husband's body in shuddering sobs. At that moment, torchlight flared beyond the gate. Villagers armed with fish spears and cudgels surged forward. At their head stood an elderly man with streaks of silver in his hair, undoubtedly the village headman. 4 or 5 burly men formed a protective ring around him as they entered the courtyard first. The headman glanced at Lu Shaolin standing silently beside the corpse, then at the slain river demon on the ground, and instantly grasped what had transpired. Softly instructing 2 young men to escort the widow indoors, he clasped his hands respectfully and approached Lu Shaolin. "Many thanks, Taoist master, for your righteous intervention in slaying this river demon. I am Zhonggu, headman of this village. Elder sir is too kind. I am no recluse of the Taoist path, merely wearing robes for convenience." Lu Shaolin returned the gesture with a solemn bow. "Ah, I see. The commotion within is unsettling. Let the younger men handle the remains. Please, honored warrior, come rest at my humble abode." The headman gestured politely toward the gate. "I shall not impose further, elder sir." Lu Shaolin nodded and followed. 2 villagers raised torches high, casting golden light upon the path ahead. At the headman's home, his wife served tea and withdrew discreetly. "Please, honored warrior, take some tea," the headman offered, gesturing toward the cup. Lu Shaolin lifted it and took a quiet sip. "Had you not arrived today, the Wuzhou family would surely have perished to the last soul." "Might I ask your name?" the headman sighed, asking earnestly. "Lu Shaolin." Lu Shaolin replied. "Were the Blackwater gang not meant to guard this place?" he asked immediately after. "Honored warrior is unaware. Some time ago the Blackwater gang's enforcers withdrew from here. Rumor has it some major event unfolded elsewhere. We common villagers possess no martial cultivation. How could we possibly withstand such river demon assaults? And indeed tragedy struck today. Had the Blackwater gang's men remained, the demon would have been detected and eradicated on the spot." The headman explained. "I see. Are all fishing villages similarly abandoned?" "Not quite. Only several villages had their guards reassigned, so we hear." You must be weary. Please rest here tonight. My wife has already prepared your chamber." The headman rose and led Lu Shaolin to the side wing. Lu Shaolin bowed in gratitude, entered the room, closed the door securely, and retired to bed. At first light the next morning he rose. Just stepping outside his door, he met the headman entering from beyond the threshold. Evidently the elder had not slept a wink all night. "Master Lu, why rise so early? Was the bedding uncomfortable?" the headman asked. "No, quite comfortable in fact. But urgent matters call me back to the county seat," Lu Shaolin replied with a gentle smile. "Then please wait a moment." As he spoke, the headman turned toward the kitchen. Moments later, he reappeared holding 3 large carp. The fish were strung together with braided grass rope. "We have little to offer in gratitude. Please accept these carp freshly caught by our own sons." He extended the fish toward Lu Shaolin. "Elder sir, truly there's no need." Lu Shaolin declined. "Please take them, it is but a humble token of our thanks." The headman insisted. "Very well." Lu Shaolin accepted the carp, bowed deeply in farewell, and departed the village for the county seat. Arriving in town, he ate a modest breakfast before heading to the wharf. As for upgrading his abilities, he planned to do so upon returning home in the afternoon. Dong Jia's cooking rivaled any taverns and saved precious silver. At the wharf entrance, Ma San and Li Si still waited for him. Seeing Lu Shaolin carrying 3 large carp, they exchanged curious glances. "Chief, did you catch these on the road?" Li Si asked. "No, they were a gift." Lu Shaolin handed the fish to Li Si to carry. Inside the wharf, merchants and laborers alike greeted Lu Shaolin warmly. Shouts of "Master Lu" echoed continuously. "Hehe, yesterday Chief felled a horse with 1 spear thrust and sent Lu Didao fleeing in terror. His fame is sealed." Li Si's round face beamed with unrestrained delight. After listening to Li Si's words, Lu Shaolin finally understood the reason. The 3 of them strolled around the dock and arrived at the usual tea shop to drink tea and chat. As for the 3 large carp, Li Si directly found a place in the tea shop to hang them up. While they were drinking tea and chatting, a man in black approached and greeted Lu Shaolin, saying, "Captain Lu, the steward requests your presence in the county city for a gathering." Lu Shaolin glanced at his collar, confirming he was from the gang, and said to Ma San and Li Si, "You 2 stay here on patrol, I will go for a bit." "Yes, boss." Ma San and Li Si replied with a salute. "Let's go," Lu Shaolin said to the man, and the man extended his hand, leading the way. Upon reaching the dock entrance, a horse-drawn carriage was waiting there. "Captain Lu, please get in the carriage," the man said. Lu Shaolin stepped onto the carriage, followed closely by the man. Once they were seated, the carriage headed towards the county city. Before long, the carriage stopped in front of an elegant small courtyard. Lu Shaolin got off the carriage and looked towards the courtyard door. Captain Lu the steward is waiting for you inside, the man said in a low voice. All right. Lu Shaolin nodded and walked towards the courtyard. Upon entering, he saw Yushan sitting under a large tree brewing tea with a burly man in black standing behind him. Little brother has arrived. Yushan smiled as he saw Lu Shaolin and got up. Steward you. Lu Shaolin cupped his fists in greeting. Please sit first. Yushan gestured to a chair by the tea table. Did the steward call me here for something? Lu Shaolin asked as he sat down receiving the tea Yushan handed him. I heard about yesterday's battle and you greatly enhanced the reputation of our Heishui gang. Yushan said with a smile. Not really, the Xiaodao society was just being too much. Lu Shaolin shook his head with a smile. I didn't expect you to possess such martial prowess. Yushan exclaimed. It's just that I am naturally strong. After entering the refining skin stage my strength seems to have increased. Lu Shaolin brushed it off with an old excuse. You are exceptionally gifted, such talent is rare. You flatter me, steward. Let's talk business. The reason I called you here is that news of yesterday's battle reached the ears of the Foreign Affairs Hall's steward. Knowing your strength is equivalent to the peak of the refining skin stage, and that you scared off Lu Bao, I would like you to join the Foreign Affairs Hall as they are currently short on manpower. I wonder if you would be willing. What are the benefits of the Foreign Affairs Hall? The benefits are naturally substantial as it involves dangerous work. The monthly salary for the captain is 20 taels, and there are additional rewards for slaying demons and monsters starting at least from 5 taels. So, do you want me to go or not, steward? From my perspective, I naturally do not want you to go. Who wouldn't want a fierce general under them? But from the perspective of the gang, I still recommend you go. Although it is dangerous, promotion in the Foreign Affairs Hall is quick based solely on strength regardless of background. In that case, I am willing to go. Lu Shaolin cupped his fists as if a pillow was sent just when he felt sleepy. Yushan did not misjudge you. Rest assured, I am quite close with the steward of the Foreign Affairs Hall. I will naturally ensure he takes good care of you. If it were not for the fact that I cannot refuse him, I would not let you go. Yushan said loudly. No need for special care, I believe in my own strength. Lu Shaolin replied firmly. No special care, otherwise where would I go to slay demons and monsters? If he just gives me a logistics position, that would be too unfortunate. Ambitious. Yushan suddenly stood up, patting Lu Shaolin's broad shoulder. In that case, you should report to the headquarters of the Foreign Affairs Hall this afternoon. I will make sure to give them a heads up. Yushan continued. All right. Lu Shaolin replied. Then the two chatted casually before Lu Shaolin cupped his fists to take his leave. Yushan had the carriage come to take Lu Shaolin back to the dock. Upon returning to the dock, Lu Shaolin nodded in greeting to those who greeted him as he walked towards the tea shop. Ma San and Li Si were indeed still in the tea shop boasting and chatting. Lu Shaolin walked over and the two stood up and called out, Boss. Sit down. He wants me to go to the Foreign Affairs Hall. Lu Shaolin replied. Did the boss agree? Although the Foreign Affairs Hall offers a high salary, it is very dangerous to work with your head on the line. Lu Shaolin said with a smile. The three of them sat around the table. Boss, what did the steward want with you? Li Si asked directly without hiding anything. Lu Shaolin shook his head and said. He had originally wanted to join the Foreign Affairs Hall as it would provide a salary and a chance to earn source points, a win-win situation. Are you two willing to go with me? If I go, I will still be the captain, and the Foreign Affairs Hall happens to be short on manpower, so you can continue to follow me. Lu Shaolin asked. Boss, I will pass. I have a wife and children and do not want them to worry. Li Si said, apologetically lowering his head and not daring to look at Lu Shaolin. No problem, it's only natural. Lu Shaolin waved his hand nonchalantly. Boss, I am willing to go with you. I am all alone and have no ties. Ma San said solemnly. Good. You will come with me to the Foreign Affairs Hall this afternoon. Lu Shaolin said with a smile. Li Si will be assigned to Captain Wang's side. I specifically mentioned it while chatting with the steward just now. Lu Shaolin looked at Li Si again. Thank you, boss. Li Si expressed his gratitude by cupping his fists. He was afraid of being assigned to Shi Jiang's side. If that were the case, he would surely suffer and face difficulties. As they chatted, it was lunchtime. Li Si suggested treating Lu Shaolin and Ma San to a meal, but Lu Shaolin directly stopped him, saying he would pay as the leader should naturally cover the meal for a farewell gathering. Li Si had no choice but to agree. The three of them flagged down a carriage and headed straight for the county city. Upon arriving in the county city, they casually chose a restaurant and began to eat and drink. Lu Shaolin sipped a few cups while Ma San accompanied Li Si in drinking heartily. After the meal, Li Si got drunk. The two of them took Li Si home and then walked to the dock to help him sober up. After walking for half an hour, the two arrived at the dock. They did not linger at the dock, but headed directly towards the water village. At the entrance of the water village, Lu Shaolin did not need to show his token as the guard recognized him. After all, he was still wearing that robe. Entering the water village, they arrived at the Foreign Affairs Hall. Behind the counter sat a burly man with a black face. Lu Shaolin explained his purpose, and the black-faced man expressionlessly asked Lu Shaolin to produce his token. Lu Shaolin took out his token, and the black-faced man took it, pocketed it, and then took out a pure black token and handed it. Lu Shaolin took it and looked at it. The token was the same as the previous one except that the color was pure black. The bottom of the token not only had a number, but also had the 3 characters, Foreign Affairs Hall. With this token you can go to the back warehouse to claim a sturdy horse. The black-faced man said in a low voice. Then Ma-san also handed over his token, and the black-faced man also gave him a pure black token. However, the back of his token did not have the words captain, but rather gang member. Like Lu Shaolin, he could go to the back warehouse to claim a horse. After registering both of them, the black-faced man informed Lu Shaolin to come to the Foreign Affairs Hall tomorrow morning, as the steward would arrange subordinates for him and inform him where to stand guard. Lu Shaolin nodded and walked out with Ma-san. The 2 of them went directly to the warehouse and each received a strong. Lu Shaolin's horse was a black stallion while Ma-san's was a yellow steed. Ma-san, can you ride a horse? Lu Shaolin asked. I can. Ma-san rubbed the forehead of the yellow steed. I actually can't ride very well. Can you teach me later? Lu Shaolin scratched his nose. All right, boss. Ma-san nodded. The 2 led their horses out of the water village and went to the dock to fetch some carp. They then arrived at the official road leading to Pancheon village. Under Ma-san's guidance, Lu Shaolin learned how to mount and control the horse. After a short while, thanks to his strong physical constitution, Lu Shaolin learned quickly and was already able to trot on the black stallion. Having learned how to ride, Lu Shaolin let Ma-san head home, first agreeing to meet at the entrance of the water village the next day. Ma-san nodded in response, cupping his hands in salute, and rode off towards the county town. Lu Shaolin gently kicked the horse's belly, and the black stallion whinnied and trotted towards Pancheon village. Lu Shaolin slowly adapted to the rhythm of the galloping horse, gradually urging the black stallion to quicken its pace. As the speed increased, Lu Shaolin gradually began to lose his balance. He gently tugged on the reins and the black stallion began to slow down. Thus they traveled at varying speeds, and by the time they reached Pancheon village, Lu Shaolin was already able to gallop on the horse. Arriving at his doorstep, Lu Shaolin dismounted and knocked on the courtyard door. Who is it? The crisp voice of Dong Linger came from inside. It's me, Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Creak, the courtyard door opened. Dong Linger's little head peeked out. Young master, you finally returned. Yeah, Lu Shaolin nodded. Wow, what a big black horse. Young master, is this yours? Dong Linger jumped out and started circling around the black horse. Yes. Lu Shaolin smiled. Can I ride it for a bit? Dong Linger looked at Lu Shaolin with eager. Sure, but you can only sit on it and mustn't move around. Lu Shaolin cautioned. I won't move. Dong Linger replied seriously, nodding her little head. Lu Shaolin smiled, slightly picked up Dong Linger, and placed her on the black stallion, instructing her to hold onto the saddle, while he led the reins, turning around in front of the door. The little girl laughed joyfully. Dong Jia also came out, looking gently at the scene before her. After spinning around for a few circles, Lu Shaolin lifted her down, leading the black stallion into the courtyard and tying it under the osmanthus tree. He took the carp off the horse and handed it to Dong Jia. The little girl ran in quickly and stood under the tree to observe the horse. Linger, don't look too closely, be careful of the black horse kicking you, Dong Jia said softly. Dong Linger pouted and left the tree. Is there still plenty of food at home? Lu Shaolin asked Dong Jia, as he would need a lot of food to improve his cultivation soon. Young master, there's still a lot, but not much meat left, Dong Jia replied. Then please cook all the meat you have now and make a large pot of rice. I will need a lot of food for my training later. Lu Shaolin instructed. All right, young master, Dong Jia nodded and waved to Dong Linger, asking her to help in the Dong Linger ran into the kitchen. Lu Shaolin sat in the living room and called up the system panel name Lu Shaolin source points 13. 8. Martial Arts Realm Perfected Skin Refinement Martial Arts Bull Strength 3rd Layer Martial Skills 3 Absolute Spears Perfection 8 Extremes Fist Minor Accomplishment Frenzied Demon Staff Technique Proficient. With 13. 8 source points it should be enough to level up twice. After waiting for half an hour, Dong Jia and Dong Linger brought out a large bowl and small bowls of dishes. Lu Shaolin first ate to his fill and then began clicking the plus sign next to bowl strength. Half an hour later, all the dishes had been wiped clean by Lu Shaolin. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the 2 sisters, Lu Shaolin summoned the system panel again, name Lu Shaolin source points 1. 8. Martial Arts Realm Midstage Muscle Refinement Martial Arts Bull Strength 5th Layer Martial Skills 3 Absolute Spears Perfection 8 Extremes Fist Minor Accomplishment Frenzied Demon Staff Technique Minor Accomplishment. A total of 12 source points were spent. It cost 9 source points to upgrade from Perfected Skin Refinement to Midstage Muscle Refinement. It cost 3 source points to upgrade Frenzied Demon Staff Technique from Proficient to Minor Accomplishment. Lu Shaolin had already grasped the pattern of whether it was martial arts or skills. Each layer of advancement required 1 more source point than the previous layer. Standing up, Lu Shaolin walked into the courtyard and did some light stretches. Having reached midstage muscle refinement, his physique had not changed much, but he felt his body was more agile, his strength flowed more smoothly, and his limbs were several times tougher than before, with speed at least double that of earlier. After finishing his exercises, Lu Shaolin entered the living room. He saw the 2 sisters still dumbfounded. Aren't you going to clean the table? Lu Shaolin asked. Young master, we will clean up right away. Dong Jia replied hurriedly, starting to clear the table. Dong Linger looked at Lu Shaolin with a gaze of astonishment and quickly went to help carry the plates. Lu Shaolin smiled awkwardly, picked up the soft bow hanging on the wall, said he was going hunting, and then walked out of the courtyard heading towards the mountains. After wandering in the mountains for an hour, having reached the muscle refinement stage, Lu Shaolin's speed increased, and he successfully hunted 4 wild chickens and 3 wild rabbits. Tying the prey with vines, Lu Shaolin carried them down the mountain. Upon returning home and seeing the string of game, the little girl squealed excitedly. Lu Shaolin then took out a sharp knife and carefully cleaned the game, hanging them in the kitchen after gutting them. Afterward, the 3 of them sat down for dinner. After dinner, Lu Shaolin said he wanted to bathe, asking the sisters to go into the room first. Dong Jia's cheeks flushed as she pulled the oblivious Dong Linger into the room. Seeing the two enter the room, Lu Shaolin quickly undressed, leaving only his shorts on, poured a few buckets of water over himself to wash up, and dashed into the bedroom. When he came out dressed, Dong Jia was already blushing as she washed his clothes. "Young master, you should bring your inner garment." Seeing Lu Shaolin come out, Dong Jia said, shyly lowering her head. "No need, to wash them myself when I have time." Lu Shaolin replied with an awkward smile. "Young master, there's no need to worry about these things. This is what a servant should do. I'll go get them myself," Dong Jia said with a flicker in her eyes, and after speaking she walked towards Lu Shaolin's bedroom. Lu Shaolin wanted to stop her but thought better of it. If he didn't let her do it, she might feel uneasy. The next morning, Lu Shaolin finished his breakfast and, amidst the farewells of the 2 women, mounted his black stallion and headed towards the water stronghold. After half an hour, Lu Shaolin arrived at the entrance of the water stronghold. Looking up, Ma San was already waiting at the entrance. Lu Shaolin dismounted and waved to Ma San, and the 2 of them led their horses together towards the water stronghold. Crossing the wooden bridge, they arrived at the entrance of the Foreign Affairs Hall. At this moment, 4 people were gathered at the entrance, chatting and boasting. Each of them had a strong horse by their side. The 4 were sturdy and had cold expressions, clearly tough characters. They glanced at Lu Shaolin and Ma San, but did not speak, returning to their conversation. Lu Shaolin ignored the 4, taking Ma San aside to wait for the manager's arrival. After about half an hour, a burly man with a square face and a bushy beard approached them. The 4 people hurriedly cupped their fists and shouted, "Manager Zhao." Lu Shaolin and Ma San also cupped their hands. Zhao Ongua scanned the scene and fixed his gaze on Lu Shaolin. "You must be Brother Lu, right?" Zhao Ongua asked with a smile. "Yes, Manager Zhao," Lu Shaolin nodded. "Indeed, you are quite robust," Zhao Ongua praised. "All right, without wasting time, pay attention. Brother Lu here is the leader of you few. You must listen to his commands. Young brother, come with me." Zhao Ongua called out loudly, stepping aside for Lu Shaolin to approach him alone. Lu Shaolin handed the reins to Ma San and walked beside Zhao Ongua. "Young brother, currently we are short on manpower. I can only give you 5 subordinates for now. Once more people arrive, I'll add 5 more for you. Don't take offense," Zhao Ongua said apologetically. "No need to be polite, Manager Zhao. It's fine if the manpower is supplemented later," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. "It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that we truly have no one left. They've all been reassigned by the hall master. Don't mention this to old Zhao, otherwise he'll definitely mock me," Zhao Ongua said with a laugh. "I won't, don't worry, old Zhao." Lu Shaolin shook his head. "Your area to guard consists of these 2 fishing villages. You will guard at night and rest during the day. There's not much danger. The most you'll face are river demons, which should be easy for you to handle with your strength." Zhao Ongua took out a map from his pocket, pointing at 2 black dots on it. Lu Shaolin stepped forward to take a look, noting the locations, one of which was the fishing village where he had previously killed a river demon. "All right," Lu Shaolin nodded. "Then I won't keep you any longer. There are too many matters these days. If you need anything, just come to the Foreign Affairs Hall to find me. Oh, and remember to go to the warehouse to collect your squad's equipment." Zhao Ongua spoke quickly, then hurried into the Foreign Affairs Hall. Seeing Zhao Ongua leave, the 4 people exchanged glances and stepped forward to cup their fists, saying, "Boss Lu." "Yes, just call me boss from now on. I'm not used to being called Boss Lu," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. "Understood, boss. Ma San, take the 4 brothers to the warehouse to collect the equipment," Lu Shaolin instructed. "Yes," Ma San replied. Ma San responded and then led the 4 towards the warehouse. In a little while the 5 returned holding iron wire fishing nets, fire oil fireworks, and steel forks. 2 fishing nets, several cans of fire oil, 6 fireworks, and 1 steel fork per person. Lu Shaolin picked up a steel fork to inspect. It was 1.8 meters long with a steel head and a wooden handle, quite handy for dealing with river demons, capable of keeping them at bay. He tossed the steel fork to Ma San, waved his hand, and left the water stronghold with the 5 riding towards the fishing village they were to guard. They arrived at the first fishing village. The villagers in the village displayed expressions of joy upon seeing the 6. Some villagers spontaneously went to notify the village chief. "Dismount," Lu Shaolin commanded in a low voice as he dismounted. The 5 behind him also dismounted. "Are you 4 veterans?" Lu Shaolin asked. The 4 exchanged glances and one scar-faced man stepped forward and said, "Boss, we 4 were reassigned from other teams. We can be considered veterans." "Can you 4 handle a river demon alone?" Lu Shaolin continued to ask. "If it's just a single river demon, we can definitely capture it using the iron wire fishing net." The man responded immediately. "Good. In that case, you 4 will guard here. Ma San and I will guard another fishing village. The 2 villages are adjacent, so if you encounter any trouble, you can't handle signal for help with fireworks," Lu Shaolin decisively stated. "Yes, boss." The man glanced at the other 3, seeing no objections, nodded in agreement. By the way, if you kill a river demon, what proof do you need to receive the reward? Lu Shaolin asked again. Boss, whether it's a river demon or other monsters, we use the left ear as proof to go to the Foreign Affairs Hall to claim the reward. If there's no ear, we can use the claws instead. The man paused slightly before responding. Hearing this, Lu Shaolin felt a pang of regret. He had missed out on 100 taels of silver. Alright then, you four stay here. Ma-san, let's go. Lu Shaolin nodded and then shouted at Ma-san, mounting his horse and kicking its belly, heading towards another fishing village. Ma-san followed closely behind. In a short while, the two arrived at their destination. At the village entrance, they happened to meet village chief Zhang Gu. You're actually a member of the Blackwater gang? Zhang Gu asked with delight. Old man, I just joined the Foreign Affairs Hall today and unexpectedly got assigned to guard your fishing village. Lu Shaolin jumped off his black stallion and smiled. This is fate. It shows that the great person has a connection with my village. Zhang Gu smiled back. Where did the previous gang members reside? Lu Shaolin inquired. They stayed at the outpost at the village entrance. Are you two the only ones here? Zhang Gu turned to look behind him and asked. The gang is short on manpower, but don't worry with me here, the river demons are not a concern. Naturally, you can rest assured. Zhang Gu repeatedly assured them. He then brought the two to the outpost at the outpost was quite large with 5 bedrooms, a large living room, and a kitchen. Outside was a spacious courtyard with a horse stable. The two led their horses into the stable. After showing them to the outpost, Zhang Gu took his leave to arrange for someone to cook for the Lu Shaolin looked at several bedrooms and chose a room facing the sun to settle in. Ma-san chose a room next to him. After waiting for about half an hour, Zhang Gu returned with 2 young men carrying the meals to the outpost. Lu Shaolin saw that the food was quite good with fish and meat. After placing the meals on the stone table in the courtyard, Zhang Gu sent the 2 young men back and stayed himself. Lu Shaolin sat at the stone table and invited Zhang Gu to take a seat, but Zhang Gu waved his hand saying he had already eaten. Ignoring the rest, Lu Shaolin started eating heartily. After finishing, he looked at Zhang Gu and asked, Old man, do you have anything to discuss? Lord Lu, I was just wondering if you need some men from the village to assist you in patrolling at night. Zhang Gu asked. No need, just sleep peacefully. The 2 of us are enough to guard the fishing village. Alright, if you need assistance, feel free. Absolutely. Lu Shaolin cupped his hands. After chatting a little while longer, Zhang Gu took his leave. After Zhang Gu left, Ma-san looked at Lu Shaolin and asked, Boss, how will we guard tonight? I'll take the first half of the night and you take the second half. If anything unusual happens, notify me immediately. Don't force it with your strength, you're no match for a river demon, Lu Shaolin said with a serious expression. Understood, boss. Ma-san nodded in agreement. His strength was indeed lacking. He hadn't even reached the refining skin realm, and according to martial artists, he lacked the aptitude for martial arts. Have you ever hunted? Lu Shaolin asked with a smile. No, Ma-san shook his head expressionlessly. Go borrow a hunting bow from the village chief. Let's go up the mountain and hunt. Lu Shaolin looked towards the mountains behind the fishing village and instructed, yes, boss. Ma-san cupped his fists in response and turned to leave the outpost searching for Zhang Gu. He wondered how many river demons were in this area. Lu Shaolin gazed thoughtfully at the river in front of the fishing village. In no time, Ma-san returned with a hunting bow and a quiver of arrows. Boss, I've borrowed the things. Ma-san raised the bow and arrows in his hand. Let's go. You teach me to ride and I'll teach you to shoot arrows. Lu Shaolin smiled and picking up his spear stepped out of the outpost. Ma-san followed closely behind with the bow and arrows. The two crossed through the fishing village and entered the outskirts of the forest. Lu Shaolin took the hunting bow, pulled back the string to test its strength, which was far superior to the soft bow at his home. He then began to search for prey. An hour later, the two descended the mountain with various catches. Ma-san's long face, usually expressionless, bore a hint of excitement. Among these were his spoils. Upon returning to the outpost, Lu Shaolin instructed Ma-san to toss the prey in the corner and sat down at the stone table to drink tea. After Ma-san placed the prey down, he sat down as well. Lu Shaolin glanced at Ma-san, who remained expressionless. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Li Si was talkative and easy to engage, but Ma-san was different. To avoid the awkwardness, Lu Shaolin told Ma-san to wake him up after dark, and then he got up and went into his room to sleep. At dusk, Ma-san entered Lu Shaolin's room. Before he could speak, Lu Shaolin opened his eyes. What's wrong? Boss, the food has arrived, Ma-san said. Lu Shaolin nodded and got up. Stepping into the courtyard, he found steaming food laid out on the stone table. Lu Shaolin sat down at the stone table and began to eat with Ma-san. After finishing, it was already dark. Lu Shaolin told Ma-san to go rest while he kept watch for the first half of the night. Ma-san nodded and entered his room. Lu Shaolin picked up the prey from the corner and took his spear to the riverbank in front of the fishing village. He decided not to dig a pit, instead taking a wild chicken, eviscerating it, and throwing it into the shallow water by the riverbank, standing still by the river waiting for the river demon to surface. Before long, a river demon surfaced from the river, momentarily stunned at the sight of Lu Shaolin by the riverbank. With its intelligence, it wouldn't think about why someone was standing there waiting to die. The river demon opened its large mouth, revealing a set of sharp teeth, and charged toward Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin also grinned, showing his white teeth, calmly awaiting the river demon's approach. When the river demon was 2 meters away from Lu Shaolin, his right hand moved, the spear flashed in the air, and it pierced through the river demon's eye socket, emerging from the back of its head. Then Lu Shaolin flicked his spear and the river demon soared into the air, landing on the shore. Lu Shaolin approached the river demon's corpse and touched its sharp claws. He then threw another piece of prey into the river to continue luring the river demons. After half the night, Lu Shaolin had killed a total of 9 river demons, but no more showed up after that. It seemed that the river demons in this section of the river had been completely wiped out. After cutting off the ears of the 9 river demons and tossing their bodies into the river, Lu Shaolin carried the remaining prey back towards the fishing village. Upon returning to the outpost, just as he sat down to sip his tea, Ma San emerged from his room. "Boss," Ma San called out. You're awake. It's your turn to patrol now. Call me if anything happens," Lu Shaolin instructed. Ma San nodded, strapped on his waist knife, picked up a lantern, and stepped out of the outpost. Given tonight's moonlight, a lantern wasn't necessary, but Ma San wasn't like Lu Shaolin. Having a light source in hand would provide a sense of security. Lu Shaolin entered his room, locked the door, and closed his eyes. He wasn't sure how long he had slept when a rapid knocking sound rang out. Lu Shaolin instantly jumped up and grabbed the spear by the bed. Boss, came Ma San's anxious voice from. Lu Shaolin opened the door to find Ma San looking frantic. What happened? Lu Shaolin immediately asked. The fishing village ahead sent up a distress flare. Ma San hurriedly replied. Lu Shaolin frowned and said, stay in the room and wait for me to return. Without waiting for Ma San to respond, he dashed into the courtyard, mounted his black mane horse, and rode off towards another. In less than a moment, Lu Shaolin reached the entrance of the village. Looking up, he saw a 2-meter-tall muscular river demon confronting his 4 subordinates across a wall of flames. On the ground lay a fishing net torn in half. Lu Shaolin kicked the horse's belly, urging the black mane horse to charge forward. He gripped his spear tightly, preparing to strike the river demon from behind. Just as he was about to enter striking distance, the river demon crouched and leaped to the side. Lu Shaolin pulled the reins and the black mane horse jumped, rearing up and stopping behind his 4 subordinates. Lu Shaolin dismounted, his thigh muscles bursting with power as he lunged through the ring of flames formed by the oil and charged towards the river demon, thrusting his spear towards its eyes. The river demon swiped its claws, knocking the spear aside. Lu Shaolin's eyes turned red, entering a frenzied state, swinging the spear wildly like a rain of blows upon the river demon. The sounds of slicing air and continuous impacts echoed. When Lu Shaolin finally paused to catch his breath, the spear in his hand had become deformed and twisted, the tip and shaft almost at a 90-degree angle. The river demon was also suffering. Its arms that had defended against the spear hung limply at its sides, already broken. Lu Shaolin threw away the spear and seized a steel fork from one of his subordinates, preparing to attack the river demon again. The river demon's eyes showed fear as it turned to flee. Lu Shaolin's arm muscles bulged as he made a powerful throw, the steel fork slicing through the air and piercing the river demon's eye with a thud. The river demon fell to the ground, convulsing violently. The steel fork remained lodged in its head, shaking with its spasms. Lu Shaolin exhaled slowly, easing the pain in his chest. The battle had been so fierce that it had caused internal injuries. Boss, are you alright? Asked the. I'm fine, just overexerted myself a bit. Lu Shaolin shook his head, the redness in his eyes slowly dissipating. Once the pain subsided, he walked over to the river demon's corpse and touched its sharp claws. The sound of source point +2 echoed in his mind. Lu Shaolin lowered his gaze and scrutinized the river demon closely. Unlike those he had slain before, this one stood unusually tall, its bulging muscles sharply defined beneath thick, overlapping scales. Its strength was undoubtedly on par with the tendon refinement realm. How are you 4 faring? Lu Shaolin turned. The 4 men clasped their fists in gratitude. We are unharmed, thank you, Chief, for saving us. We are brothers, no thanks are necessary, Lu Shaolin waved dismissively. You may handle the corpse, I must return at once. Ma San alone is too vulnerable. He pointed to the carcass. Yes, Chief. The 4 bowed in unison and accepted the order. Lu Shaolin yanked the steel trident from the demon's skull, strode to his black-maned horse, vaulted into the saddle, and snapped the reins, galloping back along the same path. Upon returning to the outpost, Ma San emerged at the sound of hooves. Chief, how did it go? He took the reins and asked. All resolved, no trouble. Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Hearing this, Ma San quietly exhaled in relief. Dawn had just begun to blush the eastern sky. Too restless to sleep, the 2 sat down at the stone table and sipped tea. As Lu Shaolin drank, he summoned his system interface name Lu Shaolin source points 12. Martial Dao Realm Midstitch Tendon Refinement Cultivation Technique Savage Ox Chi Art 5th Layer Martial Skills Triple Edge Spear Perfected 8 Extremes Fist Proficient Mad Demon Staff Technique Proficient. A faint knowing smile curled Lu Shaolin's lips as he gazed upon the 12 source points. When full daylight broke, he retrieved the bundle of river demon ears, leaning against the courtyard wall, mounted his black-maned horse and rode toward the water fort. Ma San retreated directly to his room to rest. Alone, he found comfort anywhere. Within half an hour, Lu Shaolin arrived at the water fort and exchanged the demon ears for 45 taels of silver at the External Affairs Hall. When Lu Shaolin produced the bundle, even the swarthy gatekeeper could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. Having collected the silver, Lu Shaolin ascended to the 2nd floor martial arts pavilion. The white-haired elder clearly had no memory of Lu Shaolin's prior visit. The moment Lu Shaolin laid 10 taels on the counter, the old man snatched the coins and produced the savage bear art. Lu Shaolin immediately memorized the authentic martial diagram of the savage bear art on the spot, then departed the water fort clutching both the replicated manual and his newfound wealth. He first visited a county town apothecary to inquire about the price of ginseng. Learning that even a modest several-year-old root cost 10 taels, he temporarily abandoned the idea of force advancing through medicinal supplements and resolved instead to eat well steadily and sincerely. He entered a tavern and secured a private chamber. Lu Shaolin ordered over a dozen meat dishes and a large basin of steamed rice. The waiter, awestruck by Lu Shaolin's towering broad-shouldered frame, dared not question him, merely jotted down the order and withdrew silently. Lu Shaolin withdrew the savage bear art manual and began studying it intently. Unlike the savage ox-chi art, which enhanced the entire body, the savage bear art focused intensely on the upper torso, especially the chest and back. No medicinal oil was required to begin practicing. All one needed was a tree as thick as a human thigh, then visualize the authentic martial diagram and repeatedly charge into it, shoulders first, then chest, then back, just as a true savage bear would rub itself against bark. With unwavering persistence, once that thigh-thick tree finally snapped under repeated impact, one would have achieved perfected skin refinement. As for the tendon refinement section of the savage bear art, it consisted of a series of peculiar stances, distinct from those of the savage ox-chi art. With no other patrons present in the morning, Lu Shaolin's feast arrived swiftly and fully served. Loosening his belt, Lu Shaolin fell upon the meal with unrestrained vigor. Half an hour later, sipping tea, he summoned his system interface, once more named Lu Shaolin Source Point 0. Martial Dao Realm Perfected Tendon Refinement Cultivation Technique Savage Ox-Chi Art Fully Mastered Savage Bear Art First Layer Martial Skills Triple-Edged Spear Perfected 8 Extremes Fist Proficient Mad Demon Staff Technique Advanced. At last, Tendon Refinement perfected. His explosive power surged dramatically. Only one final step remained before entering the Viscera Refinement realm. Yet obtaining a Viscera Refinement technique proved no simple task. To this day, Lu Shaolin had never even laid eyes upon He Zhongling, the Water Black Sect Master. This very difficulty was why he had taken up the savage bear art. Its first layer alone added 150 gene of raw strength to his physique. His sheer physical strength now exceeded 700 gene. Greater power meant greater access to advanced cultivation methods, and 2.5 months still remained before the 3-month deadline. With a subtle flex of his left hand, Lu Shaolin crushed the teacup in his grip. Discarding the shards, he rose and strode out of the private chamber. At the counter, he settled the bill, 8 mace of silver for the entire feast. Stepping outside the tavern, Lu Shaolin sensed no visible change in his physique, perhaps because the savage bear art had only reached its first layer and his foundation in the savage ox-chi art rendered further outward transformation subtle. Mounting his horse once more, Lu Shaolin set out in search of a blacksmith's forge. Aside from the long saber at his waist, he possessed no other weapon. The spear was ruined and he needed a replacement. The Water Black Sect issued standardized long sabers. Any other weapon had to be custom forged. Circling the county town on horseback, Lu Shaolin arrived at its largest smithy. Its signboard read Jin Family Forge. Swords and blades of every kind hung gleaming from the walls. Dismounting smoothly, Lu Shaolin stepped inside. What sort of weapon does the honored guest require? A clerk hurried forward, bowing deferentially. Do you have spears? Lu Shaolin swept his gaze across the shop. Yes. Please admire this bright silver spear. The clerk lifted a dazzling silvery lance and offered it eagerly. Too light, Lu Shaolin said, taking it and testing its weight with a single practiced heft. Then consider this point steel spear, forged entirely of solid steel, weighing precisely 18 gene. The clerk swiftly presented another long spear. Lu Shaolin caught it one-handed and weighed it again. Do you have anything heavier? Heavier. This. The clerk froze, stunned. Fetch the dark iron spear from the storeroom. The master smith emerged from behind the counter and commanded. Right away. The clerk snapped to attention and dashed toward the rear storage. Honored guest, if even the dark iron spear fails to satisfy, our humble shop possesses nothing heavier. The master smith clasped his fists respectfully. Oh, how much does it weigh? Lu Shaolin's interest quickened. 62 gene. This spear has rested in our storeroom for years. Few spear-wielding cultivators pass through our town, and those who do invariably find it too heavy. Thus it gathered dust until today. Hardly had the words left his mouth when the clerk staggered forward, straining under the weight of a jet-black spear as thick as a man's forearm. Lu Shaolin stepped forward and seized the weapon in one fluid motion. 2 meters long, its shaft and blade were uniformly obsidian black, twin-edged and razor-sharp. It could pierce or slash with lethal precision. An exceptional weapon. Lu Shaolin boomed with laughter. Delighted that it pleases you, honored guest. The master smith beamed. How much? Lu Shaolin asked without hesitation. 20 taels. Please don't deem it excessive. The entire spear is forged from dark iron, second only to meteoric iron in hardness. Just the dark iron alone commands this price. The master smith chuckled warmly. Agreed. Lu Shaolin waved his hand decisively and placed 20 taels onto the counter. Many thanks, honored guest. The master smith accepted the silver with radiant delight. Lu Shaolin gave a curt nod, hefted the dark iron spear onto his shoulder, and strode out of the forge. Approaching the black-maned horse, Lu Shaolin vaulted into the saddle, flicked the reins, and rode toward the city gate. Once through the gate, he nudged the horse's flank. Its long, resonant neigh echoed as it broke into a gallop. Within half an hour, Lu Shaolin arrived back at Panchon village. Dismounting, he knocked firmly on the courtyard gate. Immediately Dong Linger's clear, bright voice rang out, "Who is it?" "It's me," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Footsteps hurried across the courtyard, quick and light, then the gate swung open. "Young master, you're finally back." Dong Linger beamed. What's the matter?" Lu Shaolin led the black-maned horse inside. Yesterday afternoon, many constables came to the village. They said a woman had hanged herself wearing red robes. Dong Linger spoke with lingering unease. "Which woman was it?" Lu Shaolin stiffened, asking at once. From what villagers whispered, it was the former village head's wife. Dong Jia took the reins. "Li Ping's wife. Dead, just as well. Saves me the trouble." Lu Shaolin arched a brow, gave the sisters a casual nod, then strode into the bedroom with his black iron spear and collapsed onto the bed. He'd slept only 2 hours last night. He needed rest. A soft snore rose almost instantly, and Lu Shaolin slipped deep into slumber. When he awoke, noon had already arrived. Lu Shaolin stepped out of his room and washed his face at the courtyard well. The cool, clear water banished his fatigue. As he stretched lightly, Dong Jia and Dong Linger emerged from the kitchen. "Young master, you're awake." "Yes, I am." Lu Shaolin nodded. "Perfect, the lunch is just ready," Dong Jia said with a smile, then gently tapped Dong Linger's head before both slipped back into the kitchen to bring out the dishes. Lu Shaolin seated himself at the wooden table in the main hall, waiting quietly for the meal. After eating heartily, he considered taking a stroll to aid digestion, when suddenly the rhythmic thunder of hooves approached from afar and halted at his courtyard gate. Lu Shaolin seized his black iron spear, wariness coiling within him, and strode into the courtyard. Sharp, insistent knocks soon echoed against the gate. "Who is it?" Lu Shaolin asked coolly. "Chief, it's me, Ma San," came the reply. Lu Shaolin raised an eyebrow, unexpected. Why had Ma San arrived now? He walked to the gate, withdrew the bolt, and opened it wide. Outside stood Ma San and 4 of his own subordinates. "What brings you here?" Lu Shaolin asked. "The hall has ordered us to Rainstone Village. There's been a black calamity and manpower is insufficient," Ma San replied. "A black calamity? Vengeful spirits or zombies?" Lu Shaolin frowned. Ethereal vengeful spirits were especially treacherous. They remained invisible until they struck. "We don't know, only that we must arrive by this afternoon and follow the hall master's orders," Ma San added. "Understood. Wait here a moment." Lu Shaolin nodded, then turned, only to find the sisters standing silently at the parlor doorway, gazing at him with quiet concern. "I'll be stepping out for a while. Stay safe inside." He smiled warmly at them. "Don't worry, young master, we'll be careful," Dong Jia murmured softly. "And you too, please stay safe," Dong Linger added, blinking her large luminous eyes. Lu Shaolin nodded again, led the black-maned horse outside, and mounted smoothly. "Let's go." With a sharp nudge of his knees, he spurred the horse forward. 5 men swiftly followed, and the 6 riders charged toward Rainstone Village. An hour and a half later, they reached the outskirts of Rainstone Village, where the entire settlement was encircled by scores of black-clad men. Every 20 paces along the perimeter stood a bonfire. Behind each bonfire, not far off, sat a simple tent. As the group observed in silence, a man in his 40s galloped over on horseback. "New recruits?" "Yes," Lu Shaolin nodded. "Your post is Tent Jiasan. At dusk, light your fire, keep the shambling corpses from breaking out. If any do, kill them on sight. If overwhelmed, shout for help." The middle-aged man turned and rode off without waiting for a reply, already greeting the next group of reinforcements. Lu Shaolin's brow furrowed slightly as he urged his horse forward. Passing several tents, he finally located Jiasan, positioned on the village's left flank. He dismounted, tossed the reins to Ma San, and entered the tent. Inside, the tent held almost no furnishings, merely a few sheepskins laid upon the earth for resting. Lu Shaolin's expression darkened. Without a word, he turned and strode back out. "Ma San, go gather intelligence." "Yes, chief." Ma San bowed and set off toward the neighboring tents. A short while later, Ma San returned, his face grave. "What did you learn?" Lu Shaolin asked. "Chief, the entire village has turned into shambling corpses. There are also zombies among them. Our task is to maintain the siege until the demon-subduing bureau's masters arrive." Ma San replied solemnly. "How many days has it been? Haven't their masters arrived yet?" 7 or 8. Apparently they're occupied with another exorcism elsewhere and cannot spare attention for this place. "How many villagers were there originally?" "Roughly 100. We've slain some of the corpses these past days. 60 or 70 likely remain." Ma San paused, thinking. 60 or 70. Lu Shaolin's eyes gleamed. 60 or 70 source points. Remarkable. Joining the External Affairs Hall had been the right choice indeed. "All of you rest now. Tonight's watch lasts the full night." Ma San and the others nodded and filed into the tent. Lu Shaolin gazed toward the village, utterly still, silent as a tomb. Not even the faintest crow of a rooster disturbed the air. No trace of life lingered. By dusk, Lu Shaolin was pondering whether to slip down to the nearby river to catch a few fish for dinner, when 2 wooden carts entered his field of vision. Each cart bore 2 large wooden barrels, 2 massive steamers, and stacks of coarse porcelain bowls. Well organized, even meals delivered. Lu Shaolin thought wryly, then re-entered the tent and roused his 5 subordinates from their sheepskin beds. Moments later, the carts rolled to a halt before his tent. Each of the 6 men received a bowl of rich meat broth and 3 savory meat buns. Lu Shaolin glanced at his portion, then asked the round-faced steward for 6 more buns. As the last bite was swallowed, night fell completely. Light the bonfires. A rider galloped past, torch aloft, shouting loudly. Lu Shaolin glanced at Ma San, who nodded, pulled out a flint, and ignited the nearest fire. One by one the bonfires blazed to life, bathing the village's perimeter in flickering amber light. Lu Shaolin stood motionless, black iron spear in hand, his gaze fixed upon the silent village ahead. Here zombies differed profoundly from those of his former world. They did not lurch or hop, they ran and leapt like living men. Sunlight harmed them only slightly, inflicting no copper-armored zombies and above were even fully immune to sunlight. He waited. Long minutes passed, yet nothing stirred. Disappointment flickered in his eyes. Shall I simply enter and begin the slaughter? With his current strength, shambling corpses posed no threat, and even zombies were now worthy adversaries. As he pondered, there was a commotion ahead. 2 dark figures rushed from the village towards Lu Shaolin. Boss, Ma San drew his long knife and reminded him. Lu Shaolin snapped back to reality, noticing the dark figures had reached the edge of the firelight. They seemed to detest the brightness and halted. Lu Shaolin squinted, realizing the dark figures were 2 villagers dressed in coarse cloth. Their faces were ashen, revealing sharp fangs, and they looked at Lu Shaolin and the others with a bloodthirsty expression. Lu Shaolin grinned, his white teeth glimmering in the firelight. Ma San, lure them over, he said with a smile. Okay boss. Ma San was taken aback, but nodded, slashing his finger with the long knife, blood seeping out. The scent of blood instantly ignited the 2 corpses' insatiable desire for flesh, and they howled as they charged forward. Don't move. Lu Shaolin exclaimed excitedly, shaking his spear as he stepped forward. Upon seeing a living person approach, the 2 corpses became even more agitated, swinging their grayish-white claws at Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin raised his spear high and brought it down in a fierce chop. With a whoosh, the spear sliced through the air, and with a thud the head of the leading corpse shattered like a broken watermelon, yellow and white splattering everywhere. The second corpse had yet to react when Lu Shaolin's second strike swept across. With a dull thud, the neck of the second corpse was directly swept off by the spear, dark blood gushing out as the head fell to the ground with a thud, rolling to Lu Shaolin's feet. Lu Shaolin stepped on the head, gently kicking it towards Ma San. He then approached the 2 headless bodies, touching them to collect 2 source points. Ma San looked at the head before him, his eyelids twitching. Let's clean this up, Lu Shaolin said to the others. Yes, boss. The 5 hurriedly clasped their fists, their gazes towards Lu Shaolin tinged with a hint of fear. By the way, how are the corpses of the zombies disposed of? Lu Shaolin asked Ma San. Boss, during the day someone comes to take away the corpses for centralized burning, They only take them during the day. That's too dangerous. How about this, you find a cart, and we'll go collect the corpses right now, Lu Shaolin said, stroking his chin. Is that really okay, boss? Ma San was somewhat confused. What was this operation, stealing someone else's work? What's okay or not? No nonsense, hurry up. Lu Shaolin waved his hand impatiently. Yes. Ma San quickly ran off to find a cart. You 4 stay here. If any zombies come and you can't handle them, shout for me and I'll come back when I hear you. Lu Shaolin looked at the other 4. Yes, they replied. Before long, Ma San returned, pushing a cart he had found, though it's unclear where he got it. Let's go. Lu Shaolin mounted his horse, leading the way while Ma San huffed and puffed, pushing the cart behind. Arriving at the first bonfire, the guards were startled, but upon learning the 2 were there to collect corpses, they sighed in relief, indicating that they had not been attacked by zombies. Lu Shaolin cupped his hands in greeting and led Ma San to the next bonfire. The 2 circled the village, collecting 6. Lu Shaolin looked at the source points on the panel with a smile, while Ma San, panting heavily, pushed the cart with all his might. Returning to his bonfire, Lu Shaolin dismounted and continued to gaze at the village, waiting for source points to come to him. Ma San plopped down on the ground, panting and resting. Lu Shaolin was too lazy to go himself, so he had Ma San and the others take turns pushing the cart every hour. He himself remained stationed at the bonfire. After a night's work, Lu Shaolin had collected 10 corpses, plus the 2 he had personally killed, totaling 12 source points. Due to the insufficient food in this area, Lu Shaolin chose not to upgrade his skills. As the sun rose, illuminating the sky, Lu Shaolin yawned and waited for breakfast. Ma San and the others looked at Lu Shaolin, strangely suspecting their leader might have some peculiar hobby, as he had to touch each corpse he collected. Lu Shaolin paid no mind to their gazes. As long as he got the source points, everything else was insignificant. Ma San, after breakfast you guys go get a set of tables and chairs, and preferably a recliner along with some snacks and fruits. Lu Shaolin said, indifferently, feeling that the broken tent had nothing at all and standing guard at night was exhausting. Upon hearing Lu Shaolin's words, Ma San and the others exchanged glances. It seemed their leader was here for a vacation. What? Is it because you don't have money? Lu Shaolin asked, thinking they were silent due to a lack of silver. No boss, we have silver. The 20 tails from the river demon you killed last time is still with me, replied the man with a scar. Then go buy some things later. You 5 can share the remaining silver. Lu Shaolin said nonchalantly. Okay. Yes. The group clasped their fists in response. Before long, the cart delivering breakfast arrived, consisting of porridge and meat buns. Lu Shaolin wasn't polite, drinking a large bowl of porridge and taking 10 meat buns. After finishing their meal, Ma San and the others rode off to the county town to buy supplies, leaving Lu Shaolin alone at the tent. Not long after they left, 2 followers arrived at the tent. Seeing the pile of corpses on the cart, they cupped their hands and said, "Thank you, brother, for helping us transport the corpses. I was wondering this morning why the cart was missing. I only found out it was you who helped last night. Lu Shaolin waved his hand with a smile. How can we do that? Helping once is enough. How can we keep troubling you, brother? Said the leading man, shaking his head. I'm back for it tomorrow morning. Lu Shaolin waved his hand with a smile. How can we do that? Helping once is enough. How can we keep troubling you, brother? Said the leading man, shaking his head. We are all family. If you don't leave it here, it's as if you are disrespecting me, Lu Shaolin said with a dark expression, anger evident in his voice. Okay then. The man was startled, glancing at Lu Shaolin's strong physique, and nodded. After all, it was easier for him. The two then pushed the cart away, but as they left they gave Lu Shaolin a look of disbelief, nearly prompting him to shoot them each. It was nearly noon when Ma San and the others returned. Each horse was tied with numerous items, including tables, chairs. Boss. The five clasped their fists and shouted. You're back. Unload the cargo. Lu Shaolin said with a smile. The five dismounted and began unloading the items from their horses. Ma San unloaded a recliner and brought it to Lu Shaolin. Boss, please sit. Lu Shaolin nodded, stretched his legs, and lay back in the recliner. Ma San had shown some improvement lately. He knew how to get things done. Lu Shaolin relaxed in the recliner under the sun while Ma San and the others moved the tables and chairs into the tent. Lu Shaolin, lounging in the recliner, patted his stomach, wondering why lunch hadn't arrived yet. After basking in the sun for half an hour, the food cart finally arrived, accompanied by a young man in white on a white horse. Lu Shaolin blinked, wondering who this person was. Such arrogance. Isn't this young master Ouyang Xing? Said the scarred man, Feng Tai Dao. Ouyang Xing. Who is that? Lu Shaolin asked. He is the son of the hall master Ouyang Zheng, Feng Tai whispered. Just as he spoke, the cart arrived before Lu Shaolin. Ouyang Xing on his white horse stared wide-eyed at Lu Shaolin lounging carelessly in a recliner. Who dares to break the guild rules by lounging in a recliner during guard duty? Ouyang Xing shouted. Lu Shaolin glanced at him, finding him average-looking, not as handsome as himself. Lu Shaolin chuckled and swiftly stood up with a flip. Having perfected his muscle training and with Ouyang Zheng nearing 50 and also at the same level, he felt no. Lu Shaolin chuckled and swiftly stood up with a flip. Having perfected his muscle training and with Ouyang Zheng nearing 50 and also at the same level, he felt no fear. So you're young Master Xing. I was just resting for a bit on the recliner after a tiring guard shift last night. But I wonder what position do you hold that grants you the authority to command me, a leader? Lu Shaolin casually cupped his hands and spoke lazily. Ouyang Xing's face turned red from Lu Shaolin's words. He lacked strength, being only at the mid-stage of skin refinement, merely a leader relying on his father's authority. But with his status, who would dare treat him like a mere leader? Usually people would give him 3 points of respect. He didn't expect to encounter such a headstrong person today. Alright. Ouyang Xing, furious, turned his horse and left. Boss, offending Ouyang Xing like this will— Feng Tai was taken aback by Lu Shaolin's actions and whispered a warning. It's fine. Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Previously, he had no strength and had to endure, and now he was considered a master, so what was there to fear? Lunch consisted of noodles, and Lu Shaolin devoured 3 large bowls. The chef delivering the food dared not leave, immediately fearing that this person who even dared to confront the hall master's son might beat him up. After finishing lunch, Lu Shaolin pushed the recliner towards the tent, grabbed a piece of sheepskin to use as a blanket, and began to sleep soundly. He only woke up after 2 hours. He picked an apple from the table and started munching on it while walking out of the tent. Outside, Ma San and Feng Tai were sitting on chairs chatting. Seeing Lu Shaolin come out, they all stood up to greet him. Lu Shaolin nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of hooves approached and 3 riders arrived at the tent, one of whom was Ouyang Xing. Who is the leader here? Asked a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. I am, and you are. Lu Shaolin furrowed his brow. You don't even know me. The hook-nosed man looked astonished. Boss, this is Deputy Hall Master Chen. Feng Tai quickly came forward to remind him. So it's Deputy Hall Master Chen. I am Lu Shaolin, your subordinate. Lu Shaolin said, neither servile nor overbearing, bowing slightly. You actually don't recognize me. Did you just arrive at the Foreign Affairs Hall? I haven't been here long, Lu Shaolin replied. Chen Ying frowned and turned to speak quietly with Ouyang Xing. Ouyang Xing displayed an expression of dissatisfaction. Chen Ying ignored his demeanor and looked at Lu Shaolin. Since you are new, I'll let the incident of violating guild rules at noon go this time, but do be careful in the future. Understood, Lu Shaolin nodded. Chen Ying was quite fair, surprisingly not favoring Ouyang Xing. Let's go. Chen Ying commanded, turning his horse back the way they came. Ouyang Xing shot Lu Shaolin a fierce glare and followed behind. Lu Shaolin smirked coldly, thinking he would crush this arrogant fool sooner or later. Boss, I told you Ouyang Xing is trouble, just seeking his own misfortune. This time it's Deputy Hall Master Chen. If it were the Hall Master, you might face punishment, Feng Tai leaned in to say. The Hall Master is so protective of his son. Is the Hall Master's only son? Lu Shaolin asked. Yes. Feng Tai replied. I understand, you need not worry. Lu Shaolin nodded, taking a bite of the apple. At dusk after dinner, everyone reignited the campfire. Lu Shaolin stood ready with his spear, awaiting the source points to arrive. After waiting for a while, no zombies came from their side, but sounds of fighting could be heard from elsewhere. Ma San, go push the cart for a round, Lu Shaolin instructed. Yes. Ma San nodded and pushed the cart. After a round, Ma San returned with 3 corpses, and Lu Shaolin examined each one. The entire night passed without a single zombie coming to their side. However, they had brought back 6 corpses, earning 6 source points. Along with last night's, a total of 18 source points were added to the system panel. After breakfast, Lu Shaolin planned to return to the county town to upgrade his skills, but suddenly an order came for all gang members to assemble and accompany the Demon Town division to clear the village. Lu Shaolin arrived at the village entrance with 5 others. At this time, there were many gang members at the entrance, roughly counting around 80. At the front of the crowd stood a man in white, around 50 years old, with a waxy complexion and narrow eyes. Lu Shaolin guessed this must be Ouyang Sheng's father. Behind him stood Chining. Brother, soon Lord Wang Zhenghong of the Demon Town division will arrive. He will handle the zombies and our main task is to kill the ghouls. Everyone must fight bravely and not tarnish the reputation of our Blackwater gang. Ouyang Zheng shouted loudly. Yes, the gang members responded in unison. Lu Shaolin, however, remained silent, deep in thought. Isn't the Demon Town division headed by Lord Zhou Yong? Why has it changed to Lord Wang? I still owe Zhou Yong a life. Lu Shaolin was unaware of the Demon Town division's situation and could only investigate slowly later. After waiting for about half an hour, the sound of hooves echoed and 3 individuals in dark official robes rode over. They were indeed from the Demon Town division. Leading them was a slightly plump man with a pale face. Ouyang Zheng and Chining hurriedly approached to greet him. They exchanged pleasantries, and then the Demon Town division members entered the village first. With Ouyang Zheng's command, the gang members followed closely behind. Lu Shaolin, carrying his dark iron spear, trailed at the back unfazed. He had no intention of exerting himself, after all he only needed to examine the corpses in the end. He planned to just act as a bystander today. As everyone surged in, the doors of the village houses were kicked open and ghouls were killed with the gang members' cooperation. Lu Shaolin and his 5 companions wandered to a house, kicked the door open with a loud bang, and entered the living room. After a quick glance, he found no ghouls. They approached the bedroom door, and with a kick the door flew open. Just as it opened, a greenish-black figure lunged at Lu Shaolin, its exposed fangs stained with dried blood. Boss, be careful. It's a zombie. Ma San and Feng Tai shouted from behind. Lu Shaolin's pupils constricted as he exerted force with his right hand, sweeping his spear fiercely. With a loud bang, the spear was blocked by the zombie's right arm while its left hand swiftly grabbed towards Lu Shaolin's chest. Lu Shaolin let out a loud shout, lifting his leg to kick out. With a resounding bang, he struck the zombie's chest directly. The zombie staggered back 3 steps, its blood-red eyes fixed steadily on Lu Shaolin. Damn it. This zombie is truly tough. Lu Shaolin twisted his ankle. Get back, he ordered in a low voice. Ma San and Feng Tai quickly retreated from the house. The zombie stretched out its sharp claws, attacking Lu Shaolin once more. Lu Shaolin fought while retreating, his spear striking the zombie's body, but failing to break through its defenses. He could only disrupt its balance to slow its speed. Just as they exited the house, a figure rushed in, swiftly blocking the zombie. Lu Shaolin focused his gaze and saw it was Lord Wang Zhenghong from the Demon Suppression Division. Wang Zhenghong's long knife danced in his hand, gleaming with golden light. Each strike pierced through the zombie's defenses, leaving deep gashes on its body. With the addition of 2 other warriors from the Demon Suppression Division, the zombie had nowhere to evade and was stabbed in the eye by Wang Zhenghong, collapsing to the ground lifeless. Lu Shaolin curiously observed the knife in Wang Zhenghong's hand. He had seen it once before, but was unaware that it could bypass the zombie's defenses. After defeating the zombie, Wang Zhenghong turned to look at Lu Shaolin, smiling. Kindly little brother, you have quite the skill. After saying this, he accelerated to assist the others in killing the corpses. In just half an hour, all the corpses in the village were exterminated. Lu Shaolin was busy working alongside Ma San to transport the bodies. After checking through all the bodies, Lu Shaolin looked at the system panel, and to his surprise, he had gained 45 source points. Adding the previous day's total, the system panel now read name Lu Shaolin, source points 63. Martial Arts Realm, Complete Muscle Refinement Techniques, Mang Yo Power, Full Layer, Man Bear Skill, First Layer, 3 Absolute Spears, Full 8 Extremes, Fists, Small Success, Mad Demon Staff Technique, Major Success. Seeing the ample source points on the panel, Lu Shaolin couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. However, with his subordinates still nearby, he suppressed it. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Due to a bug in the system will automatically upgrade in 12 hours. What bug? Could it be about me touching the corpses? Lu Shaolin was instantly dumbfounded. Everyone gather. A group member shouted loudly. Lu Shaolin regained his senses and led 5 others back to the village entrance. At the entrance, Ouyang Zheng delivered another round of motivational speech and then dismissed everyone for 3 days of rest, leaving 2 teams to handle the bodies and other matters. Hearing about the 3-day break, Lu Shaolin and the others returned to the tent, retied their belongings onto the horses, and headed towards the county town. On the way, Lu Shaolin attempted to summon the system, but it was unresponsive. It seemed he would have to wait until the system upgrade was complete before he could use it. Arriving at the county town, he first placed the items from the horses at Ma San's house, then Lu Shaolin treated the 5 to a meal at a tavern. After the meal, the 5 dispersed, agreeing to meet 3 days later at the entrance of the water fort. Lu Shaolin exited the tavern, mounted his horse, and headed straight for Panchon village. Arriving at the door, he knocked and Dong Linger's voice came from inside. Responding with a smile, Dong Linger quickly opened the courtyard door. She looked at Lu Shaolin with a smile. Lu Shaolin patted her small head and led the black-maned horse inside. Dong Jia also came out of the room upon hearing the sound. Seeing Lu Shaolin unharmed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and greeted him softly. Lu Shaolin nodded with a smile, secured the black-maned horse, and sat down in the living room to drink tea. After a while, lunch was ready and Dong Jia and Dong Linger brought the dishes one by one. After finishing the meal, Dong Jia hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. "What's wrong?" Lu Shaolin asked with a smile. "Young master, our food supplies are running low." "Oh, I'll go to the county town to buy some more. Is there anything else we need?" Lu Shaolin stood up and asked. "Nothing else." Dong Jia shook her head. "Then I'm off." As Lu Shaolin was about to step out, Dong Linger gently hugged his leg, her big eyes blinking. "Young master, can I go with you to Linger?" Dong Jia chided gently. "All right, let's go together." Lu Shaolin laughed heartily. "Young master, you're going to spoil Linger like this. I won't, you're overthinking it. Let's go." Lu Shaolin smiled, slightly patted Dong Linger's head and walked out. In the courtyard, Lu Shaolin lifted Dong Linger onto the saddle, then led the black-maned horse out of the courtyard. He then mounted the horse and kicked its belly, and the black-maned horse galloped towards the county town. Along the way, Dong Linger laughed, joyfully filled with excitement. Upon reaching the county town, Lu Shaolin first arrived at the rice shop. The rice was not expensive, 60 pounds for 80 yuan. Lu Shaolin took 2 bags. Feeling his pocket, he discovered he had only 3 or 4 taels of silver left. After some thought, Lu Shaolin also bought a bag of flour, as sometimes it was nice to have variety. After tying the rice and flour onto the horse's back, Lu Shaolin began his ride back. At the city gate, he bought 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, handing one to Dong Linger, who sat on the horse and immediately started eating. He wrapped one in oiled paper to take back for Dong Jia. With laughter and joy, Lu Shaolin returned to Panshan village. Dong Linger knocked on the door with the oiled paper-wrapped candied hawthorn, presenting it like a treasure. Dong Jia inquired who it was. Upon hearing Dong Linger's reply, her face filled with anger as she opened the courtyard door. Seeing Dong Linger smilingly offering her the candied hawthorn, her anger instantly vanished, and she patted Dong Linger's head. Lu Shaolin led the black-maned horse into the courtyard, carrying a bag of rice in each hand and placing them in the kitchen. Watching Dong Jia carefully lick the candied hawthorn, Dong Linger swallowed as she gazed at the treat in her hand, secretly chuckling, while also feeling a bit sorry. Children from poor families might go for years without having any snacks. Dong Jia had only tasted 2 candied hawthorns and handed the remaining ones to Dong Linger. "Here, this is too sweet, you eat it." "Does sister not like to eat it?" Dong Linger asked. "That's right. Sister doesn't like overly sweet things." Dong Jia replied with a smile. "Hee, then I'll help sister eat it." Linger isn't afraid of sweetness. Dong Linger took the candied hawthorn and began eating it with a satisfied expression. Dong Jia smiled and patted her hair, looking at Lu Shaolin with a gentle smile. "Next time I'll buy a pack for you, but really, slurp, is that true, young master?" Dong Linger asked hurriedly while slurping, afraid Lu Shaolin. "Really?" Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. "Young master, then let's make a promise." Dong Linger ran over, looking up at Lu Shaolin and extending her little pinky. Lu Shaolin solemnly extended his finger and made a pinky promise with Dong Linger. After completing the promise, the little girl spun around in the yard, satisfied. The next morning, Lu Shaolin opened his eyes and called upon the system. Immediately the system panel appeared before him, named Lu Shaolin Source Point 63. 8 Martial Arts Realm Muscle Refinement Perfection Techniques Yellow Grade Upper Class Fierce Bull Strength Full Layer Yellow Grade Middle Class Savage Bear Technique First Layer Martial Skills Yellow Grade Middle Class Frenzied Staff Technique Great Success Unranked 3 Absolute Spears Perfection 8 Extremes Fist Minor Success. The entire system panel displayed the levels of techniques and martial skills. In the Great Xia, techniques and martial skills are uniformly classified into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. 8 Martial Arts Realm Muscle Refinement Perfection Techniques Yellow Grade Upper Class Fierce Bull Strength Full Layer Yellow Grade Middle Class Savage Bear Technique First Layer Martial Skills Yellow Grade Middle Class. As for whether the bug related to corpse touching has been fixed, Lu Shaolin intended to verify it after leveling up, but he estimated that it was very likely repaired. Everyone has a sense of luck, he still wanted to confirm just in case the system had a lapse. With a nimble leap, Lu Shaolin stood up, donned his warrior attire, and with the mysterious iron spear in hand walked into the courtyard. At this moment the sky was slightly bright, and the 2 sisters had not yet risen. Lu Shaolin quietly led the black-maned horse out of the courtyard, closed the gate, and headed straight for the county town. After half an hour, Lu Shaolin arrived at the county town gate. It was still the same tavern as last time, the same private room. Lu Shaolin ordered a dozen meat dishes and a large basin of rice again. The waiter was still the same one from last time. Observing Lu Shaolin's increasingly formidable physique, he silently noted the dish names. After Lu Shaolin finished ordering, he hurriedly exited the private room. Lu Shaolin touched his cheek, thinking he was quite handsome, it couldn't be that terrifying. Before long the waiter brought in the dishes one by one on a tray. Lu Shaolin loosened his belt and began to feast. After half an hour, only a dozen empty plates remained on the dining. Lu Shaolin smiled at the system panel before him, named Lu Shaolin Source Points 38. 8 Martial Arts Realm Muscle Refinement Perfection Techniques Yellow Grade Upper Class Fierce Bull Strength Full Layer Yellow Grade Middle Class Savage Bear Technique Full Layer Martial Skills Yellow Grade Middle Class Frenzied Staff Technique Perfection Unranked 3 Absolute Spears Perfection 8 Extremes Fist Minor Success. The Savage Bear Technique also reached Full Layer. At this moment Lu Shaolin's strength alone reached 1,000 pounds, and his defense was double that of an ordinary martial artist, as he had 2 layers of skin membranes. The 5 major muscles became even tougher and thicker, and his speed increased once again by a factor of 2. Although his martial arts cultivation was merely muscle refinement perfection, his actual strength completely crushed that of an ordinary practitioner of the same realm. The comprehensive enhancement of defense strength and speed was greater than the sum of its parts. Lu Shaolin stood up, slightly moved his arms, and with a ripping sound his warrior attire tore into several pieces and hung on him. The exposed muscles were strikingly impressive. A muscle that seemed ready to explode appeared as if sculpted from rock. His height surged again, reaching 1.90 meters. The entire figure exhibited a violent beauty. Damn it. Lu Shaolin ripped off his warrior attire and threw it. Fortunately, the pants of the warrior attire were of the lantern style, otherwise he would have to run naked. Bare-chested Lu Shaolin pushed open the wooden door of the private room and swaggered over to the counter. The shopkeeper at the counter widened his eyes and stammered, "Sir. Sir, have you finished eating? Will you be paying?" "What? Can I not pay?" Lu Shaolin teased. This. If the guest truly has no money, we can extend credit, you can pay later." The shopkeeper looked at Lu Shaolin's muscular arms and swallowed hard. That punch could probably kill a cow. 8. No, 5 coins of silver. The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked up at Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin tossed out 5 coins of silver and turned to leave the tavern. Seeing Lu Shaolin leave, the shopkeeper hurriedly shouted for the waiter, repeatedly instructing him to say that the tavern was not yet open if this person came again, lest they offend him and lose their life over a small matter. Mounting the black-maned horse, Lu Shaolin headed towards the tailor shop. Passers-by along the way stepped aside, keeping a distance of 5 meters. Lu Shaolin felt perplexed, thinking, am I really that terrifying? Arriving at the tailor shop, the charming female shopkeeper looked at the bare-chested Lu Shaolin, her beautiful eyes almost glued to him. "It's been a few days, you have become even stronger, sir." First find me some clothes," Lu Shaolin said. "Given your physique, we probably don't have any clothes that will..." "Then make 2 sets of clothes, one according to my current size, and one larger for future use," Lu Shaolin said directly. First find me some clothes," Lu Shaolin said. "Given your physique, we probably don't have any clothes that will..." With a flirtatious smile, her delicate fingers lightly brushed against Lu Shaolin's skin. He instantly felt a surge of heat in his body. Damn it, the heat in my body is a bit too much. He forcefully suppressed the restlessness within him. "Don't dawdle," Lu Shaolin whispered. "Hee, sir, don't be anxious." The shopkeeper giggled. She quickly took the measurements. "Are you in a hurry, sir?" "Yes." Lu Shaolin nodded. "Then it will be 5 coins of silver." The shopkeeper held out 5 Lu Shaolin took out the silver and tossed it over, turning to leave. "Wait, sir. My name is Wu Qimei, how do you wish?" Wu Qimei quickly asked. Lu Shaolin didn't look back, leaping onto the black-maned horse and left. "What a tone." Wu Qimei stamped her foot in frustration, causing a noticeable disturbance. Lu Shaolin rode his horse to the dock. With nothing else to do, he thought to check if Li Si was around. Entering the dock, the laborers and merchants immediately recognized him. Although his physique had changed, his facial features remained largely the same, only appearing a bit more mature. "Lord Lu, Lord Lu." Calls of greeting echoed around. Lu Shaolin smiled and cupped his hands in salute. Arriving at the tea shop, old Zhang hurriedly came out and took the reins from Lu Shaolin's hand. Lu Shaolin inquired about Li Si and learned that Li Si was not on duty today, so he leisurely sat in the tea shop sipping tea while observing the dock. A familiar figure caught his eye. Wasn't that Li Kai? Lu Shaolin looked closely. It was indeed Li Kai. He was busy moving goods. Wasn't he working at the coffin shop? Why is he here at the dock as a laborer? Lu Shaolin picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go, then walked towards Li Kai. "Isn't Brother Li working at the coffin shop? What brings you to the dock?" Lu Shaolin asked. Li Kai's mouth fell open in surprise. "Is it really you, Brother Lu?" "It's just that your physique has changed so much that I didn't recognize you at first," Li Kai replied awkwardly. "Come, let's sit at the tea shop and chat." Lu Shaolin invited. Li Kai nodded and followed him to the tea shop. The two chatted while drinking tea. After a while, Lu Shaolin learned that Li Kai was no longer at the coffin shop because he had been dismissed. Recently, Li Kai's mother fell seriously ill, so he could only stay home to take care of her. His father had long since passed away, and he had no siblings. Because he was taking care of his mother, Li Kai could not work at the coffin shop, and naturally the shopkeeper wouldn't pay him for nothing. Additionally, after taking too long off, he was ultimately let go by the shopkeeper. "If you don't mind, you can work with me. I'm now the leader of the External Affairs Hall of the Blackwater Gang, and I happen to have If you don't mind, you can work with me. I'm now the leader of the External Affairs Hall of the Blackwater Gang, and I happen to have vacancies among my subordinates. But the External Affairs Hall deals with demons and strange creatures. If you aren't afraid of dying, then come with me. I can't guarantee your safety 100, but at least it won't be too dangerous." The monthly pay for the members of the External Affairs Hall is 10 taels of silver plus additional rewards for killing demons and strange creatures, Lu Shaolin said solemnly to Li Kai. Li Kai had helped him before, and Lu Shaolin would not forget those who had assisted him. If Li Kai was willing to follow him with his current strength, he couldn't guarantee 100 protection for Li Kai, but at least it wouldn't be so easy for him to die. Moreover, Li Kai was quite clever, with a certain sharpness about him, making him a person of potential. After hearing Lu Shaolin's words, Li Kai fell into deep thought. After a while Li Kai slammed his fist on the wooden table, his eyes glinting with determination. Let's do it. Life is for living and death will come eventually. Rather than being a clerk, it's better to take a risk. From now on I'll rely on you, brother Liu. That's the spirit. You don't need to worry, you can leave whenever you want. The monthly pay is still 10 taels, we can just take a few months worth first. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go back to work for now. After all, I've already done half of it, Li Kai said, scratching his head. Go on, go on. Lu Shaolin waved his hand with a smile. Li Kai clasped his fists in salute and returned to the dock. Lu Shaolin, feeling too lazy to sit around any longer, greeted old Zhang and rode off on his black horse towards Pan Mountain Village. Half an hour later, he arrived at his doorstep. He knocked on the door and Dong Linger opened it. Seeing Lu Shaolin shirtless, she covered her eyes, her face turning red. Lu Shaolin was both amused and helpless. He patted her head and walked into the yard. Hearing the noise, Dong Jia came out and saw Lu Shaolin, and her pretty face instantly flushed red as she stammered, asking what happened. Lu Shaolin explained a little and then entered his bedroom to avoid making Dong Jia feel awkward. Sister, the young master is so muscular, even stronger than an ox. Dong Linger ran to Dong Jia's side after Lu Shaolin entered the bedroom. What nonsense are you talking about, you little girl? Dong Jia tapped Dong Linger's head, recalling Lu Shaolin's powerful physique, and her cheeks turned even redder. Lu Shaolin lay on the bed as soon as he entered the bedroom and slept until noon. He didn't go out for lunch but had Dong Linger bring it to him. After finishing lunch, he continued to sleep. He could only stay home until the afternoon when his clothes would be ready. It was only after sleeping for another 2 hours that Lu Shaolin finally got up. He picked up his Xian iron spear, mounted his black horse, and headed straight for the county town. The weather was already quite cold in the afternoon. If not for his robust physique, an ordinary person would surely catch a cold riding in the wind like this. Rushing into the county town, Lu Shaolin wasted no time and headed straight for the tailor shop. The female shopkeeper Wu Qingmei saw Lu Shaolin arriving and greeted him with a charming smile. Lu Shaolin didn't have time to waste with her. He took the clothes and left, which made the female shopkeeper quite annoyed. Dressed in new warrior clothes, Lu Shaolin rode off to buy a few live chickens, then rushed out of the county town, casually finding a shallow area to wait until dark. He wanted to test if the system had patched the loophole. As night gradually fell, Lu Shaolin stood boldly by the river, showing no sign of fear. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Shaolin swiftly killed a live chicken and threw it into the river. After waiting for a full hour, a river demon finally emerged. Lu Shaolin struck the river demon's head with his spear. With the river demon's death, the sound of source point +1 echoed in Lu Shaolin's mind. Hearing the sound, Lu Shaolin still felt the river demon's corpse showing no reaction at all. He slightly curled his lips. The system had indeed repaired the loophole regarding corpse inspection. It had been changed to directly granting source points for killing demons and strange creatures. It seemed the system was directly extracting certain energy traits from the deceased demons. Well, as long as there are source points, that's fine. If someone tries to rob me of the demons in the future, I'll just eliminate them first. Lu Shaolin again killed a chicken and threw it into the river. This time he waited for an hour without any response. Could it be that all the river demons in this stretch of the river had been killed by him? Seeing that no river demons were coming up, Lu Shaolin stopped waiting, mounted his horse, and headed straight for Pan Mountain Village. No one dared to travel like Lu Shaolin at night. He himself had made great progress in strength today, which allowed him to run such a long distance. The sound of hooves echoed continuously, and the entire official road was empty. Lu Shaolin scanned the front with his eyes gripping the Xian iron spear tightly, his mind highly focused. He arrived at his doorstep without any unusual occurrences. Jumping off the black horse, Lu Shaolin knocked on the door. In the eerily quiet village, the knocking sound was particularly pronounced. Is it the young master? A wary voice came from inside the yard. It's me. Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. He recognized Dong Jia's voice. Creak, the yard gate slowly opened and Dong Jia appeared behind it wearing an outer garment. Lu Shaolin led the black horse into the yard and Dong Jia hurriedly closed the gate. Why did you come back so late, young master? Dong Jia asked softly. I want to verify a thought, Lu Shaolin replied while tying up the reins. You should go to sleep. I'll rest after I finish bathing, Lu Shaolin said as he turned around. All right then, young master, have a good rest. Dong Jia nodded and entered the room. After Lu Shaolin got everything ready, he took a refreshing cold shower and then dove into the bedroom to sleep. The next morning, Lu Shaolin opened his eyes feeling refreshed. Stretching lazily, he got up, dressed, and walked out of his bedroom with the mysterious iron spear in hand. In the yard, Dong Jia was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Lu Shaolin shook his long spear and began to practice his spear techniques in the yard. No, it was actually staff techniques. The sound of whistling pierced the air and the dust on the ground was swept up by the strong wind. After practicing for a while, Lu Shaolin retracted the spear, having completed his warm-up. Standing at the kitchen door and watching Lu Shaolin finish, Dong Jia softly said, Young master, it's time to eat. Lu Shaolin nodded, washed up, and then sat down in the living room. After finishing breakfast, Lu Shaolin rode his horse straight to the dock. He had arranged with Li Kai yesterday to take him to the headquarters of the Heishui gang for joining. Upon arriving at the dock, Lu Shaolin saw Li Kai looking around anxiously in a tea shop waiting for him. Lu Shaolin rode up and said brotherly sorry to keep you waiting. Upon arriving at the dock, Lu Shaolin saw Li Kai looking around anxiously in a tea shop waiting for him. Li Kai nodded and followed behind Lu Shaolin. After a short while they arrived at the entrance of the water stronghold. Lu Shaolin flashed his token and led Li Kai into the stronghold. In the outer affairs hall, Zhao Onghua happened to be present. Lu Shaolin explained the situation and Zhao Onghua readily agreed to let the dark-faced man handle Li Kai's entry paperwork. He then pulled Lu Shaolin aside and asked, Lu brother, have you offended someone? What do you mean, huh? Lu Shaolin, the hall specifically ordered you to be transferred to Chenjigu, a village on the outskirts of the county town. It is not only near the Heishui River but also close to deep mountains and forests with many affairs to handle. Zhao Onghua spoke in a low voice. Is it far from the county town? Lu Shaolin frowned and asked. It takes 3 hours on horseback. Zhao Onghua replied. Damn it. Without thinking, it must be the schemes of Ouyang Sheng. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lu Shaolin's eyes. You don't need to worry, brother Lu. After a while I'll transfer you back. After all, I am in charge of the dispatching affairs. Zhao Onghua comforted Lu Shaolin when he saw him not responding. Then I will trouble brother Zhao. Lu Shaolin replied with a smile, cupping his hands. After Li Kai finished his paperwork, Lu Shaolin took him to the martial arts pavilion to collect his martial arts manuals. After he collected the manuals, Lu Shaolin took him to the warehouse to retrieve his clothes and horse. Since Li Kai couldn't ride, they went to the official road where Lu Shaolin taught him for an hour before Li Kai could barely manage a. Lu Shaolin then instructed Li Kai to practice more at home and meet at the dock early the day after tomorrow. On the morning of the third day, 7 riders galloped along the official road. It was Lu Shaolin and his group. Ma San led Li Kai, who still couldn't control his horse. After 3 hours they arrived at Chenjigu. Chenjigu is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and bordered by a river on one side, with only a narrow path connecting it to the official road. There are only 50 households in the entire Chenjigu. As Lu Shaolin and his 7 companions entered the village, the villagers only watched from a distance, showing none of the enthusiasm found in other villages, which felt quite strange. Boss, should we look for the village chief first? Li Kai asked softly, having changed his address to Boss Lu. Let's go to the outpost first, as something feels off about this village. As Lu Shaolin and his 7 companions entered the village, the villagers only watched from a distance, showing none of the enthusiasm found in other villages. Upon entering the courtyard and leading the horses into the stable, the 7 began to tidy up the rooms. Lu Shaolin naturally had a room to himself, while the remaining 6 shared 3 rooms, which were cramped but manageable. After finishing the tidying, the group gathered in the courtyard and casually chatted. Lunchtime arrived, yet the village chief did not come. Lu Shaolin frowned and looked at Feng Tai. Can you check what's going on? Yes, boss. Feng Tai stood up and left. After a while, Feng Tai returned. Where are the people? Lu Shaolin asked. Boss, I asked several villagers, but no one answered my questions. I even went to the largest house and knocked, but no one responded. Feng Tai said, looking puzzled. He truly couldn't understand why the Heishui gang, who used to be treated like lords, were being ignored while trying to protect the village. Interesting. Lu Shaolin grinned. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a commotion erupted outside the. Ma San glanced at Lu Shaolin and turned to check. As he opened the courtyard door, a group of villagers surged in, wielding hoes and clubs. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Seeing the situation, Lu Shaolin found it even more amusing, picking up the mysterious iron spear and stepping forward to face the villagers. Ma San, Feng Tai, and the 6 others stood with their weapons at his sides. Are you the leader? The middle-aged man asked. Indeed, are you planning to attack my Heishui gang? Lu Shaolin replied with a grin. Hearing the name of the Heishui gang and seeing Lu Shaolin's imposing figure, the middle-aged man clearly became more cautious, his momentum instantly deflated. We do not intend to attack you, we merely ask you to leave. Chenjigu does not need your protection, we can safeguard our village ourselves. The middle-aged man spoke defiantly, his tone somewhat hysterical. Yes, please leave quickly. We can protect the village ourselves. Leave quickly, leave quickly. The villagers behind the man shouted. Boss, it's obvious that someone is instigating these villagers. Why don't we leave first and investigate secretly? Feng Tai leaned closer to Lu Shaolin and whispered. He investigate what? Just ask him directly. Lu Shaolin said coldly with a sneer and suddenly lunged forward, gripping the middle-aged man's neck and dragging him back. Let him go. The villagers shouted angrily and surged forward. Ma San, Feng Tai, and the 6 others instantly became flustered. What are you doing? Fight for me. Lu Shaolin shouted. Upon hearing his command, the 6 rushed forward with their weapons drawn. Ordinary villagers were no match for them. Except for Li Kai, who was inexperienced, the other 5 had martial skills and Feng Tai was at the early stage of skin refining. In an instant, the 6 were beating the villagers who were running for their lives. Lu Shaolin chuckled, looking at the man he held in his grip. The man's face was turning purple, and he was kicking his legs wildly, close to passing out. Lu Shaolin loosened his grip, and with a thud the man fell to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing repeatedly. I ask you, answer. My patience is limited. Speak the truth. Lu Shaolin sat back down on a stone chair, staring at the man. Cough, cough, cough. The man looked at Lu Shaolin in terror, recalling the choking sensation he had just experienced, and quickly nodded, no longer in a hysterical state. Who sent you? Lu Shaolin asked nonchalantly. It was It was Huang Daxian who said you would bring disaster or we came of our own accord. The man hurriedly replied, Huang Daxian. Who is Huang Daxian? A fortune teller. Lu Shaolin asked puzzled. Could he be Ouyang Shang's lackey? He is not human. He is a great immortal. The man replied, not human. Then, chief in these parts they call the yellow weasel the yellow immortal. Feng Tai approached and said upon hearing the man's words. The villagers had already been driven out of the courtyard. So that's how it is, then it's a spirit beast. Lu Shaolin nodded. Where is it? He asked the man again. This was a source point delivered straight to his doorstep. It dwells inside the small temple behind the village. Rise and lead the way. Lu Shaolin commanded. Chief, shouldn't we notify the sect first? Spirit beasts are often unpredictable and possess strange abilities. Feng Tai cautioned. What strange abilities could it possibly have? If it truly possessed strength, it wouldn't have let these ignorant villagers drive us away. Lu Shaolin waved dismissively. The man rose and strode toward the courtyard gate. Lu Shaolin ordered Li Kai and Ma San to remain behind and guard the outpost, while the remaining 4 followed him closely behind the man. The man led the 5 of them to a small temple nestled behind the village. The temple appeared newly built, clearly erected only recently. An offering table stood before its entrance laden with sacrificial items. No sooner had they reached the temple gate than the man cried out frantically, Immortal! Save me, Immortal! As he shouted, he tried to dash inside, only for Feng Tai to strike him down with a swift blow from his scabbard. Dare you harm my messenger? A shrill voice echoed from within the temple. Then, rising upright, a yellow weasel nearly half a person's height emerged. Clad in a saffron Taoist robe and possessing pale yellow pupils, the creature gazed silently at the group. Lu Shaolin watched intrigued. The yellow weasel not only spoke human language, but even wore clothing. This world truly is bizarre. Release my messenger at once, or I shall shatter your souls into oblivion, the yellow weasel thundered again. Demonic beasts dare masquerade as immortals. Lu Shaolin snarled coldly, then exploded forward, his leg driving hard against the earth as he lunged toward the weasel. The offering table along his path shattered instantly under his momentum. Within striking range, he brought his spear crashing down in a single brutal arc. The yellow weasel had clearly not anticipated such decisive action. Seeing the spear descend, it let out a sharp sheep, slipping aside with the agility of a cicada shedding its shell. Lu Shaolin's strike gouged a massive crater in the ground, leaving behind only the empty Taoist robe. This yellow weasel was astonishingly swift. Run! Where do you think you'll run? Lu Shaolin's legs coiled and unleashed another burst of explosive force as he charged once more. The weasel's limbs flickered, dodging sideways yet again. Man and beast broke into pursuit. Only because Lu Shaolin had perfected both of his cultivation arts up to the peak of tendon refinement, doubling his speed, could he keep pace with this yellow-furred creature. An ordinary cultivator at the same stage would long since have lost sight of it entirely. The chase plunged deep into the mountain forest. As it fled, the yellow weasel emitted piercing shrill cries, and soon bestial roars echoed from all around. Damn it. This yellow-furred beast can summon other wild animals. Lu Shaolin's brow furrowed as he accelerated again. With each passing moment, the weasel's speed visibly waned. After all, it was no endurance runner, its strength lay solely in short bursts of explosive speed. Seeing its pace falter, Lu Shaolin suppressed the burning ache in his lungs and surged forward, once more closing the distance in an instant. His black iron spear swept sideways like lightning. Exhausted, the weasel attempted to leap, but only managed to rise halfway before the spear struck its hind legs. With a heavy thud, the weasel was hurled into the air, spinning wildly before slamming onto the ground with a pained cry. Lu Shaolin executed a sharp stopan turn, then closed the gap in 3 quick strides. Both of its hind legs were now shattered, rendering flight impossible. Gazing upon Lu Shaolin's murderous aura, the weasel pleaded cunningly, Human, spare me. I've hidden great wealth, gold and silver, in the forest. Grant me my life, and all shall be yours. Heh heh heh. Still trying to tempt me. I'm no gullible villager. Lu Shaolin grinned crookedly and drove his black iron spear forward like a bolt of lightning. With a sickening pfft, it pierced the weasel's skull clean through. Yanking the spear free, he hoisted it over his shoulder, dragging the carcass behind him as he marched back out of the woods. With the weasel's death, the surrounding bestial roars faded one by one. Wild creatures too understood the instinct to seek safety and avoid danger. He returned to the temple gate dragging the corpse. Feng Tai and the other 3 waited there. Earlier combat had been so swift that by the time they reacted, Lu Shaolin had already vanished into the mountains in pursuit. Chief. The 4 men saluted with clenched fists. Raise this temple to the ground. Lu Shaolin glanced disdainfully at the structure. Yes, sir. 3 of the 4 moved toward the temple, drawing their waist blades. Feng Tai remained to guard the middle-aged man. Lu Shaolin summoned his system interface. Its source points had increased by 2 more, now totaling 41. After a brief wait, the 3 men had reduced the temple to rubble. Lu Shaolin waved his hand and led the group back. Back at the outpost, Lu Shaolin carefully questioned the middle-aged man about the yellow weasel's origins. It turned out that during a prior campaign against zombies, the sect had redeployed all its martial cultivators. Chenjiagu's defenders had likewise been withdrawn. Left without cultivator protection, the village began suffering nightly attacks by wild beasts, and the yellow weasel seized the opportunity, driving off the predators and saving several villagers. The middle-aged man was among those saved. Enchanted by the weasel, the villagers ignored their magistrate's warnings and insisted on installing it as their revered immortal. Under the weasel's command, they even bound the magistrate's entire family, elders and children alike, and cast them into the wilderness. By now only bones remained. Fools! Those beasts were summoned by the weasel itself, a classic case of the thief crying thief. Lu Shaolin sneered coldly. Chief, we must alert the local yamen immediately. Feng Tai advised. Send a brother to inform the yamen. Then skin this yellow-furred beast and find a trustworthy villager to prepare a meal. Lu Shaolin instructed. Yes, Chief. Feng Tai saluted and turned to assign tasks. The weasel's pelt gleamed with oil-slick luster smooth beneath the fingers, truly befitting a spirit beast. Lu Shaolin ran his hand over the pelt, then passed the carcass to Ma San, who had stepped forward to begin skinning. Oh, and once done, cut off its ears. We'll need them for the reward. He reminded Ma San. Ma San nodded. Lu Shaolin then settled into the courtyard to sip tea. During the interlude, he also asked whether spirit beast flesh was edible. Feng Tai replied that such meat contained alien energy, consuming it would cause physical corruption, and repeated ingestion could even erode one's sanity. When the meal was ready, Lu Shaolin ate, then retired to his room to sleep. The yamen delegation would be handled by Feng Tai and Ma San. He slept until dusk, then rose. Stepping outside, he found the envoy sent to the yamen had yet to return, likely arriving only the following morning. The middle-aged man remained bound, discarded beside the stable. The next morning, Lu Shaolin and his companions chatted idly in the courtyard when hoofbeats sounded beyond the gate. Ma San opened the gate. 6 constables from the yamen had arrived. None were familiar to Lu Shaolin. They handed the bound man over to the constables, and thereafter took no further interest. How the yamen dealt with the villagers was entirely its own affair. At noon, a grizzled man with streaks of white hair arrived at the outpost, introducing himself as the new village magistrate, and declaring he stood ready to fulfill any request. Lu Shaolin nodded and had him record his address. Clearly the constables had acted with remarkable efficiency. After finishing lunch, Lu Shaolin felt bored and asked Ma San to go to the new village chief's home to borrow a pair of bows. Before long, Ma San returned with a pair of bows and arrows. Lu Shaolin took Ma San and Feng Tai to hunt, instructing the remaining 3 to teach Li Kai to ride, so he could learn early and be useful at crucial moments. Entering the forest, the 3 chatted while searching for traces of prey. After 2 hours, Lu Shaolin concluded the hunt. The 3 descended the mountain with their various catches. Chenjigu truly deserves its reputation for being in the mountains where there is an abundance of game. Lu Shaolin even shot down a mountain leopard which Feng Tai was now carrying on his shoulder. Back at the camp, Feng Tai and Ma San began to prepare the game. The others were also quite happy, looking forward to a big feast in the evening. After cleaning the mountain chicken, wild rabbits, and leopard meat, they waited for the meal. Li Kai took out his own money to buy 2 jars of rice wine from the villagers. Once the meal was ready, the 7 gathered around the stone table to eat, drink, and chat, thoroughly enjoying themselves. After eating, Lu Shaolin went directly to sleep and rest. Feng Tai and Ma San would discuss the night watch issue among themselves. If any unsolvable troubles arose, they would naturally inform Lu Shaolin. A night without incident. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Shaolin waved goodbye to the 6 and headed to the county town with the fur and the weasel's ears. Galloping at high speed, they reached the county gate by noon. Lu Shaolin did not dismount and rode directly to the entrance of Chioji Fur Store. Dismounting, Lu Shaolin entered the store with the leopard skin and the weasel skin. The shop assistant looked up and immediately smiled, saying, "Are you here to sell furs, sir? Is Manager Chio in?" Lu Shaolin asked with a smile. Yes, please wait a moment, I will call him right away," the assistant replied repeatedly as he hurried to the back. Before long, Manager Chio came out, still wearing his round hat and goat beard, with a smile on his face. This guest looks quite familiar. Manager Chio blinked and scrutinized Lu Shaolin. "Manager Chio, it's me, Lu Shaolin." Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. "It's you. The boy from the Lu family." Manager Chio exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. "After half a month, your transformation is truly astonishing. Indeed, I've joined the Blackwater gang and practiced martial arts, so the changes are significant. I see joining a gang is good. You can practice martial arts to strengthen your body and also earn an income." He then picked up the weasel skin and examined it closely, frowning more tightly the longer he looked, finally putting it down and looking at Lu Shaolin. "Young Lu, what kind of animal is this fur from?" "It's from a weasel." Lu Shaolin smiled slightly. "A weasel? How can such a large weasel exist? Its size is comparable to that of an ordinary gray wolf." Manager Chio was once again taken aback. This weasel was a spirit that I managed to slay." Lu Shaolin chuckled. "No wonder the fur is so smooth and soft, it's comparable to mink fur." Manager Chio remarked while feeling the fur. "So I offer 20 taels of silver for the weasel skin and 5 taels for the leopard skin. What do you think?" "I naturally trust your words, Manager Chio." Lu Shaolin nodded. Manager Chio then fetched 25 taels of silver, which Lu Shaolin reached out to take. "Young Lu, if you find any more furs like the weasels, be sure to bring them to me. I won't shortchange you on silver." Manager Chio specifically instructed. It seems that the spirit animal skins are quite valuable. Rest assured, aside from your shop, I won't recognize any others. Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Manager Chiao will take my leave now. Lu Shaolin cupped his hands in farewell, exited the store, mounted his horse, and kicked the horse's belly, sending the blackman horse trotting forward. After casually finding a roadside stall to solve his breakfast issue, Lu Shaolin rode toward the dock. He still had a weasel's ear to exchange in the Foreign Affairs Hall. Upon arriving at the water village and entering the Foreign Affairs Hall, he happened to run into Ouyang Sheng there. What a case of enemies crossing paths. You laugh, you bastard. Lu Shaolin felt a surge of anger and included Ouyang Sheng in his must-kill list. How much silver can this be exchanged for? Lu Shaolin took out the weasel's ear and placed it on the counter. The burly man picked up the ear, examined it, and took out a reference book to compare, saying, Spirit Animal Weasel Ear, 20 taels of silver. Tu Haizi, are you sure you read this right? This is clearly a wolf's ear. You should be careful of this man deceiving you. How could he possibly slay a spirit animal? Before Lu Shaolin could speak, Ouyang Sheng interjected sarcastically, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Shaolin. Young Master Ouyang, I would never be mistaken, and besides I have a reference chart for comparison. The burly man Tu Haizi said in a deep voice, let's hold on to it for now and wait for Manager Zhao, Deputy Hall Master Chen, and my father to return from the meeting room before making a decision. Ouyang Sheng arrogantly replied, this is not in accordance with the rules. Tu Haizi responded, what rules? You're being too rigid, Tu Haizi. Ouyang Sheng retorted angrily. Lu Shaolin, listening nearby, felt a surge of rage and coldly said, you say my strength is not enough to slay spirit animals, do you dare to spar with me? You. Haha, I Ouyang Sheng am not a reckless person like you who only knows how to fight. Ouyang Sheng glanced at Lu Shaolin's burly figure and coldly snorted. So you're a coward, eh? As the son of a hall master, you don't even have the courage to spar, which is simply embarrassing for your father. Or should I say your father is also a coward? Lu Shaolin mocked. You're seeking death. Ouyang Sheng's face turned crimson with anger as he drew his long sword and lunged at Lu Shaolin's chest. Lu Shaolin looked disdainfully in his eyes. Ouyang Sheng's speed was too slow. Just as the long sword was about to stab into his chest, Lu Shaolin flicked his spear, and with a clang he deflected the sword aside. Then his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Ouyang Sheng by the neck. With a powerful thrust of his thigh, he bent forward, using Ouyang Sheng as a shield, and crashed against the wooden partition behind. With a loud bang, wood splintered everywhere, and the double-layered hardwood partition was directly smashed through. Lu Shaolin and Ouyang Sheng simultaneously appeared in the meeting hall. However, Lu Shaolin stood upright while Ouyang Sheng lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Who is it? Shouted a burly old man with white hair and a black beard from the throne at the top of the hall. As soon as the words were out, a furious roar echoed, Shenger. Lu Shaolin disregarded everything, his eyes turning blood red, having fallen into a frenzied state. The spear whooshed and reached above Ouyang Zheng's head, urged at Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin's gaze sharpened. This old man was incredibly fast. Was that lightness skill? Ouyang Zheng's sword flashed and stabbed towards Lu Shaolin's throat. Lu Shaolin disregarded everything, his eyes turning blood red, having fallen into a frenzied state. The spear whooshed and reached above Ouyang Zheng's head. The sword is nowhere near as long as the spear. Ouyang Zheng's face revealed shock as he raised his long sword with all his might, attempting to block the spear, not expecting Lu Shaolin's speed to be so swift. With a loud bang, the long sword shattered into two pieces. Ouyang Zheng's head exploded and his corpse fell to the ground, splattering yellow, white, and red everywhere. After a moment of silence, a commotion erupted as everyone began discussing Lu Shaolin. Among them, the steward Yushan hurriedly spoke to the Internal Affairs Hall Master Wantong. Silence. An old man, thin and wiry, shouted from beside the gang leader He Zhonglong. As his voice echoed, the hall gradually returned to calm. Who are you? He Zhonglong asked solemnly from his throne. Leader, I am Lu Shaolin, the head of the External Affairs Hall. Lu Shaolin replied, cupping his hands. Since you are from the External Affairs Hall, why did you fight with Ouyang Sheng? Leader, it was Ouyang Sheng who sought my life first. I was forced to retaliate. This matter can be corroborated by Tu He. At this moment, Tu He entered through the broken hole. Tu He, is that so? He Zhonglong asked, looking at Tu He. Tu He looked at Lu Shaolin in shock, then glanced at Ouyang Zheng's corpse on the ground and replied, indeed it was Ouyang Sheng who attacked first. Even so, you should not have killed Master Ouyang. The thin old man beside the throne exclaimed. I was merely forced to retaliate. You all must have seen it. I did not expect the master to be so fragile that he couldn't even block a single spear. Lu Shaolin sighed helplessly. Upon hearing his words, everyone in the hall displayed expressions of disbelief. Ouyang Zheng ranked third in strength within the gang, and aside from the leader He Zhonglong and the law enforcement hall master Yi Baichuan, no one dared to claim they could easily defeat him, otherwise he wouldn't hold the position of head of the External Affairs Hall. Leader, since things have come to this, why not let Brother Lu participate in the duel with the Little Knife Society? If he wins, the matter of his rebellion can be written off, and he can take the position of head of the External Affairs Hall. If he loses, he will naturally pay with his life. The Internal Affairs Hall Master Wantong stepped forward. Yi Baiwan bent over and began to discuss with He Zhonglong. Then He Zhonglong looked at Lu Shaolin and said, indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Let us do as Wan Tong suggested. 10 days from now, if you win, not only can you take the position of head of the External Affairs Hall, but you will also receive 30% of the profits from the newly established dock. Jining, you will temporarily handle all matters of the External Affairs Hall. After He Zhonglong finished speaking, he rose and left from behind the throne. Wan Tong and Yushan smiled at Lu Shaolin before departing. Come find me in the External Affairs Hall later, Jining said as he passed by Lu Shaolin, speaking softly. All right. Lu Shaolin nodded. Everyone left, ignoring Ouyang Xing, who lay on the ground. They all understood that with Lu Shaolin's formidable strength, his rise could no longer be obstructed, and they were unwilling to offend him for Ouyang Xing's sake. Tisk, these people are truly pragmatic. You see, in the end, it's still me who sends you off. Lu Shaolin squatted down, looking at Ouyang Xing, who had been staring at him. Huh. Ouyang Xing struggled to say something but couldn't utter a word, only blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. Lu Shaolin gripped his neck and with a crunch sent him to join his father. Lu Shaolin then began to search his corpse, finding 100 taels silver note and over 20 taels of silver. He then went to Ouyang Zhang's body, obtaining 300 taels silver notes and over 10 taels of silver. Stuffing all the silver notes and coins into his bosom, Lu Shaolin left the discussion hall in high spirits. Now he was not short on silver, having over 460 taels. Indeed, killing and looting was a gold belt. Arriving at the External Affairs Hall, Tu He gave him a strange look and handed over 20 taels of silver. This is the reward for that strange creature. Thank you. Lu Shaolin accepted the silver and tucked it away, cupping his hands in gratitude. Hall Master Qin is waiting for you in the inner chamber. Tu He pointed towards the back. Lu Shaolin nodded and walked inside. Upon entering the inner chamber, he found Qining sitting by the tea table sipping tea. Please take a seat. Qining gestured invitingly. Lu Shaolin leaned his long spear against the tea table and sat across from him. You probably don't know what the duel in 10 days is. Qining poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lu Shaolin. I truly do not know. Lu Shaolin received the cup and nodded. The Little Knife Society has built a dock in the south of the county town, and it's almost completed, which is a severance of my Blackwater Gang's foundation. Who doesn't know that my Blackwater Gang was established based on the dock? If the Little Knife Society acquires this dock, it will not only take away half of my Blackwater Gang's income, but also ruin our reputation. The leader has reported this matter to the authorities. The county magistrate delayed for a month and today issued a notice prohibiting large-scale fighting between the two gangs, allowing only a duel to determine the outcome, and for the stability of the gangs, neither gang leader can participate in the duel. Because of this, there was a heated debate in the discussion hall just now. The Little Knife Society has a master called Broken Door Knife Wang Xiaofeng, who has nearly perfected his knife technique. In past conflicts, Ouyang Zhang was at a disadvantage against him. Even the law enforcement Hall Master Yi Baiquan did not dare to claim victory against him, considering that Hall Master Yi is already quite old. Now that you are here with your skills just displayed, defeating Wang Xiaofeng will be no problem. Where are you stationed now? After explaining everything in one breath, Qining asked again. At Qinjiago, Lu Shaolin replied. Qinjiago, how is it so far? From now on you don't have to go to Qinjiago, just stay home and practice martial arts. I will have someone go to Qinjiago to bring your team back. Alright, thank you, Hall Master Qin. Lu Shaolin cupped his hands and smiled. No need, if you win you will be my superior and I will have to call you Hall Master. Qining pulled at the corner of his mouth, wanting to smile, but unable to, having been accustomed to being indifferent. Lu Shaolin could tell at a glance that he was similar to Ma Sana Poker Face. After awkwardly chatting for a while, Lu Shaolin cupped his hands and took his leave. Exiting the water fortress, he felt the over 480 taels of silver in his chest and headed straight for the county town again. Upon arriving at the county town, Lu Shaolin rode in through the city gate. As soon as he entered, he was blocked by several men in gray. One of them was Lu Dedeo Lu Bao. Brother Lu, long time no see. Lu Bao cupped his hands in greeting. What do you want? Lu Shaolin asked with, We are not here to block you, but to invite you, Brother Lu. Lu Bao said with a smile. Who is inviting me? Our vice president is inviting you to gather at the 100 Flowers building. Who is your vice president? Broken Door Knife Wang Xiaofeng. Lu Shaolin was slightly taken aback. In his mind, the matter of the Duanmen blade had already been sentenced to death. Now he was being invited to gather. No need, we belong to different factions and our paths do not align. Lu Shaolin shook his head in refusal. Don't you want to hear the conditions I can offer? What conditions? You want 50% of the profits from the new dock. Lu Shaolin chuckled. This. Lu Bao was momentarily speechless. Life and death are predestined, and wealth and nobility are in the hands of heaven. Everyone relies on their own abilities. Lu Shaolin said in a deep voice, shaking the reins and moving forward. The main reason was that Lu Shaolin did not agree with the practices of the Small Blade Society. To him, gambling houses and brothels were not a problem, but the Small Blade Society engaged in usury and forced people into prostitution, which he could not accept. Riding his horse to the Pingshan Martial Arts Hall, Lu Shaolin spent 20 taels of silver to obtain the martial arts techniques, noting the true meaning diagram of the rock-solid technique. He then arrived at the Sihai Martial Arts Hall, spending 50 taels of silver to acquire the martial arts manual and 6 jars of medicinal oil, recording the true meaning diagram of the golden body technique. After organizing the martial arts manual and the medicinal oil, Lu Shaolin casually found a noodle stall to resolve his lunch. After eating, he rode straight towards Panshan village. He planned to return home to study the manual, have a hearty meal to enhance his strength as Dong Jia's cooking was excellent, and there were prepared clothes for him to wear after his body transformation. Upon returning to his doorstep, Lu Shaolin dismounted and was about to knock when he felt a chill on his neck. He reached out to touch it, but found nothing unusual. Shaking his head, he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" It was still Dong Linger's clear voice. "It's me, Lu Shaolin." Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Hearing Lu Shaolin's voice, Dong Linger ran over to open the courtyard door, poking her head out with a smile. But upon seeing Lu Shaolin, her eyes widened in shock, and she sat down on the ground in fear. She quickly got up and ran, crying out for her sister as she dashed into the room. In Dong Linger's eyes, a ghost in a red dress was clinging to Lu Shaolin's back with pale skin, disheveled hair, and a long red slippery tongue wrapped around his neck, her eyes glaring at him with malice. Lu Shaolin touched his face, puzzled. What was going on? He didn't have any disfigurement. Shaking his head in confusion at the little girl's overreaction, he led his black-maned horse into the courtyard. After tying the reins, he noticed Dong Linger hiding behind Dong Jia, peeking at Lu Shaolin, only to quickly retreat behind her sister, trembling in fear. Dong Jia was also somewhat scared, but biting her red lips, she said to Lu Shaolin, "Young master, can you stand in the sunlight?" Lu Shaolin was at a loss, looking at the two sisters and asking, "Why are you both acting so strange today?" "Young master, please stand in the sunlight first," Dong Jia insisted, her tone more serious. Lu Shaolin helplessly smiled and stepped into the sunlight at the edge of the courtyard. Dong Jia turned to look at Dong Linger, who glanced at Lu Shaolin and shook her head at her sister. "Young master, we want to check the vegetable garden. Please come with us. It's broad daylight, you can go directly." Lu Shaolin waved his hand, stepping towards the house. "Young master, please take us," Dong Jia said in a deep tone completely different from her previous gentleness. Let's go, let's go." Lu Shaolin turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Dong Jia pulled Dong Linger to catch up. When they were about 200 meters from home, Dong Jia looked at Dong Linger and asked, "Where is that thing?" "It's hanging from the big tree at the entrance." Dong Linger quickly glanced back, tightly gripping Dong Jia's hand. In her eyes, the ghost in red was hanging upside down from the tree branch, her long tongue dangling through her hair to the ground, her eyes fixed on Lu Shaolin. "What are you talking about?" Lu Shaolin was utterly confused. "Young master, let's keep moving forward, staying in the sun," Dong Jia said seriously. Seeing her expression, Lu Shaolin understood that something significant might be happening. The three of them walked into the fields, and only then did Dong Jia stop, looking at Lu Shaolin with tear-filled eyes and saying, "Young master, you are being haunted by a vengeful spirit." "Haunted by a vengeful spirit? How do you know?" Lu Shaolin asked in a deep voice, sensing she wasn't joking. "Young master, Linger can see vengeful spirits. She has seen them twice before when she was little. We didn't believe her, thinking she was lying, but later those people she mentioned all died mysteriously, and then we realized she was telling the truth." Dong Jia explained. "Linger saw a vengeful spirit on me." Lu Shaolin frowned tightly. Could it be that Dong Linger had a natural gift for seeing spirits? "Yes, young master, she was clinging to your back, her tongue wrapped around your neck. It's terrifying," Dong Linger said with a Upon hearing this, Lu Shaolin recalled the previous chill on his neck. "What does she look like?" "Just in red with a long tongue and disheveled hair." "A long tongue in red? Isn't Li Ping's wife the one who hanged herself in red? Could she be coming back as a ghost to seek?" A flash of murderous intent crossed Lu Shaolin's eyes. Having killed ghouls before, why would he fear a newly formed ghost? As a newly formed spirit, it was at most a white-level vengeful spirit lacking intelligence and only driven by obsession, relying on absorbing young energy to harm lives. It also feared sunlight. No wonder the sisters wanted him to stand in the sun. "You wait here, I'm going to ride," Lu Shaolin said softly. "Young master, don't go. Let's just leave. It's still waiting for you in the tree at the entrance. Let's come back in a few days." Dong Jia's tears brimmed as she pleaded. "It's not that simple. It has set its sights on me. Even if I leave now, it will find me again at night. Rest assured, I will make it." Lu Shaolin comforted softly, then headed straight home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he indeed felt a chill on his neck again. Lu Shaolin's hair stood on end. Anyone would be uncomfortable knowing a ghost was clinging to their back. He led out the black-maned horse, locked the courtyard door, and rode towards his fields. When he was about 50 meters away from the fields, Lu Shaolin stopped and looked at Dong Linger. Dong Linger shook her head. Lu Shaolin squeezed his horse's belly, and the black-maned horse trotted over to the two sisters. Dismounting, Lu Shaolin first helped Dong Linger onto the horse, then held Dong Jia's delicate hand to assist her up, and finally jumped onto the horse himself. Fortunately, Dong Linger was slender and Dong Jia was also tall, otherwise the three of them might not fit. Lu Shaolin shook the reins and the black-maned horse gradually accelerated, galloping towards the county town. He planned to first arrange for the sisters to stay at an inn and then go to the Foreign Affairs Hall to inquire about how to deal with vengeful spirits. If he could handle it himself, he would. If not, he would seek help from the demon-subduing division. The black-maned horse galloped swiftly with the three riders closely huddled together. As they jostled, a faint fragrance from Dong Jia wafted into the nostrils, and her long hair occasionally brushed against Lu Shaolin's cheek, igniting a wave of heat in his lower abdomen. "Young master, what time is it? Why are you?" Dong Jia turned to look at Lu Shaolin, her eyes shimmering with tenderness, her face flushed with shyness. "I apologize, it's a natural reaction, Lu Shaolin said with a wry smile. It was truly unavoidable. In such circumstances, any man would react, let alone him as a martial artist with a more intense fire that was hard to control. Dong Jia turned her delicate head away, falling silent, but her body occasionally trembled. Upon arriving at the county town, Lu Shaolin headed straight to the largest in Fulin Inn. Fulin Inn was a property of the Blackwater gang, ensuring its safety. Dismounting, Lu Shaolin supported Dong Jia's slender waist and carried her down, then picked up Dong Linger as well. Dong Jia's face was flushed, not daring to look at Lu Shaolin. He smiled and led the two sisters into the inn. Taking out his token, he requested a private room for them, giving Dong Jia 10 taels of silver, instructing her to wait for him to pick them up, and then Lu Shaolin exited the inn, heading straight for the water fortress. Upon arriving at the water fortress and entering the foreign affairs hall, the manager Zhao Ongua happened to be there. "Brother Lu, what brings you here today?" Zhao Ongua said cheerfully as he stood up. "Just came to take a look, nothing much to do," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. After a casual chat, Lu Shaolin finally asked, "Brother Zhao, how do we handle encountering vengeful spirits in the foreign affairs hall?" Encountering vengeful spirits can be troublesome. They are invisible until they show themselves, and usually any sightings of vengeful spirits are handled by the Demon Suppression Division. If they're invisible, how do we detect vengeful spirits? The Demon Suppression Division distributes a vision-clearing liquid. If an event suspected of involving vengeful spirits is discovered, the members sent to investigate will carry a bottle of this liquid. "Oh, may I take a bottle? Have you encountered a vengeful spirit, Brother Lu?" Zhao Ongua asked in confusion. "It's just a precaution," Lu Shaolin laughed heartily. "Normally it's not allowed, but since you are one of us, I'll give you a bottle." Zhao Ongua stood up and walked into the counter. "Here. Brother Lu, this vision-clearing liquid can only be used once within 12 hours. Just drop it into your eyes, but do not use it excessively, or it will damage your eyesight." Zhao Ongua handed over a small porcelain bottle, reminding him. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Lu Shaolin cupped his hands in gratitude. "Is it true that only those from the Demon Suppression Division can slay vengeful spirits? Are ordinary martial artists helpless against them?" "That's not the case. Ordinary martial artists can injure vengeful spirits if they practice martial arts with the attribute of Yang Fire, or if they have weapons forged from fire-patterned steel." Fire-patterned steel. What is that? It's steel refined from fire-patterned or infused with Yang Fire energy. Where can I buy it? This steel is regulated by the court, specifically supplied to the Demon Suppression Division and the military. Very few are circulated. The city of Jinju might have some, but our county town is hopeless. Fine, what if I don't know any martial arts with the Yang Fire attribute and don't have a weapon made from fire-patterned steel? Then it would be quite troublesome. You would need to rely on your own blood. A martial artist's blood contains Yang energy. If you apply it to a weapon or your hand and strike the vengeful spirit before the blood coagulates and the Yang energy dissipates, it can inflict damage. However, relying solely on blood to kill a vengeful spirit is extremely difficult. You would likely bleed out before the spirit could be defeated. I see. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for clarifying this. Lu Shaolin cupped his hands in thanks. The two continued chatting about other topics before Lu Shaolin took his leave. Exiting the Foreign Affairs Hall, Lu Shaolin quickly ascended to the second floor, arriving at the Martial Arts Pavilion. The white-haired old man in the pavilion was looking at a small figure on the table with a lewd expression, holding a wine gourd. Ahem. Lu Shaolin cleared his throat twice. What is it? The old man slowly closed the book and lifted his eyelids to ask. I want to learn martial arts. Lu Shaolin replied. Choose by yourself. Once you finish, pay 5 taels of silver. The old man waved his hand. Lu Shaolin stepped into the martial arts pavilion and directly approached the first row of bookshelves, recalling that there was a martial technique called Fire Poison Palm here. After searching, Lu Shaolin pulled out the book titled Fire Poison Palm with a red cover. Flipping through it, he found the practice methods to be quite gruesome. First, start by heating river sand in an iron pot and inserting your hand into it to absorb the fire poison. If it becomes unbearable, take it out and repeat the process, then switch to heating iron sand and insert your hand again. Before each practice, apply a special medicinal oil to absorb the fire poison. Once perfected, the palm technique will manifest a black-red color, and even being placed in flames will not harm it. Lu Shaolin exited the martial arts pavilion holding the fire poison palm and approached the old man's table presenting the technique. Token. The old man accepted the martial technique and said, Brother Lu, please present the token. Lu Shaolin handed over the token and then produced 5 taels of silver to place on the table. The medicinal oil for the fire poison palm is 5 taels per jar, and 1 jar can be used 3 times. How many jars would you like? 2 jars. Lu Shaolin took out 10 taels of silver and placed them on the table again. The old man finished his registration, took the silver, and placed the martial technique and 2 jars of medicinal oil on the table without saying a word, resuming his reading of the small figure book. Lu Shaolin rubbed his nose, reached out to take the martial technique and oil, and exited the martial arts pavilion. He mounted his black-maned horse, urging it to gallop towards the county town. Arriving at the county town, he found the closest tavern to the city gate and requested a private room. He then ordered a table of dishes and a bowl of rice, pulling out the fire poison palm to study it carefully. By the time he comprehended it, the dishes had all been served. Lu Shaolin glanced at the system panel, and in the martial technique section appeared Fire Poison Palm not yet mastered. Lu Shaolin immediately began to eat heartily. After filling his stomach, he applied the medicinal oil for the Fire Poison Palm to his palm, summoned the panel, and began to click. Half an hour later, as Lu Shaolin executed the Fire Poison Palm, his entire palm turned black-red. He extended a finger and gently pressed it against the table, waiting briefly. Where his finger touched the table, a wisp of green smoke emerged. Lifting his hand, a charred fingerprint was now evident on the table. Humph. Lu Shaolin sneered, observing the remaining source points on the panel. He decided to head downstairs and retrieve the medicinal oil for the golden body technique from his horse. Calling over a waiter, he ordered another table of food and then examined the manual for the golden body technique. Half an hour passed and Lu Shaolin summoned the system panel name Lu Shaolin source points 2. Martial arts realm refining muscles complete. Techniques yellow grade high quality bull strength max level golden body technique max level yellow grade medium quality bear strength max level. Martial skills yellow grade medium quality crazy demon staff technique complete fire poison palm complete. Not entered 3 absolute spear complete 8 extremes fist minor success. Lu Shaolin's strength surged by another 450 pounds, reaching 1,500 pounds. His physique showed no significant change, though his weight had increased and his muscles became more compact. The skin layer had also transformed into 3 layers. As for speed, although the 5 major tendons had become thicker and tougher, the increase was only 50%, as speed enhancement becomes increasingly difficult with weight gain. As he watched over 40 source points dwindle down to 2, Lu Shaolin felt a pang of regret. He could no longer easily obtain source points by looting corpses as before. Putting away the secret manual and medicinal oil on the table, Lu Shaolin went downstairs to settle the bill. The meal cost him 2 taels of silver. After all, he had ordered 2 dishes. Upon exiting the tavern, Lu Shaolin mounted his horse, urging it to gallop towards Panchon village. By the time he returned to Panchon village, it was already dusk. Lu Shaolin stopped under the setting sun 100 meters away from his courtyard and took out a bottle of eye drops, putting 2 drops into his eyes. As he opened his eyes, a layer of azure light enveloped his pupils. He looked up at the large tree at the entrance of the courtyard, but saw nothing. Lu Shaolin shook the reins and rode his horse beneath the tree, dismounting and tying the reins to the trunk. He then took out the key and opened the courtyard gate. Just as the gate swung open, a red-clad female ghost with disheveled hair and a tongue hanging from her chest suddenly appeared before Lu Shaolin. Her eyes glared at Lu Shaolin with venom. Damn you. Lu Shaolin's heart raced as he swung a punch toward the ghost's pale face. With a loud bang, his fist as large as a sandpot pierced through the ghost's head. Immediately, Lu Shaolin felt a chill at his neck as the ghost clung to his back, her slick tongue wrapping around his neck. Her head rested on his left shoulder, eyes fixed on him. Lu Shaolin turned his head to glance at the ghost's face, grinning cruelly as he said, "You want to play, huh? I'll play with you." He entered the courtyard, closed the gate behind him, and strode to the center of the yard. As he reached the middle, Lu Shaolin threw away his Xian Tai spear, channeling his fire poison palm as his palms turned black-red. Then he grabbed the ghost's tongue with his left hand and yanked it fiercely, tearing it off his neck. He swung it forward, and with a whoosh the ghost was flung from behind him to in front of him, and Lu Shaolin slammed his right palm into the ghost's chest. With a loud bang, the ghost was knocked back 3 meters, her tongue stretching along with her. A plume of black smoke erupted from where he struck her. Pretty elastic. Lu Shaolin examined the tongue in his hand, then pulled it back with force, causing the ghost to fly back to him, whereupon he again struck her chest with his palm. With another bang, he sent the ghost flying once more. The ghost let out a shrill scream, her tongue snapping in half, and Lu Shaolin tossed aside the half of the tongue in his hand, his thigh exploding with power as he charged forward, extending his hand to grab the ghost by her hair. "Where do you think you're running?" With a loud slap, he struck the ghost's face. "Weren't you supposed to avenge your son?" Bang, another slap. "Aren't you supposed to come find me after becoming a ghost? Die for me." Bang, bang, bang. The ghost's face was instantly deformed by Lu Shaolin's strikes. He then slammed his left hand down, pinning the ghost. His eyes turned blood red, engulfed in madness. "Die. Die. Die. Die for me." Bang. 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 Lu Shaolin roared as he continued to strike at the ghost's face and body. With each strike, the ghost exuded black energy. After delivering more than 50 strikes, the ghost let out a wretched scream and completely dissipated into the air. Lu Shaolin quickly got up and summoned the system panel to check, confirming that his source points had increased, indicating the ghost was dead. He let out a long sigh, looking at the deep pit he had created with his own strikes, and stepped over it. Walking into the living room, he drank all the tea from the teapot. The fire poison palm was too weak against vengeful spirits. He needed to enhance its power or find a weapon forged from fire pattern steel. By this time, it was completely dark outside. After resting for a while, Lu Shaolin walked out of the courtyard, leading in the Blackman horse and tying it under the osmanthus tree. After washing up, he headed straight to the bedroom to rest. The 2 sisters would be picked up tomorrow morning. The next day at dawn, Lu Shaolin mounted his horse and rode directly to the county town. Arriving at the Fulin Inn in the county town, Lu Shaolin knocked on the door of the sisters' room. "Who is it?" came Dong Jia's voice from inside. "It's me." Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. "Young master." Dong Jia opened the door wide, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Lu Shaolin. "It's okay now, the vengeful spirit has been killed by me." Lu Shaolin reassured her. "Really? Young master?" Dong Linger's head peeked out from the side. "Yes, it's true. I'm here to take you both home now." Lu Shaolin patted Dong Linger on the head. "Are we going back?" Dong Jia asked. "Yes, let's pack up and leave." Lu Shaolin nodded. After the 2 sisters packed up, they checked out and followed Lu Shaolin out of the inn. Seeing the Blackman horse, Dong Jia's pretty face instantly flushed red. Lu Shaolin didn't notice, directly lifting the sisters onto the horse's back, then mounting up himself and urging the horse towards Panchon village. When the three arrived at the entrance, 6 robust horses were tied up there, and Ma San, Feng Tai, and others were chatting under the large tree. Upon seeing Lu Shaolin return, the 6 quickly stood up and cupped their fists, saying, "Boss." Feng Tai stepped forward. "I see." Lu Shaolin nodded and turned to lift the sisters down. Ma San clasped his hands towards Dong Jia, saying, "Miss Dong, get your order." Feng Tai stepped forward. "I see." Lu Shaolin nodded and turned to lift the sisters down. Ma San clasped his hands towards Dong Jia, saying, "Miss Dong." "Maga." Dong Jia curtsied slightly. "By the way, these are my family, Dong Jia and Dong Linger." Lu Shaolin introduced them to the others. "Miss Dong, Miss Linger." Feng Tai, Li Kai and the others cupped their hands. Dong Jia, blushing, pulled Dong Linger and again curtsied to Feng Tai and the others. "Let's go inside. Just tie the horses outside, the courtyard isn't that big." Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Hearing this, Dong Jia hurriedly stepped forward to open the courtyard gate. Li Kai went to hold Lu Shaolin's black-maned horse. Lu Shaolin entered the yard first and sat down in the living room. Feng Tai, Ma San and others followed and also sat in the living room. Dong Jia brought over some tea. "Boss, you killed Ouyang Zheng with a single shot, shocking the entire Heishui gang." Feng Tai said, taking a sip of tea. "Boss' strength is unfathomable." Li Kai said with a smile. All right, can't you stop flattering me?" Lu Shaolin waved his hand. He. The others laughed awkwardly. "Young master, didn't you say you wanted to buy a bag of candied hawthorns?" Dong Linger peeked her head in from the door and dashed into Lu Shaolin's arms. I got busy and forgot." Li Kai, "Go to the county town and buy some marinated meat and good wine, and also bring back a bag of candied hawthorns. You all can have lunch here." Lu Shaolin took out 10 taels of silver and tossed it to Li Kai. "Yes, boss." Li Kai responded and immediately turned to leave the courtyard, the sound of hooves following. "All right, he has gone to buy it, he will bring it back soon." Lu Shaolin ruffled Dong Linger's head. "Thank you, young master." Dong Linger's doll-like face bloomed with a smile. Patting Dong Linger on the head and letting her play outside by herself, Lu Shaolin casually chatted with Feng Tai and the others. An hour later, the sound of hooves approached and Li Kai returned. Li Kai entered the living room carrying 2 jars of wine in his right hand and several oil paper bags in his left, placing them on the table. "Boss, besides candied hawthorn, I also bought some osmanthus cake and malt sugar, and here is the leftover silver money." Li Kai took out the silver. "Thank you for your hard work, just put it on the table." Lu Shaolin said with a smile. "Yes." Li Kai placed the silver on the table and sat back down in his previous chair. Dong Linger peeked her head in from outside. Lu Shaolin shook his head with a smile, saying, "Take the candied hawthorn." "Young master, I will take this to my sister to taste," Dong Linger said while running. She reached the table, hugged the oil paper bags of candied hawthorn and snacks, and turned to run towards the kitchen. "Boss, the broken door blade King Xiaofeng has been famous for many years. His mastery of the 5-tiger broken door blade is superb, and he is in his prime. I heard he is also quite skilled in lightness techniques." Feng Tai pondered and replied, "Boss, the broken door blade King Xiaofeng has been famous for many years. His mastery of the 5-tiger broken door blade is superb, and he is in his prime. I heard he is also quite skilled in lightness techniques. You need to be cautious if you fight him, his strength is somewhat greater than Ouyang Zheng's." Feng Tai replied. Lu Shaolin nodded, but in reality, he did not take it to heart at all. He didn't even know how strong he was himself. Anyway, at the stage of muscle refinement, there shouldn't be anyone who could match him. Even if there was, they certainly wouldn't be found in this small county of Pingshan. After chatting for a while longer, Dong Jia finished preparing lunch. Li Kai, Feng Tai, and the others quickly helped serve the dishes. Soon over a dozen dishes were placed on the table and everyone gathered around. "Come on, since this is your first time eating at my house, let me toast you first." Lu Shaolin raised his cup and downed it in one go. Feng Tai and the others hurriedly raised their cups and drank it all. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Shaolin told them to return as he had no further instructions for them. After some discussion, they decided that one person should always stay here so that Lu Shaolin could call them over whenever needed. Lu Shaolin acquiesced to their decision. Ma San said he would stay here today, and the others nodded and left first. After they left, Lu Shaolin let Ma San move a lounge chair to the yard to rest while he returned to his bedroom. Sitting on the bed, Lu Shaolin summoned the system panel name Lu Shaolin source points 4. 8. Martial Arts Realm Perfect Muscle Refinement Techniques Yellow Grade Superior Berserker Bull Strength Full Level Golden Body Technique Full Level Yellow Grade Intermediate Savage Bear Technique Full Level Martial Skills Yellow Grade Intermediate Frenzied Demon Staff Technique Perfect Fire Poison Palm Perfect Unranked 3 Absolutes Spear Perfect 8 Extremes Fist Minor Achievement. Looking at the remaining 8 source points, it was clearly insufficient to upgrade the rock-solid technique to full level. There hadn't been any reports of large-scale disasters or calamities recently, so it seemed he would have to focus on the river demon. Thinking of this, Lu Shaolin lay down to sleep, planning to take Ma San to fish for the river demon when he woke up. After an hour's sleep, Lu Shaolin woke up, rousing the snoring Ma San, and the two rode off towards the banks of the Blackwater River. At the riverbank, Lu Shaolin found a new shallow area and sent Ma San to the county town to buy live chickens and food. Ma San, unaware of Lu Shaolin's intentions, could only obey and rode towards the county town. Lu Shaolin leaned on his spear, gazing at the river surface and the boats passing by. An hour later, Ma San returned with meat pies and a large burlap sack. Boss, what are we doing? It's already dark, shouldn't we head back? Ma-san asked while gnawing on a meat pie. We're not going back, tonight we're fishing for river demons. Lu Shaolin swallowed half a pie in one bite. Cough, 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 boss. We're fishing for river demons. Ma-san was startled and nearly choked. Don't worry with me here, whatever river demon comes will die. Lu Shaolin said nonchalantly. But boss, we really do. Ma-san was completely unable to understand Lu Shaolin's thinking. How to put it? I have an irreconcilable enmity with demons. If I don't kill a few evil creatures in a day, my hands get unbearably itchy. Lu Shaolin spoke earnestly. This, boss, is indeed different from ordinary people. Ma-san was left speechless. After they finished eating, the sky was completely dark. Lu Shaolin instructed Ma-san to slaughter a chicken and throw it into the river. The two then waited quietly. They waited for a full hour, but the river showed no response. Boss, is this method not working? Ma-san couldn't help but ask. It shouldn't be, this is a new spot. Lu Shaolin stroked his chin. What did the boss say? Ma-san didn't hear clearly for a moment. Nothing, just throw another chicken down. Perhaps the river demon is sleeping deeply tonight and hasn't caught the scent of blood. Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Ma-san threw another chicken down, and after waiting another half hour, there finally a river demon emerged, its head above the water. It's here, boss. Ma-san said nervously. Finally here. Lu Shaolin stood up and walked towards the river, spear in hand. The river demon, seeing a living person approach, immediately charged at Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin unleashed explosive strength in both arms, and with a whoosh the mysterious iron spear swept across. With a loud crack, the river demon's head burst open, and its headless body collapsed on the shore. Job's done. Ma-san, clean up the corpse and keep throwing chickens. Lu Shaolin said, looking at the source point that had just been added, smiling. Okay, boss. Ma-san nodded in a daze. Throughout the night, the two caught a total of 3 river demons. Lu Shaolin yawned, looking at the river surface. Had he really killed all the river demons in the sections of the river? These river demons were too easy to kill. Ma-san, clean up, and let's go take the leftover chickens back to make soup. Lu Shaolin instructed. Okay, thank you, boss. Ma-san was once again speechless. After all, he had spent his own silver to buy those chickens. Let's go and make sure to rest well when we get back. Lu Shaolin mounted his horse and with a squeeze of his horse's belly sped off. Back home, Lu Shaolin collapsed onto the bed and didn't wake up until noon. Over the next 4 or 5 days, Lu Shaolin took a subordinate with him each night to fish for river demons. The reason being that if he didn't kill a few evil beings in a day, his hands would get unbearably itchy. In several days, he had killed only 13 river demons. Adding the previous source points, he now had a total of 17. 8 source points on the panel. Tomorrow was the day of the duel, so Lu Shaolin decided to rest at home and upgrade his abilities. Li Kai was following him today. At lunch, Lu Shaolin specifically asked Dong Jia to prepare an abundance of food. After eating his fill, he began to upgrade. Once the process was complete, he ate another hearty meal. When his body returned to normal, he lay down on a recliner in the courtyard and summoned the system panel named Lu Shaolin. Source points 1. 8. Martial Realm Tendon, Refining Perfection. Techniques: Yellow Grade Upper Mighty Ox Art Max Level, Golden Body Art Max Level, a Yellow Grade Middle Barbaric Bear Art Max Level, Rock Art 5th Layer. Martial Skills: Yellow Grade Middle Mad Demon Staff Technique Perfection, Fire Poison Palm Perfection, a Unranked 3 Ultimate Spear Perfection, 8 Extremes Fist Minor Accomplishment. At this moment, Lu Shaolin's strength had increased by another 450 gene. His Bodis dermal layer had also reached 4 layers tightly fused together like an especially thick leather armor. His weight increased further, his muscle density grew higher, and his height reached 1.95 meters. The increase in speed was modest, merely 20%. That meant his strength was nearly 2,000 gene and his speed was 1.7 times that of an average tendon refining martial artist, an absolute domination over peers of the same rank. Yet Lu Shaolin remained unimpressed. In this world, the most dangerous threats were not martial artists, but the demonic anomalies. He had to become stronger. Chief, have some tea. Li Kai brought over a cup of hot tea. Oh, thanks. Lu Shaolin took it. A day passed quickly. The next morning after breakfast, just as Lu Shaolin was about to leave, Dong Jia looked at him with concern and said, "Young master, be careful. If you can't win, surrender early." She had naturally learned about the duel from their conversations over the past few days. Don't worry. That broken door blade Wang Xiaofeng is nothing but a fool seeking death in my eyes. Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. He then pulled open the courtyard gate and walked out. Beneath the big tree outside, Feng Tai Ma-san and 4 others stood in a row respectfully waiting for him. Wishing Chief a triumphant victory. The 6 suddenly clasped their fists and shouted, you guys sure know how to please." Startled, Lu Shaolin chuckled, then mounted his horse and headed straight for the water village. The 6 followed close behind on horseback, their hooves thundering. Half an hour later, the 7 arrived at the water village. Guild leader He Zhonglong, Law Enforcement Hall Master Yi Baichuan, Internal Affairs Hall Master Wan Tong, External Affairs Deputy Hall Master Chen Ing, along with various stewards, had already assembled at the entrance. Lu Shaolin clasped his hands in greeting to the crowd, then rode over to Chen Ing. "Since everyone is here, let's set off." He Zhonglong nodded at Lu Shaolin and shouted loudly. He shook the reins and charged toward the newly built city north dock of the Small Knife Society. The others followed on horseback, forming a long black dragon. In half an hour, they reached the city north dock. This location was chosen precisely because it was not yet open to the public and would not disturb the city's residents. This was also the magistrate's requirement. On the dock beside a brick-built arena, the two factions stood with distinct banners. The Blackwater Gang wore uniform black warrior outfits. All members of the Small Knife Society wore gray warrior outfits. President Chui. He Zhonglong clasped his hands toward a pale, beardless, middle-aged man leading the Small Knife Society. Chui Guanqing, president of the Small Knife Society organ, refining initial stage under 50 years old. His signature skill is the Yin Wind Blade technique, Chen Ying explained in a low voice to Lu Shaolin. Guild leader he. Chui Guanqing also clasped his hands, his expression gloomy. Let's not delay, begin now. He Zhonglong announced loudly. Since your Blackwater Gang is eager to die, our Small Knife Society is happy to oblige, Chui Guanqing sneered. As soon as he finished, the Small Knife Society members burst into loud laughter. Victory or defeat is decided by skill, not by words. He Zhonglong retorted coldly. Then let's see how much skill your Blackwater Gang has. Xiaofeng. Chui Guanqing roared. Your subordinate is here. Wang Xiaofeng dismounted. Show the Blackwater Gang what it means to be undefeated among those below organ refining in Pingshan County. Yes, Wang Xiaofeng bellowed, tapped his feet lightly, and in a few bounds leaped onto the arena. He drew his golden blade, glaring at the Blackwater Gang poised for a fight to the death. This is quite dramatic, Lu Shaolin thought, touching his nose. Without waiting for his guild leader's call, he jumped off his blackmaned horse and sauntered onto the arena with a leisurely gait. He Zhonglong, who had taken a deep breath to shout, nearly choked as he watched Lu Shaolin walk toward the arena. This kid doesn't follow the script. Lu Shaolin looked at Wang Xiaofeng before him, over 1 meter 8 tall, handsome and robust. He certainly lived up, still not as good as himself. Are you the Lu Shaolin who killed Ouyang Zheng with one spear strike? Wang Xiaofeng asked in a deep voice. It's me. Suit yourself. Either way, you're dead. Lu Shaolin said nonchalantly. Arrogant fool. Wang Xiaofeng roared, tapped his foot. Suit yourself. Either way, you're dead. Lu Shaolin said nonchalantly. Arrogant fool. Wang Xiaofeng roared, tapped his foot, and raised his blade to slash at Lu Shaolin's head. Lu Shaolin flicked his wrist, swinging his dark iron spear overhead. With a clang, he deflected the golden blade. Wang Xiaofeng's face changed. What immense strength. He withdrew his blade, stepped back, and began circling Lu Shaolin. Annoyed after a few circles, Lu Shaolin stomped hard, shattering the brick beneath him with a crack. Closing in, Lu Shaolin swept his spear horizontally with a whoosh toward Wang Xiaofeng's waist. Wang Xiaofeng quickly retreated out of range. Lu Shaolin charged again, a spear shadow flashing above Wang Xiaofeng's head. Wang Xiaofeng's face twisted in terror as he raised his golden blade at an angle to deflect the blow. A thunderous clang echoed across the dock, followed by a crack as the blade snapped. Wang Xiaofeng stared at the spear tip before him, his eyes filled with horror. This is the end. With a thud, the spear shattered Wang Xiaofeng's skull and continued downward, embedding itself below. Bone fragments and brain matter splattered blood, instantly staining the entire arena red. With a bang, Lu Shaolin pulled out the spear and Wang Xiaofeng's headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. The dock fell dead silent. Even the Blackwater Gang's higher-ups who had witnessed Lu Shaolin kill Ouyang Zheng were stunned once again, let alone the Small Knife Society. Shaking the blood off his spear, Lu Shaolin grinned at the Small Knife Society, revealing gleaming white teeth. Then, under the gaze of both factions, he brazenly looted the corpse. He hadn't forgotten the spoils from last time. He couldn't miss this opportunity. After all, it was his rightful prize. After searching, Lu Shaolin frowned at the 5 bloodstained banknotes in his hand. He wondered if the bank would accept them. Over the next 4 or 5 days, Lu Shaolin took a subordinate with him each night to fish for river demons. The reason being that if he didn't kill a few evil beings in a day, his hands would... Ha ha. President Chui, are you trying to bully the weak with your strength? He Zhonglong laughed heartily, also leaping off his horse to block Chui Guanqing. The two exchanged several blows before separating. He Zhonglong, consider yourself lucky this time to have the assistance of a master. Chui Guanqing said fiercely. Ha ha, I have always had good luck. He Zhonglong laughed triumphantly. Let's go. Chui Guanqing mounted his horse again and shouted as he charged out of the new dock. The members of the Little Knife Society glanced at Lu Shaolin on the arena with trepidation, then followed Chui Guanqing out of the dock. Ha ha, Master Lu, that victory was splendid. He Zhonglong turned to Lu Shaolin and smiled. He already referred to Lu Shaolin as master. You flatter me. Lu Shaolin stepped down from the arena and cupped his hands with a smile. This title of Master Lu sounded much better than just calling him Lu. Your strength is extraordinary and everyone has seen it. I stand by my word. Once the new dock starts making a profit, you shall receive 30% of the earnings. He Zhonglong looked at Lu Shaolin with admiration. Master, I do not place much importance on money. Lu Shaolin replied solemnly. Hearing Lu Shaolin's words, the members of the Little Knife Society were left speechless. You don't care about money. Who is it that just now was plundering corpses? Well, since I made you a promise, it naturally cannot be disregarded. He Zhonglong was momentarily taken aback, then forced a smile. Master, may I ask if I can retract the share and exchange it for the iron chain across the river technique that you practice? Lu Shaolin cupped his hands and said. Let's discuss this when we return to the gang. I happen to want to have a private chat with you. He Zhonglong pondered for a moment and said. All right. Lu Shaolin nodded. Soon the members of the Blackwater Gang began to return joyfully. This battle had greatly suppressed the arrogance of the Little Knife Society, and everyone was excited. Returning to the water fortress, Lu Shaolin and He Zhonglong arrived at the third-floor parlor. Please have a seat. He Zhonglong gestured to the red sandalwood chair in the parlor. Lu Shaolin cupped his hands and sat down. Soon a maid brought tea and placed it on the coffee table. Master Lu, you are not married yet, are you? He Zhonglong took a sip from his cup and said, Indeed not yet. Lu Shaolin nodded. You possess extraordinary strength and I admire you greatly. Just so happens I have a daughter 20 years old with beauty that is unmatched. If you are willing, I intend to marry my daughter to you. At that time not only my techniques, but the Blackwater gang will also be under your command. He Zhonglong said enticingly. Master, I am still young and have no thoughts regarding matters of men and women. Lu Shaolin quickly refused. Unmatched beauty. The Great Xia dynasty values plumpness as beauty. Still young. You look at least 25. He Zhonglong observed closely. Lu Shaolin was taken aback. 25. He only appeared robust. Master, what I mean is that I am solely focused on martial arts, wanting to make vigorous progress while I am young, and do not wish to be distracted by other matters. Lu Shaolin hurriedly explained, unable to clarify his age. In my youth I also had this mindset, but later I changed. You do not understand the taste of women. Let me call my daughter over, you can take a look first. He Zhonglong stroked his beard and smiled, then called for a maid to fetch the young lady. In a short while a young woman in a pink skirt walked in, accompanied by the maid. She was quite good-looking with fair skin, but her figure was not to Lu Shaolin's liking, at least 140 centimeters and a bit stout. Father. The woman curtsied to He Zhonglong. Renjia, this is the new Foreign Affairs Hall Master Lu. He Zhonglong pointed at Lu Shaolin and introduced. The woman looked at Lu Shaolin, curtsied, and said, I have met Master Lu. Lu Shaolin stood up and cupped his hand, saying, Miss, you are too polite. The woman looked at Lu Shaolin's handsome face and tall figure, her eyes sparkling. All right, Renjia, you may go now. For your father still has matters to discuss with Master Lu. Understood, father. The woman said, Goodbye, Master Lu. She greeted both He Zhonglong and Lu Shaolin before turning to leave. What do you think, Master Lu? My daughter is quite beautiful, isn't she? He Zhonglong asked proudly. The young lady is indeed stunning, but I have no interest in matters of men and women. I am only focused on martial arts. I hope Master will understand. Lu Shaolin cupped his hands and said, Indeed, you are quite young and impetuous. I was once like that too. However, I have already discussed the matter of rewards in the meeting hall and cannot change it immediately. Thus, next time you achieve merit, I shall pass my techniques on to you, and there will be no idle gossip within the gang. I believe that with your strength, achieving merit will be quite simple. He Zhonglong sighed. He truly admired Lu Shaolin greatly and intended to recruit him as a son-in-law. All right, master. I shall take my leave for now. Lu Shaolin nodded. He Zhonglong lifted his teacup. Lu Shaolin turned and left the parlor, considering that since achieving merit could lead to gaining techniques, he was in no rush. As for whether He Zhonglong would give him the techniques later, that was beyond his control. Returning to the first floor, Chen Ying, Zhao Angua, and Feng Taima were waiting for him. Seeing him come down, the three cupped their fists and said, Master. Lu Shaolin smiled and nodded. Master, since you have arrived, I will hand over some matters to you, Chen Ying said. Matters? What matters? Lu Shaolin asked. Some team adjustments, benefits, and similar affairs. Chen Ying replied. Everything remains as it is. You handle the trivial matters. If you encounter anything you cannot resolve, come find me. Lu Shaolin waved his hand. He intended to be a handoff manager. By the way, how many people are there in the Foreign Affairs Hall? Lu Shaolin asked. Master, there are a total of 15 teams in the Foreign Affairs Hall, each with 10 members, totaling 150 people. 12 of those teams are stationed in the fishing villages on both sides of the Blackwater River, while 3 teams remain at headquarters to handle emergencies. Chen Ying explained. Have the leaders of the 3 teams stationed at headquarters come see me. Lu Shaolin said, waving his hand as everyone entered the Foreign Affairs Hall. Yes. Chen Ying cupped his fists in response and sent Zhao Angua to relay the message. Once seated at the main position in the inner hall of the Foreign Affairs Hall, Lu Shaolin waited patiently for the 3 leaders to report. Chen Ying and the others stood on either side. In a short while, Zhao Angua entered with 3 burly men. The 3 cupped their fists and shouted, We are the subordinates Tan Qing, Fei Bin, and Ding Cheng, here to pay our respects to the master. From now on you 3 will only heed my commands. Do not act without my orders, is that understood? Lu Shaolin said in a serious tone. Yes, master. The 3 responded by cupping their fists. You may return now. Yes. The 3 cupped their fists once more and exited the Foreign Affairs Hall. You 6 will continue to stay by my side, Lu Shaolin said to Feng Taimao and the others. Yes, master. The group was overjoyed and quickly responded. Master, here are the keys to your residence on the 2nd floor of the Water Stronghold, the key to your loft provided by the county's gang, and this is your token. Chen Ying pulled out 2 sets of keys and a token. Lu Shaolin reached out to take them. The master's token was made of copper, featuring the Blackwater Gang's Foreign Affairs Hall on the front and the words Master on the back with ornate patterns along the edges. In that case, I will return to the county for now. Deputy Master Chen, if anything comes up, you can find me at the loft. Lu Shaolin stood up. Understood. Chen Ying replied. Lu Shaolin then exited the Foreign Affairs Hall, mounted his black stallion, and headed straight for the county with Feng Taimao and 3 others closely following. Upon arriving in the county under Feng Taimao's guidance, the 7 of them reached the loft. Lu Shaolin looked up and saw a 3-story loft with a large courtyard exuding elegance. At the courtyard gate, Lu Shaolin took out the key and unlocked it. Behind the courtyard gate was a small side room. Flowers and trees were planted on both sides of the yard, and a pavilion stood in the center. The stable was located behind the loft. Entering the loft, the first floor consisted of a hall, side rooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. The second and third floors were occupied by study rooms and bedrooms. The group sat down in the hall and Feng Taimao chuckled. The master needs to hire some maids and servants now. We'll discuss it later. By the way, Ma-san and Li Kai, you two hire a carriage to bring the Dong sisters here and help them pack their things. We will be living here from now on. Lu Shaolin instructed the two. Yes, master. The two clasped their fists in response and turned to leave. Master, since you just took office, you still need to host a banquet for the high-ranking members of the gang. Feng Taimao added, being well aware of many matters after spending years in the Blackwater gang. No rush, let's wait until everything is settled in a few days before discussing it. Lu Shaolin waved his hand dismissively. As the group waited until noon, Ma-san and Li Kai still. Lu Shaolin rubbed his stomach, took out the 5 bloody silver notes, and handed them to Feng Taimao. Feng Taimao, can you exchange these for cash and buy some food? You should be able to manage that, right? Of course, master. Feng Taimao took the silver notes. Then hurry back after exchanging them. Lu Shaolin instructed. Yes. Feng Taimao turned and left. Shortly after, he returned with a large bag of food. He handed the exchanged silver notes and a few silver ingots to Lu Shaolin, and they all began to feast. After the meal, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the courtyard. Feng Taimao went out to check and saw that Ma-san had brought the 2 sisters along. Lu Shaolin stepped outside and shook his head with a bitter smile at the sight of what they had brought. Ma-san and Li Kai had tied bags of food and bedding to their horses, and the carriage was packed to the brim with items. It seemed the sisters were intent on moving their entire household. Dong Linger darted into the courtyard and bowed to Lu Shaolin. The others began to carry the items into the loft and organize them one by one. Of course, this did not include Lu Shaolin, who sat in the living room drinking tea while Dong Linger stood behind him massaging his shoulders. They worked until the afternoon before everything was finally organized. Dong Jia was quite happy and felt no fatigue after finishing. She rushed to the kitchen to start cooking while Dong Linger quickly followed her to help. Among the 6, Ma-san stayed behind while the others left one by one. Lu Shaolin went to the 3rd-floor bedroom where he had a room to himself while the sisters occupied the 2nd floor. Ma-san stayed in the side room to guard the door. The bedding in the bedroom had already been laid out and his clothes were neatly folded. Lu Shaolin leaned his long spear against the bedside and lay back on the bed. He finally felt like someone who had a place to call home. After resting for a while, he got up and went downstairs thinking that dinner would be ready soon. Upon reaching the living room, he indeed saw Dong Jia placing dishes on the mahogany round table. Young master, you're down. I was just about to send Linger to call you. Dong Jia brushed her hair aside and spoke softly. I thought dinner would be ready soon, so I came down. Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. After saying that, he sat down at the round table. Where is Ma-san? Lu Shaolin looked outside the courtyard. Master, I'm here. Ma-san came over carrying a plate of green vegetables as he walked. As the food was served, the 4 sat at the table and began to eat. Ma-san devoured the food like a starving ghost, shoveling it into his mouth nonstop. He hadn't eaten at noon and had been busy all afternoon, so he was indeed starving. After finishing the meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Shaolin woke up. He thought he was the earliest to rise, but upon going downstairs, he saw Dong Jia already cleaning the living room. From the sweat on her forehead, he could tell she had been up for quite a while. Why are you up so early? Lu Shaolin walked into the living room. Young master, good morning. I thought I would clean all the rooms today. Dong Jia wiped her forehead with her sleeve. Why clean them all? Just clean the few rooms we occupy. Lu Shaolin stated directly. There was no one living in the other rooms, so what was the point? Young master, this is your residence after all. If the other rooms aren't cleaned, they might get moldy over time. Dong Jia explained. But that must be tiring for you alone. Lu Shaolin frowned. It's fine, I can just wake up a bit earlier in the morning. Dong Jia smiled. Alright. Lu Shaolin nodded helplessly and turned to head into the courtyard, thinking he would go hire a few maids and servants today. With a shake of his spear, Lu Shaolin began practicing his staff technique. The sound of slicing air echoed continuously. Once he finished warming up, Ma-san also got up. Lu Shaolin greeted him and then went to wash up at the well outside the kitchen. After he finished, he saw Dong Jia hurriedly running into the kitchen to cook. Lu Shaolin sat down in the pavilion quietly sipping tea while waiting for the food to finish cooking. After breakfast, he and Ma-san left the courtyard. The two did not ride horses but walked instead. Ma-san, where is the servant agency? Lu Shaolin asked. It's on East Street. Are you looking to hire servants, master? Ma-san replied. Yes, let's go check it out. Lu Shaolin said. Then master, why not just buy 2 maids directly? Does the servant agency sell maids? Lu Shaolin raised an eyebrow. Yes, the servant agency is government-run. Families of officials as well as those who can't survive often place their children there. So can one buy as many as they want? Lu Shaolin asked. Indeed, but not only the master can choose the servants also choose their masters. A contract can only be signed if both parties agree. Ma-san explained in detail. As they conversed, the two arrived at the brokerage house. Upon entering, Ma-san guided Lu Shaolin with practiced ease to the section where maidservants were sold. Ma-san approached a minor clerk and exchanged a few words before returning with a slender booklet in hand. Master, this is the register of available maidservants. He handed the booklet to Lu Shaolin, who found it contained only 3 pages. Opening it, he saw each entry detailed name, age, height, weight, and proficiencies, remarkably thorough. Lu Shaolin scanned the list, swiftly skipping all those under 150 centimeters. Though merely seeking maidservants, he still valued aesthetic harmony. At the very end, 2 names caught his eye: Nian Chun, height 165 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, aged 15, skilled in calligraphy and painting, and Nian Chiu, height 168 centimeters, weight 54 kilograms, aged 15, skilled in calligraphy and zither playing. Excellent twins. And both versed in calligraphy, ideal for teaching Linger to read and write. After all, the Great Xia dynasty has no private academies for girls. These two then. Lu Shaolin pointed decisively to the final pair. Master, are these 2 maidens not overly slight? Ma-san took the booklet and examined their entries. They shall serve to teach Linger her letters. Lu Shaolin waved dismissively. Ma-san returned to the clerk to resume negotiations. Hearing Ma-san's request, the clerk cast Lu Shaolin a glance reserved for gullible fools, then gave Ma-san an imperceptible nod. Lu Shaolin paid it no mind. He knew their standards of beauty bore no resemblance to his own. Master, these 2 are daughters of disgraced officials. No buyer has claimed them this year. They cannot lift heavy burdens nor carry loads, and remain stubbornly slender no matter how well they're fed. Might we consider others? Ma-san urged gently. Enough dithering. Am I master or are you? Lu Shaolin snapped impatiently. Very well, let us see them now. If they consent, we shall draw up the contract. Ma-san hastened to comply, striding toward the clerk, while Lu Shaolin followed closely behind. The clerk led them to a row of wooden huts in the rear courtyard and called out sharply, Zheng Nian Chun, Zheng Nian Chiu. At once 2 tall, graceful young women emerged briskly from one hut, delicate oval faces, elegant arched brows, phoenix-shaped eyes, and lips like cherry blossoms, clad in simple gray homespun gowns. They knelt respectfully before the clerk. Your Excellency, a master has chosen you both. Consider carefully whether you accept. Remember, such opportunities rarely arise twice. The clerk spoke coldly. Yes, Your Excellency, replied one maiden, her voice clear and cool. Then she turned her gaze to Lu Shaolin and Ma-san. By their stance alone, she instantly discerned which was the master. She studied Lu Shaolin closely. Bold, sword-like eyebrows, a star-bright eyes, a firm, resolute jawline, and eyes clear and unclouded, not a trace of condescension or arrogance. Lu Shaolin rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. Being scrutinized so intently by a maiden in full bloom left him slightly flustered. Your Excellency, we accept. The maiden, seeing his gentle smile, turned at once to the clerk. Then let the contract be signed. With a broad grin, the clerk drew forth a parchment from his robe and unfurled it across a nearby wooden table. The terms were lucid and precise, triplicate copies, 1 for the servant, 1 for the master, and 1 retained by the broker. Once sealed, the clerk turned to Lu Shaolin. 60 taels of silver in total. Lu Shaolin produced 3 ingots of 20 taels each and passed them over. The clerk accepted the payment and handed Lu Shaolin the master's copy of the contract. Lu Shaolin tucked it casually into his robe. Done. The contract is complete. You 2 may gather your belongings and depart with your master. The clerk addressed the maidens, then strode off toward the front courtyard. Lu Shaolin tucked it casually into his robe. Done. The contract is complete. You 2 may gather your belongings and depart with your master. The clerk addressed the maidens, then strode. Lu Shaolin chuckled. Yes, young master. They exchanged glances and answered in perfect harmony. Please wait here. We shall collect our things. Lu Shaolin waved lightly. Yes, young master. They bowed once more and turned toward their hut. Moments later, they reappeared, each carrying a small cloth bundle. Let us go. Lu Shaolin swept his arm forward and strode confidently out of the brokerage house. Ma-san walked slightly behind him while the twin maidens followed quietly in his wake. Which of you is the elder sister? Lu Shaolin slowed his pace and glanced back. I am Nian Chun, elder sister. Young master, look closely. You'll see a tiny tear mole beside my younger sister's left eye. The cool-voiced maiden replied. Lu Shaolin turned to Nian Chiu, and indeed a delicate tear mole graced the outer corner of her left eye. Under his steady gaze, her fair cheeks flushed rose-pink in an instant. Her eyes darted away shyly and her slender fingers twisted nervously at the edge of her bundle. Lu Shaolin smiled faintly. How timid and tender she was. Dong Linger clapped with delight, exclaiming that now she had 2 sisters to play with, and identical ones at that. Dong Linger clapped with delight, exclaiming that now she had 2 sisters to play with, and identical ones at that. 3 women make a drama. 4 women in one pavilion made it far livelier still. By lunchtime, the women had already grown familiar, addressing one another as elder sister and younger sister. With the twins' assistance, Dong Jia's burdens eased considerably. Nian Chun and Nian Chiu were assigned rooms on the 2nd floor, adjacent to Dong Jia's chamber. After lunch, Lu Shaolin sat in the parlor sipping tea while the 3 women cleared the table. As for Dong Linger, she had already dashed into the courtyard to play. Midway through his tea, Nian Chiu entered, timid, blushing, and stepping quietly behind him. What is it? Lu Shaolin asked, puzzled. The kitchen is occupied by elder sister Dong and elder sister Nian Chun. I thought I'd attend to young master here. Her voice was barely a whisper. No need, I have no orders for you just now. Lu Shaolin smiled. Young master, might I need your shoulders? We were trained in such service at the brokerage house. Her tone was soft, yielding, and utterly sincere. Very well. Lu Shaolin nodded. Instantly a gentle, supple pressure settled upon his shoulders. Two slender, pale hands began massaging rhythmically along his upper back. In truth, Nian Chio's ministrations held little effect. Lu Shaolin's fourth-layer epidermal cultivation rendered him impervious to such light touch. Young master, your body is so firm. Her delicate face flamed crimson once more. No need to press hard, just gentle strokes, Lu Shaolin replied. Gradually drowsiness stole over him. He asked Nian Chio to pause, then rose, lifted his black iron spear, and ascended to his third-floor chamber, leaning the weapon beside the bed before collapsing into deep slumber. He slept straight through until dinner. After dining with nothing pressing to occupy him, Lu Shaolin wandered upstairs to the study, and was pleasantly surprised to find it well stocked with books. Geographical treatises, ethnographic records, and accounts of local customs, all were present. Just as he was about to pull out 2 books to read, a voice calling him came from outside. Lu Shaolin turned around and walked out. It was Nian Chio calling him. Young master, the hot water is ready, it's in your room, you can take a bath now. Nian Chio raised her snow-white arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead, panting slightly. Did you heat the water all by yourself? Lu Shaolin asked. No, it was my sister and I who brought it up together, I couldn't lift it by myself. Nian Chio lowered her head. You don't have to go through so much trouble in the future, I'm used to taking cold baths and will wash by the well myself. Lu Shaolin said with a smile. After finishing, he walked upstairs. Upon arriving at his bedroom, the bath barrel was already filled with hot water. Lu Shaolin closed the door, took off his clothes, and entered the bath barrel. Comfortable. After exhaling deeply, Lu Shaolin leaned against the edge of the bath barrel and closed his eyes. It felt so decadent. No wonder people in ancient times loved to have a bunch of maids. Young master, do you need me to scrub your back? Nian Chio's shy voice came from outside the door. No need. Lu Shaolin replied sternly, thinking, are you trying to tempt me? I am a straight man of steel, a lust is a blade hanging over my head. Women will only hinder my leveling speed. After muttering a few words, Lu Shaolin hurriedly scrubbed his body, got dressed, and with arms crossed carried the bath barrel downstairs. Young master, what are you doing? Nian Chio looked at Lu Shaolin carrying the bath barrel, surprised. Nothing, just... Lu Shaolin said softly. After saying this, he strode down the stairs. Young master is very gentle, Nian Chio murmured as she looked at Lu Shaolin's broad back. After pouring out the water, Lu Shaolin placed the bath barrel in his bedroom and returned to the study on the second floor, pulling out several geography books to read. After reading about geography, Lu Shaolin understood the territorial extent of the Daxia Kingdom. The Daxia Kingdom consists of only 4 states, Jinju, Yaozhou, Yozhou, and Zhengzhou. The areas beyond the 4 states are collectively referred to as the outer domain. Jinju, Yaozhou, and Yuzhou are located respectively to the front left and right of Zhengzhou, surrounding it in the center. Behind Zhengzhou is the Black Sea, which is about 10,000 miles wide, filled with numerous sea monsters. It is said that across the Black Sea lies another kingdom. The entire Daxia Kingdom has a population of around 60 million. Zhengzhou has the largest area with a population of 30 million, while Jinju, Yaozhou, and Yuzhou each have about 10 million people. Each of the 3 outer states has about 60 counties, with each county having a population of around 200,000, some even around 100,000. The county where Lu Shaolin resides, Pingshan County, has about 100,000 inhabitants. After finishing the geography, Lu Shaolin began reading the county annals and some cultural customs from other states. The more he read, the more he felt something was off. Lu Shaolin took out a piece of rice paper, picked up a brush, and started recording, occasionally searching for books on the shelves. He read and wrote at the same time. An hour later, the entire mahogany desk was cluttered with books, while the rice paper recorded various disasters and calamities. Lu Shaolin's expression turned grave as he looked at the records on the rice paper. In the 120th year of the Daxia, a new calendar, a plague broke out in a county in Jinju, with the entire county perishing. In the 121st year of the Daxia, a new calendar, a flood occurred in a county in Yaozhou, with very few survivors. In the 122nd year of the Daxia, a new calendar, a natural disaster struck a county in Yozhou, with no one surviving. In the 123rd year, Jinju. No one survived. In the 124th year, Yaozhou. In the 125th year, Yuzhou. This was all Lu Shaolin could find in the books regarding recent disasters. There were no records of disasters from several years ago in the books. Even the disasters from these years were described extremely vaguely. It was impossible for there to be such large disasters every year. And there were hardly any survivors. Lu Shaolin discovered through geography that the county where the flood occurred had no major rivers at all. Yet the county had indeed suffered total extinction of its population. Moreover, the outbreaks of these disasters were too regular, with the 3 outer states taking turns to experience them. If this pattern continued, it should be Jinju's turn again this year. What the hell is this world? Are these disasters truly natural, or are there demons causing chaos? If it is demons, why is the Daxia dynasty doing nothing? Is the Daxia dynasty powerless to confront the demons? Or is it complicit with the demons? The more Lu Shaolin thought about it, the more terrifying it became, and he dove back into the pile of books on the table, searching once more. Finally, he found a name in one of the books, the name of a county magistrate from a place that had once experienced a disaster. Lu Shaolin firmly remembered this name, put away the recorded rice paper, blew out the oil lamp, and walked out of the study. Standing in the corridor, Lu Shaolin gazed at the deep night sky and clenched his fists tightly. No matter what the essence of this world is, only by strengthening oneself can one resist everything. Returning to his bedroom, Lu Shaolin forced himself not to think any further and forced himself to sleep. The next morning, Lu Shaolin opened his eyes. At this time, the sky was just brightening. Lu Shaolin got up, dressed, and took his Xian iron spear downstairs. He practiced with the spear for a while in the courtyard to warm up, and then sat in the pavilion. Ma San, who was in the ear room, was awakened by the whoosh sound and came out with a long knife. Looking cautiously at the courtyard, he quickly spotted Lu Shaolin sitting in the pavilion. "Hallmaster, why are you up so early?" Ma San asked in surprise. "I couldn't sleep, so I got up," Lu Shaolin said with a smile. "Then I'll keep you company, Hallmaster." Ma San sheathed his long knife and sat down in the pavilion. "Ma San, are you familiar with those merchants at the dock?" "Hallmaster, Li Si is more familiar with the merchants coming and going at the dock. I am rather dull and not good at socializing." "Ah, well, go find Li Si later. I need him to help me with something." Lu Shaolin nodded. The two sat in silence. When the sun rose, a burst of laughter and playful voices from women came down from the loft. Dong Jian, Yen Chun, Yen Qiao, and Dong Linger walked down from the second floor. The four of them quickly spotted Lu Shaolin and Ma San sitting in the pavilion. "Young master," the four girls called out in unison. You all go about your business." Lu Shaolin nodded and smiled. Hearing Lu Shaolin's words, the four girls curtsied and went to the kitchen or the living room, each starting their tasks. Lu Shaolin also ran to the well to wash up. After sitting in the pavilion for a while, Dong Jia and Yan Chun finished preparing breakfast. After eating breakfast, Lu Shaolin and Ma San rode off towards Li Si's house. After half an hour, the two arrived at the entrance of a narrow alley. "Hallmaster, Li Si lives inside this alley." Ma San jumped off his horse. Ma San led the way and arrived in front of an old house. Ma San looked at Lu Shaolin and Lu Shaolin nodded. Seeing Lu Shaolin nod, Ma San led the way and arrived in front of an old house. Ma San looked at Lu Shaolin and Lu Shaolin nodded. Seeing Lu Shaolin nod, Ma San stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A middle-aged woman's voice came from inside. "Sister-in-law, it's me, Ma San," Ma San replied. With a creak, the courtyard door opened, revealing a "Ma San, what brings you here to—" "Sister-in-law, please don't joke. The hallmaster is looking for Li Si," Ma San replied seriously. "You are the hallmaster?" the woman asked in surprise. "So young?" "Yes, I am Lu Shaolin, the hallmaster of the Foreign Affairs Hall." "You may call me by my name," Lu Shaolin nodded. "That won't do, hallmaster Lu, please come in, please come in." The woman hurriedly stepped aside, repeatedly inviting him in. "Sorry for the disturbance." Lu Shaolin stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering the living room, the woman served. "Hallmaster Lu, please don't mind, we only have tea bowls, no tea cups." "No worries, tea bowls and cups are the same. I actually prefer using tea bowls," Lu Shaolin said softly. "Sister-in-law, where is Li Si?" Ma San directly asked. "Sigh. He's lying in the back. Don't know how he offended master. She got beaten up for an excuse. The doctor said he suffered internal injuries, already took medicine, and has been resting for half a month." The woman sighed. Lu Shaolin frowned and the tea bowl in his hand shattered with a loud bang, spilling tea all over the Half a month ago, he and Ma San were both at Chenjiagu. "Hallmaster," Ma San exclaimed. "It's nothing." Lu Shaolin waved his hand and then asked the woman, "May I go in to take a look?" "Of course, he hasn't woken up yet. I'll go wake him." The woman nodded and walked towards the inner room. Lu Shaolin followed closely behind her. Entering the inner room, a strong medicinal smell hit him. The woman pushed the snoring Li Si hard. "What's going on?" Li Si waved his arm, muttering as he turned over. "You lazy bum, Hallmaster Lu has come to see you. Wake up quickly." The woman pushed him again. "Hallmaster Lu." Li Si opened his eyes groggily and upon seeing Lu Shaolin immediately sat up and clasped his fists, saying, "Boss. How's your injury?" Lu Shaolin walked over and asked with a smile. "Nothing serious, just got slapped a few times by that Shi Jiang. I'll be fine after lying down for a few days." Li Si replied nonchalantly. "Why didn't you come find me?" Lu Shaolin asked. "It's just a small matter. I didn't want to trouble you, boss." Li Si scratched his head. "This matter arose because of me. Why are you treating me like an outsider?" Lu Shaolin said solemnly. No, I just thought it wouldn't be good to trouble you over such a small issue. With your current status, if you go find Shi Jiang, it would make people in the gang think you are bullying the weak." Li Si explained. "I don't care about what others think. If a dog bites you, there's no need to bite it back. I'd just use a stick to beat it dead. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will seek justice for you." Lu Shaolin said softly, his tone resolute. "Boss?" Li Si's eyes turned slightly red. "All right, stop acting like a daughter. I have something I need your help with." "What is it?" "Please speak, boss." "Once you're better, please help me ask those merchants who run boats if they have heard of someone named Fong Changjing, an official, at least a county—" "Fong Changjing." "Sure, boss, I'll remember that. I'll go as soon as I can. No need to wait until you're better to go." "Understood, boss." It came so suddenly, and I didn't prepare a gift to please accept this 10 taels of silver. Lu Shaolin took out a silver ring. "Boss, how could this be?" Li Si pushed the silver back. "If I tell you to take it, then take it and no more nonsense." Lu Shaolin forcefully shoved the silver into his hand, his expression dark. This. Li Si hesitated. Li Si, the hall master told you to take it, so take it. Ma San said expressionlessly. Thank you, boss. Li Si clasped his fists. Afterward, Lu Shaolin told Li Si to rest well and left. The overseer says he's here looking for someone, one of Lin Hao's subordinates murmured behind him. That's good, very good. Lin Hao exhaled in relief. As long as this wasn't a confrontation, he'd be spared. After all, he wouldn't last a single blow from that man's spear. Master Lu himself graces us with his presence. My sincerest apologies for the delayed welcome. Truly my deepest regrets. Lin Hao bowed deeply as he stepped forward, smiling warmly. Drawing near, he whirled around and struck the madam across the face with a sharp, stinging slap. Blind fool. How dare you fail to recognize Master Lu? She tumbled to the floor, stunned, clutching her burning cheek and too terrified to utter a word. Master Lu, please forgive my men's appalling lack of discernment. Lin Hao bowed again, his smile unwavering. You certainly know how to handle things, Lu Shaolin remarked coolly. Far from it, I merely hold Master Lu in the highest esteem. You're searching for someone. Just name them and I'll lead you to them at once. Lin Hao beamed broadly. No need for formal announcement first. Lu Shaolin asked with a faint smile. With your standing, such formalities are utterly unnecessary. Name the person, I'll escort you there immediately. Lin Hao added with obsequious deference. Shi Jiang. Lu Shaolin replied. Lin Hao turned and consulted his subordinate, confirmed the room number, and instantly guided Lu Shaolin onward. Guests and courtesans on the second floor watched dumbfounded. They'd assumed the visitor was some reckless fool, but instead he was a dragon crossing the river. Even the flower boat's overseer dared not breathe freely in his presence. Lin Hao added with obsequious deference. Shi Jiang. Lu Shaolin replied. Lin Hao turned and consulted his subordinate, confirmed the room number, and instantly, Lin Hao gestured toward the door with a practiced smile. Lu Shaolin gave a slight nod. Lin Hao immediately withdrew with his men, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Even before entering, voices spilled from within. Brothers, I've decided I'm leaving the gang tomorrow. Who could have imagined Lu Shaolin's rise would be so swift? He's now the head of the External Affairs Hall. If he seeks vengeance for Li Si, I won't survive it. Chief, perhaps we should wait and see. Many share hardship, but few share prosperity. Lu Shaolin may have already forgotten Li Si entirely. Exactly. Chief, he doesn't strike me as the loyal or sentimental sort. No need to wait. Lu Shaolin wrenched open the door and strode in a cold, mirthless smile playing upon his lips. Lu. Master Lu. Shi Jiang's two underlings paled instantly, their faces draining of all color. They exchanged frantic glances, then dropped to their knees before Lu Shaolin, slapping their own cheeks raw while begging, Master Lu, forgive our vulgar tongues. You're magnanimous beyond measure. Spare us just this once. The sharp crack of slaps echoed through the chamber. The serving girls scattered to the corners, trembling in terror at the scene unfolding before them. Get out. Lu Shaolin regarded them with undisguised contempt and barked the command. Yes, yes. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Mouths bleeding, they scrambled backward, crawling, tumbling out the door. Master Lu. Shi Jiang rose, his face ashen, and offered a stiff bow. You won't beg for mercy? Lu Shaolin asked, a faint smile curving his lips. If begging could save me, I'd sink lower than those two, but since you've come here in person, this isn't a matter begging can resolve. Shi Jiang gave a bitter, resigned smile. You're indeed perceptive, pity you weren't earlier. Still, I won't bully you. I'll strike only once. If you live, this matter ends here. Without waiting for Shi Jiang's reply, Lu Shaolin lunged forward in a single stride, his right hand blazing crimson black, and slammed it squarely into Shi Jiang's chest with a thunderous thud. A choked gasp, then Shi Jiang spat blood, hurtling backward to crash against the wooden wall before collapsing limply to the floor. Let's go. Lu Shaolin didn't glance back as he turned and walked out. Struck by his perfected fire toxin palm, Shi Jiang would not survive 3 days. Ma San hurried after him, his demeanor even more reverent than before. Once ashore, Lu Shaolin found Lin Hao awaiting him by the dock. Master Lu, I've prepared the finest chambers and the most exquisite courtesans aboard our flower boat. All expenses are on me. Would you care to take a look? Lin Hao leaned in, his expression unmistakably knowing. No need, Lu Shaolin declined with a shake of his head and strode straight to the dock's edge, leaping onto the waiting skiff. Ma San followed swiftly. One subordinate, seeing Lu Shaolin depart, whispered to Lin Hao, overseer, must we flatter him so excessively? Fool. Lu Shaolin is barely past youth, and yet he's already achieved perfect tendon cultivation. A little deference now might spare our lives later should Blackwater gang ever clash with his faction. This is called securing future goodwill. Idiot. Lin Hao snapped back. The skiff reached shore. Lu Shaolin and Ma San stepped onto dry land, mounted their horses, and galloped toward the county seat. Back in the county's pavilion, Lu Shaolin sat beneath the arbor sipping tea, while Ma San led the horses to the stable behind. 2 days passed, and Lu Shaolin spent them in serene leisure. He read quietly, savored fragrant tea, and playfully teased Dong Linger and Nian Qiu. Dong Linger had begun learning characters under Nian Chun's tutelage, and even Dong Jia had joined the lessons. Both were daughters of impoverished families, illiterate until now, and they cherished this rare chance to learn. Every morning and afternoon the group gathered in the study on the second floor. Lu Shaolin had moved all the studies books to the third floor, leaving only elementary primers for them. Third floor, Blackwater gang's riverside stronghold. Chief External Affairs Hall Master Lu Shaolin has grown intolerably arrogant. Yi Baichuan, head of the Discipline Hall, declared furiously to He Zhonglong. What's occurred? He Zhonglong lifted his teacup calmly. 2 days ago, Lu Shaolin gravely injured Shi Jiang, the head of Internal Affairs Hall. Shi Jiang died at home last night. Yi Baiwan reported. What was the cause? Shi Jiang had inflicted internal injuries upon Lu Shaolin's former subordinate. Lu Shaolin came seeking retribution. So Master Lu proves loyal and righteous after all. Chief, this violates our gang statutes. True, Shi Jiang broke the rules first, but Lu Shaolin should have reported it to the Discipline Hall. What use is our hall if justice is taken privately? Brother Yi, we grow old. Cui Guanqing, leader of the Little Knife Society, is barely 40. Youth holds the advantage in fists and spirit. Lu Shaolin risked everything to avenge a former subordinate. That speaks of deep loyalty and moral conviction. We must win his allegiance. One day, he may become the very backbone of Blackwater Gang. As for the killing itself, a month's stipend shall suffice as punishment. He Zhonglong stroked his beard, speaking with quiet gravity. Yes, Chief. Yi Baiwan sighed, reluctantly acquiescing. Master, a messenger from the gang has arrived. He reports that though you killed Shi Jiang, an infraction of gang law, your motives were understandable. Your penalty is 1 month's stipend. Ma San entered the third-floor study. Understood, Lu Shaolin murmured, eyes never lifting from his book. Nian Qiu stood behind him, kneading his shoulders. The messenger also said, you ought to spend time at the External Affairs Hall to maintain your presence there. Yes, Lu Shaolin replied absently, still absorbed in his reading. Half an hour later, he finally set the book aside, rose, and stretched languidly. Young master, lunch is nearly ready. Shall I serve it here, or will you descend? Nian Qiu tilted her head up, eyes sparkling. I'll eat downstairs, and then we'll stroll by headquarters. Staying indoors all day, I'm turning into a Jinan. Young master, what does Jinan mean? A man who never leaves his home, shut away like a hermit in his own dwelling. After finishing lunch, Lu Shaolin and Ma San rode their horses towards the water fortress. The reason Ma San was always by his side was that he was alone while everyone else had families. He preferred to stay in the attic, avoiding the hassle of cooking for himself. Arriving at the entrance of the water fortress, the 4 burly guards immediately clasped their fists and shouted, Leader Lu. Lu Shaolin nodded, dismounted, and walked inside. Ever since his battle with Wang Xiaofeng, everyone in the Blackwater Gang recognized Lu Shaolin, and even the entire Pingshan County knew of his reputation. Entering the Outer Affairs Hall, Tu Haizi gloomily greeted Lu Shaolin, leader. Lu Shaolin nodded in acknowledgement and walked into the inner chamber. In fact, there was not much to do at the headquarters. He could just sit and drink tea. After sitting for a while, Lu Shaolin went upstairs and arrived in front of the martial arts pavilion. Stepping inside, the old man with white hair was still lewdly looking at a comic book. Lu Shaolin walked to the table, and the old man closed the book and looked up at him. What is it? Lu Shaolin took out the leader's token and handed it to him. You can go directly inside, leader. The old man glanced at the token and said straightforwardly. Lu Shaolin was slightly taken aback. Why was this old man so arrogant? Is this how a leader is treated? Putting away the token, Lu Shaolin walked into the inner room. He was there to see if there were any lightness skill manuals. After all, a quick speed meant the enemy couldn't escape. After searching through 3 bookshelves, he found nothing. Finally, he discovered 3 lightness skill manuals on a small bookshelf in the corner: grass flying, 8 steps to chase the cicada, and bird crossing technique. Only 8 steps to chase the cicada was a graded martial art, the others were inferior. Lu Shaolin quickly read through the 3 manuals. He roughly understood the characteristics of each manual. Grass flying mainly increases leg endurance, suitable for long-distance journeys. Bird crossing technique enhances jumping ability, allowing leaps of several meters akin to birds soaring through the sky. Only 8 steps to chase the cicada stood out, resembling a ferocious tiger descending a mountain within 8 steps, fast and fierce, doubling the speed. After thinking for a moment, Lu Shaolin took all 3 manuals in his hands. Walking back to the outer chamber, Lu Shaolin handed the manuals to the old man with white hair. The old man quickly registered the manuals without looking up and returned them to Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin took the manuals and stepped out of the martial arts pavilion. Back in the inner chamber of the Outer Affairs Hall, he took out 8 steps to chase the cicada and began to examine it closely while sipping tea. Ma San was nearby refilling tea. Half an hour passed and Zhao Angua suddenly rushed in, clasping his fists. Leader, a yellow disaster has appeared at the dock. What yellow disaster, Zhao manager? Lu Shaolin immediately became interested, putting down the manual and asking. Fish monster. Zhao Angua's face was serious. Fish monster. Are there still fish monsters? Yes, but they are rare. In the last few years, it has only occurred twice, caused by fish consuming cursed objects combined with other factors, making them extremely aggressive. It has already overturned 2 small boats and devoured several people. Vice Leader Chen has gone to the dock to oversee the situation, Zhao Angua explained. How did we deal with the fish monsters before? Lu Shaolin asked, as he was not a good swimmer and hoped not to fight in the water. The gang has iron boats equipped with siege crossbows, using the crossbows to shoot large fish harpoons to kill the fish monsters. Then let's set off and prepare the iron boats. Lu Shaolin stood up. The iron boats are managed by Tan Qing and the others, and we need you, leader, to issue the order. You go and have them prepare. Lu Shaolin threw his token to Zhao Angua. Yes. Zhao Angua caught it and quickly turned to leave. Lu Shaolin picked up the black iron spear and stepped out of the outer affairs hall with Ma San closely following. After waiting for a while at the boat boarding area of the water fortress, a black iron boat, about 10 meters long, arrived. Standing at the bow were Tan Qing Fei, Bin Ding Chang, and Zhao Angua. As the iron boat docked, everyone clasped their fists in greeting leader. Lu Shaolin jumped onto the boat and waved his hand. No need for formalities, let's set off quickly. Yes. Tan Qing replied loudly, directing the gang members to steer towards the dock. Lu Shaolin looked at a crossbow mounted at the front of the boat. The crossbow was over 2 meters long with a bowstring as thick as a child's little finger, and next to it lay specially crafted fish harpoons, each about 2 meters long with long barbs at the front and thick hemp ropes attached at the back, making it nearly impossible to pull out once embedded. In no time the iron boat reached the dock where many boats were anchored and Qining was maintaining order, preventing boats from departing. Lu Shaolin scanned the river and saw nothing unusual. Just as he was puzzled, a loud bang came from the bottom of the boat. The iron boat shook slightly. The fish monster is under the boat. Fei Bin tightened his grip on his long knife. Wait for it to come out, Lu Shaolin said in a deep voice. The fish monster struck the bottom of the boat 2 more times and, perhaps realizing the futility, it surfaced on the left side of the iron boat. The fish monster had black scales, was about 4 meters long with a large body, long barbs on its back, red eyes, and a big mouth full of sharp teeth. It looked like a mutated catfish. Seeing the fish monster appear, 2 gang members immediately began to load the crossbow. Lu Shaolin took a glance, jumped forward. I'll do it. As he spoke, he forcefully pulled back the bowstring, and with a snap it was ready. He took the fish harpoon handed to him by a gang member, placed it on the crossbow, turned the crossbow towards the fish monster, and with a whoosh shot the harpoon. Thud! The harpoon accurately struck the fish monster's back. The fish monster writhed in pain, its eyes turning even redder, and it swung its massive tail, diving into the water as the hemp rope immediately followed underwater. As the rope grew taut, with a loud snap the rope reached its limit, and the heavy iron ring attached to the rope stood upright. This iron ring won't come off, will it? Lu Shaolin asked, looking at the iron ring. Leader, it absolutely won't. The iron ring is connected to the ship's keel, incredibly sturdy. Tan Qing quickly explained. That's good. Lu Shaolin nodded. Through the tension in the rope, he could tell that the fish monster was struggling hard, but how could it possibly move a 10-meter-long iron boat? As time passed, the fish monster began to rise, revealing its head above the river surface, about 70 to 80 meters away from the iron boat. Tan Qing immediately ordered the boat to approach, but as soon as the rope relaxed, the fish monster darted forward, trying to escape the harpoon's tether. The people on the boat were not anxious, waiting for the fish monster to exhaust its strength before moving in for the kill. It took a full hour before the fish monster finally stopped floating on the river's surface without moving. The iron boat immediately moved closer. Just as Lu Shaolin was about to pull the trigger, suddenly the fish monster slammed its tail on the water's surface, twisted its body, and with a loud bang smashed against the bow of the boat, directly pinning 2 gang members underneath it. 2 henchmen spat out blood, realizing they were at the end of their lives. The downward force of the fish monster caused the bow of the ship to tilt sharply, and everyone struggled to maintain their balance. Lu Shaolin shouted loudly, squatting down to stabilize his body. He aimed the siege crossbow, and with a whoosh the steel harpoon shot into the fish monster's blood-red eyes. The fish monster thrashed even more violently, its massive tail slamming down, sending several henchmen into the river. Lu Shaolin seized the black iron spear, his eyes reddening. In one swift motion, he dashed to the side of the fish monster, and with a flash of the spear it plunged in deeply with a thud. In immense pain, the fish monster grew even stronger. It twisted violently, breaking free from the deck, and with a splash it fell into the river. Master! Everyone shouted loudly. The fish monster swiftly moved through the water. Lu Shaolin grasped a dorsal spine on the fish monster's back with his left hand while his right hand firmly gripped the spear. The strong current forced him to squint, and he had no choice but to hold on tightly to the fish monster. On the iron-skinned boat, everyone anxiously looked at the river's surface, searching for Lu Shaolin's figure. With a significant loss of blood, the fish monster's speed gradually decreased. Lu Shaolin unleashed another powerful strike with his right hand, twisting the spear to further widen the fish monster's wound. In a short while, the fish monster convulsed violently a few times and began to surface. Breaking through the water, the fish monster was already on the brink of death. Lu Shaolin stepped onto its back and with all his strength pulled the black iron spear from the fish monster's body, causing blood to surge out. The surrounding river surface was stained red. Under the setting sun, Lu Shaolin held the spear aloft, his eyes blood-red, and suddenly plunged it down towards the fish monster's head, delivering a fatal blow. A voice echoed in his mind, 3 source points added. It seemed that this fish monster corresponded to the strength of the laborers at the dock and the henchmen on the iron-skinned boat all stared in astonishment at the imposing figure standing atop the fish monster's corpse, basking in the sunlight. Years later, they would still be unable to forget the scene. Master. The iron-skinned boat slowly approached and stopped beside the fish monster as Ma San shouted loudly. "I'm fine," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. He exerted strength in his arms to pull out the black iron spear, jumped and grabbed the edge of the boat, flipping onto the deck. "Bring a towel." Zhao Angua commanded one of the henchmen. Soon a towel was delivered. Lu Shaolin took the towel, wiped his head and face, and instructed, "The rest is up to you. Drag the fish monster's corpse to the shore and burn it to avoid contaminating other fish." "Yes, Master, we understand." Tan Qing, Zhao Angua, and the others clasped their fists in response. Lu Shaolin nodded, descended to the small boat, and returned to the water stronghold. Upon reaching the second floor of the water stronghold after a hot shower with the help of his henchmen and changing into new clothes, he returned to the inner room of the affairs hall. Sitting in the chair, Lu Shaolin summoned the system panel name Lu Shaolin, a source points for 8. Martial arts realm refining muscles perfected a skills yellow grade high quality bull strength max level golden body technique max level a yellow grade medium quality bear strength max level rock technique 5th level martial techniques yellow grade medium quality madness staff technique perfected fire poison palm perfected unranked 3 absolute spears perfected 8 extremes fist minor achievement. Seeing he only had 8 source points, Lu Shaolin frowned. This wasn't enough to max out the rock technique, which required 6 source points to reach full level. Martial arts realm refining muscles perfected a skills yellow grade high quality bull strength max level golden body technique max level a yellow grade medium quality. Suddenly he remembered there was a person named Tu Haizi outside who was responsible for exchanges. He should understand what was going on. Lu Shaolin walked into the outer room where Tu Haizi was intently studying a book. Tu Haizi, why are river monsters becoming so scarce lately? Lu Shaolin asked with a smile. Master, as the weather gets colder the activity of river monsters decreases. By winter they will completely disappear. They hibernate. Do monsters hibernate too? Lu Shaolin couldn't comprehend at all. Master, river monsters are actually a type of mutated animal. They have mutated extensively, forming a population capable of self-reproduction, however they still retain some animalistic habits. Well then, where do they hibernate? I'm not too sure, but I estimate they should be digging burrows in the riverbed to hibernate. Alright. Lu Shaolin nodded and turned to enter the inner room. It seemed he would have to wait until spring next year to find river monsters for source points. If he could find where the river monsters hibernate, he could take advantage of their sleep, killing one with each spear, and the source points would come rolling in. Lu Shaolin thought to himself. As it got late, Lu Shaolin called to Ma San, and the two rode towards the county town. After returning to the loft and having a hearty dinner, Lu Shaolin sat in the third floor study lost in thought. He was contemplating how to acquire source points, whether through black disasters or yellow disasters. They couldn't happen every day. Was he really destined to rely on slow accumulation? Nian Qiu stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Young master, what are you thinking about? She asked softly, her voice like pearls dropping onto a jade plate. It's nothing, just daydreaming, Lu Shaolin replied. If you have any worries, you can share them with Nian Qiu. Although Nian Qiu can't help you, just saying it out loud might make you feel better. Oh, little Nian Qiu cares for me so much. Lu Shaolin turned around, smiling at Nian Qiu. No. Nian Qiu's face instantly turned red upon meeting Lu Shaolin's gaze, even her ears flushed. I'm just teasing you, I'm going to rest now. Lu Shaolin laughed heartily, heading towards the bedroom and leaving Nian Qiu, who was at a loss, in the study. After teasing the girl, Lu Shaolin felt much more relaxed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, just after having breakfast, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Ma San went over, opened the door, exchanged a few words with the person outside, then returned. Master, the leader sent someone to inform you that he would like to meet with you today, if you have time, Ma San said, clasping his fists. I understand. Young master, can we go to the market later? Dong Linger asked with wide eyes. Sure, I have to go to headquarters later. Let Ma San accompany you. By the way, take this 30 taels of silver, buy whatever you need. Lu Shaolin took out 30 taels of silver and handed it to Dong Jia. Young master, you don't have to, we have some loose change. Dong Jia refused. Take it if I say so. Lu Shaolin waved his hand, stuffing the silver into Dong Jia's hands. Thank you, young master. Seeing she couldn't refuse, Dong Jia thanked him softly. Ma San, you go with them later, and be careful. Lu Shaolin looked at Ma San. Don't worry, master, I will have Li Kai and Feng Tai come over first, then we will go out together. Master, do you want to wait a moment? Shall we send 2 people to go with you to the... After concluding their conversation, Lu Shaolin departed first and rode alone toward the riverside stronghold. Upon arrival, he tethered his horse downstairs and hurried straight to the third-floor residence of He Zhongling, the stronghold's chieftain. At the door, he addressed the maid standing outside as she entered to announce his arrival. After a brief wait, she emerged and invited Lu Shaolin inside. Entering the reception hall, he found He Zhongling seated at a table sipping tea. Master Lu arrives with remarkable speed. He Zhongling rose with a smile. When summoned by the chieftain, one dares not delay. Lu Shaolin bowed with a smile. Please be seated. He Zhongling gestured graciously toward a chair. Once Lu Shaolin was seated, he personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Many thanks, chieftain. Lu Shaolin accepted the cup. I have already heard of yesterday's battle against the fish demon. You risked your life and slew it. As I mentioned before, should you achieve another meritorious deed, I would impart my own cultivation art to you. Today that promise is fulfilled. Speaking thus, He Zhongling withdrew from his robes a secret manual bound in azure silk, evidently prepared long in advance. Many thanks, chieftain. Lu Shaolin accepted the manual, elated. Finally, he had obtained a technique for the viscera refinement realm. No thanks are necessary, this is your due. He Zhongling laughed warmly. The chieftain's grace in bestowing this art shall remain etched in my heart forever, Lu Shaolin declared solemnly. Ha. Indeed, my judgment was sound, I chose well. You may go now. You must surely wish to study it at once, I shall not detain you further. He Zhongling boomed with generous laughter. Yes. Lu Shaolin clasped his fists in salute and strode briskly from the hall. Emerging from the hall, he hastened directly to the External Affairs Hall. Inside its inner chamber, he drew forth the manual iron chain across the river art and began reading, engrossed for half an hour. Upon finishing, he raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp. The iron chain across the river art was a supreme tier yellow rank cultivation art comprising 9 layers, 3 for skin refinement, 3 for tendon refinement, and 3 for viscera refinement. The practice of skin and tendon refinement followed conventional methods, rigorous physical tempering. Viscera refinement, however, required submersion in deep water harnessing hydrostatic pressure to compress the body while performing specialized movements, thereby strengthening internal organs. The manual also contained a breathing method, the breath-holding art, designed to enhance pulmonary endurance, a supplementary martial technique supporting mastery of the iron chain across the river art. Having finished reading, Lu Shaolin committed the authentic martial diagrams of the iron chain across the river art firmly. After brief reflection, he tucked the 3 lightness art manuals and the iron chain across the river art into his robe and exited the external affairs hall, mounting his blackman's steed to ride toward the county seat. With nothing pressing to attend to, returning home for tea and perhaps a shoulder massage from Nianqiu seemed the finest course. Back at the pavilion, he found the 4 young women gathered around a wooden tub. "What is this about?" Lu Shaolin asked Feng Tai. "Master Miss Linger purchased a small white turtle. She claims it spoke to her, so the ladies grew curious and urged it to speak again." Feng Tai stifled a chuckle. "Could it be some kind of spirit beast?" Lu Shaolin frowned. "Unlikely. It's no larger than a palm, captured by a peasant woman who found it beautiful and brought it to market for sale." Feng Tai replied. "I'll take a look." Lu Shaolin nodded and stepped forward. "Little white turtle, speak up. Didn't you just call her little miss? Why stay silent now?" As he approached, Dong Linger whispered coaxingly into the tub. "What white turtle? Let me see." Lu Shaolin, the young master has returned." The 4 women swiftly turned, bowing low in respectful greeting. "Let me have a look." Lu Shaolin smiled, leaning over to peer into the tub. Inside rested a shallow pool of water, and upon its bottom reclined a palm-sized turtle, its entire shell snow-white, faintly translucent, shimmering with an opalescent luster as if carved from living jade. Sensing Lu Shaolin's gaze, the little white turtle swiveled its neck and fixed him with a tiny beady eye, its expression unmistakably disdainful. Lu Shaolin blinked. Had he truly just been scorned by a turtle? Yet this creature undeniably possessed extraordinary sentience. Such awareness suggested it might indeed be a spirit beast. "I'll examine this turtle first, just to ensure there's no danger. Once I've understood it fully, you may play with it." "Young master, you won't boil it, will you?" The other 3 women nodded in quiet agreement, but Dong Linger looked genuinely distressed. No, I'm only checking for abnormalities. Rest assured." Lu Shaolin chuckled, gently ruffling Dong Linger's hair before lifting the tub and ascending to the 3rd floor. In his 3rd floor study, Lu Shaolin lifted the white turtle from the tub. It lunged to bite him, only to recoil, shell retracted after a sharp tap from his fingertip. Placing it upon his desk, he asked, "Are you a turtle spirit?" The turtle extended its head, glared at him fiercely, then promptly withdrew again. This only deepened Lu Shaolin's suspicion. "So you possess true intelligence. Then what my younger sister said, that you spoke, is true." The turtle remained motionless within its shell. "One final chance. If you refuse to answer, I'll boil you whole." "I wonder, what color would turtle broth be, especially one so pristine white?" "Mortal brat. If you dare boil Lord Turtle, my great-grandfather shall flay your skin and tear your sinews, leaving you no grave to rest in." The little white turtle suddenly thrust out its head, glaring indignantly at Lu Shaolin, with a voice like a boy's. "So you can speak. Truly a turtle spirit." "Turtle spirit. Huh. I am a genuine Linggue, spirit turtle, of the ancient lineage, not some crude spirit beast." The little turtle stretched its neck and proclaimed proudly, "Spirit Turtle Clan." "A race of demons?" Lu Shaolin asked, puzzled. "By your mortal tongue, we're called the Turtle Clan, but I am no foreign demon who slaughters without cause. I am a native demon of this land." The little turtle replied. "Foreign demons. Native demons." Lu Shaolin grew even more bewildered. "Clearly you're a commoner among mortals. I'll enlighten you. Over a century ago, demonic invaders from beyond the realms descended upon our world, among them foreign demon clans. Your mortal clans joined forces with native demon tribes to resist them, but suffered repeated defeats. Seeing inevitable collapse, the nine-tailed demon sovereign led most native demons in betrayal, pledging allegiance to the foreign invaders. That treachery sealed our doom. Your mortals were driven back to hold only the 4 provinces, while the remaining native demons fled under the Silver Fox demon sovereign into the Hongduan Mountains of Central Province. Since that war, mortals have never again trusted demons, and the 2 races now walk as strangers." The little turtle held its head high, strutting across the desk as it spoke. Lu Shaolin listened, stunned. No wonder the Great Xia dynasty used the new calendar. "Then you hail from the native demon tribes of the Hongduan Mountains?" No, not at all. The Spirit Turtle Clan owes allegiance to neither side. We follow the way of the hermit, avoiding karmic entanglements, enduring 10,000 years through quiet survival." "So during the invasion of the foreign demons, you simply watched?" Lu Shaolin asked, arching an eyebrow in mild contempt. "And what else could we do? We lack martial prowess. Our sole strength lies in defense. Charging into battle would have been mere suicide. We are not fools." The little turtle shot him a withering glance. "Truly the ultimate retracting head clan," Lu Shaolin mused, shaking his head. "Nonsense, we are just being cautious." The little white turtle halted its steps, glaring with its green bean-like eyes. "By the way, do you know why every year a county in the Great Xia dynasty suffers from natural disasters?" Lu Shaolin inquired. How would this old turtle know? I heard about it from my great-grandfather just now. The white turtle rolled its green vein eyes. Since you are a demon, how could you be captured by a peasant woman? Your strength is too weak. Lu Shaolin chuckled. Our spirit turtle clan's strength increases slowly, but we are inherently wise unlike other demon clans that are born without intelligence. Take me for example, I can already speak human language while others need to reach the Tongyu stage before they can talk except for a few intelligent ones with opportunities. The white turtle said proudly. What realm is the Tongyu stage? The demon clans have 7 realms: ignorance, awakening, Tongyu, transformation, shapeshifting, demon general, and demon king. The Tongyu stage is equivalent to your human race's refining organs realm. However, different types of demon clans possess inherent physical differences resulting in vastly different strengths, so it cannot be generalized. For example, demon clans that excel in combat can easily kill other demons of higher realms. The white turtle explained. If your strength is lacking, then it's lacking. Why talk so much nonsense? Lu Shaolin stated directly. I've already said that our spirit turtle clan's strength increases slowly. It takes time to accumulate. If you have the guts, wait for me for 1,000 years. The white turtle immediately panicked. Wait 1,000 years. You must be out of your mind. Lu Shaolin mocked. Oh, I forgot you won't live that long. No worries, when the time comes I will visit your grave and dance for you. The white turtle proclaimed arrogantly. Do you believe I can set up a grave for you right now? Lu Shaolin grabbed the white turtle. No. If you kill me, my great-grandfather will figure it out. You can't escape, it would be bad for everyone. The white turtle shrank into its shell, shouting loudly. Figure it out. How would you figure it out? Our spirit turtle clan is skilled in divination and fortune-telling. There are very few things we can't predict. You should let me go, otherwise when my great-grandfather closes his eyes and shakes his shell he will know where I am, and then you will be in trouble. The white turtle threatened. It did not mention that its great-grandfather could sleep for years as soon as he closed his eyes. Then I'll just wait for your great-grandfather to come find me. Lu Shaolin replied with a cold laugh. Do you know where the river demons hibernate? Lu Shaolin asked. Of course. I almost got eaten by these river demons in the Blackwater River, so I specifically figured out their activity patterns. The white turtle poked its head out. So if you take me to find enough river demons, I will let you go. How about that? What do you need the river demons for? They can't even eat you. Your human race doesn't rise early without profit. If you don't clarify, I won't help you. Besides, why should I help you? Have you ever heard a saying? What saying? When a turtle is under the eaves, it has to lower its head. Lu Shaolin grinned wickedly, flipping the white turtle upside down on the desk and forcefully nudging one corner of its shell, causing the white turtle to spin like a top. Human race. Kid you. How can this be infuriating? The white turtle cursed intermittently. Are you willing to submit? Lu Shaolin asked with a smile. Seeing that the white turtle remained silent, he nudged it again, and the white turtle spun even faster. I submit. Let me stop. The white turtle shouted. Grandfather Turtle. Who do you think you are? Lu Shaolin remained unmoved and continued to spin it. You are the grandfather, and I am the little turtle. I am the little turtle. The white turtle admitted defeat. Lu Shaolin reached out and pressed down on the white turtle, stopping its rotation. The white turtle's limbs grew soft, its head drooped on the desk, gasping for breath. After a while it finally recovered. Let Grandfather Turtle. Lu Shaolin glared. Turn me over. The white turtle shrank its neck. Lu Shaolin pulled and flipped the white turtle over. Tell me, where do the river demons hibernate? Those green-skinned monsters dig holes under the water to hibernate. You can find the openings, then you'll take me to find them. I can take you to find them, but I have one request: you must take me to the river when the time comes. The white turtle said seriously for a rare moment. The river, which runs through 4 continents, Lu Shaolin had seen in books. All right, as long as you help me find enough river demons. Lu Shaolin nodded. The deal was struck between the human and the turtle. Young master, lunch is ready. Will you come down to eat, or shall I bring it up? A soft voice came from outside the door. Bring it up. Lu Shaolin replied. All right, young master. The voice responded, heading downstairs. Human race kid, I'm hungry too. Make sure to give me some food later. You humans may not be good at other things, but your food is quite nice. The white turtle scratched at the table. My name is Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin said indifferently. I'm called Sai. My great-grandfather hasn't named me yet. Everyone just calls me Little Turtle. The white turtle sighed. From now on I'll call you White Turtle, and now go to the wooden tub. Lu Shaolin said, impatiently tossing the white turtle into the tub. He wanted to study the breath-holding technique to prepare for going into the water later. He took out the manual and began reading. Before long a voice came from outside. Young master, I have brought the food. Come in. Lu Shaolin said without looking up. With a creak the voice entered with a tray. Seeing Lu Shaolin reading, she gently placed the meal on the desk. Send another portion up in a while. Lu Shaolin said. All right, young master. The voice nodded and turned. Smells so good. Lu Shaolin, hurry up and take me out. I want to eat. The white turtle shouted from the tub. Wait a moment. Lu Shaolin replied lightly, continuing to focus on the breath-holding technique. After memorizing the breath-holding technique, Lu Shaolin began to eat heartily. Lu Shaolin. Turtle. I want to eat too. The white turtle shouted immediately. Lu Shaolin set down his chopsticks, retrieved the white turtle from the tub, and placed it on the desk. The white turtle immediately used all 4 limbs to pounce on the food. Lu Shaolin grabbed it. What are you doing? If you eat in there, how can I eat? Stay still right there. After saying this, Lu Shaolin placed a piece of meat in front of the white turtle. Next time bring me a plate, this table is not clean. The white turtle muttered while eating. Lu Shaolin ignored it and quickly finished the meal, then summoned the system panel to start allocating points. After allocation, the system panel was as follows: name Lu Shaolin source points 1. 8 martial arts realm, refining muscles, perfection, cultivation methods, yellow grade, high quality, bison strength, max level, golden body decision, max level, yellow grade, medium quality, barbarian, bear technique, max level, rock solid technique, layer 5, martial skills, yellow grade, high quality, breath holding technique, proficient, yellow grade, medium quality, frenzy staff technique, perfection, fire, poison, palm, perfection, not yet rated 3, absolute spear, perfection, 8 extremes, fist, minor success. Having mastered the breath holding technique, a flood of cultivation memories surged in Lu Shaolin's mind, and soon he felt a wave of hunger. Fortunately, his physical condition was robust enough to endure, so he silently awaited Nian Qiu to bring him food. The white turtle finished its morsels and looked up with round green bean-like eyes, bewildered. Is that all there is? Are you a pig demon? If you can't speak, then shut your mouth. Lu Shaolin flicked a finger towards its head, and the white turtle quickly recoiled, retreating into its shell. Young master, the food has arrived. Nian Qiu's voice called from outside the door. Come in. Nian Qiu pushed the door open and gracefully made her way to the table. Curiously glancing at the white turtle, she placed the food on the table and took away the empty plates. Lu Shaolin picked up a piece of meat for the white turtle and once again indulged himself in a hearty meal. After finishing, he patted his belly and drained his cup of tea. The white turtle licked its lips, gazing at the empty plate, and looked at Lu Shaolin with resignation. Stop staring. As long as you can help me find enough river demons, I'll prepare a feast just for you. Lu Shaolin tempted the white turtle. You mean it? The white turtle instantly perked up. Lu Shaolin, all right, turtle. I will definitely find that bunch of green-skinned monsters. The white turtle vowed earnestly. Since we are allies, now let me generously inform you of something your little sister possesses: innate spiritual sight. Usually those born with such sight are spiritual entities. According to your human lore, they are martial geniuses who cultivate at an astonishing rate. External techniques. What external techniques? Internal martial arts. It's best if it's of the in-attribute or non-attribute internal skills as they suit a female's physique. We can discuss that later. Lu Shaolin shook his head. He didn't even have any internal martial arts himself. Young master, have you researched little white turtle yet? Can I play with it now? A crisp voice suddenly rang from outside the door. White turtle, you wait here and play dumb. I don't want my family to interact with monsters for now. Lu Shaolin fixed his gaze on the white turtle. I know, worst case, I'll just sleep inside my shell. And I am not a dumb turtle nor a monster. I am a spiritual turtle. The white turtle glared, then quickly withdrew into its shell, afraid Lu Shaolin would flick it. Once you're ready, come in and take. Lu Shaolin called towards the door. Hearing his voice, Dong Linger burst in, running towards him with a smile. She first flashed a sweet smile at Lu Shaolin, then grabbed the white turtle and dashed out of the study. Lu Shaolin shook his head amused and picked up the iron chain, crossing the river technique to continue reading. After about half an hour, he got up to go downstairs, ready to take the white turtle to the Blackwater River. As he stepped down the stairs, he saw the white turtle placed on a stone table in the pavilion. The 4 girls were staring intently at it while Dong Linger chattered non-stop to the white turtle. The white turtle obediently stayed tucked in its shell. Upon seeing Lu Shaolin come down, the 4 girls bowed slightly, and Dong Linger, with tears in her eyes, said to Lu Shaolin, young master, the white turtle won't come out. Lu Shaolin chuckled. It's just that the white turtle probably fell asleep. If I give it a little knock, it will come out. Then young master, make it come out quickly. Dong Linger hugged Lu Shaolin's arm and tugged towards the stone table. Laughing, Lu Shaolin walked with her to the table, raised his hand, and gently tapped on the turtle's shell. The white turtle cooperatively poked its head out of the shell and glanced at Lu Shaolin. It's out. It's out. So it really was asleep. Dong Linger cheered. Dong Jian, Yenchun, and Nian Qiu also smiled at the white turtle. After letting them play for a while, Lu Shaolin picked up the white turtle and said to Ma San beside him, bring my Blackman horse. Yes, Hall Master. Ma San clasped his fists and turned to head towards the stables behind the pavilion. In no time, he brought both his horse and Lu Shaolin's horse. Feng Tai and the others immediately walked towards the stables, planning to follow Lu Shaolin. You all stay at the pavilion. I have some private matters to attend to, no need to follow. Lu Shaolin waved his hand. The others exchanged glances and clasped their fists in agreement. Leading the Blackman horse out of the courtyard, Lu Shaolin mounted and placed the white turtle on his shoulder. Shaking the reins, he galloped towards the Blackwater River. The white turtle extended its claws, gripping Lu Shaolin's clothes tightly, afraid of falling off. In just half a stick of incense, Lu Shaolin arrived at the edge of the Blackwater River. Dismounting, he looked at the white turtle. Why are you staring at me? You need to get into the water to search. You wait here on the shore, and when I find the entrance, I'll come up to take you in. The white turtle rolled its green bean-like eyes. You won't take the opportunity to run away, will you? Lu Shaolin looked at the white turtle suspiciously. It seemed too cunning, not like a turtle at all, more like a monkey. Who do you think you're looking down on? Our spiritual turtle clan believes in cause and effect and keeps promises. Do you want me to swear an oath or something? The white turtle retorted angrily. Then swear an oath. I really don't trust you. Lu Shaolin rubbed his nose and said directly. You. The white turtle glared at Lu Shaolin, speechless. Under Lu Shaolin's coercion and temptation, the white turtle had no choice but to swear an oath. The content of the oath was if it did not adhere to the trading rules it would be caught and made into turtle soup. After swearing the oath, Lu Shaolin tossed the white turtle into the Blackwater River and waited on the shore. After half an hour, just when Lu Shaolin thought the white turtle might have run away, a turtle head popped up from the river. I found one. The white turtle paddled with all four limbs swimming to the shore. Lu Shaolin nodded, tied his horse to a tree by the river, then stripped off his warrior attire, leaving only his underpants. He wielded the mysterious iron spear and with a splash jumped into the river. Why are you as strong as a cow demon? The white turtle's eyes widened in astonishment. Let's talk, lead the way quickly. Lu Shaolin glared. Humph. The white turtle snorted coldly, paddling its limbs as it swam into the river. Lu Shaolin took a deep breath, activated the breath-holding technique, and followed closely behind. They submerged to a depth of over 20 meters. The water was pitch black, and if it weren't for the faint glow from the white turtle's shell, Lu Shaolin wouldn't have seen it at all. The white turtle slowed down and pointed ahead. Lu Shaolin nodded, sensing they were nearing their destination. After swimming for a while longer, both man and turtle entered an underwater cave that slanted upwards. A man and a turtle began to swim upwards along the tunnel, emerging from the water after swimming for more than 40 meters. Lu Shaolin groped his way out and stood up in the tunnel. With a loud bang, the back of his head slammed against the tunnel wall. Damn it. Why is this tunnel so low? Lu Shaolin cursed inwardly. At a height of 195 centimeters, the tunnel was naturally a bit low for him. The surroundings were pitch black. Apart from the faint glow emitted by the white turtle beneath him, Lu Shaolin could see nothing. I miscalculated. I forgot to bring a torch. Lu Shaolin softly said to the white turtle, I can't see anything. Go and scout the way, see how many river demons are in the cave. What? Can't see. If you can't see, how can you look for river demons? Are we going to die together? The white turtle erupted in frustration. If I tell you to go, then go. So much nonsense. Lu Shaolin lightly kicked the turtle shell and said in a low voice. The white turtle had no choice but to crawl forward while Lu Shaolin waited in place. The white turtle wore an expression of disbelief, as if Lu Shaolin had hit the jackpot. Hearing the turtle's words, Lu Shaolin raised an eyebrow, realizing that he had indeed chosen the right river demons. Not only would he gain experience, but also silver and treasures. Lead the way, Lu Shaolin said to the white turtle. The white turtle snorted and with a flick of its four claws crawled deeper inside. Lu Shaolin bent down and followed behind. After walking for a short while, a faint light appeared ahead, and Lu Shaolin quickened his pace. Upon closer inspection, the source of the light was a large round cave where 7 or 8 river demons lay sleeping, surrounded by some weeds and tattered cloth. The light source was a luminous pearl the size of a fist located in the corner of the cave, beneath which lay scattered silver coins and metal fragments. The luminous pearl emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the cave that spanned 4 to 5 meters. Lu Shaolin grinned, quietly entering the cave with his spear inverted, aiming at the heads of the river demons, striking them down one by one as if skewering watermelons. After the deed was done, the cave was permeated with a strong smell of blood, the ground splattered with red and white. Looking at the 8 source points added to his system panel, Lu Shaolin smiled in satisfaction. Choosing a larger piece of tattered cloth from the ground, Lu Shaolin walked to the corner, and using the light from the luminous pearl collected all the silver coins, even discovering a gold ingot and several pieces of gold and silver jewelry, as well as jade bracelets. Not counting the jewelry and bracelets, there were over 100 taels of silver, and the gold ingot alone weighed 10 taels. This was quite a profitable haul. Lu Shaolin wrapped the silver and jewelry in the cloth, picked up the luminous pearl, and nodded at the white turtle, saying, "Let's go." Once again, the man and the turtle dove into the tunnel, swimming towards the Blackwater River and reaching the shore. Lu Shaolin put on his clothes and washed the silver jewelry he had taken from the river demon's cave in the water, placing them in his bosom. Then he threw the white turtle onto his shoulder, mounted his horse, and headed straight for the county town. Arriving at the county town before dark, Lu Shaolin did not forget his promise to the white turtle. He found a large restaurant, dismounted, and walked in with the turtle. It was mealtime, and there were quite a few diners in the hall. Lu Shaolin, with his robust figure, a dark iron spear in his right hand, and a small white turtle on his left shoulder, instantly attracted most of the attention. Look. These people have never seen a turtle as handsome as me. The white turtle whispered to Lu Shaolin, its green bean eyes filled with pride. Lu Shaolin couldn't be bothered to respond. He called out to the waiter, "Get me a private room." "I'm sorry, sir, but all the private rooms are full. Would you like to dine in the main hall instead?" the waiter said apologetically. Lu Shaolin frowned slightly, scanning the hall. His cold gaze made those who looked at him quickly avert their eyes. "Find a corner," Lu Shaolin said in a deep voice. Yes. Right this way, please." The waiter nodded, repeatedly leading Lu Shaolin to a table at the very back of the hall. Lu Shaolin leaned his dark iron spear against the wall, sat down, and ordered more than a dozen dishes. The waiter recorded them with a smile and hurried off to the kitchen. The white turtle, perched on Lu Shaolin's shoulder, was drooling at the sight of so many dishes. Finally, it could indulge. At that moment, a group of elegantly dressed young men and women descended from upstairs. Among them, a strikingly beautiful woman immediately spotted the white turtle on Lu Shaolin's shoulder and playfully pouted at the leading young man in white. The young man smiled and nodded, approaching Lu Shaolin. Hello, brother. I am Cui Yuhang. May I ask if you are selling this white turtle? My younger sister really likes it. I can offer 20 taels of silver. Cui Yuhang asked with a smile. Lu Shaolin looked up and noticed that although Cui Yuhang was quite handsome, his face was pale, and his eyes were dark, clearly a sign of indulging in wine and pleasures. Not for sale, Lu Shaolin replied flatly. How about 50 taels of silver? Cui Yuhang raised his offer. I said it's not for sale. I am not selling it, Lu Shaolin said, slightly impatient. 80 taels of silver. Brother, 80 taels can buy half a house in the county town. Cui Yuhang's tone turned cold. Do you have a hearing problem? I said I'm not selling. Lu Shaolin abruptly stood up, looking down at Cui Yuhang with cold eyes that hinted at murderous intent. Cui Yuhang recoiled in fright, and a group of young men and women immediately rushed over to support him, taunting Lu. Where did this brash man come from, daring to confront young Master Cui like this? You're dead, no one can save you in Pingshan County. Do you know who you've offended? Young Master Cui is the son of the Little Knife Society's leader. He looks like a big bear, no wonder he's brainless. The white turtle stared at them with an expression of disbelief, as if looking at fools. From the earlier scene of Lu Shaolin smiling while killing the river demons, the turtle understood that this guy was a born killer. It was good enough that he didn't provoke others. Why would there be fools who came to provoke him? Truly they must be seeking death. Who hurt my young master? A rough voice suddenly boomed. Then a big yellow-faced man rushed to Cui Yuhang's side, eagerly supporting his arm and asking with concern, Young master, are you alright? Who hurt you? Lin Hao will ensure they don't leave this restaurant today. Get the manager. Get the manager. Lin Hao's subordinate, seeing Lu Shaolin across the hall, turned pale and kept tugging at Lin Hao's warrior outfit. What are you pulling me for? Can't you see the young master is frightened? Grab the person who scared the young master. Lin Hao want to teach him a good lesson. Lin Hao said without looking back. Manager, please take a look at its mountain gun, Lu Shaolin. Lin Hao's subordinate whispered. Lin Hao's body stiffened and he turned to look at Lu Shaolin, cold sweat instantly breaking out. Did I leave without checking the calendar? How did I run into this calamity again? I had planned to take a break today, stroll around and casually visit a brothel for some fun. Just as I was about to do that, I encountered the young master's follower, saying the young master had been bullied. Seizing the rare opportunity, I rushed over to show my loyalty, but who would have thought that the young master had provoked Lu Shaolin? It's not surprising that Lin Hao is unlucky. Cui Guanqing, being a figure in the underworld, knows the blood and gore of the Jianghu, so he is unwilling for his son to enter this line of work, resulting in Cui Yuhang not knowing any characters from the Jianghu in Pingshan County. Moreover, generally when people in the Jianghu hear that it's Cui Guanqing's son, they would let things go. I didn't expect to encounter Lu Shaolin this time. Lu. Master Lu. Lin Hao smiled bitterly, cupping his hands in greeting. It's good to see you again, Manager Lin. Lu Shaolin grinned. Yes, I didn't expect to have such a connection with Master Lu. Lin Hao just wanted to turn around and leave, but he couldn't. Are you going to teach me a lesson, Manager Lin? Lu Shaolin asked with a smile. Dare not, dare not. I didn't know Master Lu was here. Please forgive me, please don't take offense. Lin Hao wished he could slap himself. How could he not check who it was? Manager Lin, don't let your young master's friends escape, otherwise your young master will suffer more. Lu Shaolin pointed behind Lin Hao. It turned out some young men and women had sensed something was wrong and wanted to slip away. Surround them. Not a single one is allowed to leave. Lin Hao shouted loudly. He didn't want everyone to run away and leave him to take the blame. Following his words, several subordinates immediately surrounded a group of youths. Manager Lin, what's going on? Why are we surrounded? Did you get it wrong? Cui Yuhang finally came to his senses and asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao quickly leaned in and whispered in his ear, Young master. We've kicked a hard board. The other side is Lu Shaolin, the head of the Blackwater Gang's Foreign Affairs Hall, known in the Jianghu as Mountain Gun. Together we can't even withstand a single shot from him. You mustn't speak for a while. Just do as I say or we might have to leave horizontally. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Cui Yuhang was clearly stunned and he whispered, Does he dare to disrespect my father? Young master. He killed the vice president in front of the president with one shot. You should listen to me and don't speak, just... Lin Hao hurriedly said, fearing that this ancestor would directly provoke Lu Shaolin and ruin them all. Alright. Cui Yuhang, noticing that Lu Shaolin wasn't afraid of his father, turned pale and quickly nodded. Are you done? Manager Lin, Lu Shaolin coldly asked. It's done. Master Lu, no matter what, this matter is my young master's fault. I hope Master Lu can show mercy. Lin Hao said respectfully. We'll discuss your young master's matter later. First, bring all your young master's friends here. Lu Shaolin said indifferently. Lin Hao glanced at the young men and women behind him, all children of wealthy merchants from Pingshan County, deliberately currying favor with Cui Yuhang. Did you not hear Master Lu's words? Why aren't they being brought here? Lin Hao gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates. He truly felt he had lost both the woman and the troops this time. Not only had he failed to curry favor with Cui Yuhang, but he would also make him resentful. Hearing Lin Hao's orders, several subordinates brought 6 or 7 young men and women in front of Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin smiled coldly. Slap. He swiftly slapped each of them, sending them all crashing to the ground. Get out. Lu Shaolin shouted. The young men and women scrambled to their feet, blood at the corners of their mouths, and stumbled out of the tavern. The onlookers were dumbfounded and didn't dare to breathe. The servant carrying the dishes stood behind Lin Hao and his group, unsure whether to leave or stay, his forehead drenched in sweat. It's your young master's turn now. He hasn't said anything insulting to me, but he wants to forcibly buy my white turtle. Lu Shaolin sat down in a chair. Indeed, my young master is in the wrong. I apologize on his behalf, Lin Hao quickly said. Apologies are fine, but he offered 80 taels of silver. How about this'll give you a favor and multiply it by 3 as compensation for my mental distress, totaling 240 taels of silver. Pay this, and you can leave. Lu Shaolin placed the white turtle on the table and addressed Lin Hao. As for whether they understood mental distress compensation, Lu Shaolin couldn't be bothered. He just wanted money. That is reasonable. Lin Hao smiled and turned to Cui Yuhang saying, Young master, how much silver do you have on you? I have 200 taels of silver notes left, Cui Yuhang whispered. Give it to me first, I still have dozens of taels of silver on me, Lin Hao replied. Are you really giving it to him? Isn't this daylight robbery? Cui Yuhang said, somewhat unconvinced. My young master, even if he's robbing us in broad daylight, we still have to give it. Lin Hao hurriedly received them and, feeling pained, took out a few ingots of silver from his own pocket. After counting, he realized he was still short by 5 taels. Everyone take out all the silver you have, I'll pay you back tomorrow. Lin Hao hurriedly received them and, feeling pained, took out a few ingots of silver from his own pocket. After counting, he realized he was still short by 5 taels. Everyone take out all the silver you have, I'll pay you back tomorrow. Lin Hao shouted at his subordinates. His subordinates exchanged glances and began to reach into their pockets for silver. After gathering enough 240 taels, Lin Hao smiled and placed the silver on the wooden table. Master Lu, please count it. No need, you can leave. Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Farewell, farewell. Lin Hao cupped his hands and turned to pull Cui Yuhang away. He never wanted to encounter Lu Shaolin again. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. With me around, you can leave the Jianga style behind. The white turtle crawled over to the silver, nibbling at it. Don't talk, we're outside. Master. Guest, will you still be having this dish? The servant stammered, fearing he would get slapped. Yes. Lu Shaolin replied. Coincidentally, there are private rooms upstairs. Do you still need one? The servant asked again. Yes, lead the way. Lu Shaolin nodded and stood up, grabbing his spear. The servant hurriedly led the way and took Lu Shaolin to a private room on the 2nd floor. Not long after Lu Shaolin set down, the dishes he ordered quickly arrived. He placed the white turtle on the table, letting it eat on its own while he sipped tea. The white turtle was overjoyed, diving into the plate to feast. It kept exclaiming how delicious it was, too delicious. Half an hour later, the white turtle with its big belly lay contentedly on the table, unable to move at all, revealing just how much. However, it had wasted most of the dishes. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Lu Shaolin chuckled and shook his head. I won't burst, I'll just exercise a bit. The white turtle began to try to crawl again, but no matter how it tried, its 4 legs couldn't move its body. Forget it, it'll just digest naturally. After moving a couple of times, the white turtle stopped. Lu Shaolin, too lazy to pay attention to it, called the servant again and ordered a table full of dishes. He also wanted to level up. The waiter cleaned the table and hurried downstairs to have the kitchen prepare the dishes. Before long, a table full of food was served. Bai Gui looked at the dishes on the table, saliva dripping from his mouth, but his stomach simply could not take in any more. Lu Shaolin picked up his chopsticks and leisurely ate to his fill. Then he summoned the system panel, gazing at the rock-solid skill and breath control technique. His mind stirred, and he promptly clicked the plus sign behind them. As the skill was upgraded, Lu Shaolin immediately felt a significant consumption of energy. Before long, he felt hungry again and grabbed his chopsticks to eat voraciously. After finishing his meal and drinking a cup of hot tea, he summoned the system panel once more. Name Lu Shaolin. Source point. Martial Arts Realm Perfect Refinement. A skills: yellow grade high quality savage ox strength max level, golden body technique max level, a yellow grade medium quality barbaric bear skill max level, rock solid skill max level, martial techniques: yellow grade high quality breath control technique minor achievement, a yellow grade medium quality frenzied demon staff technique perfect, fire poison palm perfect, a unranked 3 absolute spear technique perfect, 8 extremes fist minor achievement. With the rock-solid skill at maximum level, Lu Shaolin's muscle density increased, and his 5 tendons became tougher, but his speed did not improve much. It probably only improved by about 10%. The upgrade of the breath control technique to minor achievement allowed Lu Shaolin's lungs to hold more air, extending his breath-holding time. Lu Shaolin smiled, slightly picked up Bai Gui, and placed it on his shoulder, then took the Xietian spear and headed downstairs. After spending a couple of silver coins to settle the bill, Lu Shaolin exited the tavern, mounted his horse, and rode towards the loft. Back at the loft, Ma Sen took the reins and led the blackman horse towards the stable. Lu Shaolin glanced at the living room where only Nian Qiu sat lost in thought. Faint sounds of reading came from the 2nd floor, indicating that Nian Chun was teaching Dong Jia and Dong Linger. As Lu Shaolin stepped into the living room, the sound of his footsteps brought Nian Qiu back to her senses. Seeing it was Lu Shaolin, she quickly crouched to greet him softly, saying, "Young master. What were you thinking about?" Lu Shaolin asked with a smile, leaning the Xietian spear against the wall. "I wasn't thinking about anything. Have you eaten? The food is still warm for you," Nian Qiu asked. "I've already eaten. Aren't you going to the study to be with them?" "I'm not suited to be a teacher, so I'll let my sister handle it." "That's true," Lu Shaolin agreed, acknowledging that Nian Qiu's gentle and shy nature was indeed not suitable for teaching. "Go rest. I'm going to take a bath as well," Lu Shaolin said with a smile, taking the Xietian spear up to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Where will I sleep? Bai Gui peered out and asked. In such a large bedroom you can sleep wherever you like, Lu Shaolin said, placing it on the table. Put me on the bed, it's soft there. Bai Gui exclaimed. Lu Shaolin picked it up and placed it on the bed. Bai Gui moved all four paws, finding a comfortable spot at the head of the bed and lying down. Lu Shaolin then picked up the iron chain crossing river technique and continued to read. After half an hour the system panel finally displayed information about the iron chain crossing river technique. Lu Shaolin stood up stretched, took out a new set of clothes and went downstairs to bathe by the well. To make it convenient he had specially instructed Feng Timin and the others to build a small wooden house by the well. Inside the wooden house was a bathing tub and Lu Shaolin bathed there. After enjoying a refreshing cold shower, he went upstairs to rest. He glanced at Bai Gui at the head of the bed, who was already sleeping soundly, even bubbles coming from its nose, and surprisingly it hadn't curled up into its shell. A night passed without incident. The next morning Lu Shaolin opened his eyes, turned his head, and saw that Bai Gui was still sleeping peacefully. He got up, dressed, and thought for a moment before taking out a few pieces of jewelry and jade bracelets that he had put in a box the night before. Since they were essentially free, he decided to give them directly to Dong Jia and the others. He placed the jewelry in his pocket and picked up the Xietian spear before heading downstairs. Upon arriving on the first floor, he found Dong Jia and Dong Linger busy in the kitchen while Nian Chun and Nian Qiu were cleaning the yard and wiping down the living room. The four women saw Lu Shaolin and greeted him. He nodded, washed up at the well, and then walked over to sit in the pavilion. As soon as he sat down, Nian Qiu brought over the tea. Lu Shaolin sipped his tea while waiting for the meal. Just after drinking a couple of cups, a series of thud-thud-thud sounds. Lu Shaolin turned his head to see Bai Gui scrambling down the stairs with its four paws in the air. Lu Shaolin chuckled and walked over to grab it. You almost crushed Grandpa Turtle. Why do you always know how to calm down yourself? Bai Gui glared and said in a low voice. Who's your grandpa? Lu Shaolin flicked it with his finger. Bai Gui swiftly retreated into its shell. After finishing breakfast, Lu Shaolin gave the jewelry to the girls and then took Bai Gui to the edge of the Heishui River. Once again, Bai Gui dived into the water to search while Lu Shaolin waited on the shore. After finding the spot, Bai Gui led Lu Shaolin to the cave. In the span of a morning, the man and turtle uncovered 2 river demon caves, earning around 80 taels of silver, while Lu Shaolin gained 15 source points. Returning to the county town at noon, Lu Shaolin found a tavern and upgraded again, raising the iron chain crossing river technique to the 4th layer and the breath control technique to the major achievement realm. His strength increased by another 450 pounds. His muscle density rose even further. The skin membrane changed to 5 layers tightly adhering together. His height reached an impressive 2 meters. Naturally, his source points also increased to 0.8. After leveling up, Lu Shaolin hurried back to the Heishui River with Bai Gui. As Bai Gui located the entrance, Lu Shaolin followed it into the tunnel. To his surprise, this tunnel was vast and interconnected with many branches. Do you think we've found the lair of the green-skinned monsters? Bai Gui asked from Lu Shaolin's shoulder, having grown tired and requesting to be placed there. Lu Shaolin held up the luminous pearl, his gaze alert as he looked ahead, grinning. If it really is the lair, that would be great. It's the perfect opportunity to kill without restraint. Did these river demons disturb your ancestors' graves? Why are you so eager to kill them? I can't help but feel restless if I don't kill demons and evils for a day. Is that wrong? Lu Shaolin shot Bai Gui a glare while speaking. While conversing, they reached another branch, and Lu Shaolin raised his hand to mark it with the Xientian spear. Along the way, whenever they encountered a fork, Lu Shaolin made a mark to avoid getting lost and trapped in the tunnel later. After marking, he casually chose a tunnel and burrowed in. After walking for a full hour, a faint light finally appeared ahead. Lu Shaolin lowered his body and cautiously made his way towards the light. Upon reaching the tunnel exit and peering in, he discovered it was a stone cave entirely a milky white color. Inside the cave lay over 50 river demons, among them one particularly large river demon in the center, easily measuring at least 2 meters tall with scales that appeared to have a faint silver hue. 1,000-year stone milk. Bai Gui exclaimed in a low voice. Lu Shaolin followed its gaze and saw a protruding platform in the middle of the cave wall with a hollow filled with milky white liquid. What are the effects of the 1,000-year stone milk? Lu Shaolin asked in a low voice. It's a great item for improving cultivation. Martial artists who consume it can increase their inner strength. The white turtle replied, what about external martial artists? It enhances physical fitness and prolongs life in Lu Shaolin nodded, placing the luminous pearl into his bosom as he slowly slid down. Just as Lu Shaolin was about to start killing, the white turtle quickly slid down to the ground, not wanting to be splattered with blood. Reaching the bottom of the stone cave, slowly Lu Shaolin held his spear with the blade facing down. With a thud, a hole appeared in the head of a river demon lying at the edge. Blood, mixed with brain matter, gushed out. Lu Shaolin didn't blink as he continued to the next target. He swiftly killed 6 or 7 more, and the cave began to fill with the stench of blood. The silver-scaled river demon in the middle slightly flared its nostrils, instantly opening its eyes, which were also silver. The silver-scaled river demon stood up and let out a roar, waking all the other river demons. Lu Shaolin furrowed his brow, pulled out his spear, and jumped to the edge of the cave, leaning against the stone wall to avoid being surrounded by the river demons. The silver-scaled river demon roared again, and the ordinary river demons lunged at Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin shook his spear menacingly, his face full of killing intent, and shouted loudly as the spear swept out with a whoosh. With a bang, a sweeping strike sent the first 3 river demons flying several meters, their bones broken. Then the sound of air being sliced through echoed continuously as the spear transformed into a shadow, sweeping, smashing, and stabbing as Lu Shaolin unleashed a barrage of attacks. Ordinary river demons were killed with a mere touch. They perished instantly. In the blink of an eye, there were over a dozen river demon corpses on the ground. The silver-scaled river demon roared angrily at the sky and charged forward. Lu Shaolin swung his spear down, and with a bang the silver-scaled river demon raised its arm to block. Block. Let's see what you can use to block. Lu Shaolin roared, his eyes instantly blood-red, his muscles swelling with blood as the veins bulged out, visibly standing out against his skin. The sound of pounding resonated throughout the cave. Lu Shaolin's spear moved like a phantom, repeatedly striking against the silver-scaled river demon's blocking arm. Taking advantage of the moment, an ordinary river demon attempted a sneak attack, its claws scratching Lu Shaolin, but only tearing his skin. The internal membrane was incredibly tough, firmly resisting the assault from the claws. After a dozen strikes, the silver-scaled river demon let out a shriek and retreated. Lu Shaolin swept his spear, forcefully sending 7 or 8 river demons flying through the air, crashing to the ground. At this moment, the scales on the silver-scaled river demon's arm had shattered, green blood seeping out, its eyes filled with terror as they stared at Lu Shaolin. "Are you scared?" Lu Shaolin grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. With a sudden burst of strength, he raised his spear high and charged towards the silver-scaled river demon once more. Just as the silver-scaled river demon developed a reflex, Lu Shaolin switched from smashing to stabbing. Lu Shaolin had gone mad, relentlessly pursuing the silver-scaled river demon with strikes, creating multiple craters in the ground as he knocked aside the ordinary river demons, blocking his path. Just as the silver-scaled river demon developed a reflex, Lu Shaolin switched from smashing to stabbing. In a flash, with a thud, he pierced the demon's right thigh. He had long since noticed that there were no scales on the river demon's inner thigh. The silver-scaled river demon stumbled and fell to the ground. Lu Shaolin immediately pulled out his spear, raised it above his head, and with a thud slammed it down onto its body. Then, like a blacksmith, the sound of pounding rang out continuously, dozens of strikes in succession, causing the surrounding ground to crack. When he stopped to take a look, the silver-scaled river demon was buried in the ground, its body a bloody mess, green blood spurting from its mouth, already on the brink of death. Lu Shaolin turned around and began to slay the ordinary river demons, 1 spear for each. By the time the battle ended, the entire cave was littered with the mangled corpses of river demons, green blood pooling across the. Lu Shaolin was also covered in wounds, but they were all superficial. Ordinary river demons couldn't break through his 5-layer. Stepping up to the silver-scaled river demon, Lu Shaolin thrust his spear down, fiercely piercing its eye socket and ending its life completely. The silver-scaled river demon was at least equivalent to a martial artist at the completion of the refining stage, or even stronger, possibly on par with a martial artist in the bone refining realm. The white turtle at the cave's edge stared wide-eyed, clearly realizing it was a killing machine. The killing intent was overwhelming. Lu Shaolin let out a slow breath, the blood color in his eyes gradually fading. "Lu Shaolin, come help me. If I don't get out of this blood, I really don't want to crawl through it." The white turtle shouted, stretching its neck. Lu Shaolin glanced at it, but ignored it, calling up the system panel to take a look. He had gained a total of 58 source points, a big profit. After checking the source points, Lu Shaolin approached the white turtle, grabbed it, and placed it on his shoulder. "Should I drink the stone milk directly now?" "What do you mean, huh? Are you trying to hog it all? Everyone gets a share. Without Grandpa Turtle leading the way, you wouldn't have found this place." The white turtle was immediately agitated. "Haha, don't forget the terms of our deal. You are only responsible for leading me to the river demons, and the loot doesn't belong to you." Lu Shaolin replied with a cold laugh. "How about this? My great-grandfather once told me about a cultivation method. I will give you this method, and you split half of the stone milk with me. How does that sound?" "What cultivation method?" "The turtle breath nourishing technique. My great-grandfather said this method can prolong life. You won't regret it." "What about the true meaning of martial arts?" "I am the true meaning of martial arts. This technique was derived from our spirit turtle's insights." "Do you think him an—" "Absolutely not. You can try it first. If it works, then you can split half of the stone milk with me. Moreover, the stone milk shouldn't be consumed all at once. It needs to be taken slowly to fully absorb the energy within. I'll trust you this once." Lu Shaolin appraised the white turtle, reluctantly agreeing. "We need to find a container to hold the stone milk, preferably one made of jade or stone." The white turtle looked up at the stone milk above. Lu Shaolin nodded, collecting a pile of gold and silver from a corner of the cave, and the man and turtle began their return. Back in the county town, Lu Shaolin bought a blue-green porcelain gourd at a ceramic shop 20 centimeters long with a redwood stopper. Holding the gourd, the man and turtle returned to the Blackwater River, jumped into the river, and arrived at the stone cave. With a leap, Lu Shaolin climbed up to the platform using both hands and feet. He pulled out the redwood stopper and inserted the spout into the stone milk to fill it. In no time, the blue-green porcelain gourd was filled. A small amount of stone milk remained at the bottom of the pit. The white turtle jumped in with a splash and began gulping it down. Lu Shaolin shook his head and smiled, dipping his finger into some stone milk, tasting it carefully. There was no flavor, just a refreshing aroma in his mouth. After the white turtle finished drinking every last bit of the stone milk in the pit, Lu Shaolin grabbed it and placed it on his shoulder, climbing down from the platform. "By the way, we need to remember this location. In a few years, the pit will accumulate a lot of stone milk again. the white turtle said to Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin nodded, and after exiting the cave he marked the paths at every fork with his black iron spear. After reaching the shore to remember the location of the water cave, he even deliberately sharpened a thick wooden stake to nail it down at the... Once everything was prepared, Lu Shaolin mounted his black stallion and leisurely set off towards the county town along the official road. It was already afternoon and the dockworkers had finished their shifts, all making their way to the county town. Just as he was thinking that he could finally break through to the refining organs realm, he heard a shout from behind. Boss! Boss! Lu Shaolin turned to see Li Si running towards him. Lu Shaolin pulled on the reins and the black stallion came to a stop. Boss! Li Si rushed up panting heavily as he clasped his hands in greeting. Lu Shaolin dismounted and smiled. Is there news regarding the matters I asked you to investigate? Indeed, boss. The person you asked me to inquire about has been located. Great. I haven't had dinner yet, let's talk at the tavern, Lu Shaolin invited. Yes. Boss, please mount and lead the horse. Boss, let me lead the horse, Li Si insisted. Boss, let me lead the horse, Li Si insisted. Lu Shaolin chuckled and handed over the reins. Li Si took the reins and fell half a step behind Lu Shaolin as they walked forward. Boss, is that white turtle on your shoulder your pet? Li Si curiously glanced at the white turtle. Hey! The white turtle widened its eyes and spat a mouthful of saliva towards Li Si. Ouch! This white turtle is quite fierce, it's actually attacking people. Li Si exclaimed as he dodged. Lu Shaolin burst into laughter. Upon reaching the county town, the sky had already darkened. Lu Shaolin found a nearby tavern and requested a private room. The two settled in the room and Lu Shaolin ordered a dozen dishes and a pot of old wine. After the waiter left, Li Si whispered, Boss, the person you wanted to inquire about Fong Changjing is the county magistrate of Wanning County in Yaozhou. He is nearly 50 years old and has a family. Lu Shaolin nodded, recalling the details from the book. The age matched, so it must be him. This indirectly indicated that the Great Xia dynasty was aware of where natural disasters would occur and even notified local officials to evacuate in advance. Since they knew in advance, why didn't they evacuate the common people? Or was it not a natural disaster at all, but rather demonic chaos, with those citizens being sacrifices? Lu Shaolin's eyes flickered as he thought more about the terrifying implications. This world was too dangerous. He could not afford to die without understanding the circumstances. For his own safety, he needed to find a way to infiltrate the court. Infiltrating the court would allow him to gain early knowledge of impending dangers. Ideally, he would blend into the demon-subduing division. If even the county magistrate could retreat in advance, the demon-subduing division would certainly receive news ahead of time. Moreover, blending into the demon-subduing division would yield multiple benefits. He could acquire higher-level martial arts techniques and also slay demons to gain source points. Seeing Lu Shaolin lost in thought, Li Si remained silent and did not disturb him. Only when the waiter knocked on the door to deliver the dishes did Lu Shaolin come to his senses. Apologies, I was just lost in thought, he smiled. No need to be polite, boss, Li Si waved his hands repeatedly. Come in. Lu Shaolin called towards the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter entered carrying a tray. Once the dishes were all served, the waiter closed the door and exited the room. Come, let's eat, Lu Shaolin said to Li Si. The two began to feast. After finishing their meal, Li Si took his leave and Lu Shaolin nodded, telling him to come find him if he needed anything. After Li Si left, the white turtle suddenly dashed to the edge of the plate and began to feast. Its speed was incredible, more like a mouse than a turtle. Lu Shaolin then summoned the system panel to allocate points. He directly upgraded the iron chain across the river technique to the 9th level, achieving full mastery. He then perfected the breath-holding technique. At this moment, the system panel displayed name Lu Shaolin source points. Martial arts realm, refining organs, full mastery, martial techniques, yellow grade, top tier, iron chain across the river technique, full mastery, refining organs, full mastery, bull strength technique, full mastery, golden body technique, full mastery, yellow grade, middle tier, savage bear technique, full mastery, rock solid technique, full mastery, martial skills, yellow grade, top tier, breath holding technique, perfect, yellow grade, middle tier, mad demon staff technique, perfect, fire poison, palm perfect, unranked 3, absolute spear, perfect, 8, extremes, fist, minor success. Lu Shaolin felt a slight warmth in his internal organs and soon his entire body felt warm, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. As this feeling dissipated, his stomach suddenly began to cramp. Oh no. I forgot to order. Lu Shaolin's expression darkened as he caught a glimpse of the green porcelain gourd at his waist. Without thinking, he pulled out the wooden stopper and gulped down 3 mouthfuls. With those 3 mouthfuls, his stomach instantly felt comfortable and a wave of heat flowed from his stomach throughout his body. Lu Shaolin's eyes lit up with joy. He hadn't expected the 1000-year stone milk to have such effects, so he wouldn't have to keep eating all the time. Closing his eyes to feel the condition of his internal organs, he found his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, brimming with vitality, remarkably resilient, with enhanced resistance to injury, making it difficult to sustain internal damage. With the martial arts realm reaching refining organs full mastery, the system panel automatically displayed the highest level technique of the cultivation realm as the martial arts realm. Lu Shaolin felt immensely pleased. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. As Lu Shaolin leveled up deep within a cave in the central region of Jiangzhong, a giant white turtle opened its eyes, its gaze sharp and profound. The old ancestor truly has a master plan, and the destined child has arrived. I hope he can bring a glimmer of hope to this world, the giant turtle murmured to itself. Then it roared towards the cave entrance, its voice like thunder resonating throughout the underground. Before long, a man of 2 meters and 5 in height with dark skin and an extremely fierce appearance walked in. He knelt on one knee and said, "Chief, you're awake. You need to go to the Hongduan mountain range and inform the Silver Fox Demon King the Destined One has arrived," the giant turtle commanded seriously. "Chief, what does this mean?" "Just relay the message," the giant turtle replied in a deep voice. "Understood. Chief, the little turtle has been missing for several days. Shouldn't you check on it?" "No need to worry, it has its own opportunities. Now go to the Hongduan mountain range." "Yes, Chief." Ada got up and left, mumbling about the Destined One, seemingly afraid to forget. The giant turtle sighed, shook its head, and closed its eyes again. After the white turtle finished eating, Lu Shaolin grabbed it and went downstairs to settle the bill. After paying the bill and exiting the tavern, he mounted the black stallion and headed straight for the loft. Upon returning to the loft, Ma Sen took the reins while Lu Shaolin practiced with a spear in the courtyard, each thrust slicing through the air. After practicing for half an hour, Lu Shaolin still felt full of energy, his breath smooth. This was the refining organs realm. Achieving refining organs full mastery allowed for 3 hours of full force attacks. In contrast, the previous refining tendons realm depended entirely on individual physique, as some martial artists might experience a drop in stamina after just a few full force attacks, unable to maintain that state. In terms of strength, if the refining skin realm corresponds to brute force and the refining tendons realm corresponds to explosive power, then the refining organs realm corresponds to endurance. Putting away the spear, Lu Shaolin looked towards the living room door where the 4 girls were watching him in astonishment. Indeed, his spear practice had been a bit too noisy. "Young master." At the sight of Lu Shaolin ceasing his spear practice, the 4 maidens bowed low in unison. Lu Shaolin nodded briefly. "Young master, these are the items recovered from your mount." Ma San handed over a cloth sack. Lu Shaolin reached out and accepted it. Silver coins plundered today from the river demon's cave, filling nearly half the sack. After exchanging a brief greeting, Lu Shaolin returned to his 3rd lord chamber, opened the sack, and began sorting through its contents. It took him half an hour to lay everything out neatly. Most of the loot had been gathered from the stone caverns. Back then, he hadn't examined it closely yet. It turned out to contain no small number of valuable pieces. Over 80 taels of gold, more than 500 taels of silver, 5 gold bracelets, 7 gold hairpins, 5 gold necklaces, 3 pearl necklaces, 8 jade bangles, and over 20 additional silver ornaments. He placed all the coins and jewelry into a chest inside his wardrobe and made a rough calculation. Excluding ornaments and factoring in bank drafts, he now possessed roughly 2,000 taels of silver. That equated to 2 million yuan in his past life. Once an undercover detective, he had now become a bona fide millionaire. Lu Shaolin chuckled softly, closed the chest, stowed it away in the wardrobe, picked up a fresh set of clothes, and descended for a cold bath. Bai Gui followed close behind. After all, Lu Shaolin's baths were always icy. The next morning, Lu Shaolin awoke refreshed and clear-headed. With his internal injuries healed, death no longer loomed over him, and even his sleep felt deeper, safer. He glanced beside him. The white turtle still slumbered soundly, bubbles drifting lazily from its nostrils. Lu Shaolin did not rouse it, but quietly went downstairs to wash and groom himself. Once cleansed, he seated himself beneath the pavilion to sip tea, waiting peacefully for breakfast. A sudden clatter, objects tumbling down, drew his attention toward the stairwell. Sure enough, Bai Gui appeared once more. Eyes locked on Lu Shaolin, the white turtle scrambled forward on all 4 limbs and hissed fiercely, "Why must you leave me behind? Must I tumble down every time? Don't play the elder, blame yourself for failing to rise on your own." Lu Shaolin shot back, glaring. Then, without another word, he scooped up the turtle and placed it squarely upon the stone table. "Where is that turtle breath vitality art you mentioned? Recite it for me," Lu Shaolin commanded. Bai Gui rolled its pea-sized eyes and began reciting aloud. After 3 repetitions, Lu Shaolin had committed the technique to memory. "Now I shall begin cultivation. My posture embodies the martial Dao true intent diagram. Observe closely." Bai Gui puffed with pride before bracing itself. Its 4 limbs tensed, its head lifted skyward, and it commenced breathing in a precise rhythmic cadence. Lu Shaolin watched intently, striving to imprint every detail of that posture into his mind. Just as he was memorizing, a knock sounded at the courtyard gate. Ma San emerged from the side chamber and opened it, revealing Zhao Ongue, Chief Steward Zhao. Lu Shaolin recognized him instantly and rose to greet him with a smile. "Chief Steward Zhao, please come in and join me for tea first." "Yes, Hall Master." Zhao Ongue clasped his fists in salute. Lu Shaolin paused, momentarily startled. It had been several days since anyone addressed him as Hall Master. Ma San had used the title earlier but later switched to Young Master, likely feeling it odd for everyone in the manor to call him Young Master, while he alone persisted with Hall Master. Zhao Ongue followed Lu Shaolin to the pavilion and sat. Lu Shaolin poured a cup of tea and offered it. "Thank you, Hall Master." Zhao Ongue received it reverently with both hands. "Is there something urgent?" Lu Shaolin asked. "Hall Master, a black calamity has erupted in Qinjia village. 2 search parties dispatched there have failed to return. Deputy Hall Master Chen has sent me to request your presence at headquarters for command oversight. He intends to lead the next expedition personally." Zhao Ongue set down his teacup. "Oh, no messages at all." Lu Shaolin frowned. "None. Upon receiving the report, we deployed 1 team immediately, but after 3 days with no word, we sent a second. Yet neither has returned." Zhao Onguo replied. Qinjia village is familiar ground for me. Here's what we'll do: return and instruct Tanqing and Fei Bin to gather their men at the county gate. I'll go myself. Deputy Hall Master Qin need not accompany us, he will remain at headquarters. Lu Shaolin drew out his authority token and tossed it to Zhao Onguo. Yes, Hall Master. Zhao Onguo saluted, caught the token, and dashed out the courtyard gate. Ma San, summon Feng Tai and Li Kai. Lu Shaolin ordered. Yes, young master. Ma San responded, instantly hastening toward the rear courtyard to retrieve his horse. Young master, are you going out? Dong Jia emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Yes, a minor disturbance has arisen at our guild's guard post. I'll investigate and return no later than the day after tomorrow. Lu Shaolin smiled reassuringly. Then please stay for breakfast, we'll have it ready shortly, Dong Jia murmured gently. Very well, I'm in no hurry. Lu Shaolin nodded. By the time he finished breakfast, Ma San had already brought Feng Tai and the others. Lu Shaolin hoisted his mysterious iron spear, gave the four maidens a curt nod, swung himself onto his horse, and galloped toward the city gate. Ma San, Feng Tai, and four others spurred their mounts to follow closely behind. Bai Gui perched upon Lu Shaolin's shoulder. He'd originally intended to leave it behind, but Bai Gui insisted such an intriguing affair demanded its presence, adding proudly that it possessed a spirit eye. So Lu Shaolin brought it along. After all, the nature of the Black Calamity remained unknown. The clear sight elixir could be used only once every 12 hours. Since Bai Gui bore a spirit eye, its presence was undoubtedly prudent. At the city gate, 22 black-robed warriors sat astride their horses awaiting them. Upon spotting Lu Shaolin, they simultaneously saluted and thundered, Hall Master. Lu Shaolin nodded once, then swept his arm forward. His horse surged ahead, and behind him hooves pounded the earth as over 20 men charged in perfect formation. Passing villagers gazed curiously at the spectacle, whispering among themselves. Over 2 hours later, Lu Shaolin and his party arrived at Qinjia village. Even at midday, every household kept its gates tightly shut, no one dared step outside. Ma San, do you recall where the village headman with the grizzled hair lives? Lu Shaolin asked, glancing toward Ma San. I do. Ma San nodded, nudged his horse forward, and led the way. The group followed closely. They halted before a tiled house near the village center. Lu Shaolin signaled subtly. Ma San dismounted and strode forward to knock. He knocked repeatedly, but no answer came from within. Break in. Lu Shaolin commanded sharply. At his order, Ma San stepped back 2 paces, then drove his boot hard against the gate, splintering it open as he rushed inside. Feng Tai, Tanqing, Fei Bin, and Li Kai likewise dismounted and followed him in. Moments later, they dragged the grizzled village headman out by force. Why did you refuse to open the gate? Lu Shaolin demanded from atop his horse. Honorable sir, fearing demons or malevolent spirits, we dared not emerge. The headman wailed miserably. Answer me, where are the 2 investigation teams sent here earlier? They all went to the Li family's villa on Jushan Mountain. This matter bears no relation to me, honorable sir. For some time a man from this village departed each night for Jushan, never to return. I reported it to your guild, and your honored investigators proceeded to the villa, and vanished just the same. Seeing that even your elite envoys failed to return, we were terrified. No one dares venture outside, especially men. At nightfall we bind ourselves to our beds. The headman spoke in abject terror. Lu Shaolin frowned after listening. According to the village head, this unknown demon seemed capable of bewitching people's hearts, leading them willingly to the bamboo mountain. What happened to that villa? Lu Shaolin continued to ask. My lord, that villa was built by the Li family over a decade ago, claiming that the bamboo mountain had beautiful scenery and was exceptionally cool in summer, serving as a place for summer retreat. Later the Li family's fortunes declined, and the villa has been abandoned ever since. The village head replied. Take us to the villa. Lu Shaolin said in a low voice. My lord, I dare not go, please spare me. The villa is at the back of the village, inside the bamboo mountain, and you will see it as soon as you go. The village head cried out, collapsing to the ground. How dare you refuse when our hall master commands you? Tanqing drew his waist knife, threatening him. Forget it. Lu Shaolin waved his hand and looked towards the village's end. Since we know where it is, we will go ourselves. My lord, I dare not go, please spare me. The villa is at the back of the village, inside the bamboo mountain, and you will see it as soon as you go. The village head cried out, collapsing to the ground. The subordinates immediately followed behind. Seeing that he did not need to lead the way, the village head scrambled into the courtyard and slammed the door shut with a bang. Arriving at the village's end, there indeed stood a bamboo mountain with bamboo as thick as an adult's arm growing densely all over. Halfway up the mountain there was a dilapidated villa sprawling over a large area with 3 entrances. At the foot of the mountain, a narrow path connected to the villa, making it impossible for horses to ascend. Ma San, Li Kai, Feng Tai, you 6 stay here to guard the horses, the rest follow me up the mountain. Lu Shaolin ordered. Hearing his command, everyone sprang into action. The reason for leaving Ma San and Li Kai to guard the horses was to take care of them, especially since Ma San and Li Kai had not even reached the refining skin realm. Encountering a demon would mean certain death for them. Once the horses were all gathered, Lu Shaolin took the lead and began to ascend the mountain along the narrow path, followed closely by his companions. Upon entering the bamboo mountain, it suddenly grew dark with the dense bamboo blocking out all sunlight, leaving only scattered rays of light shining down. After about half a stick of incense, they arrived at the villa's entrance. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, and the surrounding bamboo had grown into the courtyard. Clear a space to rest, Lu Shaolin instructed. Yes. Tanqing replied with cupped fists, directing his subordinates to pull out their knives and clear the weeds and bamboo. After clearing a space, everyone sat down to begin eating their rations. Lu Shaolin tore into the biscuit that Tanqing handed him. He hadn't brought any food himself, but Tanqing and the others were seasoned, well prepared. After finishing a meal, Lu Shaolin ordered everyone to search the bamboo mountain while he himself walked towards the villa. He kicked the half-open door blocking his way and stepped into the front courtyard. On either side of the front courtyard were side rooms with a grand hall in the middle. The wooden corridor was covered in cobwebs and dust. The windows of the rooms were also dilapidated, creaking eerily when the wind blew. Do you see anything? Lu Shaolin asked Bai Gui, tilting his head. Nothing. Bai Gui stretched his neck to look around and shook his head. Lu Shaolin searched the entire front courtyard aside from some broken tables and chairs in the hall and rooms. There was nothing of value. Presumably anything valuable had been taken away by the villagers. Lu Shaolin entered the back courtyard from the corridor beside the hall. The back courtyard was similar to the front, covered in cobwebs and dust with only broken tables and chairs inside. After circling the entire villa, Bai Gui still found nothing unusual. I can't be blamed if the demon intended to hide behind material objects. Even with my spiritual sight, I would not be able to detect it. Bai Gui shook his turtle head. Since there was nothing to be found, Lu Shaolin walked towards the courtyard exit. As Lu Shaolin turned, a shadow flashed behind the broken window of the side room, its blood-red eyes fixed on Lu Shaolin's back. Lu Shaolin remained unaware, walking straight ahead. Bai Gui seemed to sense something, turning his head back with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Exiting the villa, Lu Shaolin quietly waited for his subordinates to return from the mountain search. Half an hour later, everyone returned, having found nothing. Lu Shaolin waved his hand, leading everyone back to the village. Since nothing was found during the day, they would wait until night to investigate further. Meeting up with Ma San and Feng Tai at the village's end, they arrived at the village's outpost. Due to the large number of people, most rested in the courtyard. As the hall master, Lu Shaolin naturally had a room to himself. Lu Shaolin, go get some meat for me. That biscuit is too dry and not tasty. I'm not your servant. Once this is over, I'll take you to a restaurant. Lu Shaolin glared, feeling as if Bai Gui was treating him like a poop scooper. He then ignored Bai Gui lying on the bed and closing his eyes. He might have to face a fierce battle at night, so he needed to conserve his energy. He did not wake until Ma San knocked on the door. Opening the door and glancing at the sky, it was already dusk. Ma San handed him a bowl of meat porridge, which Lu Shaolin took and began to eat. He devoured 3 large bowls and requested another bowl for Bai Gui. By the time Bai Gui finished eating, it was completely dark outside. All the subordinates looked at Lu Shaolin, waiting for his orders. To the village's end. Lu Shaolin shouted, stepping out of the courtyard and heading towards the village's end. Behind him, a subordinate held a torch, following closely. Arriving at the village's end, everyone looked towards the bamboo mountain, instantly feeling a chill run down their spines. Lu Shaolin's pupils narrowed slightly. They're halfway up the mountain. The villa appeared resplendent and brightly lit, completely devoid of the dilapidation seen during the day. From the villa, the faint sound of laughter could even be heard. Hall master, this place is truly eerie. It's probably the work of vengeful spirits. If we encounter such spirits, we must report to the Demon Suppression Division, who will come to handle it, Tanqing said, approaching Lu Shaolin in a low voice. Lu Shaolin waved his hand, remaining silent. If the Demon Suppression Division were to handle it, wouldn't his source point be lost? With his current strength significantly increased, he had to give it a try. If he couldn't win, fleeing wouldn't be a problem. You all stay here, I will go up alone to take a look. Lu Shaolin commanded. Hall master. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll go with you. Ma San said firmly. No need, even if you go, you cannot assist me. I'll check it out. If it's not feasible, I will retreat. To prevent any accidents, you two come here and listen closely. Lu Shaolin said to Ma San and Tanqing. The two immediately leaned in front of Lu Shaolin, who whispered a few words and they nodded. Then Lu Shaolin took the torch from Ma San's hand and walked into the bamboo mountain alone. On the narrow path aside from the area illuminated by the torch, everything else was pitch black. Lu Shaolin strode forward, quickly reaching the entrance of the villa. He saw 2 large red lanterns hanging at the entrance, which was tightly closed. Just as Lu Shaolin was about to climb over the wall to enter, the door creaked open from the inside and a pale-faced maid with bright red lips stepped out. Honored guest, please enter and rest. The maid stared blankly at Lu Shaolin, saying expressionlessly, This is... Bai Gui whispered in Lu Shaolin's ear. Fascinating. Lu Shaolin grinned, gave his long spear a sharp flick and strode into the courtyard. The maid closed the courtyard gate behind him and then led the way ahead. She guided him directly through the front courtyard into the main hall. Inside, voices roared with boisterous merriment. Over 20 men were drinking, feasting, and erupting in hearty laughter at intervals. The maid remained silent, leading Lu Shaolin to a round table and gesturing wordlessly toward an empty seat before stepping aside. Lu Shaolin sat down and surveyed the 20 black-robed men in the hall, all members of the same gang. Not a single living soul. Bai Gui stretched its neck and whispered again into Lu Shaolin's ear. Why aren't you eating? A man beside him suddenly turned and demanded. At those words, the raucous hall fell deathly silent, every gaze locked unblinking upon Lu Shaolin. Sensing danger, Bai Gui shot like an arrow into Lu Shaolin's robes and poked its head out, whispering urgently, Don't eat, not a bite. These are rotten entrails and viscera. A chill wind swept inward, making the candle flames tremble violently. Lu Shaolin stared back at the maid, who still stood motionless, eyes fixed on him. Lu Shaolin rose slowly, glanced at the black-robed men, and smiled coldly. As your hall master, I shall first liberate your souls, and then avenge you. The moment his words ended, every lamp in the hall snuffed out, plunging the space into absolute darkness. Shadows surged forward, converging upon Lu Shaolin. With explosive force, he drove his thigh muscles and burst into the front courtyard. Moonlight bathed the courtyard, and its open expanse granted full freedom for his long spear. No sooner had he planted his feet than over 20 shambling corpses charged forth. Murderous intent flared in Lu Shaolin's eyes. His spear lashed sideways in a single devastating sweep, a hollow howl splitting the air as 6 or 7 corpses snapped mid-lunge, bone-shattering bodies hurled skyward. Then came a relentless chorus of sonic cracks, the spear coiling like a black dragon through the night, each strike launching another corpse airborne, limbs tearing free, gore spraying in crimson arcs. In the blink of an eye, all 20-odd corpses lay destroyed. This humble servant invited you in with goodwill. Why such brutality, my lord? A voice, melancholy seductive, drifted from behind Lu Shaolin. He whirled instantly. Before him stood a young woman in a black gown, breathtakingly beautiful, voluptuous, and smiling with quiet amusement. Her gown's high slit reached her hip, revealing long legs that shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Her upper torso was astonishingly full, her cleavage deep and arresting. Her gown's high slit reached her hip, revealing long legs that shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Her upper torso was astonishingly full, her cleavage. Lu Shaolin smirked coldly, his gaze locked unwaveringly upon her. Is that so? He. This humble servant adores strong, virile men like you. Why not follow me to my private chamber where I may be thoroughly cherished, and cherished well? She laughed softly, gliding forward with delicate steps, her pale legs vanishing and reappearing beneath the hem of her gown. Right here is far better, just you and I. And I shall cherish you, deeply. Truly cherish you. Lu Shaolin exploded forward, his spear roaring downward in a thunderous arc. A deafening boom shook the ground, leaving a crater where she'd stood. Lu Shaolin spun, only to find her gone. He. How impatient you are, my lord. I'm right here. Her voice darted left then right. Lu Shaolin scanned frantically, yet saw no trace of her. You're caught in her illusion. She's directly before you. Bai Gui cried out anxiously. Lu Shaolin lunged forward and swept his spear horizontally. She's fled left side. Boom. He slammed his spear into the left. My lord, I'm right here. Come catch me. Left front. Boom. Hurry, my lord. I can hardly wait. Right side. Boom. Across the entire front courtyard, craters scarred the earth, but still the corpse demon remained elusive. Lu Shaolin plunged his hand into his robe, pulling out a vial of clear sight liquid, ready to drip it into his eyes. Beware. Bai Gui shrieked. Lu Shaolin swung his spear violently forward with his right hand. With his left he hurled the porcelain vial backward. Crack. It shattered, his left wrist flared with pain as 5 deep gashes half an inch wide split his skin, nearly piercing the fascia and threatening his tendons. Lu Shaolin's expression darkened. The clear sight liquid was ruined, and without it he couldn't see her. Was retreat his only option? Where is she? Lu Shaolin's expression darkened. The clear sight liquid was ruined, and without it he couldn't see her. Was retreat his only option? Where is she? He asked, voice low and taut. Left front. Bai Gui answered instantly. Boom. Lu Shaolin struck left front. Keep calling her position. Straight ahead. Boom. An hour passed. The front courtyard lay in ruins, shattered, cratered, unrecognizable. The corpse demon teased again. Lu Shaolin stumbled, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his spear clattering from his grip. Beware. Bai Gui cried out in alarm. Thwip. A snow-white hand pierced Lu Shaolin's left chest, sinking in near. His pectoral muscles clenched like iron, clamping down hard on her wrist. With his right hand he seized her ankle. Hehe. Got you. Lu Shaolin lifted his face, eyes bloodshot, features twisted with murderous fury. You. Terror flooded the corpse demon's gaze. Boom. Dust exploded as he swung her overhead and smashed her into the earth. Boom. Again, he hurled her against the opposite side. Boom. Is this enough love? Boom. Is this enough pain? Boom boom boom. Didn't you beg me to cherish you? Lu Shaolin roared like a demon unleashed, swinging her again and again, relentlessly hammering her into the ground. Human-shaped craters bloomed across the soil. After half an hour of unrelenting fury, Lu Shaolin finally stilled and looked down at the broken form in his hands. She resembled a shattered porcelain doll, bones pulverized, blood streaming endlessly from her lips. Spare me. Her eyes brimmed with desperate supplication. Spare you. Weren't you enjoying yourself just moments ago? Lu Shaolin bared a cruel smile, planted his foot atop her skull, crouched low, and with bulging forearm muscles gripped her shoulders and wrenched with brutal, decisive force. Crack. Her head tore cleanly from her body, black blood gushing from the ragged stump. Lu Shaolin tossed the headless corpse aside with one hand and rose slowly to his feet. Beneath his boot, her severed head contorted, her beautiful face twisting into a grotesque visage, green-skinned, fanged, monstrous. He kicked it across the ground to land beside her body and bent to examine the wound on his chest. The flesh around it had already begun to blacken. Bai Gui stared, eyes bulging in sheer disbelief at Lu Shaolin's berserk frenzy. When Lu Shaolin glanced at the wound, Bai Gui said flatly, "You're no longer merely born a killer, you're born madly, irrevocably a killer. Wash the wound later with Millennium Stone milk, it'll heal clean." Does Millennium Stone milk really neutralize poison? Yes. Its energy counteracts necrotic toxins. Then all is well. Lu Shaolin nodded, retrieved his black iron spear, and descended the mountain path. At the end of the village, Tanqing and Ma San anxiously watched the separate villa on the bamboo mountain. 2 hours ago, a loud noise erupted from the villa, which only recently subsided. Suddenly, a tall shadow approached the end of the village, startling everyone. "Who goes there?" Tanqing shouted. "It's me," came the deep voice of Lu Shaolin. "It's the Hall Master," the crowd exclaimed. "Wait. Northwest Xiantian." Tanqing shouted, but he forgot the words halfway through, frightened by Lu Shaolin's sudden appearance from the darkness. "What comes after that, Ma San?" Tanqing looked at Ma San. Ma San furrowed his brow. He too was startled just now and couldn't recall. "It seems to be a flock of crows," Ma San replied uncertainly. "Northwest Xiantian crow flock." Tanqing turned and shouted at Lu Shaolin. After saying this, he gripped his waist knife, waiting cautiously for Lu Shaolin's response. Lu Shaolin's nose twitched in anger. He clearly said, "Northwest Xuantian, a cloud crows fall into the phoenix flock," as the signal. "You two fools." "It's Northwest Xuantian, a cloud crows fall into the phoenix flock." Lu Shaolin scolded. "Yes. It's the Hall Master." Tanqing was overjoyed and hurriedly ran to Lu Shaolin's side holding a torch. Ma San also ran over. "Hall Master, are you injured?" Looking at the wound on Lu Shaolin's chest, Ma San asked in surprise. It's fine, nothing vital was hit." Lu Shaolin replied, "Indeed, nothing vital was injured. The combined force of the 5 skin and muscle barely blocked the—" With the support of the crowd, Lu Shaolin returned to the station. Back in the bedroom, he took off his shirt, picked up a green porcelain gourd, pulled out the redwood stopper, and poured it over the wound. In no time, the flesh and blood around the wound returned to normal. He stepped out of the bedroom and into the yard, where Tanqing immediately handed him the healing powder and a clean white cloth. Lu Shaolin glared. "Do you think I can bandage myself?" I'll bandage it for you," Tanqing replied awkwardly. After securing the bandage, Lu Shaolin returned to the bedroom and lay down to rest. "Is that corpse demon a zombie?" Lu Shaolin turned to look at the white tortoise at the head of the bed. "Sort of. It's a mutated type among the corpse clan, mostly formed from female corpses." "Do zombies use magic?" "That's not magic, it's an illusion. The overall strength of the corpse demon is equivalent to that of a bronze-armored corpse, but while its body strength is less than that of a bronze-armored corpse, it is more troublesome." "I see." Lu Shaolin nodded and slowly closed his eyes. When he awoke, the sky was already bright. Lu Shaolin touched his chest, feeling that it wasn't too serious and didn't hurt much. The healing powder from the gang was quite effective. He donned his warrior attire and stepped out of the bedroom. Young Master Ma San rushed over as he saw Lu Shaolin come out. Where's Tanqing?" "Lu Shaolin, he's outside the courtyard, I'll go call him." Ma San turned and walked out. In no time he returned with Tanqing. "Hall Master." Tanqing bowed with cupped fists. "Take people to the bamboo mountain and clear the bamboo around the villa to create a firebreak, then burn the entire villa down, to prevent it from being occupied by evil spirits again in the future." Lu Shaolin said solemnly. "Yes, Hall Master." Tanqing replied, cupping his fists, then turned and shouted, leading everyone towards the bamboo mountain. "Young Master, it's time for breakfast." Ma San handed over a bowl of meat and noodle soup. Lu Shaolin nodded, taking it, and sitting at the stone table in the courtyard eating heartily. After he was welfed, Lu Shaolin sat in the courtyard basking in the sun, waiting for Tanqing and the others to return. It wasn't until noon that Tanqing and the others finally returned to the station. Everyone looked at Lu Shaolin with strange expressions. Noticing the odd looks from his subordinates, Lu Shaolin frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "No, we're just admiring you, Hall Master." Tanqing replied with a smile. It was hard not to admire him. He vividly remembered the scene in the villa, especially the zombie that had its head torn off. "Is it done?" Lu Shaolin asked, waving his hand. "It's done. The villa has been burned to a white ash." Tanqing replied with cupped fists. "Go notify the village head that the evil spirits here have been eliminated, then we'll return to the county, as it's truly inconvenient here," Lu Shaolin said as he stood up. "Yes." Tanqing cupped his fists again and turned to issue orders. After a commotion, everyone gathered outside the courtyard. Lu Shaolin took the reins of the black mane horse, mounted it, and urged it forward towards the official road. Ma San Feng, Tai Tanqing, and others immediately followed. After more than 2 hours, they returned to the county city. Lu Shaolin instructed Tanqing and Fei Bin to return to the water fortress, while he led Ma San and Feng Tai back to the loft. Upon returning to the loft, the 4 women surrounded Lu Shaolin with concern upon hearing he was injured. Dong Linger and Nian Qiu even shed tears, while Dong Jia and Nian Chun had slightly red eyes. "Why are you all looking at me?" "I'm fine, it's just a surface injury," Lu Shaolin said with a wry smile. "Young Master, you must pay attention to safety from now on," Dong Jia said with red eyes. I know, Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. "We haven't had lunch yet. I'll go cook right away, you all take care of the young master." Dong Jia turned and ran to the kitchen. I'll help you two take good care of the young master. Nian Chun also jogged towards the kitchen. Lu Shaolin smiled faintly and walked over to sit in the pavilion. Nian Qiu immediately brought over tea and gently pressed on Lu Shaolin's shoulders. Seeing Nian Qiu massaging his shoulders, Dong Linger wouldn't back down and squatted down to knead Lu Shaolin's legs. Lu Shaolin took a sip of tea, looking at the two women beside him, reflecting on the decadence of ancient life. After taking another sip of tea, he summoned the system panel to take a look. The trip to the bamboo mountain yielded a total of 32 source points, along with the 8 remaining from before. There are now 50 source points. With 50 source points, that's enough for a level up. However, everything that could be upgraded on the system panel has been maxed out, so I need to search for some higher level skills. There probably aren't any techniques for the bone refining realm in the county town. It seems I still need to see if I can sneak into the town demon division. Ma-san. Lu Shaolin called out. Young master. Ma-san quickly walked to the pavilion and cupped his fists. You and Feng Tai and the others should find out how to join the town demon division in the next few days. Yes. Ma-san cupped his fists in response and turned to head to the ear room to relay Lu Shaolin's order to the others. In no time the meal was ready. Ma-san and the others finished a few bites and went out to inquire about the town demon division. Lu Shaolin could barely eat by himself. The four women insisted he sit while they fed him. Lu Shaolin firmly refused, asserting he could eat by himself. After finishing the meal, Lu Shaolin went to the study on the 3rd floor, planning to casually browse some books. After sitting down, he discovered 3 lightness skill manuals in the drawer. Lu Shaolin took out 3 secret manuals from the drawer. What? You want to learn these manuals? Aren't you going to study the turtle breathing technique anymore? Bai Gui peeked at the manuals. You saw last night's battle. If I had been a bit faster, I could have hit the corpse charm under your guidance without having to deliberately expose a flaw to lure it in. Lu Shaolin replied, You don't want to back out of my Millennium Stone Milk, do you? I don't care, you must confirm that my technique is genuine and give me my stone milk. Bai Gui stared with its big eyes. Lu Shaolin did not respond, mainly because this turtle breathing technique would not increase combat power, and he currently did not need to prolong his lifespan. Thinking about how Bai Gui stayed by his side despite the danger last night, Lu Shaolin already regarded it as a combat partner. For someone he acknowledged, he didn't mind giving up half of the stone milk. Alright, I'll give you half of the stone milk, Lu Shaolin said with a smile. Then hurry up and give me a sip first, Bai Gui urged impatiently. Lu Shaolin picked up the gourd and poured a sip into its mouth. Not bad, not bad. Bai Gui had a look of ecstasy. Lu Shaolin shook his head with a chuckle and began to study 8 steps to chase the cicada. Hey Lu Shaolin, are you really not going to learn my technique? My great-grandfather said it is absolutely top tier. Bai Gui shook its head. I didn't say I wouldn't learn it, I'll learn it in a few days. Lu Shaolin casually replied. That's good, I can't be bothered to show off my technique to others even if they want to learn it. Bai Gui said, proudly lifting its neck. Lu Shaolin smiled slightly and continued to read the manual. After half an hour, Lu Shaolin turned his head and saw Bai Gui had already fallen asleep on his shoulder. Shaking his head and smiling, Lu Shaolin picked up Bai Gui and placed it on the table. He then summoned the system panel, which displayed 8 steps to chase the cicada, albeit in an entry-level state. With a thought, the plus signs behind 8 steps to chase the cicada began to flash continuously. Lu Shaolin clicked through to instantly reach the perfect realm. Just as a hunger pang emerged in his stomach, he grabbed the green porcelain gourd and took 3 gulps. As a warm flow surged through his stomach, the hunger completely vanished. Looking at the source points, it cost 15 source points to elevate 8 steps to chase the cicada to perfection, leaving him with 35. 8 source points. Lu Shaolin stood up, took a step, and activated 8 steps to chase the cicada. With a whoosh, he reached the door of the study in just 2 steps. His speed had indeed doubled. Originally, his speed was about twice that of an ordinary martial artist of the same realm, and with this increase, he could take an ordinary martial artist's life as easily as reaching into his pocket. Looking up at the sky, Lu Shaolin walked to the desk, grabbed Bai Gui, and exited the study, heading towards the bedroom. Arriving at the bedroom, he placed Bai Gui on the bed, took a set of clothes from the wardrobe, and went downstairs for a quick wash. He couldn't soak in water due to the injury on his chest. After washing, Lu Shaolin returned to the bedroom, just ready to rest, when he heard Nian Qiu's voice from outside the door. Young master, my sister and I are here to help you wash up. Looking at the 2 graceful figures outside the door, Lu Shaolin silently recited his self-created abstinence technique and said in a deep voice, No need, I just finished washing myself. Then, that's fine. Next time, young master, don't wash yourself to avoid tearing your wounds, Nian Qiu said gently. You two should also go rest, Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. After saying that, he lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. The next day, Lu Shaolin lay on a lounge chair reading a book while Nian Qiu massaged his shoulders from behind and Nian Chun hammered his calves from the side. Dong Linger peeled grapes, feeding one to him and one to Bai Gui. During this time, Lu Shaolin noticed that they seemed to be alternating between just 2 outfits. Nian Chun paused slightly and replied softly, We haven't had any income at the tooth shop, so we've been wearing our previous clothes all along. Lu Shaolin then turned to look at Dong Linger, who also wore rough clothes with several patches. Dong Jia. Lu Shaolin called towards the kitchen. Young master, what is it? Dong Jia quickly walked out asking softly. Lu Shaolin looked at the patched clothes on. He had been too busy recently not noticing how shabby the women's clothing at home was. Get ready, we're going out for a stroll. Now. But I just put the rice on to steam. Dong Jia glanced at the kitchen. Well, eat outside. Young master, why don't we have lunch first before going out? Dong Jia gently asked. Listen to me, we're going out now. The steamed rice won't go bad and we can eat it later tonight. Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Seeing Lu Shaolin's insistence, Dong Jia could only agree. Then Lu Shaolin took the 4 women out for a stroll with Ma San in charge of carrying things. First they took the 4 women to the largest women's clothing store in the county. Each person bought 3 pieces spring and autumn lattice clothes, summer gauze skirts and winter skirts. Although Dong Jia and the others repeatedly said they didn't want any, Lu Shaolin firmly bought them and had the 4 women change into the lattice clothes. The 4 women had no choice but to obey Lu Shaolin and went to the inner room to change. After they changed and came out, even Lu Shaolin was momentarily stunned. The white lattice clothes on the 4 women made them look incredibly charming except for Dong Linger, who appeared cute. The other 3 exuded a pure and alluring elegance. Especially the way they looked at Lu Shaolin made them blush like fresh water lilies. Clearing his throat, Lu Shaolin led the 4 women to a restaurant for a meal. After eating they chatted while heading back to the attic. Along the way Dong Linger was extremely excited, spinning around to make her lattice clothes flutter. When they arrived in front of the attic they saw Zhao Onguo waiting there. Lu Shaolin felt a surge of joy. Was there another disaster or trouble coming? Master. Zhao Onguo clasped his fists and said, Manager Zhao, has something happened again? Lu Shaolin waved for the 4 women to enter first and spoke to Zhao Onguo. No, an old man with the surname Qiu found the water stronghold claiming to know you and has business with you. He runs a fur shop, so I came to ask if you recognize him. Zhao Onguo replied. It must be shopkeeper Qiu. Did he say what it was about? No, he just said he had business with you, and I told him to wait in the outer affairs hall. Well, we'll go over there for a bit. Lu Shaolin nodded and walked into the courtyard. Ma San, prepare the horse. We need to go to the headquarters. Yes, young master. Ma San clasped his fists in acknowledgement and ran to the stable. I'll be out for a bit. I will return before dinner. Lu Shaolin said to the 4 women. The 4 women nodded, reminding Lu Shaolin not to get into fights and to be safe. Lu Shaolin smiled and handed Bai Gui to Dong Linger. As Ma San brought the horses over, Lu Shaolin mounted and the 3 of them rode towards the water stronghold. The 3 arrived at the entrance of the water stronghold. Lu Shaolin dismounted and handed the reins to Ma San, walking towards the interior of the stronghold. Entering the Foreign Affairs Hall, 2 Haizi greeted expressionlessly Hall Master. Lu Shaolin nodded uninterested and walked straight into the inner room. Upon entering the inner room he saw Manager Qiu fidgeting anxiously. Manager Qiu. Lu Shaolin cupped his hands and smiled. Lu. Hall Master. Manager Qiu quickly cupped his hands in response. Due to Lu Shaolin's current status, Manager Qiu was no longer as casual as before. Manager Qiu, no need for such formalities. Is there something you need? If I can help, I certainly want refuse. Lu Shaolin gestured for Manager Qiu to sit down. Hall Master Lu, please save my little daughter. Manager Qiu suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. What are you doing? Get up first. Lu Shaolin stepped forward and helped Manager Qiu to a chair. Take your time, speak slowly, and have a cup of tea first. Lu Shaolin picked up a teacup from the table and handed it to Manager Qiu. No, Hall Master, I would rather talk about the matter first. Manager Qiu wiped his tears with his sleeve. Please go. Lu Shaolin sat opposite Manager Qiu. Manager Qiu sighed and began to explain. It turned out that Manager Qiu's little daughter was missing. Yesterday Manager Qiu's concubine took their daughter to the market and in a moment of inattention the daughter went missing. Manager Qiu immediately reported to the authorities, but in cases of missing children the officials were also at a loss and found it difficult to locate her. Now the concubine was at home in despair and Manager Qiu had not slept a wink all night, filled with anxiety. Hall Master Lu, you are a senior member of the Heishui gang. Please have the brothers of the Heishui gang help look for her. If you find her I will reward you even if I have to sell the fur shop. Manager Qiu pleaded with a hopeful glance at Lu Shaolin. Don't worry. Lu Shaolin comforted softly, then turned to Zhao Onguo. Manager Zhao, do we have any information regarding the events in the city? Hall Master, our Foreign Affairs Hall mainly manages matters outside the city, while the Internal Affairs Hall oversees the city. We can ask the Internal Affairs Hall for assistance in the investigation. However, I suspect this was done by human traffickers, and they won't admit it. Besides, our influence in the city is mainly concentrated in the southern part, while the northern part is controlled by the Shaodao Society. Zhao Onguo replied with cupped fists. Human traffickers? What does that mean? Lu Shaolin asked in confusion. It means traffickers. Zhao Onguo responded. Upon hearing the words human traffickers, Manager Qiu's face turned pale. Although he had considered this possibility, he still held on to a glimmer of hope that it might not be the case. You go to the Internal Affairs Hall and ask Hall Master Wantong to have the city's men help us look for the traffickers. Then take my token to have Tan Qing and Fei Bin lead men with you into the city and capture the traffickers in the south. Lu Shaolin threw the token to Zhao Onguo and said coldly, Hall Master, what about the northern part? I'm worried that it might not be the southern traffickers responsible, and what about the officials? I will go to the Shaodao Society in the north to have them capture the traffickers. As for the officials, I will go to the gang leader and have him make an introduction. Yes, but the Shaodao Society may not be willing. They have no choice. If they refuse, the Shaodao Society will have to change their leader. Lu Shaolin's eyes glinted with killing intent. Alright. I will head to the Internal Affairs Hall immediately. Zhao Onguo was taken aback, then quickly cupped his fists and hurried out of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Manager Chiu, you head home and wait. We will definitely help you find her today. Lu Shaolin turned and said. Alright, thank you, Hall Master Lu. Thank you, Hall Master Lu. Manager Chiu repeatedly cupped his hands. I will escort you out. Lu Shaolin said as he stood up. No need, I will wait for news at the first shop. If you find her, just send someone to inform me at the first shop. Manager Chiu waved his hands repeatedly and then walked out. Ma-san, where is the headquarters of the Shaodao Society? Lu Shaolin asked as he picked up the teacup. It's at the Northern Gathering Hall. Ma-san replied. You wait for me at the entrance of the water stronghold. I will first go to the gang leader. Lu Shaolin drank the tea in one gulp and turned towards the third floor. Arriving at the third floor where He Zhonglong resided, Lu Shaolin instructed the maid to announce his arrival. After the maid returned, she invited Lu Shaolin in. He nodded and stepped into the living room. Hall Master Lu, what brings you here today? He Zhonglong put down his teacup and humorously asked. Gang leader, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Please have a seat. He Zhonglong smiled. Lu Shaolin sat down and explained his intentions, but omitted the part about going to the gathering hall. After listening, He Zhonglong shook his head with a wry smile. You really know how to make trouble for the old man. Gang leader, is there any difficulty? There isn't much difficulty, just that the county magistrate is hard to deal with. But since you brought it up, I will definitely help you. He Zhonglong smiled. Thank you, gang leader. Then I will go prepare in the city. Lu Shaolin stood up and cupped his hands. Go ahead, I will prepare as well, and then visit the county office. Alright, I will see you later. He Zhonglong stood up and smiled. Lu Shaolin nodded, turned, and walked out of the living room, quickly heading downstairs towards the entrance of the water stronghold. At the entrance, Ma-san was waiting with the horse. Young master. Seeing Lu Shaolin approach, Ma-san respectfully said, Mount. Lu Shaolin commanded, taking the reins from Ma-san. He mounted the horse, shook the reins, and headed straight for the county city. The two rode through the city gates heading north. Ma-san led the way, and soon they arrived at the Northern Gathering Hall. Lu Shaolin looked up. The entire gathering hall had 5 floors, black and red interspersed, looking imposing. 6 men in gray stood at the entrance, and the leader furrowed his brow, carefully scrutinizing Lu Shaolin, feeling increasingly familiar. When he saw the black iron spear in Lu Shaolin's hand, his expression changed drastically. Did Lu Shaolin come here with the Mountain Peak Spear? Lu Shaolin dismounted from the black stallion and walked directly towards the entrance of the gathering hall. Lu, Hall Master, what brings you here? The leading man asked nervously, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Is your leader here? Lu Shaolin asked indifferently. The leader is on the 5th floor. The leading man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Please inform your leader that Lu Shaolin has come to pay a visit. Yes, please wait a moment. The man nodded quickly and turned to run inside. Before long, a bald man walked out. The bald man had a muscular build and a big belly with thick knuckles that seemed to indicate he practiced claw techniques. You must be Lu Shaolin. The leader requests your presence. The bald man spoke coldly and then walked towards the interior of the building. Lu Shaolin sneered and stepped in after him. Ma-san followed closely behind. The 3 men ascended the staircase and reached the 5th floor. Proceeding down the corridor, they halted before the entrance to a grand hall. Lu Shaolin raised his gaze to the plaque above the door. 3 gilded characters, Gathering Hall. Please enter. The bald giant spoke in a low, resonant voice. Ma-san, wait for me outside. Lu Shaolin turned to Ma-san and strode into the hall. Inside the hall, Cui Guanqing sat grim-faced upon the central dais. Along both sides of the chamber stood over 20 gray-robed henchmen, their waist swords drawn and gleaming with cold, lethal light. So this was meant to be an intimidating display, a warning before even a word was spoken. Lu Shaolin let out a frosty snort and curled his lips in quiet disdain. What brings Master Lu of the Blackwater Gang to our Shaodao Association? Cui Guanqing offered a smile that did not reach his eyes. I wish to ask Director Cui for a small favor, Lu Shaolin replied calmly as he stepped forward to the foot of the dais and bowed respectfully. A joke. You murdered my association's deputy director, and now you seek my aid. Cui Guanqing's voice dripped with icy menace. With a sharp exhale, Lu Shaolin planted his foot, blurred forward, and crossed 3 paces in an instant, appearing directly before Cui Guanqing. His hand shot out and pressed firmly onto Cui Guanqing's shoulder as he leaned in, voice dropping to a low, unyielding murmur. Director Cui, this favor is not optional. You will render it whether you wish to or not. I trust you understand the gravity of the matter. A chill swept up Cui Guanqing's spine. He had seen only a flash of shadow, then Lu Shaolin stood before him, hand already settled on his shoulder, leaving no time to react. Lu Shaolin gave Cui Guanqing's shoulder a light, deliberate pat, then retreated back to the dais's foot and stood in silent observation. The assembled men were stunned by his speed, fear flickering across their faces as they stared at him. Cui Guanqing watched Lu Shaolin warily lifted the teacup beside him and drained it in one swift motion. In a subdued voice he asked, what precisely does Master Lu require of me? I request that Director Cui apprehend every child trafficker operating in the Northern District and deliver them to our Blackwater Gang's Riverside stronghold. Lu Shaolin's tone was grave and unwavering. Very well, I shall issue the order immediately. Cui Guanqing nodded curtly. Many thanks, Director. In that case, I shall take my leave. Lu Shaolin returned a formal bow and turned toward the hall's exit. After he departed, every member of the association turned expectantly toward Cui Guanqing. Arrest every child trafficker in the northern district and deliver them to the Blackwater Gang. Cui Guanqing's face darkened with fury as he spat the command. With a thunderous slam of his palm upon the armrest, he strode sharply into the inner chamber. Meanwhile, Lu Shaolin descended the gathering hall stairs with Ma San mounted their horses and galloped toward the riverside stronghold beyond the city walls. The arrests required no oversight from him. Zhou Angua would handle them meticulously. As for the Shaodao Association, Cui Guanqing would neither dare nor dare attempt to deceive him. Back at the stronghold, Lu Shaolin waited quietly within the inner chamber of the Foreign Affairs Hall sipping tea while awaiting Zhou Angua's arrival and the delivery of the captives by the Shaodao Association. When dusk began to stain the sky, Ma San entered and announced, "Master, they have arrived. They await you outside." Lu Shaolin set aside his teacup, seized his black iron spear, and strode out. Outside, torches blazed brightly. Tanqing, Fei Bin, and others saluted with clenched fists and called out, "Master." Lu Shaolin waved them off and turned his gaze toward the group of traffickers encircled by his men. There were 15 in total, men and women alike, all trembling, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at him. Lu Shaolin waved them off and turned his gaze toward the group of traffickers Do not think to deny it. I would not have brought you here unless I knew full well who committed the crime. You may accuse one another. If the truth remains obscured, all of you shall perish. New memories of the technique's cultivation began to flood into his mind, and he felt a slight hunger in his stomach, though it wasn't intense. It seemed that fusion did not cause. Lu Shaolin gestured to Tanqing. Silence them. Tanqing brandished his waist sword and charged into the throng, slamming the flat of his scabbard twice against the loudest offender, knocking him sprawling to the ground. Instantly the scene fell deathly still, the traffickers frozen in abject silence. Manager Zhao began the interrogation. Have each recount their entire itinerary from yesterday, every person encountered, every action taken one by one. Lu Shaolin directed the order to Zhao Angua. Yes, master. Zhao Angua bowed sharply and signaled Tanqing to drag one trafficker aside for private questioning. The interrogations lasted a full hour. In the end, suspicion converged upon a man named Jiang Sha. Several traffickers independently testified having seen him that morning carrying a sack slung over his shoulder. Lu Shaolin ordered Tanqing to haul Jiang Sha forward. The man possessed a sharp simian face and eyes burning with cruel cunning. Speak, where is the girl hidden? Lu Shaolin demanded, voice glacial. Lord, it wasn't me, I swear it wasn't me. Jiang Sha collapsed to his knees begging for mercy. Confess fully, and you shall die swiftly, Lu Shaolin replied unmoved. Lord, truly, it wasn't me. Jiang Sha continued to protest. Tanqing, loosen his limbs, Lu Shaolin commanded coolly. Tanqing grinned savagely, raised his scabbard high, and brought it crashing down upon Jiang Sha's skull. A shriek tore through the air. After a full teacup span of relentless beating, Jiang Sha gasped, No more. I'll tell you everything. Lu Shaolin raised a hand signaling Tanqing to step aside. Gazing down at Jiang Sha's blood-smeared face, he said simply, Speak. I sold her to Magistrate Wu of Wujia Fortress, Jiang Sha whispered weakly. Tanqing, confine them all for now. Lu Shaolin ordered. Yes, master. Tanqing barked, directing his men to herd the traffickers toward the rear warehouse. Where is Wujia Fortress? Lu Shaolin turned to Ma San and Zhao Angua. Master, Wujia Fortress lies outside the city, roughly half an hour's ride. It falls under the Shaodao Association's jurisdiction. Zhao Angua replied. Lu Shaolin nodded. Night had fallen, but rescuing a child brooked no delay. Waiting until dawn was unthinkable. When Tanqing returned, Lu Shaolin gave the order. Over 20 men raised blazing torches and galloped after him toward Wujia Fortress. Half an hour later they arrived at Wujia Fortress, a secluded village ringed by a 3-meter-high earthen wall, its sole entrance and narrow gate. The gate guards wore the gray martial robes of the Shaodao Association. Seeing the Blackwater Gang arrive en masse at night, they refused to open the gate. Master, what shall we do? The Shaodao guards refused to open the gate. After prolonged fruitless negotiation, Tanqing approached Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin studied the solid wooden gate, dismounted, and sprang forward, activating the 8-step cicada leap. Raising his black iron spear overhead, he channeled both momentum and raw strength into a single thunderous strike, crack, shattering a rectangular breach through the 10 centimeter thick timber. With a roar he delivered 7 or 8 more crushing blows, reducing the gate to splintered ruin. He remounted and charged headlong into the fortress. The stunned guards snapped awake at the thunder of hooves. Under Tanqing's command, his men spurred their mounts and galloped after him. Lu Shaolin had no idea which residence belonged to Magistrate Wu, but given the name, Wu Magistrate, and the fortress's title, Wujia Fortress, the finest dwelling within must surely be his. After circling the fortress, Lu Shaolin came to a 2-entry courtyard. The house was made of blue bricks and tiles covering a vast area. Just as he stopped, the sound of hooves approached rapidly from behind, and Tanqing Ma and others arrived at his side. Tanqing had also captured a member of the Shaodao Society and asked him, confirming that this was indeed the residence of Wu Yuanwei. Master, should we knock or force our way in? Tanqing kicked the horse's belly and came to Lu Shaolin's side, asking, with such a commotion, no one has come out to check, why bother? Let's break in and search. Lu Shaolin commanded. Yes. Tan Qing dismounted, waved his hand, and a group of subordinates got off their horses, directly storming into the courtyard. Instantly, the entire courtyard was thrown into chaos. After waiting for half a stick of incense, Tan Qing quickly exited the house and approached Lu Shaolin, saying, Master, we've turned the entire courtyard upside down but didn't find the girl. This doesn't make sense. Lu Shaolin frowned. From his understanding of psychology learned in his past life, what the beggar Jiangsha said was undoubtedly the truth. Have all the rooms been searched? What about the cellar? Lu Shaolin inquired. All searched, nothing was found, Tan Qing replied. Where is Wu Yuanwei? In the backyard. Let's go. Lu Shaolin jumped down from the black horse and, guided by Tan Qing, headed towards the backyard. In the backyard, a slightly portly middle-aged man stood in front of a group of women. The middle-aged man had fair skin, wore a round hat, and was dressed in brocade, his expression calm, showing no sign of panic. Lu Shaolin approached and asked, Are you Wu Yuanwei? Indeed, I am Wu. May I ask which high-ranking member of the He? I am Lu Shaolin, the Master of External Affairs Hall. Lu Shaolin replied indifferently. Master Lu, may I ask why you are searching my residence? Wu Yuanwei bowed again. Don't you know? Lu Shaolin asked coldly. Master Lu, I don't understand your meaning. I would have never done anything against the law. Did you not buy a girl from someone yesterday? Absolutely not. Purchasing servants privately is against the laws of the Great Xia, and I, Wu, am aware of this. Lu Shaolin carefully observed Wu Yuanwei's facial expressions and eyes, but saw no sign of abnormality. Could it be that I misjudged Jiangsha? Lu Shaolin rubbed his nose, his gaze sweeping over Wu Yuanwei to the women. Among them was a petite woman with a curvaceous figure wrapped in a veil. The only thing visible were her eyes, which seemed to speak, glistening like spring water. As if sensing Lu Shaolin's scrutiny, the woman raised her head to glance at him. Just a single glance, yet it was filled with charm. Lu Shaolin instantly felt a slight heat rising in his body. What was happening? Had his self-control weakened so much? Lu Shaolin shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Seeing there was no discovery, he said to Tan Qing and turned to leave the courtyard. Tan Qing shouted to summon his subordinates to retreat, quickly following behind. Once outside the courtyard, he grimly said, Master, that Jiangsha dared to fool us. When we return, I will break his legs. Let's get out of the fortress first. Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Once all the gang members gathered, he rode out towards the Yes, I brought it. There's still half a bottle left from what the hall distributed earlier, Tan Qing replied, pulling out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. You all go back to the gang. I will investigate a bit more. Don't worry about me, I will return on my own later. Lu Shaolin took the porcelain bottle and, without waiting for Tan Qing's response, he pulled on the reins and ran into the wilderness outside the official road. He found an old tree in the wilderness. Lu Shaolin tied the black horse to the tree and stealthily made his way towards the Wu family fortress. Reaching the earthen wall, he jumped, grabbing the edge with one hand and flipping over into the courtyard. Remembering the location of Wu Yuanwei's house, Lu Shaolin stealthily made his way forward. Arriving next to the courtyard, he leaped over the wall and entered the courtyard. The courtyard had already returned to silence. Lu Shaolin took out the Qingmu liquid and dripped it into his eyes, recalling the mistakes he had made last time. After applying it, his pupils glowed with a green light as he headed towards the backyard. Entering the backyard, Lu Shaolin glanced around. All the side rooms had extinguished their lights, and only the main bedroom in the center still had an oil lamp lit. Reaching the doorway of the main bedroom, Lu Shaolin listened carefully to the sounds inside. Voices of Wu Yuanwei and a seductive woman could be heard. Darling, let's extinguish the lights and go to bed. My lord, oh, why the hurry? Someone from the gang came by just now. Is there something about the girl we bought yesterday? What could it be? Even if there is something, we must deny it. After all, they are locked in a hidden chamber and no one can find. My lord, I think we shouldn't buy any more girls for the time being. The maiden's blood is enough to make blood longevity pills for now. Let's wait and see how things unfold. All right, I will listen to you, darling. Come, let me touch your little feet. Don't. Oh no. Lu Shaolin's expression darkened as he extended his right hand, subtly activating the fire poison palm, and lightly tapped on the wooden window's partition. A plume of black smoke emerged as Lu Shaolin secretly exerted force, directly piercing through the partition. Removing his finger, he peered through the hole. He saw Wu Yuanwei leeringly holding a fox's hindpaw, saliva dripping from his mouth. It turned out to be a fox. The fox spirit was over half a person long, dressed in black lattice clothing with red fur, half reclining on the bed, stretching out its hind legs, its narrow fox eyes teasingly looking at Wu Yuanwei. In Wu Yuanwei's eyes, he was holding his concubine's delicate and flawless little feet. With a loud bang, Lu Shaolin kicked open the door, glaring fiercely at the pair of lovers. The two were startled. Upon realizing it was Lu Shaolin, Wu Yuanwei directly collapsed to the ground while the fox spirit stood up with a seductive smile. Master Lu, do you think I'm beautiful? The fox spirit posed her pair of emerald green eyes, gazing at Lu Shaolin, her voice sweet and alluring. Lu Shaolin felt dazzled for a moment, when he looked at the fox spirit again, he felt she was his dream lover. No. Lu Shaolin bit his tongue sharply as the pain cleared his mind. With a push off his foot, he activated the 8-step chase cicada and thrust his spear fiercely towards the fox spirit's chest. Seeing her charm technique had no effect, the fox spirit flipped over to evade Lu Shaolin's spear, and with a flick of her forepaws extended sharp claws over an inch long, lunging towards Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin swept his long spear horizontally, aiming for the fox spirit's waist. The fox spirit leapt high into the air, claws bared, and struck downward toward Lu Shaolin's face. Lu Shaolin instantly pivoted his body and spear, moving as one, evading the slashing claws. With a guttural whoosh, the spear cleaved downward toward the fox spirit's crown. The fox spirit sprang backward on its hind legs, narrowly dodging to the side. A thunderous boom shook the ground, dust billowed skyward as Lu Shaolin's strike gouged a massive crater into the earth. Seizing the opening, the fox spirit lunged forward, claws raking toward Lu Shaolin's ribs. With no time to retract his spear, Lu Shaolin abandoned it in an instant. His fire toxin palm ignited, his palm slammed forward, aimed straight at the fox spirit's skull. Given Lu Shaolin's reach, his strike would land before the fox spirit could close the distance. The fox spirit dropped low, landing on all fours, then shifted its trajectory with uncanny speed, claws thrusting forward as it launched itself bodily into Lu Shaolin's chest. Lu Shaolin's eyes flared crimson. With his left palm, he deflected the claws. The moment the fox spirit entered his embrace, he locked his arms around its torso, unyielding, absolute. Lu Shaolin bared his teeth in a grim smile. His biceps swelled violently, thick blue veins coiled across his forearms like serpents. With a final crushing inward surge, crack. Lu Shaolin bared his teeth in a grim smile. His biceps swelled violently, thick blue veins coiled across his forearms like serpents. With a final crushing inward surge, crack. The fox spirit shrieked, a thin line of blood spilling from its sharp, narrow mouth. Wah. Please, don't kill me. I can shapeshift into countless women, whichever form you desire. Wah. Spare me. The fox spirit gazed up at Lu Shaolin, emerald light flickering in its eyes as it pleaded. Hey, still trying that act? Do you think I suffered that blow for nothing? I'm a steel straight man, hard as forged iron, unbending, and utterly indifferent to your whining. Lu Shaolin glared down, eyes burning scarlet, a cruel smile twisting his lips. His arms surged with renewed force, crunch. Ribs and sternum shattered in unison. Blood gushed from the fox spirit's mouth, its jade-green eyes dimmed, life ebbing away. Fearing the fox spirit might yet survive, Lu Shaolin seized its waist with his right hand and clamped his left around its skull. With a roar that split the night, he wrenched, tearing its head clean from its body. Blood dripped onto the courtyard stones as Lu Shaolin discarded the mangled corpse. His face still seethed with murderous intent as he strode into the master bedroom. Wu Yuanwei stood frozen, stunned, staring dumbly at the severed fox lying motionless in the yard. A sharp crack echoed. The slap sent Wu Yuanwei reeling back to awareness. A demon. He shrieked, pointing wildly at the decapitated fox. A demon. How long have you been sleeping beside it? Not another word, answer my questions or you'll end up just like that dead fox. Lu Shaolin's voice dropped to a low, lethal growl. Wu Yuanwei, trembling before that blood-chilled gaze, nodded frantically. Through rapid terse interrogation, Lu Shaolin uncovered the full truth behind the horror. 6 months earlier, Wu Yuanwei had taken the fox spirit as a concubine, indulging her without restraint. Under her seduction, he began purchasing young girls, imprisoning them in a hidden chamber where their blood was drawn daily to forge blood longevity pills. Lu Shaolin's voice dropped to a low, lethal growl. Wu Yuanwei, trembling before that blood-chilled gaze, nodded frantically. Through rapid terse interrogation, Lu Shaolin uncovered the full truth. Having tasted such power, Wu Yuanwei refused to abandon the pills. He hired child traffickers to abduct more girls, paying exorbitant sums. To date, 10 girls had perished at the hands of this man-beast duo, for still imprisoned within the secret chamber. Where is the chamber? Lu Shaolin seized Wu Yuanwei by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Right here. Right here. Don't kill me, I'll give you the formula. Eat the pills and you too shall reverse your age. 10 girls in one night, vigorous as a dragon, fierce as a tiger. Wu Yuanwei cried in terror. Where? Open it, now. Lu Shaolin bellowed, hurling him to the floor. Yais. Wu Yuanwei scrambled upright and rushed to a spot on the bookshelf, pressing a concealed mechanism. With a slow groan, the shelf parted, revealing a small wooden door secured by a heavy bronze lock. Lu Tangzu, it's inside. Wu Yuanwei pointed shakily. Open it. Lu Shaolin commanded, voice ice cold. Yes. Wu Yuanwei fumbled a key from his robe, trembling violently as he unlocked the bronze latch and pulled open the wooden door. Beyond lay a narrow, dimly lit alcove illuminated only by a single oil lamp. In the feeble flickering light, 4 emaciated girls lay bound in the corner, 3 gaunt as skeletons, their faces deathly pale. As the door swung open, they trembled uncontrollably, their eyes wide with primal terror fixed upon Wu Yuanwei. Seeing the girls' broken forms, Lu Shaolin's eyes blazed crimson once more. To him, demons were not defined by species. Some men wore human skin yet harbored the hearts of monsters. Lu Shaolin slowly closed the wooden door, then seized Wu Yuanwei by the throat and lifted him clear off the ground. Wu Yuanwei kicked wildly, his eyes rolling white, his face darkening from crimson to violet, then to ashen blue. Within moments, his legs went slack. He died there, strangled in Lu Shaolin's unrelenting grip. In your next life, remember how to be truly human. Lu Shaolin murmured softly, then cast the corpse into the courtyard. He reopened the wooden door and entered the chamber, carefully untying each girl's bonds. The 4 girls were grievously weakened. Only the youngest, the daughter of Merchant Chiu, could stand unaided, and the other three collapsed the moment their restraints fell away. Lu Shaolin carried the three weakest girls into the master bedroom and laid them gently on the bed, entrusting their care to Merchant Chiu's daughter before stepping back out. No more hiding, send someone out now or every soul in this estate dies. Lu Shaolin roared across the courtyard. Moments later, several women emerged, huddled together, shivering with fear. You, go to the gate and summon the Shaodao Society. Tell them to dispatch envoys to the Heishui gang immediately. If they hesitate, tell them it is Lu Shaolin, Mountaintop Spear, who commands it. Lu Shaolin glanced at the remaining women and ordered them to fetch food. They hurried to the kitchen and returned swiftly. Lu Shaolin glanced at the remaining women and ordered them to fetch food. They hurried to the kitchen and returned swiftly with provisions. Lu Shaolin gestured toward the bedroom, directing them to carry the food inside and tend to the four girls. An hour later, thunderous hoofbeats shook the ground, halting abruptly outside the estate gates. Tang Qing, Ma San, and others entered in quick succession, torches held high. Taking in the corpse-strewn courtyard and Lu Shaolin's blood-splattered chest, they saluted with fists pressed to palms. Tang Zhu. Lu Shaolin gave a curt nod. Tang Qing, come here. He beckoned. Tang Qing stepped forward briskly and saluted. Ensure the three girls are well cared for inside. At dawn, report to the county yamen, identify their families. I'll take Merchant Chiu's daughter with me shortly. Understood, Tang Zhu. What of the child traffickers detained in the warehouse? Tang Qing asked. Warehouse. Are there traffickers in the warehouse? Last night the water fort was invaded by malevolent spirits. Amid the chaos, those traffickers met their end. Is that clear? Lu Shaolin said, gazing into the ink-black sky. Tan Qing's expression changed suddenly. Lu Shaolin turned to look at Tan Qing, his gaze leaving no room for argument, laced with a hint of menace. Tan Qing immediately clasped his fists and exclaimed, understood, my subordinate. Remember to do it cleanly. Lu Shaolin said in a deep voice, then walked into the master bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, the young daughter of Manager Chiu was resting in a chair. What is your name? Lu Shaolin asked softly. My name is Qiuyu. Qiuyu shrank back slightly. Do not be afraid, your father sent me to rescue you. Now I will take you back to the county town. Lu Shaolin picked up Qiuyu and walked out of the bedroom. Ma San, bring me a horse. Lu Shaolin instructed. Ma San quickly led over a horse belonging to the gang. Lu Shaolin lifted Qiuyu onto the horse's back, then mounted himself, shaking the reins as they headed out of the stronghold. Ma San hurriedly jumped onto his horse, holding a torch tightly, and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the official road outside the stronghold, Lu Shaolin turned to Ma San and said, my black-maned horse is in the wild to the left. Go bring it here. Yes. Ma San tugged on the reins and dashed into the wilderness. Lu Shaolin slowed his horse, waiting for Ma San to catch up. After a short while, Ma San returned with the black-maned horse. The two quickened their pace, heading straight for the county town. Upon arriving at the county town's gate, they found the gate closed. Lu Shaolin took out the hall master's token and tossed it onto the city wall. The guard at the city gate recognized the Heishui gang, and seeing it was the hall master, he ordered the gate to be opened. Lu Shaolin clasped his fists in thanks, took back the token, and rode into the county town. Riding non-stop, they arrived directly at the Chiu family fur shop. The shop was brightly lit, and Manager Chiu sat behind the counter, staring blankly motionless. The loud sound of hooves did not rouse him. Father. Qiuyu cried out. Where? Hearing the voice, Manager Chiu turned his head toward the door and saw Qiuyu on the horse. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes as he stumbled over in a rush. Lu Shaolin held Qiuyu in one arm and set her down on the ground. Manager Chiu embraced his daughter tightly, and the father and daughter wept together. Lu Shaolin smiled slightly and waved to Ma San behind him as the two rode away. Young master, is it worth it? For someone you do not know well. Ma San rarely asked Lu Shaolin a question. There is no such thing as worth or not worth. In life one seeks only a clear conscience and understanding. Lu Shaolin laughed heartily. Young master, you are magnanimous. Ma San nodded. The two returned to the loft where the food was still warming in the kitchen. Lu Shaolin first took a bath and changed clothes, then had a hearty meal. Grabbing the white turtle, he went to the study. Which person or evil spirit fell into your hands today? What color was the fox demon's fur? The white turtle stretched its neck and asked. Lu Shaolin placed the white turtle on the table and recounted the events of Wu family stronghold. Red. Then it's a wild fox. What wild fox? The ones from the Hongduan Mountains are all silver-white foxes. Wild foxes are foxes that have cultivated by themselves, generally of mixed colors, and could also be ones that wandered in from other realms. Are there many evil spirits from other realms? There should be quite a few. My great-grandfather told me very little about the matters of other realms. By the way, are you still practicing the turtle breathing technique? Lu Shaolin looked at the system panel, and killing the fox demon had given him 3 source points. Thinking that the source points were just sitting there, he decided to practice. Practice. You take the posture. Lu Shaolin laughed. What do you mean by take the posture? Grandfather Turtle is cultivating. The white turtle rolled its little eyes and struck a pose. Lu Shaolin watched closely. After half an hour, the system panel displayed that the turtle breathing technique had not yet been mastered. Seeing the plus sign behind it, Lu Shaolin felt a stirring in his mind. The plus sign blurred and the turtle breathing technique became a beginner level. Glancing at the number of source points, Lu Shaolin was stunned at what was going on. It took 4 source points just to get to the beginner level. Lu Shaolin pressed the plus sign again, and the system panel changed to name Lu Shaolin, a source points 30. Martial arts realm refining organs complete, techniques heaven grade upper class, turtle breathing technique first layer effects breath control longevity 50, self-healing. Yellow grade upper class iron chain crossing river technique complete, wild bull strength complete, golden body technique complete, yellow grade middle class savage bear skill complete, rock solid skill complete, martial skills yellow grade upper class breath control technique complete, yellow grade middle class mad demon staff technique complete, fire poison palm complete, 8 steps catch cicada complete, a not yet graded 3 absolute spear complete, 8 extremes fist minor accomplishment. Martial arts realm refining organs complete, techniques heaven grade upper class turtle breathing technique first layer effects breath control longevity 50, self-healing. Yellow grade upper class iron chain crossing river technique complete, wild. Searching through the cultivation memories just recalled, he found a method for internal vision. Just as Lu Shaolin was about to use internal vision, his stomach began to cramp violently. He grabbed the blue and white porcelain gourd on the table and gulped down 3 mouthfuls. After 3 mouthfuls he still felt hungry, so Lu Shaolin took 3 more. The white turtle nearly had its eyes pop out and exclaimed urgently, "What are you doing? Are you trying to drink it all?" Its voice was strained. Lu Shaolin ignored it. After 6 mouthfuls of stone milk his stomach finally returned to normal. Closing his eyes, Lu Shaolin began to use internal vision. Inside his meridians he saw a thread-thin white internal energy circulating. Each time it neared one of the 5 major tendons it would reinforce that tendon. This reinforcement was extremely subtle, so subtle that one might not notice it without internal vision. Reflecting on the content of the turtle breathing technique, Lu Shaolin fully integrated the cultivation memories in his mind and understood the difference in internal energy. Unlike external martial arts, internal energy works from the inside out. The first to be reinforced are the major tendons, followed by the internal organs, bones and bone marrow. As for the skin, internal energy naturally reinforces it, as some internal energies might not even form a skin layer. The strength of internal energy lies in its ability to penetrate deep into the internal organs and meridians. If there is no equivalent internal energy to counter it, the internal organs and meridians will surely be harmed. Moreover, it can be attached to weapons to increase their power. As internal energy increases, the damage output also rises proportionally. External martial arts rely on brute force to injure the internal organs, while internal energy directly disrupts from within. In terms of cultivation speed, internal energy is naturally faster. Internal energy does not have a skin refining stage, it goes straight to refining tendons. However, internal energy has extremely high requirements for aptitude, as some people may never even reach the beginner level in their lifetime. The turtle breathing technique has 12 layers, refining tendons, refining organs, refining bones, and refining marrow, each with 3 layers. But the trick of the turtle breathing technique is that its internal energy has no lethality. According to Lu Shaolin's understanding, it is a healing internal energy. Looking at the 3 effects behind it, Lu Shaolin directly upgraded it to the 5th layer. After all, it is a heaven-grade technique, and the self-healing effect is exceptionally powerful, like an indestructible cockroach. After upgrading to the 5th layer, the effects changed to moderate breath control longevity 50, rapid self-healing. The thread-thin internal energy in his body instantly thickened to the size of a toothpick. Lu Shaolin immediately grabbed the gourd and started gulping it down. After pouring half a gourd, Lu Shaolin finally stopped. He placed the gourd on the table, and the white turtle swiftly blocked the gourd, saying, "Lu Shaolin. Old turtle tells you the rest belongs to old turtle." Lu Shaolin chuckled and replied, then you can take it." The white turtle remained silent, not acknowledging Lu Shaolin, who once again perfected his 8 extremes fist. The system panel displayed name Lu Shaolin, a source points 3. Martial arts realm perfected alchemy, techniques heavenly grade high quality turtle breathing art 5th level effect moderate breath concealment extend life by 50 medium speed self-healing. Yellow grade high quality iron chain crossing river technique fully cultivated wild bull strength fully cultivated golden body technique fully cultivated a yellow grade medium quality savage bear technique fully cultivated rock technique fully cultivated martial skills yellow grade high quality breath holding technique perfected a yellow grade medium quality mad demon staff technique perfected fire poison palm perfected 8 steps to catch cicada perfected unranked 3 absolute spear perfected 8 extremes fist perfected. Looking at the panel with everything except the turtle breathing art marked as perfected, Lu Shaolin couldn't help but smile. "What are you smiling at?" the white turtle shouted. "It's nothing, I'm just resting. Do you want to go to bed?" Old turtle won't go. Old turtle wants to guard the stone milk. Then suit yourself. Lu Shaolin waved his hand and left the study, returning to his bedroom. The next morning, Lu Shaolin touched the wound on his chest. It had healed, indicating that the medium speed self-healing was indeed effective. He put on his warrior attire and headed to the study. There he found the white turtle sleeping soundly next to the gourd. Shaking his head with a smile, Lu Shaolin went downstairs. He sat down in the pavilion and Yan Qiu brought over tea. Lu Shaolin sipped the tea while waiting for the meal. Ma San saw Lu Shaolin come down and walked out from the side room, saying, "Young master, we have news about how to join the demon suppression division that you inquired about." "How do I join?" Lu Shaolin handed Ma San a cup of tea. The demon suppression division recruits a batch of people every 3 months, recommended by major factions, families, and county offices. You must have a clean background, be under 30, and have reached the realm of muscle refinement. Ma San accepted the teacup with both hands. "Can the Blackwater gang make recommendations?" Young Master, our gang is just a small faction. When is the next recruitment? Next month. Young Master, I heard there will also be an assessment, and those who do not pass will be eliminated directly. There's an assessment. Lu Shaolin was slightly taken aback. It seemed that getting a stable job in that world wasn't easy. Yes, it's said to be quite difficult with a pass rate of only 20%. Ma San nodded. I understand. Lu Shaolin took a sip from his teacup. Putting the assessment aside, the main concern was whether he could secure a recommendation slot. After all, everyone wants a stable job. He planned to find a time to ask the gang leader if he could get a recommendation from the county magistrate. However, the Demon Suppression Division only recruits every 3 months. Was the casualty rate too high? After finishing his tea, Ma San returned to the side room. Lu Shaolin sat for a while, and he heard a thump-thump-thump sound coming from the stairway. Without turning his head, he knew it was the white turtle. Sure enough, the white turtle dashed over, extending its neck to bite at Lu Shaolin's ankle. Lu Shaolin swiftly pulled his leg back, grabbed it, and tossed it onto the stone table. Stop messing around, go hunt river monsters later. Old turtle won't go. Really not going. If we find a tavern, I'll order a table just for you. Then. The white turtle replied proudly. Not long after breakfast was ready. After finishing breakfast, Lu Shaolin took the white turtle to the Blackwater River. Once again, it was the white turtle who went into the river to search. He waited on the shore. Perhaps luck wasn't on their side this time, as they only found a cave with 5 river monsters after searching all morning. Lu Shaolin quickly eliminated the river monsters with a few spear strikes, earning 5 source points, and then returned to the county town with the white turtle. He found a nearby tavern, dismounted, handed the reins to the waiter, and entered the tavern with the turtle. Have you heard? A flower thief has come to our county town. The daughters of the Zhang and Yin families have both been harmed. I heard they say it's called a single plum blossom. As soon as Lu Shaolin entered the hotel, he overheard the discussions. He paid little attention and went straight to the counter, as such matters were handled by the officials. He requested a private room from the waiter and ordered a table of dishes for the white turtle. Since he had already promised it, he naturally couldn't go back on his word, otherwise how could he expect it to help him next time? Before long, the table of dishes was served. The white turtle pounced on it, devouring it heartily. Once it was full and satisfied, Lu Shaolin ordered another table for himself and began to eat. After finishing the meal, they went downstairs to settle the bill, and once again person and turtle returned to the riverside. In the afternoon, the white turtle still only found one cave, which contained just 5 river monsters. He mounted his horse, shook the reins, and headed straight for the county town. Just as he arrived at the county gate, a voice echoed in his mind. Fusion function activated, system auto-updating, time 6 hours. Fusion function. Is it to fuse techniques or martial skills? Or both? Lu Shaolin naturally hoped it would be both, allowing him to leverage the system to reach the highest level in either techniques or martial skills. With a 6-hour update time, he could only attempt it tomorrow morning. Returning to the loft, he handed the reins to Ma San. Just as Lu Shaolin was about to go upstairs, Ma San respectfully said, "Young master, someone from the gang came in the afternoon with news." What news? Lu Shaolin paused. They said a lecher named Single Plum has come to the county town. The county magistrate wants our Blackwater gang and the Little Knife Society to assist in capturing the lecher. If we get any news, we must notify the officials promptly. What does that have to do with me? The gang leader thinks you're in the city right now. If you happen to encounter the officials chasing him, you should help capture the lecher. This will also improve our Blackwater gang's standing in the magistrate's eyes. Understood. If I encounter him, I will intervene. Lu Shaolin nodded. This was also an opportunity. If he could capture the lecher, it would make it much easier to request a recommendation slot later. After spending some time reading in the study on the 3rd floor, Nian Qiu came up to call Lu Shaolin down for dinner. Lu Shaolin, not wanting to go down, had her bring the food up. After eating, Lu Shaolin returned to the study to read again, while Nian Qiu sweetly massaged his shoulders from behind. After an hour of reading, Lu Shaolin went downstairs to take a bath. After bathing, Lu Shaolin went straight back to his bedroom, placed the white turtle at the head of the bed, and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, a commotion arose. Lu Shaolin opened his eyes and reached for the Xian Tai spear at the edge of the bed. He got out of bed, opened the door, and stepped into the corridor. He saw several torches illuminating the nearby street, with officials searching each street. After observing the gun for a while and confirming that there was no anomaly, Lu Shaolin returned to his bedroom to continue sleeping. Early the next morning, Lu Shaolin got out of bed and noticed that the white turtle was still asleep. To prevent this mischievous turtle from saying he wouldn't take it, Lu Shaolin quickly tucked it into his arms. Upon descending the stairs into the courtyard, Dong Jia was still busy in the kitchen while Nian Qiu was dusting the living room. Looking up, Nian Chun and Dong Linger were cleaning on the 2nd floor. Lu Shaolin twisted his neck and performed a set of Bajiquan for warm-up. Top, heart, elbow, iron mountain, lean, fierce, tiger, climbing mountain. After finishing, Lu Shaolin sat down in the pavilion, took out the white turtle, and placed it on the stone table. Just as he set it down, Nian Qiu brought over some tea. Lu Shaolin summoned the system panel, which was now functioning normally, and the system voice echoed in his mind. He could merge techniques and martial skills, with the system automatically marking suitable techniques for fusion. If incompatible techniques were forcibly merged, there was a high probability of fusion failure, wasting source points. The merged techniques would increase in grade, possibly advancing one level, or simply ascending from inferior to medium grade and from medium to superior grade. Merging techniques only enhances their power, but does not raise their cultivation caps of fusion is not the same as deduction. To merge techniques, one simply needs to click the plus sign behind the techniques to be fused. Lu Shaolin glanced at the markings. Nang Niu Jin and Man Xianggong were marked the same color, while Jin Shinju and Pan Shigong were marked another color. The martial skills were unmarked, indicating they were not suitable for fusion. Lu Shaolin focused his mind and simultaneously clicked the plus signs behind Meng Niujin and Man Xianggong. The two techniques merged into a new technique, Man Niu De Li Ju. The system panel displayed name Lu Shaolin source points 3. Martial Realm Refining Organs Perfection Technique, Heavenly Grade Superior Turtle Breath Nurturing Decision 5th Layer Effect Moderate Breath Control Extends Life by 50 Medium Speed Self-Healing Mystic Grade Medium Man Niu De Li Ju Max Layer Yellow Grade Superior Iron Chain Crossing River Decision Max Layer Refining Organs Perfection Jin Shinju Max Layer Yellow Grade Medium Pan Shigong Max Layer Martial Skills Yellow Grade Superior Breath Control Decision Perfection Yellow Grade Medium Frenzied Demon Staff Technique Perfection Fire Poison Palm Perfection 8 Steps to Chase Cicadas Perfection Not Yet Rated 3 Absolute Spear Perfection Bajiquan Perfection. New memories of the technique's cultivation began to flood into his mind, and he felt a slight hunger in his stomach, though it wasn't intense. It seemed that fusion did not cause significant consumption, especially since the techniques prior to fusion were already at max layers. Of course, techniques that were not at max layers could not be fused. After accepting the memories, Lu Shaolin understood the Man Niu De Li Ju. It is a mystic grade technique capable of reaching refining muscles perfection with remarkable effects on enhancing strength. Fusion of techniques does not raise their upper limits, it only enhances power. The upper limit of the merged technique corresponds to the highest cultivation limit of the two original techniques. Fusion, after all, is not deduction and cannot synthesize further content of the technique. Feeling his body, he noticed an increase in density, although his physique remained unchanged. The Man Niu De Li Ju caused the two layers of membranes from the previous techniques to merge into one, enhancing his defenses. Furthermore, his strength increased by over 500 pounds, bringing Lu Shaolin's strength to 3,000 pounds. His speed remained unchanged after all his weight had also increased. 10 source points were consumed, indicating that the fusion of yellow grade techniques costs 10 source points each time. Gently clenching his fist, Lu Shaolin smiled in satisfaction. He poured himself a cup of tea, and just as he took a sip, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Ma San quietly walked out of the side room and opened the courtyard door. Outside stood Zhao Ongua the steward. Ma San cupped his hands towards Zhao Ongua and invited him in. Hall master. Zhao Ongua clasped his fists and said, "Zhao steward, please sit. What brings you here today?" Lu Shaolin poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Zhao Ongua and gesturing for Ma San to take the other. The county magistrate invites 2 masters from the gang to gather at the county office at noon. The gang leader said you are the master and requested your presence. Zhao Ongua replied respectfully. For what purpose? Lu Shaolin inquired. Last night the lecherous thief Izime harmed the county magistrate's most favored concubine. The magistrate was furious, having imprisoned the county's head constable, and today he invites the masters from both gangs to discuss capturing the lecherous thief. Zhao Ongua explained. Understood. I will go to the county office before noon. Lu Shaolin nodded. He was quite impressed with Sun Cheng, the head constable, who was fair and a good officer. The gang leader asked me to accompany you. Zhao Ongua added. All right, breakfast isn't ready yet. We can eat together. Yes. Zhao Ongua cupped his fists. Before long the 4 women brought out breakfast. Breakfast was simple, consisting of steamed buns and plain porridge, but both Dong Jia and Yan Chun were quite skilled, and Zhao Ongua enjoyed it very much. After finishing breakfast, Lu Shaolin chatted leisurely with Zhao Ongua in the pavilion, while Ma San chimed in occasionally. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon. Lu Shaolin got up, greeted the women, and headed to the county office with Zhao Ongua and Ma San. The 3 rode horses with Lu Shaolin in the middle, while Zhao Ongua and Ma San trailed slightly behind him. Upon arriving at the side door of the county office, they saw Master Qian standing at the entrance to greet them. After all, 2 masters from both gangs were coming, and the county magistrate had to show some respect by sending a master to welcome them. Master Qian, long time no see. Who are you? Master Qian asked, tugging at his mustache in confusion. I am Lu Shaolin from Pan Mountain. It's you. I can hardly believe you have changed so much. Master Qian exclaimed in surprise. I have just grown a bit taller. Lu Shaolin replied. Did you come here with the higher-ups from your gang? Master Qian asked, knowing that a master had recently emerged from the Blackwater gang nicknamed Mountain Gun, but he had never seen him and didn't realize it was Lu Shaolin. Master Qian, this is our gang's foreign affairs hall master Lu Shaolin, nicknamed Mountain Gun. Zhao Ongua quickly stepped forward to say, avoiding any awkwardness for Lu Shaolin. You are Mountain Gun. Master Qian's mustache perked up and his eyes widened as he looked at Lu Shaolin. That is how people in the Jianghu refer to me. I would prefer nicknames like Overlord Gun or Cold-Faced Gun instead. Lu Shaolin chuckled. A young achiever. A young achiever indeed. Master Qian exclaimed repeatedly. You flatter me, Master Qian. Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Please come in. The county magistrate is already waiting in the main hall, and the president of the Little Knife Society has also arrived. Master Qian gestured and led the way. Lu Shaolin nodded and followed Master Qian. Arriving at the main hall entrance, an elderly man dressed in a red official robe with a rosy complexion and white beard was seated in the main position. The old man was the county magistrate Fang Jiwen. To his left sat Cui Guangqing. The two were chatting cheerfully. Sir, the master from the Blackwater gang has arrived. Master Qian entered the hall and cupped his hands towards Fang Jiwen. Lu Shaolin also walked in. Why hasn't He Zhenglong come? Fang Jiwen glanced up and seeing it was not He Zhenglong, his expression darkened instantly. Sir, my strength is not inferior to that of our gang leader. A Cui president can attest to that. Lu Shaolin stepped forward and said with a smile. President Cui, is this true? Fang Jiwen asked, looking at Cui Guangqing. Hall Master Lu's strength is on par with mine, Cui Guangqing replied awkwardly, his expression not looking good. Oh, to think there is such a young refining organs expert in Pingshan County. What do you go by, sir? Fang Jiwen turned to look at Lu Shaolin and asked with a smile. I am Lu Shaolin, temporarily serving as the Hall Master of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Blackwater Gang, Lu Shaolin said, cupping his hands. So it is Hall Master Lu. Please take a seat. Fang Jiwen gestured toward a seat on his right. Thank you, Your Honor. Lu Shaolin strode forward and took his seat. I trust both of you already know why I summoned you. That lecherous villain is utterly despicable, daring to outrage an official of my rank. If he escapes capture, my indignation shall never subside. Fang Jiwen's face turned ashen as he spoke. Does Your Honor have a plan? Lu Shaolin asked. That lecher grows ever more brazen, committing offenses repeatedly over the past few days. Tonight I shall deploy every constable across the city to lie in wait. At the first sign of him, they will strike the gong as signal. Both of you need only follow the sound of the gong and seize him. Fang Jiwen stroked his beard. What if he resists? Lu Shaolin asked again. If possible, take him alive. But should circumstances render that unfeasible, his life or death is of no consequence. Fang Jiwen replied. Understood. Lu Shaolin nodded. Inwardly, he was certain it would come to that, no question of capture, only crushing him utterly. Then prepare yourselves accordingly, and assemble at the county yamen this evening. Fang Jiwen lifted his teacup. Very well. Lu Shaolin rose and bowed before taking his leave. Cui Guangqing likewise bid farewell and departed. Emerging from the main hall, he found Ma San and Zhao Ongua sipping tea beneath the pavilion in the courtyard. At the sight of Lu Shaolin, they immediately rose and hurried over. Master of the hall. Young master. They cried in unison. The meeting is concluded. Let us go back home, Lu Shaolin said, turning toward the yamen gate. Outside the courtyard, they received their horses from attendants and mounted. Zhao Ongua clasped his hands in salute and took his leave. He was returning to the headquarters stronghold at the water fort. Lu Shaolin nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Shaolin and Ma San then rode toward the pavilion residence. Upon returning, Lu Shaolin instructed Dong Jia to serve dinner. Fang Jiwen did not offer hospitality. He had been fasting all the way there. After the meal, Lu Shaolin set out for the Blackwater River with the White Turtle searching for river demon lairs. Whether he had exterminated them entirely or not, he found only one active lair that afternoon, slaying 6 river demons and gaining 6 origin points. As dusk deepened, Lu Shaolin returned to the county seat with the White Turtle. He ordered a full banquet for the turtle at a local tavern. Man and turtle dined together before returning to the pavilion residence. When night fell pitch black, Lu Shaolin mounted his steed alone, spear in hand, and rode toward the county yamen. There Cui Guangqing had already arrived. Accountant Qian bade them wait a moment. They nodded in assent. Moments later, Fang Jiwen emerged from the yamen. Master Lu, Master Cui, you have waited long indeed. Fang Jiwen smiled. Master Cui shall oversee the northern district. Its terrain is familiar to you. Master Lu shall cover the southern district. Lu Shaolin and Cui Guangqing nodded, then spurred their mounts in opposite directions. Lu Shaolin rode slowly along the southern thoroughfares. No one knew where the lecher might appear. All streets were equally uncertain. Midnight passed, yet no gong sounded. The streets lay deserted, swept by icy winds. Lu Shaolin's patience wore thin. He vowed that when he caught this wretched one-branch plum, he would crush him without mercy. An hour later, the gong clanged from a street to Lu Shaolin's left. His spirit surged. He spurred his horse and charged forward. He galloped up to the constable, striking the gong, and demanded, "Where is he?" Up there, the constable roared, pointing to the rooftop. Lu Shaolin looked up to see a black-robed masked figure sprinting across the tiles, a woman slung over his shoulder. The black-robed man possessed extraordinary lightness skill. Carrying the woman impeded him not at all. His movements were fluid, his speed breathtaking. Lu Shaolin squeezed his mount's flanks and pursued him down the avenue. Spotting Lu Shaolin in pursuit below, the black-robed man pushed off the roof's edge and veered sharply left onto an adjacent rooftop. Lu Shaolin yanked the reins, but his horse could not turn. Buildings blocked his path. Damn it. Lu Shaolin vaulted from the saddle, launched himself forward in a sprinting leap, scaled the rooftop, and gave chase. Among martial cultivators, his speed was exceptional, and now with the woman weighing him down, the black-robed man steadily drew nearer. Seeing Lu Shaolin closing in fast, the black-robed man hurled the woman from his shoulder down into the alley below. With a sickening thud, she struck the bluestone pavement. Blood welled from her mouth. Her body convulsed twice, then fell still. Freed from his burden, the black-robed man's speed surged by half, blurring like a phantom. Lu Shaolin's brow furrowed. Instantly, he activated the 8-step cicada chasing technique. A thunderous crack echoed as Lu Shaolin's boot punched through the roof tiles. He plummeted straight into the room below. Midair, he reoriented his body and landed smoothly, poised and steady. He looked up, directly into the master bedroom of the house's owner. A man and woman lay frozen beneath their quilt, eyes wide with terror. It seemed he had interrupted something rather private. Without hesitation, Lu Shaolin tossed 10 taels of silver onto the table, stepped calmly to the door, and strode out. Outside, he scrambled back onto the roof, only to find no trace of the black-robed man nor any further gong call. He had escaped. Lu Shaolin's face darkened with fury. He leapt down, striding toward where his blackman's steed stood tethered. Finding his horse, he mounted and rode straight for the county yamen. There he recounted the incident to County Magistrate Feng Jiwen, who expressed profound regret. They agreed to lay another ambush in due time, for after tonight the lecher would likely lie low for weeks. Lu Shaolin nodded and took his leave. Back at the pavilion residence, he bathed thoroughly before retiring. He did not believe the lecher would truly cease his crimes. This villain was ruthless and cunning. He might well reverse expectations, especially now that Feng Jiwen had openly targeted him. Retaliation was not only possible, it was probable. Convinced of this, Lu Shaolin resolved to prepare carefully the next day and return to the yamen that night to lie in wait. At dawn, he broke his fast and rode directly to Jin's ironworks, the very forge where he had purchased his mystical iron spear. No sooner had Lu Shaolin entered than the shop assistant recognized him, or rather recognized the mystical iron. "Honored guest, what weapon shall you be acquiring today?" The assistant asked, warmly recalling how swiftly and generously this patron had purchased his spear. "What concealed weapons do you carry?" Lu Shaolin asked. "Flying knives, throwing darts, iron pellets, and javelins," the assistant recited. "Javelins. Show me one." Lu Shaolin perked up. "Certainly, sir." The assistant hurried off and returned with a javelin in hand. Lu Shaolin reached out and accepted it. "Sir, this is a solid steel javelin, 1.2 meters long with a triple-edged head and blood grooves carved into the tip. A true hunter's treasure." The assistant explained, assuming Lu Shaolin intended to hunt. "I'll take 6. "How much?" Lu Shaolin declared without hesitation. 12 taels, plus a carrying harness on the house," beamed the assistant. Lu Shaolin tossed the silver on. The assistant snatched it up, loaded 6 javelins into the harness, and handed it to Lu Shaolin. He slung it over his back. The 6 javelins protruded neatly from his right shoulder within effortless reach. With javelin strapped and long spear in hand, Lu Shaolin exited the forge, mounted his horse, and rode back toward the pavilion. Returning to the attic, Lu Shaolin placed the spear in the side chamber and set off once more for the Blackwater River with the white. This time he met with success, slaying 4 river demons. Yet after hours of searching through the afternoon, not a single one appeared again. This time he met with success, slaying 4 river demons. Yet after hours of searching through the afternoon, not a single one appeared again. As dusk deepened, Lu Shaolin lifted the white turtle from the water and rode back to town on horseback. He treated the white turtle to another feast before returning with it to the attic. Though Lu Shaolin intended to leave the turtle in his bedroom, the creature grew ecstatic upon hearing talk of murder and insisted fiercely on accompanying him. Lu Shaolin placed it upon his left shoulder, retrieved the spear from the side chamber, vaulted onto his horse, and galloped straight toward the county yamen. At a distance of roughly 100 paces from the yamen, he dismounted, tethered his horse to an ancient streetside tree, and proceeded on foot. As for theft, the Blackwater gang branded all its horses, and every cartoned horse station in Pingshan County operated under their control, and no one dared steal lest they invite calamity upon themselves. Reaching the rear of the yamen, he scaled the wall and crept silently to the tallest building, then climbed atop its roof. Crouching motionless upon the tiles, he vanished into the night, his black martial robe rendering him indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness. "So we're just lying here." The white turtle craned its neck, surveying the surroundings. "Have patience, you are a turtle." Lu Shaolin replied, "I'm a spirit turtle, not an ordinary turtle." The turtle glared. "Whatever you are, stay silent and wait." Lu Shaolin tapped its shell lightly. Hours passed. His temper flared with each passing moment, while the white turtle slept so deeply its nostrils bubbled. Just as Lu Shaolin began to doubt whether Yi Mei would appear at all, a shadow drifted soundlessly over the yamen wall, its course unwavering, aimed directly at the inner residential quarters. Lu Shaolin rose instantly, thrust the white turtle into his chest, and slid down from the roof. Landing softly, he turned and slipped stealthily toward the inner courtyard. Inside the courtyard, he glimpsed the lecherous thief crouched low, blowing narcotic smoke beneath a door. Lu Shaolin raised his right hand to his shoulder and slowly drew forth his spear. "So, the lecher has arrived." The white turtle suddenly poked its head out. In the stillness of night, its voice rang startlingly clear. The thief recoiled instantly, leaping onto the roof in a flash. "Damn me." Lu Shaolin cursed inwardly and activated his 8-step cicada chase, his feet striking the tiles in rapid succession as he surged upward in pursuit. By the time he reached the rooftop, the thief had already vaulted onto the next building. Lu Shaolin gave chase without pause, but dared not use the 8-step cicada chase across rooftops. His weight risked collapsing the tiles beneath him. Thus began a desperate chase, one fleeing, the other closing in. Just as the thief launched himself into another leap, Lu Shaolin hurled his spear with a sharp, piercing whistle. It streaked toward the thief's back. Hearing the rush of air, the man twisted midair, unsheathing his long saber and slashing diagonally across the spear shaft. A sharp clang rang out, the saber flew from his grasp, and the spear veered slightly, piercing through the thief's clavicle before embedding itself deep into the rooftop behind him. The thief grunted, a choked guttural sound, as the spear's tremendous force hurled him backward. He slammed hard against the eaves, rebounded, and crashed onto the ground below. Lu Shaolin accelerated, leaping down from the roof. Landing, he charged straight at the fallen thief. The man flung a dart. Lu Shaolin swept it aside with his spear, then exploded forward with his left arm, hurling the weapon like a javelin. Lu Shaolin closed the distance in 2 strides, seized the spear with one hand, and wrenched it free. Blood sprayed as the tip tore from flesh. Before the thief could even gasp, Lu Shaolin drove it again, deep into his other thigh. The thief shrieked once more, staring up at Lu Shaolin in abject terror. So you boast of speed, then run again if you dare. Lu Shaolin's face burned with fury. Spare me. I've hidden thousands of taels of silver within the city. I'll reveal every hiding place if you spare my life. The thief's brow glistened with cold sweat as he forced the words through clenched teeth. Capturing you is harder than subduing demonic fiends, yet you still beg for mercy. Lu Shaolin bared his teeth in a grim, predatory smile, seized the thief's throat in one hand, and crushed inward. A sickening crack echoed, the thief's larynx shattered. His head lolled sideways, eyes wide and unblinking in death. Lu Shaolin released his grip and searched the corpse, retrieving a manual and a bundle of banknotes. The manual was a lightness art titled Flying Swallow Steps. The notes totaled over 2,000 taels. Evidently the thief carried his entire fortune on his person. Stowing both into his robes, Lu Shaolin wrenched the spear from the ground, hoisted the corpse over his shoulder, and strode toward the yamen, pausing en route to pull away the thief's mask out of curiosity. Beneath it lay a narrow monkey-like face adorned with 2 thin mustaches, its owner likely in his 30s. Arriving at the yamen gate, Lu Shaolin knocked. Moments later, a middle-aged man peered out and froze at the sight of the corpse in Lu Shaolin's grip. He shrieked, tumbling backward onto the floor. Fear not, I am of the Blackwater gang. This is the lecher Ijime. Inform Magistrate Fang at once. Lu Shaolin spoke softly. Hearing him, the man nodded, scrambled upright, and dashed into the compound. Within moments, the courtyard erupted with activity. Magistrate Fang Jiwen emerged draped in official robes, flanked by several attendants. Master Lu. Fang Jiwen regarded Lu Shaolin with mild surprise. Magistrate Fang, this is Ijime, Lu Shaolin said, gesturing to the body at his feet. Fang Jiwen paused, then approached to examine the corpse closely. How did Master Lu locate him? After his inspection, he asked. I surmised he might seek vengeance against your honor, and thus lay in wait near the yamen. Indeed, he appeared, and I struck him down. Lu Shaolin smiled faintly, omitting entirely how he'd infiltrated the yamen itself. Master Lu possesses both courage and cunning. Fang Jiwen clasped his hands in sincere admiration. Far from it. Since this matter is now resolved, I shall take my leave. It grows late. Lu Shaolin bowed respectfully. Please do join us at the yamen tomorrow, Master Lu. Fang Jiwen extended the invitation with a warm smile. I shall certainly come. Lu Shaolin nodded, then turned and walked away, heading toward where his Blackman steed waited. At the street where he tethered the horse, he found the beast calmly grazing on wild grass. Lu Shaolin untied the reins, mounted, and rode back toward the attic. The white turtle poked its head out and chuckled sheepishly, well aware it had spoiled the ambush. What's wrong? Embarrassed. Lu Shaolin asked, smiling. Embarrassed. Me? A venerable turtle like me doesn't know embarrassment. The turtle declared with wounded pride. And I've told you, don't call yourself venerable in my presence. Lu Shaolin flicked its shell with a finger. The white turtle retracted its head, evading Lu Shaolin's finger technique. One person and one turtle chatted as they made their way to the loft. Upon returning to the loft, Ma San was quite alert. He heard the sound of hooves even before Lu Shaolin knocked on the door. Young master. Ma San took the reins. Get some rest or the matter has been settled. Lu Shaolin nodded with a smile and headed upstairs. In the bedroom, he set aside the spear and took out a set of clothes from the wardrobe before heading downstairs to bathe. After finishing his bath, Lu Shaolin returned to the bedroom not to rest, but to summon the system panel. There are already 9 source points, allowing him to fuse 2 more techniques. With a thought, the plus signs next to Golden Body Technique and Rock Solid Technique flashed. Then 2 techniques were displayed on the system panel, revealing a new technique. Golden Stone Body Refinement, Mystic Grade Medium Quality, 6 levels. The highest cultivation level is Complete Muscle Refinement, focusing on the strength of the skin. The system panel changed to name Lu Shaolin Source Points 3. 9 Martial Arts Realm Perfected Foundation Refinement Techniques, Heavenly Grade Upper Tier Turtle Breathing Technique, 5th Layer Special Effect, Moderate Breath Restraint, extends lifespan by 50. Medium Speed Self-Healing, Mystic Grade Medium Tier Savage Bull. Strength Technique, Full Layer Golden Stone Body Refinement, Full Layer Yellow Grade Upper Tier Iron Chain Crossing the River Technique, Full Layer Perfected Foundation Refinement Martial Skills, Yellow Grade Upper Tier. Breath Holding Technique, Perfected Yellow Grade Medium Tier. Frenzied Demon Staff Technique, Perfected Fire Poison Palm, Perfected 8 Steps to Catch Cicadas, Perfected Not Yet Ranked 3 Absolute Spear, Perfected 8 Extremes Fist, Perfected. Lu Shaolin grabbed the Celadone gourd and took a sip, offsetting the slight depletion in his body. The two layers of skin within began to merge, and once completed the new layer of skin faintly glowed with a yellow hue appearing unbreakable. There was no change in strength or speed, but the density of his body increased again. He believed that at this moment his defenses would definitely not be easily pierced by a corpse demon. Then Lu Shaolin began to introspect again. The turtle breathing technique remained the same, gradually strengthening the lungs. According to Lu Shaolin's estimate, it would take several years to achieve the effects of other techniques in foundation refinement. It's no wonder it's called the breathing technique, as it emphasizes the word nurture. At this moment, all the plus signs on the system panel turned completely gray. There were no source points left for upgrades. The Savage Bull Strength Technique and Golden Stone Body Refinement displayed the same color, but the shade was not as deep as that of the Frenzied Bull Technique or Savage Bear Technique. This means that although these two techniques are compatible, the compatibility is not very high. After spending all his source points again, Lu Shaolin recalled the spoils from tonight. He tossed the silver notes into a wooden box and opened the Lightness Technique manual Flying Swallow Steps to take a look. After skimming through it, he understood the basics of Flying Swallow Steps. Flying Swallow Steps Lightness Technique Mystic Grade Upper Tier. Once learned, the body is as light as a swallow, agile and changeable, making it perfect for both travel and stealth. Lu Shaolin glanced at the white turtle that had already fallen asleep by the bed, placed the manual in the drawer, and lay down to rest on the bed. It was too late. He would look at it in detail tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. In the pavilion, Lu Shaolin read the manual Flying Swallow Steps while sipping tea. Ma-san stood by. Ma-san, what do you think would be a good gift to bring to the county office? Lu Shaolin suddenly set the manual down, as today's visit to the county office was a personal invitation, and it would be inappropriate to go empty-handed. Young master, I've heard that scholars love writing instruments. How about buying some of those? Ma-san thought carefully. Good idea. I'll leave this to you. Get me a good brush and an inkstone. Lu Shaolin took out 100 teal silver note and handed it over. Understood. Ma-san clearly froze for a moment, then clasped his fists in response. After taking the silver note, he left the courtyard to buy brushes and inkstones. Lu Shaolin picked up the manual again to read. Not long after, Ma-san returned with a delicate box, which Lu Shaolin asked him to set aside. When breakfast was ready, they finished eating and headed to the county office. They walked slowly and arrived at the side door of the county office. Ma-san went up and knocked on the door. Before long, the door opened, and it was the same middle-aged man from last night. The man, evidently impressed by Lu Shaolin, quickly said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go report to the Lord." He then ran towards the backyard. Shortly after, the side door swung wide open, and Fong Jiwen appeared with a few attendants smiling as he welcomed them. Lord Lu. Lord Fong. Lu Shaolin clasped his hands in greeting. Please come in, Lord Lu. Fong Jiwen gestured invitingly. The two entered the courtyard together. Upon reaching the main hall, Lu Shaolin signaled for Ma-san to present the gifts. Fong Jiwen smiled and instructed a maid to take them. Thank you, Lord Lu, for avenging my concubine. It has lifted a heavy burden off my heart. Fong Jiwen clasped his hands. You are too kind, my lord, as such scoundrels deserve to be punished. Lu Shaolin smiled. Lord Lu, you are young and accomplished. Do you have any intentions of entering the public service? Fong Jiwen got straight to the point, mentioning that the position of captain had been vacated since he had removed the previous one. I am troubled by this matter. I've heard that you can recommend talents to the demon suppression office. I have always hoped to slay demons and protect the people. For this, I would even risk my life. I would like to ask you to recommend me to the demon suppression office. Lu Shaolin clasped his hands solemnly, a sincere expression on his face. Wasn't this like having a pillow delivered just when he was sleepy? Fong Jiwen was taken aback by Lu Shaolin's words, but soon shook his head with a smile. I originally wanted you to be the captain of this county, but since you are eager to slay demons, I will not insist. I will instruct the steward to handle the recommendation for you. Thank you, my lord. Lu Shaolin thanked him with a bow. The two then casually chatted about various topics. After finishing lunch, Lu Shaolin clasped his hands and took his leave. Young master, do you really want to go to the demon suppression office? Ma-san asked on the way. Have you forgotten that I get restless if I don't slay evil for a day? Lu Shaolin smiled. I want to continue following you, young master. Ma-san said firmly. No rush, we'll talk about it later, it's still too early to say. Lu Shaolin patted Ma-san's shoulder with a smile. Back at the loft, Lu Shaolin read the manual again in the pavilion while Nian Qiu massaged his shoulders. The white turtle basked in the sun on the stone table. After reading for half an hour more, Lu Shaolin finally put away the manual when the system panel displayed Flying Swallow Steps. He took a sip of tea and contemplated where to acquire more source points. The river demon was completely finished. It was impossible to find a few in a day, relying entirely on luck. Or perhaps he had killed too many, leaving very few left. Just as he was pondering, the courtyard door suddenly sounded. Ma-san quickly walked over to open the courtyard door. Outside stood the manager, Zhao Angua, looking anxious. As soon as the door opened, he rushed in. Master, something. Zhao Angua hurried to Lu Shaolin's side. What happened? Lu Shaolin frowned slightly and asked. A copper-armored corpse has appeared in the area guarded by the Little Knife Society, and Lord Wang from the county's Demon Suppression Office has been seriously injured. The Demon Suppression Office has issued a strict order for us at the Blackwater Gang to rush to support. Even if it costs lives, we must hold on until the experts sent by the Demon Suppression Office arrive. Zhao Angua spoke quickly. Copper-armored corpse. Lu Shaolin immediately stood up, having encountered a corpse spirit before, but he had never seen a copper-armored corpse. Where is the copper-armored corpse? In Shuangshi Town. Vice Hall Master Chen has already taken the 5 summoned teams there first, Zhao Ongguo replied. Here's the token. Have Tan Qingfei Bin and Ding Chong wait for me at the city gate. Lu Shaolin threw the token to Yes! Zhao Ongguo caught it and cupped his fists in response. After saying that, he turned and ran out of the courtyard, riding straight towards the water stronghold. Ma San, prepare the horses. Yes, young master. Ma San cupped his fists and quickly walked towards the stable. Lu Shaolin returned to his bedroom, took the gourd spear, and went downstairs. At this moment, Ma San had already brought the horse to the courtyard. He greeted several women. Lu Shaolin, with the gourd at his waist and the spear on his back, placed the white turtle on his shoulder and walked out of the courtyard, holding the mysterious iron spear. Taking the reins from Ma San, he mounted the horse, flicked the reins, and galloped towards the city gate. Ma San followed closely behind. Passers-by on the road saw Lu Shaolin fully armed and hurriedly made way. Upon reaching the city gate, Tan Qing and the other 2 had already led their respective teams waiting. Upon seeing Lu Shaolin, they all cupped their fists and shouted in unison, "We greet the hall master. Let's go." Lu Shaolin nodded and shouted, charging towards Shuangshi Town. The sound of hooves thundered as everyone rode after him. On the way to Shuangshi Town, Lu Shaolin saw many families fleeing. He asked Ma San to inquire, and they were townspeople evacuating from Shuangshi Town. Everyone hurried their horses and arrived outside Shuangshi Town. There were about 1,000 townspeople in Shuangshi Town, and at this moment the entire town was surrounded by men dressed in black and gray. Hallmaster. Upon seeing Lu Shaolin arrive, Chen Ying stepped forward and cupped his fists. What's the situation now? Lu Shaolin asked. The townspeople have mostly evacuated. The Demon Control Department wants us to trap the copper-armored corpse in the town and wait for experts from the capital to come to our aid, Chen Ying replied. When will they arrive? On horseback, it'll take at least a day and a half. I'll go in and take a look first, Lu Shaolin said. After saying that, he urged his horse forward, charging into the town. The helpers behind him looked at each other, puzzled, while others were trying to escape. He wanted to go in. Entering the town, he saw that every household had their doors wide open and the interiors were in disarray, clearly indicating a hasty departure. He walked around the 2 streets of the town. Lu Shaolin did not encounter the copper-armored corpse. This might be related to the fact that the sun had not yet set. Although sunlight was not harmful to the copper-armored corpse, it preferred to be active at night due to its instinct. Copper-armored corpse. Aside from you, those people outside are merely courting death, the white turtle said, stretching its neck. Is it really that formidable? In terms of direct combat power, a corpse spirit against it is just asking for punishment. The copper-armored corpse is impervious to blades and bullets, possesses immense strength, and feels no pain. How strong is immensely strong? About 3,000 Jin. Then it's nothing to be afraid of. Lu Shaolin said lightly, he already had the strength of 3,000 Jin. You think your strength is great too, huh? You'll understand when the time comes. Your strength is nothing to it, the white turtle mocked. Lu Shaolin was too lazy to respond to it, and after not finding anything after a round, he walked out of the town again. Hallmaster. Seeing Lu Shaolin come out unscathed, everyone cupped their fists and shouted. Chen Ying, I've entrusted the distribution to you. Lu Shaolin nodded and said to Chen Ying, Yes, Hallmaster. He then arranged the defense areas for everyone. Only Feng Tai, Ma San, and Li Kai remained there. Lu Shaolin had not noticed Feng Tai and Li Kai among the crowd before, but now that the people had scattered, he found them. Because Ma San had been following closely, Lu Shaolin let the other 5 go directly to headquarters to help, not expecting that they would also come out this time. Hallmaster. Feng Tai and Li Kai cupped their fists. How is it at headquarters? Lu Shaolin asked with a smile. Pretty good. Yes, the 2 replied. After chatting casually for a while, the sky gradually darkened. With a loud shout, campfires were lit one by one, surrounding the entire Shuangshi town. Lu Shaolin also arrived at his tent. This tent was much better than the one he had when he was a small leader, at least it was 3 times larger, fully equipped with tables, chairs, and beds. Sitting down on the chair, Lu Shaolin poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. Just as he was about to lift it, a piercing scream rang out. Lu Shaolin grabbed his spear, quickly walked out of the tent, mounted his horse, and said to Ma San and the others, Stay here. After saying that, he rushed towards the source of the scream. Rushing to a campfire, he saw the ground covered in dismembered bodies, yet the copper-armored corpse was nowhere to be seen. Lu Shaolin urged his horse to the tent behind the campfire, jumped off, and entered. Inside the tent there were 2 bodies lying on the ground, shriveled and clearly drained of blood. Lu Shaolin turned around and walked out of the tent, mounted his horse, and prepared to return the way he came. Just as the horse started moving, another wailing and fighting sound erupted not far behind. Lu Shaolin yanked the reins and charged towards the direction of the sound. Once again arriving at a campfire, the ground was still littered with dismembered bodies, but this time the clothing indicated they were members of the Small Knife Society. The sound of hooves approached. Lu Shaolin looked up and saw that it was the leader of the Small Knife Society, Cui Guangqing, coming with several subordinates. Hallmaster Lu. Cui Guangqing looked at the dismembered bodies on the ground with a grim expression and cupped his fists at Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin nodded, turned his horse around, and was about to leave. Another scream rang out. Damn it. Lu Shaolin's eyes turned red. He urged the horse forward, rushing towards the source of the sound. Cui Guangqing quickly urged his horse to follow. When they were about 50 meters from the fire where the sound emanated, the white turtle said, "It's the copper-armored corpse, it's in the darkness." "Which direction?" Lu Shaolin shouted. "Left front," the white turtle replied. Lu Shaolin quickly dashed to the campfire, lifting his spear as torches flew towards the left front. As the flames of the torches illuminated the area, Lu Shaolin finally saw the copper-armored corpse. It had messy long hair, blood-red eyes, a skin tone resembling bronze, 2 exposed fangs, and fresh bloodstains. Under the firelight, the copper-armored corpse let out a roar at Lu Shaolin, its legs pushing off the ground, charging fiercely forward. Lu Shaolin squeezed his horse's belly and raised his spear high. He countercharged. The man and the corpse rapidly approached. Upon reaching attack distance, Lu Shaolin's right arm bulged with veins as he forcefully thrust the spear downward. Clang! The spear struck as if piercing through a block of copper. Under the immense impact, Lu Shaolin's palm scraped against the spear. The copper-armored corpse swiped its claw at the horse's head, shattering the skull of the black-maned horse, which fell directly to the ground. Lu Shaolin quickly slapped the saddle with his left hand, leaping aside, his expression grave, as he gazed at the copper-armored corpse. Strong enough. Lu Shaolin loosened his right hand and then tightened his grip on the spear. He looked at the copper-armored corpse's chest, where there was only a deep half-inch wound with black corpse energy slowly flowing within. "You managed to break its defense without a weapon infused with yang fire energy." Bai Gigi's eyes nearly popped out. The copper-armored corpse looked at Lu Shaolin with a bloodthirsty frenzy and charged at him again. Lu Shaolin dragged the spear back and countercharged without showing any weakness. As he got closer, Lu Shaolin raised the spear high, his muscles bulging with power. With a whoosh, the spearhead smashed down towards the top of the copper-armored corpse's head. The copper-armored corpse swiped a claw at the spear shaft. With a clang, the copper-armored corpse's arm was deflected by the spear, causing the spear to tilt, losing speed and smashing onto its shoulder. This made it stagger. Lu Shaolin took advantage of the situation, bringing the spear down like a mountain, pressing down, falling upon the copper-armored corpse like a torrential storm. At this moment, seeing Lu Shaolin hammering the copper-armored corpse as if forging iron, several people were dumbfounded. Cui Guangqing's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Lu Shaolin's eyes turned blood-red as he wildly struck over 100 times with the spear. After retracting it, he saw the copper-armored corpse's legs sunk into the ground, but still unharmed, continuing to roar. Just as Lu Shaolin was about to charge again, the copper-armored corpse clapped its claws on the ground, jumping up and turning to flee into the darkness without looking at Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin instantly activated the 8 steps to chase the cicada and pursued, but in the darkness, he could see nothing. "Where is it?" Lu Shaolin asked Bai Guigui. "It ran towards the small town," Bai Guigui replied. Turning back, he picked up a torch and Lu Shaolin dashed towards the small town while Bai Guigui continuously reported the direction of the copper-armored corpse. Upon entering the small town, Lu Shaolin, guided by Bai Guigui, blocked the copper-armored corpse in an alley. Both sides had blood-red eyes. The copper-armored corpse kicked off the ground and charged first. Lu Shaolin shook the spear, sweeping it horizontally, and with a bang smashed a large hole into the wall on the side. The strength of the spear was exhausted, wedged between the bricks and stones. At this moment, the copper-armored corpse had charged right in front of him. "Damn it." Lu Shaolin glared angrily, threw down the spear, and instantly activated the fire poison palm, slapping towards the copper-armored corpse's face. With a bang, the copper-armored corpse's head snapped back, a red mark appearing on its ferocious face. The copper-armored corpse also clawed at Lu Shaolin, instantly tearing through the first and second layers of his skin, but was blocked by the third layer, which glowed with yellow light. Seeing that the copper-armored corpse could not inflict lethal damage on him, Lu Shaolin directly entered melee mode. He pressed down on the copper-armored corpse's head and slammed it against the wall. With a loud crash, the wall was instantly smashed out with a large hole. Lu Shaolin pressed its head down, his legs exploding with power, pushing fiercely forward. Clatter. Bricks and stones were continuously knocked down to the ground while the copper-armored corpse's head relentlessly slammed against the wall. With a bang, Lu Shaolin directly shoved the copper-armored corpse out of the alley. A long hole was left on the right wall of the alley. Lu Shaolin still did not let go of its head, flinging the copper-armored corpse against the wall of a nearby courtyard. With a loud bang, the copper-armored corpse smashed through the courtyard wall and tumbled inside. Lu Shaolin dashed into the courtyard where the copper-armored corpse was shaking its head and standing up. Iron Mountain Crash. Lu Shaolin took advantage of his momentum, roaring explosively, and delivered another Iron Mountain Crash, sending it flying into the main hall. Outside the town, Cui Guangqing, Chening, and the others looked at each other, hearing the continuous loud sounds coming from inside the town. Relying on a speed far beyond the copper-armored corpse, Lu Shaolin continuously knocked the copper-armored corpse flying like a bulldozer. Although he would also be scratched by its sharp claws, it was not fatal. Dust swirled in the town as houses were smashed. Some houses even collapsed directly in the melee between the two humanoid monsters. After half an hour of close combat, Lu Shaolin was covered in dust with numerous wounds and bleeding profusely. The copper-armored corpse was also covered in dust, its cheeks and chest scorched black from Lu Shaolin's fire poison palm. The two had reached the edge of the small town. Seeing that the power of his fire poison palm was limited, Lu Shaolin's eyes turned even blood-red, having entered a frenzied state, enhancing his strength by another 20%. He also delivered a low sweep at its lower leg. With a bang, the copper-armored corpse was knocked down to the ground. Lu Shaolin immediately straddled it, pressing his knee hard against its arm. "Ma-san, bring the fire oil." Lu Shaolin shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the area, and after yelling he charged at the copper-armored corpse again. The fire-poisoned palm slammed towards its head. He also delivered a low sweep at its lower leg. With a bang, the copper-armored corpse was knocked down to the ground. Lu Shaolin immediately straddled it, pressing his knee hard against its arm and raining blows on its head. The sound of strikes was like firecrackers. "Young master, the fire oil has arrived." A large number of torches lit up 10 meters ahead. Ma-san shouted. "Throw it to me." Lu Shaolin said, his hands never stopping roaring. Just as he finished speaking, a canister of fire oil fell towards him. Lu Shaolin stopped his hands, caught the fire oil with his right hand, and pressed his left hand against the copper-armored corpse's forehead, directly pouring it into its mouth. The copper-armored corpse had been hit hard on the head by Lu Shaolin, its resistance greatly reduced. After pouring one canister, Lu Shaolin requested another. He poured 5 large canisters in total until fire oil overflowed from its mouth. Lu Shaolin poured the remaining fire oil over the copper-armored corpse, shouting, "Torches." A torch fell and Lu Shaolin caught it steadily. "Go to hell." Lu Shaolin grinned. He thrust a torch into the copper-armored corpse's mouth. With a whoosh, flames instantly spread and Lu Shaolin dodged aside. At this time, the copper-armored corpse stood up unsteadily on fire, with flames spewing from its mouth, constantly roaring and struggling. Lu Shaolin remained expressionless, quietly watching the burning copper-armored corpse. It struggled for a full half-hour before finally crashing down. During this time, it attempted to attack others, but was knocked away by several of Lu Shaolin's strikes, firmly restricted in the open space. "Young master." Seeing the copper-armored corpse fall, Ma-san immediately rode over, dismounted, and supported Lu Shaolin. "I'm fine," Lu Shaolin said calmly. He truly was fine, just looking extremely tragic on the surface, as he hadn't sustained any vital injuries, the worst being a fractured handbone. He had been enduring the pain while attacking the copper-armored corpse. "Where's Tanqing?" Lu Shaolin asked. "Hall master, I'm here." Tanqing and the others had also rushed over, their gazes towards Lu Shaolin as if looking at a monster. "Just now I noticed many townsfolk in the town had their blood drained by the copper-armored corpse. Collect all the corpses bitten by the copper-armored corpse and place them in the town center. Wait for me to handle them tomorrow," Lu Shaolin instructed. "Yes, Hall master," Tanqing replied loudly. Lu Shaolin was about to continue speaking when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt a dull pain in his abdomen, indicating internal injuries. The copper-armored corpse had a strength of around 3,000 pounds, and being struck by its claws would naturally cause internal injuries. Lu Shaolin had not felt anything earlier, as he was in an excited state. At this moment, the internal injuries erupted, and he could no longer suppress the blood. "Young master, guild leader," everyone shouted in unison. "I'm fine, it's just a minor injury. Someone go get my spear back." Lu Shaolin waved his hand. Tanqing signaled, and several members of the gang charged into the town on horseback. "Young master, I'll go call for a carriage." Ma-san looked worried. "No need, just bring me a horse," Lu Shaolin replied with a smile. Seeing Lu Shaolin insist, Ma-san led over one of the gang members' horses. After waiting for a while, the spear was brought over. Lu Shaolin took the spear, mounted the horse, and once again turned to Tanqing and said, "Don't forget what I said." "Understood, I will start collecting the corpses immediately." Tanqing responded, clasping his fists. Lu Shaolin nodded, flicked the reins, and headed straight for the county town. Behind him, Ma-san, Feng Tai, and Li Kai followed closely. In another direction, members of the Small Knife Society. "President, should we follow them?" A bald man rode up beside Cui Guanqing and made a throat-cutting gesture, whispering. Thinking about how Lu Shaolin had pressed down on the copper-armored corpse like striking iron, Cui Guanqing's eyelids twitched, and he slowly shook his head. It is better not to provoke such an unparalleled fierce person who can engage in close combat with zombies. Besides, who can guarantee that he has no fighting ability left? One misjudgment could lead to the death of all of us. Lu Shaolin and the others arrived at the county town gate and entered using the guild leader's token. "Guild leader, shouldn't you take care of your injuries?" Feng Tai urged his horse to Lu Shaolin's side. "Are there any medical clinics open now?" Lu Shaolin looked at his injuries. Although he had the turtle-breathing body cultivation technique for self-healing, relying solely on self-healing would take time. The corpse's aura in his wounds had already dissipated, purged by the inner strength of the turtle-breathing body cultivation technique. Lu Shaolin looked up the clinic's sign, read Rinshin Hall. On either side were carved couplets. The right side read, "May everyone in the world be free from illness." Lu Shaolin nodded. "Yes." Feng Tai clasped his fists and led the way. After a third of an incense stick's time, they stopped in front of a small clinic. Lu Shaolin looked up the clinic's sign, read Rinshin Hall. On either side were carved couplets. The right side read, "May everyone in the world be free from illness." The left side read, "Even if the medicines gather dust." What a great couplet. Lu Shaolin thought to himself. Dr. Su, Dr. Su. Feng Tai dismounted and knocked on the door. After a few knocks, the door swung open, revealing an extremely handsome young man with a pale face and no beard. "Brother Feng, have you fought with someone again?" Dr. Su looked at Feng Tai. "Not me, it's my guild leader who was injured by a demon." Feng Tai glanced at Lu Shaolin. Dr. Su shifted his gaze to Lu Shaolin, looked him up and down, and said, "Come in and talk." He turned and stepped in. Lu Shaolin dismounted and walked into the clinic. As soon as he entered, he saw Dr. Su already preparing medicine. He mixed several powdered medicines together and handed them to Feng Tai saying, "There's a bathing tub in the back courtyard and you can boil water for him to bathe. Just sprinkle the medicine into the water while washing." "Alright, thank you, doctor." Feng Tai nodded in gratitude. "Ma San, go back to the loft and bring me a set of clothes." Lu Shaolin instructed Ma San. "Yes." Ma San clasped his fists and shouted, then turned and left the clinic on horseback. Li Kai and Feng Tai went inside to start boiling water. Dr. Su approached Lu Shaolin, examined his wounds, squeezed his arms, and finally took his pulse. Then he held Lu Shaolin's hand to reset the bones. "You have a fractured hand bone, a cracked arm bone, and internal injuries. You need at least 3 months of recovery, and you cannot engage in combat during that time." Dr. Su looked up at Lu Shaolin, speaking seriously. "Alright, thank you, Dr. Su." Lu Shaolin smiled and nodded, but did not take his words to heart, as he had the turtle-breathing body cultivation technique and would not need that long. Seeing Lu Shaolin nod, Dr. Su went to the medicine cabinet to grab medicine. After a while, the water was boiled. Lu Shaolin went to the back courtyard and washed himself clean. Ma San also timely delivered the clothes. Lu Shaolin changed into the clothes and returned to the hall. Apply the ointment externally and boil the herbs for internal consumption. Dr. Su handed over a coarse porcelain box along with a large bag of herbs. "How much silver?" Lu Shaolin asked. "The medicine fee is 2 taels." Dr. Su replied. Lu Shaolin directly took out 5 taels of silver and handed it over. Dr. Su took the silver and went to the counter to rummage through. Lu Shaolin smiled slightly and turned to leave. "Wait a moment, I haven't given you the change yet." Dr. Su called out. "Hee, my guild leader is not short on money, you can keep the extra." Feng Tai laughed and immediately followed him. The 4 of them mounted their horses and galloped towards the loft. Upon returning to the loft, Lu Shaolin instructed Feng Tai and Li Kai to find a room on the 3rd floor to sleep in while he went directly to his bedroom. Just as he was about to sleep, Ma San knocked on the door saying he needed to apply medicine to Lu Shaolin. Lu Shaolin had no choice but to let him finish applying the medicine. Afterward, Ma San returned to his room. Lu Shaolin placed the white turtle on the head of the bed and summoned the system panel. The source points on the panel increased by 3, reaching 6. Regarding his fractured hand bones and cracked arm bones, Lu Shaolin thought about it and understood the reason. The force was too great for the bones to withstand. After all, he had not yet reached the bone refining realm. Engaging in such close combat with the copper-armored corpse, fractures were a light consequence. Lying down on the bed after undressing, Lu Shaolin closed his eyes. The next morning, Lu Shaolin got up and checked his injuries. The external wounds had healed, and the internal injuries and fractures were about 30% healed. Grabbing the white turtle, lifting the Xian Tai spear, and strapping the spear to his back, Lu Shaolin went downstairs. Ma San, Li Kai, and Feng Tai had also risen early. Feng Tai was teaching Li Kai martial arts in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Shaolin come down, both clasped their fists and said, "Guild leader." Lu Shaolin nodded and sat in the pavilion. The several girls were still busy cleaning, unaware of Lu Shaolin's injury, as they had already been asleep when Ma San returned. Moreover, the 3 were not chatty people and no one told them. After hastily finishing breakfast, Lu Shaolin eagerly headed towards Shuangshi town. Ma San, Feng Tai, and Li Kai followed closely behind. Upon reaching the outskirts of Shuangshi town, the people from the Small Knife Society had already left, leaving only Tan Qing, Fei Bin, and Ding Chang's team. Seeing Lu Shaolin approach, the 3 clasped their fists and said, "Guild leader." How many corpses bitten by the copper-armored corpse did you collect last night?" "Guild leader, there are a total of 36 complete corpses, and the others are just dismembered remains." Tan Qing replied.